And to those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
Ownage is ownage. And we got no good news for you guys today other than we're here for you. And the phone lines are open at 808 KNBR. But man, oh man, we'll spend the next 4 hours picking over that carcass as Steve Spagnuolo. Not Andy Reid. Steve Spagnuolo feasted on Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers for the fifth consecutive time. Twice this calendar year, Marcus, I got nothing other than complete surrender. Tip my cap and call the Yankees my daddy, as Pedro Martinez once said. And good morning, brother. How are you, Marcus?
Good morning, Murph. I've made it back safely from my trek down to Levi Stadium yesterday, where I had to witness another loss to the Kansas City Chiefs. And essentially, I was boots on the ground to witness Andy Reid, Spags, and Patrick Mahomes walk into the 49ers trap and take over the trap.
Ah, they did take over the trap. Did you? And Mahomes with that little belly, just running, just scrambling to the left, pretending to pass it, and as many people pointed out, using those QB rules to his advantage because nobody wanted to touch him, and he scurried down the line. And how about him trucking Malik Mustafa at the goal line? I did not have that on my bingo card, bro.
No, and Mustafa was flying around for the majority of the game, actually making some really big plays. But next thing you know, it's Dad Bod Mahomes ripping off the longest career run of his career, 33 yards down the sideline, scampering, and then lowering the boom like he's one of the Costco guys. It was boom and doom from Malik Mustafa in there, getting absolutely trucked in the end zone.
And if you want to summarize it, let's go to Mitch Wishnowski's onside kick, everybody.
Oh, man.
That's looking like me on the tee box.
That thing is still spinning.
Oh, my God. Well, good morning, everybody. It sucks. We got nothing for you. We got nothing positive for you. What do you want? Kalia Davis made an interception. Is that a positive?
Yeah, Demo had a pick.
Demo had a pick. That's true. Pat Mahomes actually, you know what's funny? How about the stat that Brock Purdy just had the worst passer rating of his career? And here's the catch. So did Pat Mahomes. How about that?
Here's the catch. Patrick Mahomes had a worse QBR than Brock Purdy yesterday.
Not passer rating. It's 44 to Brock's 36. But either way. By the way, because you were at the game, you don't know this, you must exclusively refer to him as Patrick. Dude, Brady called him Patrick the entire day, and by the second quarter, I wanted to throw a chair through my television.
Patrick.
Oh, what Patrick's doing here is, look at Patrick do that. Oh, what Patrick was thinking on this play. And people start going, dude, what's with the Patrick? He just exclusively called him Patrick. By the way, I also did a pregame interview on Fox.
Gross.
That annoyed me, too. Although Brady got into his head right away. They sat on some chairs in some Santa Clara office park with the views of the 408 behind them. And he goes, do you remember the first time we met? It was right after the 2018 AFC Championship game. And I was like, oh, look at Brady driving the knife in right out of the gate. So,
I'm glad I actually missed that segment.
Yeah,
that's the last thing I want to see, Brady and Mahomes chatting and having a good time
Although
on TV.
I heard you and Young Tom were down on the field near Raider ownership.
We did. Actually, we were down on the field pregame, and next thing you know, Tom Brady comes walking by, and man, oh man, I had to bite my tongue. Like, I wanted to yell out.
How close were you?
We were like probably within 3-4 feet.
What would you have said?
I had to fight back the urge of just like coughing and saying, it was a fumble. It was a
You were
fumble.
going to say, save us, Tom. Save us.
No, I'm definitely not begging for Tom Brady to save the Raiders, especially after the Raiders lost again yesterday to the Rams. But I kept it professional. I didn't want to lose my credentials, so I bit my tongue, Murph. Didn't want to get in trouble down on the field before the game.
As you would want to do. Well, listen, guys, I don't know what to tell you guys. Marcus and I were just talking before the show. What kind of ownership have we seen before? And you brought up the Russell Wilson, Pete Carroll ownership of the Niners, and that would be the easiest one to go to. And actually, in many ways, that was worse because it lasted longer and it was in your own division.
And you had to see him twice a year. That's the good thing about the Chiefs. You only see him once every 3 years unless you're going back to the Super Bowl.
I mean, I have him from 2012 to 2018. The Seahawks won. The Niners only beat them once. So it was about 13 out of 14 for Seattle. And that included the NFC Championship game and all that. So maybe that's the last time you felt this owned. We can talk about what happens from here. The Cowboys are coming to town Sunday. Brandon Aiyuk is apparently lost for the season, completing maybe the worst calendar year of Brandon Ayuk's life. Setting aside the fact that he signed a $150 million contract, which made his year. But think about this guy's year. Loses the Super Bowl in February, starts a protracted holdout, has all sorts of social media kerfluffles.
Demanding trades.
Holds out, demands trades, winds up signing a deal, gets on the field, and has a bad season, and now is out for the season with an ACL.
Yeah.
So that was a disaster.
When it rains, it pours.
Except for his W-2 and on the 1st and the 15th. That's not a disaster.
Yeah, at least his trucks are filled up with premium gas.
McCaffrey's still in the pajamas on the sideline. Deebo Samuel somehow, someway comes down with an illness that remains undisclosed and mysterious.
Yeah, it was weird because right before we saw Tom Brady down the field, we actually saw Deebo Samuel leave like the individual drills, the warm-ups with the wide receivers, and he takes his helmet off and he runs towards the tunnel. And you can kind of see this look on Deebo's face like something was wrong. I was like, all right, he's just got to go to the bathroom real quick, relieve himself, and then we never saw him again.
He played 3 snaps and then pulled out, and that was odd. In the NFL, you only get 17 days a year to play. Like you got to be sick as a dog, but he tapped out, man.
Yeah, Kyle said he was having problems breathing, stuff with his throat.
What the heck? What is that?
Stomach.
What kind of thing hits you on like an hour before game time that affects your breathing? I got no clue.
Especially morning of. I don't know.
I don't know. Is it like a severe case? I don't know. Anyway, he's out. Then Jawan Jennings ruled out before the game with a hip injury. There was a point in that second half when Brock Purdy looked around and it was Jacob Cowing, Chris Conley, and I mean, shout this guy out, Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah, congrats to Ricky for making it back on the field.
And he looked around. He goes, "Those are my receivers."
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that's an excuse for Purdy. Purdy and Kyle have no clue how to beat Steve Spagnuolo.
No.
Steve Spagnuolo is a genius and owns the Niners as badly as Bill Belichick owned the Niners in the late 80s, early 90s. He just everything. I was just talking to Tanell. They were saying from the spotters booth, nothing was open. All day.
No,
nothing.
There was zero separation, and it's something that we talked about going into this game, and even losing Brandon Aiyuk, losing Deebo Samuel in the middle of the game. It's hard for me to use injuries as an excuse, especially, when Patrick Mahomes doesn't have Rashee Rice, doesn't have Isaiah Pacheco in the backfield, as he lost Juju in the middle of the game also. So he's out there with limited weapons also, and he's still finding a way to get the job done. Now, I'll put an asterisk with the get the job done, because you would think on a day where the 49er defense holds Patrick Mahomes to 154 total passing yards, 0 touchdowns, and 2 interceptions, that it would have been a closer game. But no, somehow, some way, Patrick Mahomes just finds a way to make the big plays. Murph, we're talking about a guy right now who Vegas has the odds-on favorite to win the MVP. He's thrown more interceptions than touchdowns. He's got 6 touchdowns, 8 interceptions, and somehow, some way, the Kansas City Chiefs are still undefeated.
He literally had the worst passing day of his career yesterday. He's never had a rating that low. That's incredible. And he walks up. He's being interviewed by Aaron Andrews like he just won the bowl. Yeah. She's like, "Oh, tell me about the great win." He's like, "You mean my worst passing day ever?" But the scramble, the 33-yard scramble, trucking Mustafa, and also maybe making our old lineman, shout out Coach Andy Flynn, he used to tell us this in Little League also, make 3 fewer mistakes than the other team. And while he did throw 2 picks, he didn't throw as damaging a picks as Purdy did 3 times, including Purdy's red zone pick inside the 5-yard line.
Absolutely.
In which, yes, he was hit, and thank you, Colton McKivitz, for getting beat by George Karlaftis. But he was still throwing into double coverage even if he wasn't getting hit.
Yeah, even watching Chris Conley on that route turn back to the end zone, there's a safety sitting there regardless if he was hit or not. So he was still throwing into double coverage, which he did a few times yesterday.
We can go into his 3 interceptions. The very first one right out of the gate, just that it was a very foreboding. It was in the first series, and he threw just a woefully, what's the word? Just a bad decision.
Yeah, bootleg.
Into heavy traffic.
Tries to get out of the pocket. Yeah. Kyle Juszczyk doesn't pick up a block on George Karlaftis, puts a little bit of pressure in his face, which forces Brock to get the ball out and try to squeeze it in there. But you're right. He threw it into a crowd of white jerseys, and that's the first pick of the day. And then things only got worse and worse with the miscommunication with Ronnie Bell later on.
Well, here's the catch. And believe it or not, as disgusting as that game was, and we'll get it was 14-12 in the third quarter, and the Niners had the ball in Chiefs territory. In plus, so it's like, I sent out a tweet. I was tweeting a lot yesterday, and I was like, how in God, there's something bizarre in this universe. The Niners are in this game.
Well, even at halftime, when they got it down to 14-6 after that second field goal, me and Tony are sitting there like, damn, people are going to start leaving at halftime, leaving in the third quarter. I'm like, Tony, it's only an 8-point game. It's still only a 1-possession game. Like, the 49ers defense played good enough to at least keep it competitive for the majority of the game.
It was 2nd and 6 on the 34-yard line, 14-12, 6 minutes to go in the third quarter. Niners had the ball. So at minimum, you're going to go for wait for it, Anders Carlson field goal. and it's 2nd and 6. He tries to throw deep to Chris Conley, incomplete. Trent McDuffie was on him. And then on 3rd and 6, he throws the pick intended for Ronnie Bell that everybody on social media immediately thought was Ronnie Bell's fault until after the game when everybody said, no, it wasn't Ronnie's fault.
I mean, it was such a bad miss that you would think that they ran the wrong route.
That was Brock defending. Was he taking the hit for his guy?
Brock and Kyle both took responsibility. I don't know if they didn't want to throw Ronnie Bell under the bus once again because he's already been ran over a few times by 49er fans driving that bus this season. But man, oh man, you would hope that it was a wrong route. If not, that was just a terrible, terrible throw. And one of the worst games of Brock Purdy's career.
No, the worst game of his career.
Yeah.
Unless he threw 4 against the Ravens, but by the rating, the worst. But you could debate which was worse, the Ravens one or the Chiefs one. How about him having, in the 2 biggest regular season games at home, having his worst games?
Is that a concern?
Well, absolutely. And is that a concern? We just dropped the bomb you just lit the fuse for the week there, buddy.
808 KNBR.
All right, well, listen, we're going to be here. We got a lot to chew on, man, a lot to talk about. Ownage is ownage. Just get these guys out of my life. Get these Chiefs out of my life right now, ASAP. Go back, eat your freaking cheeseburgers, do your corn dogs, do your Tom and Jerry, whatever the hell you do. Just get out of my life.
Oh, bro, they tried to do that again.
Yes, they did.
They tried running the hot dog and mustard and ketchup play on us.
Mahomes missed them.
Yeah. Almost did it again. The disrespect. 808
KNBR is the phone number. We're here for you. Let's gripe, everybody. Gripe on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Have you ever dreamed of playing golf at Oracle Park? Shout out Matt Cain before his perfect game. Coming soon, Oracle Park transforms into a 9-hole golf course for the Ballpark Back 9 presented by the Bay Golf Club. Tee off from iconic ballpark locations and take aim at custom greens on the field at one of the coolest 9-hole golf courses in the world. So how do you qualify? You got to stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away to the Ballpark Back 9 in the 9 a.m. hour this morning. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win 2 tickets to the Ballpark Back 9 on November 17th, 2024. It is all furnished by Giants Enterprises. You can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Final score again. Chiefs 28, 49ers 18. Kansas City's the only undefeated team in the NFL. Minnesota got beat at home. They were ahead early. Detroit beat them on a late field goal. So they go to 5-1. The Lions are 5-1 as all. So the only undefeated team in the NFL, the two-time defending champion Chiefs. They are 6-0, and the Niners are back into second place in the NFC West. Seattle won at Atlanta today to go to 4-3, and the Niners are 3-4. 28-18 Chiefs.
Oh, listen to Young Tone. He's learning. I know Sound of Silence by Simon & Garfunkel is the go-to viral hit for your generation. I said, low-key, the Carpenters have one that's even more depressing. Rainy days and Mondays always get me down. She actually literally says nothing to do but frown. Listen to her. Oh, depressing as hell. Depressing as hell.
Spags and Andy Reid always get me down.
Spags, Andy Reid, and Monday mornings get me down. Thank you, Young Tone, for this. Man, oh man, I'm looking over all the stats here. How about the fact that Noah Gray was the Chiefs' leading receiver? Noah Gray, 4 catches for 66 yards.
Dude, the backup tight end.
Xavier Worthy led their receivers with 19 yards. I mean, dude, now they ran the ball. Yeah. They ran the ball on the Niners.
Over and over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, especially late.
Yeah. Particularly
Particularly late. So, listen, good morning, everybody. If you're just joining, listen, we're here to gripe. 808 KNBR is the phone number. Now, there's two ways to look at this. There's the hard way and the easy way.
Ooh.
So the hard way is, let's just start with the easy way. The easy way is to say what I opened the show with. Ownage is ownage. Mm-hmm. And that's it. Like right now, it's the Chiefs. It's a Chiefs thing. It's a Chiefs thing. They just beat the Seahawks last Thursday. They should have been 5-1 going in if they hadn't blown those games against the Cardinals and the Rams. So it's just get the Chiefs out of town. Just don't even look at them again. Go beat the Cowboys. Go 4-4 into the break, and then start your season afterwards, maybe with McCaffrey after the bye. The hard way to look at it, though, is that this is now pointing towards a significant issue about the 49ers, not just this year, but into their future.
Ooh.
Like, Brock Purdy looked bad yesterday, and if he continues to play maybe not awesome down the stretch, what do you do with him next year? Now, he's signed through 2025, but do you give him that big contract or not? Also, what do you do about your weapons when Brandon Aiyuk is out, Christian McCaffrey is out, and how you go forward? What do you do about the entire sort of team-wide malaise that's gripping you? The defense that kind of regressed again yesterday, although they held Mahomes to his career worst day. So you can take the easy way, just say ownage is ownage, get him out of town, go beat the Cowboys. Or you can take the hard way and say, man, is the third, and Mike Sando had this stat this morning, Niners are the third oldest team in the league.
Really?
And are they now beginning to feel the effects of the Trey Lance trade?
Ooh.
Where he looked at the Chiefs and took the guys like Trent McDuffie and George Karlaftis, who were first-round draft picks, who are making huge differences on the defensive side of the ball. And those are picks the Niners didn't have because of the Trey Lance trade.
Oh, absolutely. And there's multiple ways to jump off everything you laid out, starting with the draft picks that they've missed out on since the Trey Lance trade. I brought this up multiple times. Like, the 49ers would love to have a first-rounder as a right tackle instead of Colton McKivitz getting beat by George Karlaftis all day yesterday. I'm sure they would love to have a first-rounder instead of Jake Brendel getting beat and called for a couple penalties. I'm sure they love more depth on their defensive line. I'm sure they could use an extra linebacker. Like, it goes without saying that they could have used those 3 picks for something better than what happened with Trey Lance. Now, luckily for them, they were able to fall into a situation where they drafted Brock Purdy with the last pick of the
draft.
draft.
That made up for one of the picks.
And so that resets a lot of things and kind of puts them back in track. But when you're talking about that window and what it looks like for the future of Brock Purdy, it's the question I asked at the end of the last segment. Is it a concern that he's lost some of the biggest games against the best teams in the NFL, a la the Baltimore Ravens and the Kansas City Chiefs? Brock has had arguably his 2 worst performances of his entire career. Now, the easy way would be say, oh, those teams are in the AFC, not an issue. Well, it's an issue if you get to the Super Bowl and you end up playing one of those teams. We've seen them beat essentially everybody in the NFC, and I still think this team has a chance to win a division, make it to the postseason, and still make a run to the Super Bowl. I'm not going to overreact to one loss against arguably the best team in football, but there are definitely questions and concerns when we're talking about Spags' defense or even a Brian Flores defense or the top talent around the league and where Brock Purdy ranks in that hierarchy and where he ranks when his best weapons are not on the field.
Yeah, everything you said is right there. I'm right there with you. Now, you could look back and say, well, how does Brock play in these big games? The Ravens game, disaster. The Chiefs game, disaster. Then you look, you're like, well, he was in the bowl. I mean, he beat the Lions and the Packers in the playoffs, but those were both miracle wins.
Those are
and you wonder about
comebacks.
I know, and you wonder, and you got to give him credit.
Yeah.
They won the game, right? You score, you can't say, well, if, but you can kind of, as you look at him, say, well, was there a great amount of fortune and good luck that went their way? Now, you have to have luck. Everything, it counts, right? Luck counts. I mean, Mahomes has been lucky, too. I mean, everybody has some luck along the way. And he did engineer those comebacks. So, again, I'm not trying to completely diminish him, but you can say that he could have easily lost either one of those games, too. Now, big picture macro, like you said, they can win the division. It very easily. In fact, I would rate it better than 50-50 they'd win the division. I still think right now, if I had to bet in a prize picks or an underdogs, whatever. I think I'm going to be doing underdogs reads soon. I would take the Niners to win the division.
Yeah.
I would. Even though the schedule is difficult after the break. Tampa Bay, Green Bay, Buffalo, Seattle. These are all hard games.
Detroit down the line, right?
Detroit down the line. Of course, Detroit might be salting away. They might be resting guys that week.
They might be getting ready for their bye week.
So,
damn, Detroit
what a
looked
game
good yesterday.
that was yesterday. Did you see their locker room? They are riding so high, man. Dan Campbell was just bouncing off the walls. I watched all 3 minutes of it. He gave out game balls to the kicker, to Amon-Ra St. Brown, to the D-back who made the 2 picks. It was just the energy was just incredible. He just wanted to be a part of the Lions.
It's a different vibe in the Motor City right now.
Oh, man. Listen, Dan Campbell, the guy's right now the most appealing head coach in the NFL, I think. But anyway, the point is I still like them to win the NFC West. Are they the best team in the NFC? Definitely not right now. And certainly with Aiyuk gone, it's going to make that job a lot harder. And by the way, shout out to that drop he had on Brock's best ball of the day, right? Brock's best ball of the day.
I mean, we talk about the season that Brandon Aiyuk had. You laid it out from the end of the Super Bowl to the holdouts, the trade request, to him showing up, in my opinion, out of shape and not having the greatest conditioning levels. We can go back to the drop touchdown pass on Monday night against the Jets, which would have been his only touchdown of the season.
So he finishes the year with no touchdowns.
0 touchdowns. Big drop again this past Sunday. I know the low-hanging fruit is maybe the offense will be better without Brandon Aiyuk. No, let's be realistic. Brandon Aiyuk is a good wide receiver, and he was on pace, getting better. At least he looked better the last couple of weeks. This is going to be a big blow for the 49ers offense, despite the fact that he was not performing well this season.
They may have to go get one. I mean, Dante Whitner was talking about that last night on NBC. John Lynch makes his trades. The trade deadline's coming up. We were talking about D-line. No, you may have to go get a receiver.
Well, that depth disappeared quick without Aiyuk, without Juwan Jennings. Now, Kyle did say after the game yesterday he expects Juwan Jennings to be back this week against the Dallas Cowboys.
Theoretically, Debo.
And then you throw in Debo. Who knows what's going on with that illness?
Odd. I mean, how does that illness seize up so bad that he can't get on the field? I think he was on the sidelines. One point he was chuckling down the sidelines,
and after he was suited up, so he went through pregame warmups and then just decided to shut it down.
It's hard for me to tell the guy, if he can't breathe, he can't breathe. I get it. But that was rare that you see something like that happen. Yeah. That was a very unusual circumstance, and you hated to see it. So yeah, man, listen, I still like macro, big picture, 30,000 feet, you could easily say going into this year that the Super Bowl hangover, and when we say that, it's not just a phrase. There's a physical toll, and there's an emotional toll, too. There's a reason why only one team in the last however many years is it, like 30, 40, 50 years, It was the 2016 or 17 Patriots. I forget which year. Lost a Super Bowl and came back and won it again. That's only because they had the freaking lunatic android at quarterback, who, by the way, is looking more and more AI every time I see him. He's had that work done on the cheeks and the cheekbones and the chin and the dimple.
He might be a robot now.
Yeah.
He looks completely different.
Well, you know, it's funny. I don't usually always watch the pre-games, but I was up really early on Sunday and the family had a bunch of stuff going on. So I said, I sit down and watch some of the pre-game. And I happened to stumble upon the Mahomes-Brady sit-down in Santa Clara at some office park. Anyway, then they did this thing where, who is it? It's Howie Long and Terry Bradshaw and Jimmy Johnson, and they're doing their pregame, and then they go, we're going to go out to Santa Clara right now, and because it's a technology-based business, boom, they snapped their fingers. It was a hologram of Brady appeared in the studio.
They got Brady holograms?
Yeah, so it looked like
What is this, Tupac at Coachella?
It looked like he was standing there.
Come on, what are we doing?
Standing there, even though he was in Santa Clara, it was like a hologram of him standing on the studio floor.
I don't need a damn
The
Tom
whole
Brady
point of the
hologram.
story is that makes him look even more like a freaking robot. More like an AI robot from another planet.
Dude, I don't get it.
I know, right?
What is going on with the world?
I know what's going on with the world. I don't know. All right, well, listen, we got a lot to get to, guys. 808 KNBR is the phone number. But let's say good morning to young Tony Farias. Farias, good morning, young Tone. Guest list on a Monday morning, 10, 21, 24. Rainy days and Mondays. Always getting you down. No rain, just Mondays. Good morning, Tone.
It feels like it should be raining.
How was the experience down at Levi's, buddy?
Dude, unbelievable.
Well, you're happy.
The access we get, man, the job is outrageous. Like, it's super cool. Right in the press box, like basically the front row of the press box, whole view of the field. Obviously, the product on the field wasn't great, but the actual experience, unbelievable.
I'm excited to relive, because I remember what it was like to be 25, and I felt the same way. It's great that you have that enthusiasm.
You
buddy.
remember your first trip to the press box.
I do.
Yeah.
So congrats,
Young
buddy.
Tony.
I'm excited for you.
You never forget your first Tony.
So even though the game sucked, you were like, oh my God, this is amazing. Although it's kind of eerily quiet in there, isn't it?
It's like a library. You can't even say a word.
You like whisper to each other, don't you?
It's like watching the game playing Silent Library. I don't know if either of you know that TV show. Used to be on MTV. It was like a game show where you competed with your buddies, but you had to be silent in the library. Damn, dude, I'm really stuck in between two different generations here.
wish I knew that
808 KNBR on the text line. Somebody out there remembers Silent Library.
What do you do? What's the game?
So basically, like, there's a bunch of challenges, and your buddy will get like shot with a slingshot, but he can't make any noise. And if he makes too much noise, you get kicked out of the library, and your whole crew gets kicked off the show.
I like that game.
It's Silent Library. That's how it is in the press box. You can't cheer, you can't say anything. It's weird.
That's very funny, man. Young Tone, did you pull up to John's Summit at the Cow Palace over the weekend, buddy?
I did not. I did not.
I mean, my EDM knowledge.
Wow.
Pretty crazy.
I found out
Murph.
through various, like all the high school kids went and saw John's Summit at the Cow Palace. I'm like, well, today I learned about John's Summit. Then I started rolling them in the house. I get it. All right.
Wow. You played some John
I was
Summit.
playing some John Summit, bro.
Wow. All right.
Murph fist pumping in
I
his
need a
house.
John Summit rejoin in honor of his.
Say less.
All right.
You need the vibes. You need the
What do we
vibes.
got, buddy?
All right, coming up at 6:50 this morning, we will have your hums and bums, your total weekend recall. The big hit is going to be Tim Ryan at 7:50. Matt Barros, a guy that was in the press box yesterday, he will join the show at 8:30. And then we're thinking cooler content at 9:15 just to get all our Niners takes out early.
Silent Library. No, we're going to be Loud Library complaining about the Niners. It was Hum Babies and Bum Babies at 6:50 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I mean, what can I say? Just tip my hat and call the Chiefs my daddies.
Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
It's a bootleg by Brock and a roll to his right. Load up and throw, and it's intercepted. Justin Reed, the safety, undercuts it. Brock throws out left, and it is intercepted. He overthrew George to Ronnie Bell, and he threw the ball right to the safety, Chris Roland Wallace.
I don't know who he was throwing to.
Brock got hit, throws, intercepted in the end zone. The Chiefs take over. Jaden Hicks, the safety, intercepts Brock Purdy.
I got to play better.
Drop that needle. Who was at the Cow Palace Saturday night? Look at me. I learned about one EDM guy. I can't believe you didn't go, Young Tone. That's right. That's like a...
I probably could have. I just didn't.
Is this guy right up your alley, though?
Honestly, John Summit, not in the rotation as much as he probably should be. This is a banger, Where You Are, John Summit. But not a huge John Summit guy.
When Declan said to me, he goes, all the guys are going to the John Summit show. I'm like, who the hell is John Summit?
Ooh. Now, did Deck make it out to the show,
He
too?
did not go. He said it was a big weekend, and they had a lot going on. We were in water polo mania down there in Palo Alto and Atherton, and but he could have gone. He's like, my buddies weren't going, but I knew a ton of people who did. He described to me some of the things that go on there. I was like, all right.
Yeah.
Maybe you should go. You know what I mean?
Right? Hey, you're 16. Live a little, kid.
I understand.
Anyway, not climbing the summit were the 49ers in that game, and you just heard the interceptions, and Brock Purdy was terrible in this game. So basically, we're asking you guys today one of two things. You can take the easy way out and just saying ownage is ownage. Get him out of my life, move on to the Cowboys. That's the easy way. The hard way is to take a hard look as to who these guys are right now. 3-4, you are what your record says you are. And Brock Purdy now is approaching the halfway point of the season that is supposed to precede his gigantic contract situation. Now, he is signed through 2025. It's kind of like the Brandon Aiyuk deal where they have another year on their deal, but in the NFL, sort of the way they do things and the way they manage the cap, you go ahead and you tear that up and you extend them. Or do you? We'll find out what's going on. Mike Sando's column, he's great in The Athletic. One of the executives out there he was talking to said, when you look at Purdy, he threw out the possibility, he goes, do you trade Purdy and try to reset and get everything young again? He said, no, that's a long shot. That's a long shot. We're not calling to trade Purdy. But he is saying that the future is unwritten, as I believe he might hear in our either 90s or 00s Friday coming up here. Was that 90s or 00s?
What's up, Natasha?
Unwritten? Is that 00s?
That'd be late 90s, right?
Or 00s? I don't either way. Did you get a year? Was it like 00 or 99, 01, something like that?
I want to say I looked it up. It was 2004.
Okay, so that'll be in our 00s Friday coming up here. So,
Brock Purdy.
80s Friday was a wild success, by the way. And 90s Friday is going to be as good or better coming up. But anyway, back to Brock Purdy. Again, I'm not saying, no, you got to trade Purdy, but just saying, we don't know how he's going to play for the rest of the year, especially without Brandon Aiyuk. And now we don't know for sure Brandon Aiyuk, but everybody's saying the fear is he's gone for the season. It looked bad on the TV, and the MRI will give us the official word today. They're fearing it's an ACL.
Yeah, everybody basically said the way that the trainers went out there and the way that they can just feel the ligaments in the knee of a Brandon Aiyuk, the belief is he has a torn ACL. Now, we'll get those results today, but regardless, Brandon Aiyuk's going to be out for a minute, most likely the entire season. And yes, it's going to have an effect on the entire season because we talk about the separation numbers and the man-to-man coverage. Brandon Aiyuk is actually the best route runner on the team. I don't think that's a surprise to anybody else. Despite the fact that he didn't come into the camp with the greatest conditioning levels after his holdout, he is still one of your best man beaters on the team. You look at his separation numbers outside of the 49ers, and he actually has some success. Everybody else has been struggling, including Deebo Samuel. I heard John Lynn yesterday on the pre- and post-game show talk about how Deebo Samuel is the worst wide receiver in the league against man coverage. So now, not only does Deebo Samuel have to step up as the number one wide receiver without Brandon Aiyuk, now he's going to get the number one lockdown corner also. So now it's going to be even harder for Deebo Samuel to get over. So even though Brandon Aiyuk is having a bad year, he's still going to have an overall effect on how defenses guard this 49er offense.
And the one way to do that is to use your running backs out of the backfield. And I don't know whether it's Brock Purdy doesn't trust Jordan Mason, or I don't know whether it's Jordan Mason's not in the right place where he needs to be, or whether he's not being coached to look for that. But I've been saying this now for a few weeks. Dude, don't be afraid to take what the defense gives you. And people laugh at me, oh, now you want Jimmy G, Captain Checkdown, Alex Smith. No, it's part of the game. It's Joe Montana. There's a reason why Roger Craig should be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, because he caught balls out of the backfield from Joe Montana his entire life. I'm not saying that's all you do. I'm saying it definitely needs to be something to change a defense's look, or to change how a defense focuses on you. He does not like to do it without McCaffrey. When McCaffrey's in there, he likes to do it. Yeah. So again, I don't know if he doesn't trust Mason. I don't know if Mason's in the wrong spot, or I don't know if they're not coaching him that way, but they need to increase that because, as you said, Debo's not going to get open on man coverage.
No, he's not going to separate, and this is something that we've talked about before with Brock Purdy, when we used to call him point guard Purdy. Just run the offense. You have superstars around you. You got the Yak Bros. Dump it off. Let them work. But it seems like right now, Brock Purdy wants to be the superstar, wants to carry the team, wants to take shots downfield. And I saw there was a couple texters mad with me last week when we talked about the weaknesses in Brock Purdy's game. You know, after Spags said, I don't see any weaknesses. Yeah, and then Brock Purdy came out and confirmed that he still had some weaknesses. And so you asked me, you're like, what are some weaknesses you see? I said, look, Brock doesn't have the strongest arm in the world. And people are like, what are you talking about, water boy? He throws shots down the field all the time. Well, there was 2 balls this weekend that could have been touchdowns. One deep down the field to George Kittle, another one to Jacob County. Those were 2 examples of Brock Purdy not having the arm strength to get the ball deep downfield. Now, it's not an overall knock on Brock Purdy saying that he can never be a Pro Bowler or be an MVP finalist, which he was last year. I mean, we are talking about a guy that's still 24 years old and developing, but there are some flaws to his game. There are some intangibles. How many times did we see balls get batted down yesterday? That's another thing we talk about, his height overall, and that's the reason why he was the last pick of the draft versus a first rounder, just because some of the intangibles that he doesn't have.
Yeah, kind of gallows humor, but I had a tweet yesterday that said Brock decided to go full 262 yesterday. Ooh. He did look, dude. And he threw a pass into the back of Dom Pooney's helmet.
Dude, I saw that.
At one point, yes.
Got dome shots out here.
Really, really tough. Well, here he is himself talking about, evaluating his performance. And then a lot of people wanted to know on the Ron Bell interception, who was wrong, you or Ron Bell?
Yeah, I think I got to play better for sure. Just with my throws, some decisions, and that's pretty simple. I obviously got to watch the film and stuff, but my instant reaction is got to play better. The second interception was on me again. Ronnie did his job. I thought he just got hemmed up. I didn't know where he was going to come out on his route, so I just tried putting it on him, and then he ended up breaking out pretty good. And so Ronnie did his job. It was on me.
They were not speaking each other's love language, which, by the way, is a phrase I never knew until 3 weeks. So my buddy of mine said to me in Kansas City when he was hammered, he was like, Murph, what's yours and Candace's love language? I go, what's love language? You ever heard this before?
Yeah, I've heard the phrase used before.
It's like some sort of thing where like you and your partner have some like things you agree on. I don't know.
Now you're speaking my language, Murph.
Okay. Did they do that in Silent Library?
Yeah, no, you're not allowed to speak at all.
Which, by the way, Waterboy showed me during the break. Very funny.
Pretty funny, right?
I mean, he said basically because it was based on a Japanese game show, so you know it's going to be good.
Yeah, it's always good.
Yeah.
Shout out MXC, Most Extreme Elimination Challenge.
Okay.
I'll show you that one later.
That one I don't know either.
Yeah.
Purdy's third down. What were they? 1 of 10 before they converted meaningless one late. One of their first 10 third downs.
I mean, obviously it's tough to get the ball rolling when we're not getting first downs and things like that. So it starts with that. I think we got to convert on third downs and find a way, especially when our defense is doing a great job getting stops and getting us the ball back. So it's on us, man, to move the chains, and we just failed. Obviously, Kansas City is a great defense and everything, but we're a great offense in our eyes, and we know that we can play at a really high level, and so that's on us to get the ball rolling. So not really sure. Still got to watch the film and see what happened.
Brock up there taking a beating. 209 text in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. This isn't all on the players. I think it's time to take a serious look at Golden Spoon Kyle and his play calling, clock management, and overall failure to finish and get the job done. People will turn on Kyle on this. 623 says, I can't remember the last time the Niners ran a successful screenplay. 707 says, Aiyuk couldn't beat man coverage either. 650 says, I wanted more bootlegs. 559 said, sadly, Ayuk's loss isn't really a loss, seeing as how he hasn't showed up all season to this point. 707 says, and to put it in perspective, the Cowboys have a better record than the Niners. Well, what are they, 3-3 to their 3-4?
Yeah.
Oh, boy. And 415 just chimes in. John Summit is what's wrong with the music world. The music world's version of the robot Brady face. It's so lame. I get a little more mindless with every listen.
All right.
There you go. Joe in San Jose is our first caller of the morning at 808 KNBR. Joe, good morning. You are leading us off, buddy, bright and early. How are you, man?
What's up, Joe?
Hey, doing good. How about you guys?
Well, just kind of owned by the Chiefs. Yes,
Yeah, well, unfortunately, you guys have been doing great talking about lamenting about the loss, but I do have a couple of Brady gripes here. If you don't mind. One would be he kept saying red area instead of red zone. It's like, come on, man. not the red area,
just
dude.
these little Bradyisms just to like annoy you, right? Just these little Bradyisms, right? Yeah. Well, what about the Patrick? What about the Patrick, Joe? What about that? He kept
Patrick?
He called Mahomes Patrick exclusively the entire game. Patrick.
Oh, that's
Yeah. I don't know. It was driving me nuts.
Yeah. And then I'll say another one. Of course, he's a local guy, but he keeps saying San Fran.
I know. It's like I don't know. He's like, is he trying to poke?
Is he trolling us?
Is he trolling?
Yeah, I know. And then the third one, shoot, I knew he was going to do this. What is this crap? The third one was...
Was it the Patrick?
No, it was... oh, come on. You got to be kidding. I told you a screener, all three of them.
Was it competitive stamina? He talked about that. Was it that?
No.
All
Well,
right. Well, hey, Joe, when you think about it, either text us or call us, all right?
All right.
Thanks, Joe.
Thanks,
Appreciate
guys.
you, man.
John Joe Curley did tell me that during the game, apparently Aaron Andrews did like an update on the Chiefs sideline and how they were using backup players to shield the bench from the sun.
Yeah.
Except for Patrick Mahomes. That was so tough he could stare into the sun and not even flinch.
Shout out to U2 staring into this. What's the name of the song? I'm forgetting right now. By the way, 623 says, by the way, in the midst of all the annoying political tweets, Murph's 262 tweet triggered me to a level that I turned my phone off. They don't like the the gallows humor, garlic humor. Jose in Oakland is always a regular. He's going to get his take in early, and then we'll do hums and bums. Jose, you are, of course, a voice on the show. What you got, buddy?
What's up, Jose?
Good morning, guys. Look, I think we all have unrealistic expectations this year. Mainly because of what's going on during the off season. You know what? I watched the Lions play yesterday, and to be honest with you, we're not even in the same league as they are right now.
Yeah.
I mean, the Chiefs are missing several of their main players, and they still, just wipe the floor with the 49ers. To be honest with you, I think very few players actually earned their paycheck yesterday. Malik Mustafa, man, that guy is a man. He reminds me a lot of Cam Chancellor, a little bit smaller just because Cam, he looks like a linebacker. But there's a lot of work to do. There's a lot of work to be done. As far as Brandon Aiyuk, I hate to say it, but it is true. I mean, there's no loss there. The guy wasn't doing anything. I mean, one ball he should have caught just bounced off his hands. The guy really needed the offseason. He didn't. Seems to me like he didn't prepare. He spent most of his time tweeting and, just posting stupid stuff. His gripes about trying to get more money, and he didn't concentrate on what he was supposed to be doing. So,
but Jose,
maybe this time,
we said it a while. Did he Blake Snell the 49ers?
Pretty much. Hey, you know what? In this team with Trent Williams, it's getting kind of tired. It kind of reminds me a little bit of. Jeez, man, what's the guy? What's the name of this guy with the Warriors?
Draymond Green.
Yeah, Draymond Green. I mean, it's like, okay, so you got beat. Don't start acting like a punk. And he has the tendency to do that.
Trent will get ejected in a bad loss. Philly NFC Championship yesterday. Although, in fairness to Trent, he was reacting. He got hit first by number 6. And I don't know why when they said they're going to go back to New York and review it. I don't know why when they reviewed it, they didn't also eject number 6. That made no sense to me. I sent that out there. Amy Trask responded to that, who, by the way, is on the list of the 25 finalists for the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Let's go, Amy.
Shout out, Amy. Anyway, Jose, always good to hear from you, brother. We'll let you recover for a few days and then get ready for the Cowboys, all right?
I hate the Cowboys, but I don't think we're going to win anything.
Oh, Cowboys are bad. Cowboys are bad.
But
all right, Jose, thanks for the call. Appreciate it, man. Brent Jones joins Tolbert and Copes at 3:50. But, of course, it's that time. Hum babies and bum babies. This is what you live for. Next on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT.
What do you want? The same as you, to remember.
Time now for Total Recall.
San Francisco!
A look back at the highs and lows of the weekend in sports.
Get ready for a surprise!
Oh, yeah. Sponsored by Amici's, East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers. And hum babies and bum babies are what you live for, along with Amici's Pizza. So let's do this. We spin the wheel. One of us gets the hums. One of us gets the bums. This is the week. Marcus is the happy guy.
Hey.
Maybe he's happy because, I don't know, there's a baseball team in the Bronx. I don't know. I don't want to foreshadow anything. I'm not saying. I'm just saying you got hum babies. So why don't you spread a little sunshine, and then I'll bring everyone down after that. How's that, all right?
Sounds like a plan, Murph. I will start us off with our hum babies on a Monday morning. And you know, I was looking at this 49ers and Chiefs game, and it was pretty difficult for me to find some hum babies. But how about this hum baby situation? Ricky Pearsall making his NFL debut. And yes, we will give a round of applause for Slick Rick, who less than 2 months ago was shot in the chest in Union Square when somebody attempted to steal his Rolex.
Bro.
Now, 50 days after being shot, he's lining up on the field for the San Francisco 49ers. 3 catches yesterday, 21 yards. But the big story is that Ricky's back on the field. Shout out to Levi Stadium giving him a standing ovation when he caught his first NFL pass. Here it is, Ricky Pearsall, maybe the story of the season, and hum baby number 1.
Tranquil comes on a blitz, and he backs out of there, throwing a catch made by Ricky Pearsall, his first in the NFL. Crowd reacting to that. Ricky across the 25, up to the 26, picked up 6. Big ovation for Ricky. 50 days ago in Union Square, San Francisco, he took that bullet wound through the right side of his chest. So that's his first catch in the NFL.
Yeah, obviously I'm in the moment. I'm trying to, we're trying to get some first downs and move the ball and go score and put some points up. So, but then after that catch and, my teammates are dabbing me up and, saying that they're happy for me and they're proud of me. And then that's kind of when it all hit. Crowd got a little loud right there. And, I just, took the opportunity to, be appreciative of everything, that led up to that and all the blessings that came along with it.
There it is. Ricky Pearsall speaking for the first time after his first NFL game. Talked a lot in the post-game press conference about everything that happened. And shout out Young Tony giving me the Many Men 50 Cent remix right here. Ricky Pearsall, a man that you can see a lot of moving forward, especially after the Brandon Aiyuk news, Murph.
Hey, Young Tone, hop on the mic here. Even though you didn't go see John Summit Saturday at the Cow Palace, do you feel me on Waterboy Ricky Pearsall about a 6 or a 7 on the what do you give me for here?
I guess,
yeah. Do you not see that?
Yeah, a little bit.
Every time I see Pearsall, I see Waterboy.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's the same cut, the same facial hair, the same. I don't know.
And that's why everybody says, hey, Waterboy.
You're our Ricky Pearsall.
You are the coldest and swaggiest white boy at KNBR.
That's probably true, actually.
Yeah,
I don't know.
There's a good chance.
Who's got more swag and coldness than Marcus here at the studio?
I am the coldest.
Derek Papa does, obviously.
Yeah, obviously. But
then Tim does, too.
Yeah, great moment for Ricky Pearsall getting back on the field.
Way to find something positive there. And, obviously, nobody wants it to be in a disappointing loss, but what a story. 3 catches, 21 yards. And guess what, bro? Guess what? It goes from inspirational story to we're going to need you on Sunday.
Yeah.
Seriously. With Brandon Aiyuk out, so.
Yeah, a lot of people thought Ricky Pearsall was drafted because Brandon Aiyuk could be traded. Well, now Brandon Aiyuk sounds like he's got a torn ACL, could be out for the season. Ricky could be stepping up in a big role. And Murph, I hate to be the bad guy, even though I'm doing hum babies, especially after doing that Ricky Pearsall story, but I was able to find a second hum baby from the game yesterday at Levi Stadium. The only problem is his name is Andy Reid. And you said it this morning to open the show, ownage is ownage. Andy Reid has now beat Kyle Shanahan in 5 straight games, including 2 Super Bowl defeats. And I like to throw in Andy Reid and company, and by company, I mean Spags.
Yeah, you could have made Spags the home baby.
I mean, because here's the thing. These two together, I know Andy has beat Kyle 5 times in a row. Spags has now beat him 4 times in a row. And Murph, if you want to go through the numbers of this defense versus Kyle Shanahan, in those 4 games, the 49ers have scored 20 points, 23 points, 22, and 18 this past weekend. We talk about who the Shanahan solver is. Turns out it was Spags all along. So Spags and Andy Reid for getting another victory yesterday, for walking into the 49ers trap and taking over the trap. They're home babies number 2.
Here's Worthy going in motion right. Mahomes in the gun. Worthy comes back in motion left. 3 are left. Ray right. Handoff. Kareem Hunt. Touchdown Chiefs. Just ran power off the right side. And the Chiefs have taken their first lead of the game. 6-3. Impressive drive there. Came in here, laid 44 points and 529 yards, and a lot of it was on this play. Nicole Hardman on the jet sweep, all the way to the goal line. Touchdown, Kansas City.
Yeah, that's awful.
They did it again.
Listen, I mean, you're going against good coaches, good players, 2 good football teams that have a history together. So Kyle does a great job with his staff and their players. And so you love that part of it. You love the competition part. As far as the run game, passing game, you're going to do what's working and try to mix it a little bit to keep them off balance. But that's a tough group. At 54, doesn't allow you to keep them off balance too much. So he's a pretty good football player along with 97. They're both really good.
Andy Reid giving some praise to Nick Bosa and Fred Warner, and also Kyle Shanahan talking about how tough of a group this is to beat. Not that tough, Andy, because you've now beat them 5 times in a row.
I mean, this is like the ultimate, like, it's so annoying because he's being so gracious, and it's almost like he's like patting you on the head. No, you guys are good. You guys are tough. It's really tough to beat you guys. And he just struts out with his cheeseburger and his corn dog and his win and his big giant, whatever it's not a quarter zip. It's like it's not a windbreaker. What is it? It's almost like a tunic that he wears over his big giant gut. He wears that big red thing over his gut. He walks out, gets on a plane. He's undefeated. Mm-hmm. I don't know, AFC, what you're going to do about these guys. Maybe Houston does it. Maybe Baltimore does it. But they're going to be right back in our face come January, bro, on those cold winter nights with the breath coming out of Mahomes' helmet, or I should say Patrick's helmet. They are not going anywhere. I'm going to follow the Chiefs. Where are they next week? Do they have? By the way, did you mention Andy Reid after a bye?
Oh, it's another win, Murph. Rack it up.
You know where they are this Sunday?
Yeah.
Bring them on. Mm-hmm. We got them right where they want them.
Hey, last team to take them down, Murph.
I know,
last team to take them down was the Raiders.
You are 9.5-point dogs.
Oh, big dog gonna hunt. Stay tuned to Bobby Boucher's best bets next week.
Which is just, by the way, on Friday mornings, you listen to Bobby, you fade Brian. That's what you do. You listen to Bobby, you fade Brian. It is historically hilarious how I'm zigging and zagging. It doesn't matter. Congrats, another 2. Although I rode because I'm in that other pool, and I have to triple value a game, and I took Cincinnati for my triple value game, and we hit on that one. So congrats to both of us on that. But the Seahawks one surprised me. When you took that pick, I was like, Atlanta's better than you think. I was surprised. They hammered them.
Seahawks straight up got the win. I got chirped by a few people for that pick, but hey, Bobby Boucher
wanted a piece of you.
Yeah, Bobby Boucher hits on both of his best bets. I should have made myself a home baby, but instead I'm making Andy Reid, a.k.a. Coach Red Boy and get another win over Coach Klein, a.k.a. Kyle Shanahan.
Waterboy stroking himself. You know you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
I'm just looking for a little praise, Murph. I'm just looking for a little praise. Can I get some praise here? How about we get some praise for a home baby number 3, Murph? We can't go all 49ers and Chiefs. Instead, we got to go into the world of baseball. And no way in hell am I making the Dodgers a home baby. Instead, I'm going with the New York Yankees. Start spreading the news, baby, because they're going back to the World Series after winning their 41st AL pennant. And the man who did it all was Juan Soto, the man that's going to be getting a $600 million check from the Yankees, or maybe even the Giants next offseason. Probably not going to happen with the Giants. After what was an all-time moment for Juan Soto in pinstripes, extra innings on Saturday night, after seeing 6 straight breaking balls, gets a 95-mile-per-hour heater, top of the zone, and I'll let John Sterling take it from here. Juan Soto with a game-winning home run, sending the Yankees back to the World Series for the first time since 2009.
And the 1-2. Swung on, a high fly to center. Back goes Thomas on the track. He's at the wall, and she's gone. A 3-run home run. The Yankee bench comes on the field. Wow, what a Soto photo. A long, high fly to deep right center and out. He's wonderful. Marvelous. A 3-run blast by Soto with 2 outs here in the 10th. And the Yankees now take a 5-2 lead, and they're 3 outs away from going to the World Series.
Giancarlo said that was a very Juan-like at-bat, that final at-bat there. Just take me through it against Gaddis.
I mean, I was just ready. I already faced him a couple times this series. I know everything that he has, so I'm just trying to focus, wait for the mistake, and try to do damage.
He kept throwing you breaking ball after breaking ball after breaking ball, and you were spoiling it and smiling along the way. What was that about, Juan? You looked like you just wanted more.
I'm all over it. I'm ready for it. You know, he made great pitches, but I make really good swings of it. So I'm really happy that I was waiting for the mistake. He finally threw it, and I made the contact.
What a wonderful moment on Saturday night for Juan Soto and the New York Yankees, who are now taking on the LA Dodgers in this year's World Series.
Well, we will definitely get into it more this week for sure, but congrats. I'm happy for you. I wanted this. I wanted Yankees-Dodgers, and now there's only one acceptable outcome. Only one acceptable outcome. Only one acceptable outcome. I'm going to lose my freaking mind. You better get it done. You better get it done, buddy.
That's it, Murph. I'm carrying this flag into war.
I am going to
planting it down.
Giancarlo
the Dodgers.
Say Parlo and all rise and a Soto photo. By the way, I get cracked for my old references. Dude, do you understand that song that he's singing? Swonderful by George Gershwin was written in 1927. Which, by the way, was a good year for the Yankees.
Ooh, it was, Murph. It was a great year for the Yankees.
So, I mean, I grew up with my parents listening to Gershwin, and also I knew that song from, like, my dad's record collection. The fact that he's breaking it out in 2024 is really funny, and you guys are learning it. So you're learning your Gershwin, and congrats. What a performance. And, oh, by the way, he will not be a Giant, so stop right now. Stop right now. He will not be a Giant. It was kind of an understated call by Sterling. Brian Anderson lost his mind a little more, as did the Spanish language guy.
Yeah, but respect to the legend, John Sterling, with all of his outdated references.
All right, that was fun. Let's go. I'll take a Gershwin, though. You know me. We could do a 20s Friday, a 1920s Friday, and play Gershwin and Rudy Valley. All right, let's get on to the bum babies. All right, I always have my honorable mentions. Cal football blowing a 23-10 second half lead that would have given me my cover. The Deshaun Watson situation in Cleveland. Oh, my God.
Ooh.
Blows out his Achilles and gets booed and cheered like the fans were happy about it.
That's a bad look.
And then my Texas Longhorns, just absolute posers. Man, Georgia came to play in that game. Woo! Those are all the bum babies, but let's go to bum baby number 1, and it's the QB. Number 13, you got to wear this one. Brock Purdy, bum baby number 1. Now, Steve Spagnuolo, I mean, in the complete mind blank that's going on here, last week said he, quote, couldn't find a weakness with Brock Purdy. Well, guess what? Maybe he was leading you on because he found plenty of weaknesses. Purdy was flummoxed, flustered, and freaking bad against Spags yet again, posting the worst quarterback rating of his career. He threw 3 costly interceptions in a terrible performance. Yes, of course, no CMC. Debo scratches right before the game, and Brandon Aiyuk leaves in the first half. But is that enough of an excuse? And really, what does this mean for Ayuk's future, or for Purdy's future, pardon me? We'll have to talk about that. But right now, you have to wear this, kid. You're a bum baby.
Here's a bootleg by Brock and a roll to his right. Load up and throw, and it's intercepted. Justin Reed, the safety, undercuts it. Brock throws out left, and it is intercepted. He overthrew George to Ronnie Bell, and he threw the ball right to the safety, Chris Roland Wallace.
I don't know who he was throwing to.
Brock got hit, throws, intercepted in the end zone. The Chiefs take over. Jaden Hicks, the safety, intercepts Brock Purdy.
I got to play better for sure, just with my throws, some decisions. The second interception was on me again. Ronnie did his job. I thought he just got hemmed up. I didn't know where he was going to come out on his route, so I just tried putting it on him, and then he ended up breaking out pretty good. And so Ronnie did his job. It was on me.
Yeah, Brock elevates himself a lot. I mean, regardless of whether guys are down or up. I mean, Brock's been doing that every game. He had some good plays today, but just overall, him along with all of us on offense, we didn't do well. When you do miss your best players or some of them and they go out with injuries, it makes it harder on everyone. And you hope that you can overcome that with some stuff, with some of our other guys like Brock, who is very capable of doing that, but just wasn't his best day.
Bro, facts don't lie. Bad decisions, bad throws, and the worst passer rating of his career, and he deserved it. So, Brock Purdy, you got to bounce back Sunday against Dallas, but right now you got to wear it. You are a bum baby. Bum baby number 2 is the guy you just heard, Kyle Shanahan. Now, there are an army of Kyle Shanahan haters out there, and don't be ridiculous. This is one of the better 4-year stretches in recent Niner history. I know they haven't won a Super Bowl, but the guy's very, very good at what he does, but he was not yesterday, and he's not against Steve Spagnuolo and the Chiefs. Ownage is ownage. So 5 tries against Andy Reid, 4 against Spags. You heard Waterboy say it. I'll review it if you just get in your car now. The last 4 games, they scored 20, 23, 22, and 18. That's an average of 20 per game. And I went back and looked, and in the last 4 years, the Niners are averaging somewhere between 26 and 28. So a full touchdown less against Andy Spagnuolo. I just made him a hybrid person.
They morphed together.
So whether it was unable to get the running game going or was unable to be creative in the pass game, whether it's unable to have blocking schemes to stop their blitzes, you name it, Shanahan is behind the curve. When he plays the Chiefs, he's a bum baby.
Defensively, I thought we just played great football and 3 picks, 3 turnovers against a real good offense there. And in some area categories, I mean, they were first in the National Football League. That led to 14 points. So 3 turnovers, 14 points. Great thing.
Kyle, it was a tough loss, and you have one more game before the bye week. What was the message that you delivered to the team? What do you want them to take away from today?
I want them to say less today. There's no way to sugarcoat that. We got our ass kicked today. Lots of reasons for it, but those are things that they don't need to sit and think about today. We'll address all those tomorrow. We'll get together. We'll go through the truth of the whole tape and, be hard on each other and find a way to put it to bed so we can come out here and make sure we put our best foot forward and find a way to get a win versus Dallas.
So we're talking about it all week. Is it a Spags problem or is it a Kyle and Brock problem? So bum baby number 2 and then finally bum baby number 3. This is sometimes we talk about bummer situations and it's nothing Brandon Aiyuk did other than a really bad injury here. The ACL fear. It's not official, but it's feared that he will be done for the year. Really, if you look at Brandon Aiyuk's year, the only good thing to happen to him was getting a massive contract, which is a pretty good thing. But he had a Super Bowl loss, a protracted holdout that led to a slow and rusty start, a very meager statistical start, and then a very unfortunate twist of fate when he caught a ball inside the red zone yesterday in the first half and got crunched between 2 tacklers that resulted in his right knee and leg sort of cratering in and getting carted off the field. The Niners do fear that it's a season-ending injury. Damn, what a disaster of football fate for Brandon Aiyuk, which is bum baby number 3.
Purdy steps up, throws over the middle, catch by Brandon Aiyuk. First down, Niners. Inside the Toyota red zone, Aiyuk is down.
Yes, he is.
He's not getting up.
And the safety came up, Jamari Connor, and hit him. It looked like it was down on the lower body.
Injuries from the game. Debo had an illness today, tried to go, couldn't do it. Brandon Aiyuk had a knee. We're worried it's an ACL. Not confirmed yet, but we'll find out for sure tomorrow.
Well, it sucks. I love Brandon Aiyuk, the energy that he brings, what he can do on the football field, routes, catching the ball. Like, he's an incredible football player. So, but yeah, I mean, you can't really replace one, in my opinion, one of the best receivers in the NFL.
Man, obviously just what BA does for our offense and who he is and as a teammate and a brother of ours, man, it's sad. So wishing him nothing but the best and praying for him. So that's my guy.
So, yeah, definitely a bummer situation. How the Niners go forward from here. Hey, Ricky Pearsall, come on down, as will others. There's your bum babies, Brock Purdy, Kyle Shanahan, and the Aiyuk injury. Wow, what a day. All right, if there's anything good, we can shine one positive light. It's the Ricky Pearsall situation. So let's hear what he had to say after the game yesterday. And then at 7:30, we can get back to your calls, line them up, and then Tim Ryan at 7:50. So there you go. We're feeling good because it's a Monday, Recovery Monday. It's an ownage Monday, as Pedro Martinez will tell you, on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I mean, what can I say? Just tip my hat and call the Chiefs my daddies.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, we got Steve Moskowitz on the line bright and early. And Steve, you want to talk to us about an update? He says you have an update for our listeners. I'm all ears.
As you know, before I was a tax attorney, I was a CPA. And something we've always done, but we really haven't talked about, is our accounting services. Accounting is the backbone for tax planning. It's kind of like putting on the roof. You need to do the foundation and the walls first. The bottom line is that the good accounting work does so much for you. First of all, it really helps you with your taxes, but also it helps you maximize your profit. What we want to do is maximize your profit and legally minimize your taxes. So the bottom line, whether they say, what accounting? I don't have any. We can do the whole accounting for you. Or you've done your own accounting, but you know what? You know it's not so hot, or you have some questions or problems. Then we have an accounting cleanup. The bottom line is, in the firm, we have both tax attorneys and CPAs. Let us do your accounting and let us show you what a tremendous difference it can make.
All right, that sounds great. Give Steve a call. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tranquil comes on a blitz, and he backs out of there. Throw and a catch made by Ricky Pearsall, his first in the NFL. Crowd reacting to that. Ricky across the 25 up to the 26, picked up 6. Big ovation for Ricky. It was 50 days ago.
Second charge timeout, Kansas City.
Andy Reid calls the timeout. 50 days ago in Union Square, San Francisco, he took that bullet wound through the right side of his chest. So that's his first catch in the NFL.
What a story. The only good story yesterday. Was there any other good stories yesterday?
Young Tony took his first trip up to the press box.
And he got wowed by the whole thing, huh?
Yeah, showed up at halftime. There was steak and potatoes.
I was always amazed at they have trays of cookies and cupcakes and stuff.
They got snacks everywhere.
Yeah, layers of them.
And the innocence of young Tony just walking up to damn near everybody up there just asking, do you ever get tired of this?
Did you really?
Yeah, Tony was asking
young Tony,
everybody.
Come on the mic here, buddy. Did you?
Every person I talked to, I was like, yo, you guys are here at every game. You get all this access. Does this ever get old?
And the answer is yes, it does. Did they get?
How?
What did they tell you?
Why?
What did they tell you?
I mean,
they get jaded like anybody in life. It's who was the Marvin Hagler? It's hard to stay hungry when you wake up in silk sheets, right? I mean, then they start complaining about it. The food's bad today.
Yeah, it's hard to stay hungry when you're getting steak at halftime.
So now, if you want to get into the ethics of it, so Candace, the lovely Candace, went to Columbia Journalism School, and you're supposed to be ethical. Ready for this word? A word that does not exist in America today.
What are you talking about? We're the most ethical show in the country, Murph.
The media said what?
The media said what?
I was actually going to, you know what? I was going to actually ask when I was driving in this morning. I was thinking about, the things we could do today. And I was thinking, do you remember this? The 49ers were favored in this game. I was going to get the media said what?
The media said the 49ers have been favored in back-to-back games against the Chiefs.
The media said what?
The laugh is incredible. But anyway, this professor told her that, you go to these events and the team wants to feed you. They're trying to curry favor for you so you write nice things about their team. And he said, if you're going to be in my class, you cannot eat the food. You have to bring a brown bag lunch to all the events you cover.
No way.
Yeah?
Ain't nobody had a brown bag yesterday.
Technically, he's right. Ethically, you are compromising yourself by eating their food, because now what are you going to do? Eat my food and say something bad about me?
Well, that says everything about my ethics, because I went up there for seconds. I said, damn, this steak is good.
You in that long line. I mean, you weren't the only guy in line, buddy.
No, not
you
at all.
You weren't the only guy in line.
Not at all.
Anyway, at a certain point, I understand what he's saying, but at a certain point, I got to eat. You know what I mean? I got to eat something. So anyway, Ricky Pearsall was probably the only good thing to happen, other than young Tone enjoying the press box spread. So what a story. And here he was after the game. He said he wasn't going to talk until he finally played in the game. So here he is, cut X Tony about getting back out on a football field.
Yeah, it meant everything. Obviously, all the adversity I just went through these past month, it was really good to go out there with my guys again. I think that's the refresher for me at the end of the day. When the incident first happened, the first thing I was thinking about was, the guys in this locker room, the coaches in the locker room, and the entire staff. And, they did a really good job of rallying around me, making sure, I stayed up. And it was a huge blessing for me today, yeah.
Remember that he got shot? They wound up having that team party that night anyway. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. Was that the right decision?
Well, John Lynch talked about going to the hospital, and then they FaceTimed the entire team, and then proceeded with the party after realizing that Ricky was in good shape.
I'm just thinking revisionist history. Maybe you don't. I don't know. It's just stupid. It probably doesn't mean anything. Anyway, point is, Pearsall then goes on to say that the hospital was where he began asking about football.
They told me in the hospital when I was still asking that question over and over again. So that was a common question coming out of my mouth when I was in the hospital bed. But they ended up telling me after they seen the X-rays and the CAT scans of the direction of the bullet path, and then as well as there was some nerve stuff that I had to make sure I was good on. So that's why I had to stay overnight. But after that next morning is when the doctor came in and told me I would be good to play football again. That was my first question. So
how about that? Within a day, you'll play again. And he played yesterday, caught 3 balls, and guess what? They're going to need him on Sunday.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the fact that he was back on the field 50 days after getting shot in the chest, it's absolutely incredible. And yeah, to your point, without Juwan Jennings out there this weekend, without you going down with the knee injury, and with Debo disappearing with that illness, Ricky had to take on a much larger role yesterday. Like, I think the plan yesterday was about 15 to 20 snaps. He ended up playing a lot yesterday.
Yeah, we'll have to look at the and again, going into Sunday with no Aiyuk. So here he is talking about like recovering from wound and scar tissue.
I think the biggest hurdle for me was just recovery from, the wound. There was obviously a lot of scar tissue buildup in the area, and since it was in my chest, all in like under my armpit, and obviously it was through and through, so there was a buildup all the way from, my chest to my back. So just working through that, making sure I'm getting that all worked on and getting that scar tissue out. And once I started feeling better range of motion and pain tolerance wise, and that's when I was headed to the right direction to practice and train.
Incredible. I mean, he literally got back on the field before Christian McCaffrey. How about that? Mm-hmm. He got shot and he got back before McCaffrey. He talked about this interesting, a light inside of him when he started to feel better. Z5, Tony, here.
Yeah, for sure. That was obviously my first thoughts through the whole incident was, if I was going to be alive or not, and that was the first thing I was thinking of, and making sure, that I got in contact with my family members, but once I knew I was going to be okay, and I was going to be able to live, the next question came, was I going to be able to play football now? And as soon as I got that answer, a light just grew inside of me, and I was super excited to hear that from the doctor. So,
man, of all the cuts we've heard, that's the heaviest.
Yeah, that's deep.
Man, he said he got in touch with his family. I wonder how soon he called his family members after the shooting.
I mean, from going to getting shot in the chest, trying to just survive, to then asking the doctors, am I going to be able to play football again? Like, you want to talk about this guy's mentality. Like, if me and Murph got shot, we're not on the hospital bed asking if we can go do the radio show on a Monday morning.
Believe me, I'll be looking for ways out.
Yeah.
Like, how many weeks can I take off?
Yeah.
He talks about John Lynch coming to see him in the hospital, Tony, Z12. Here.
Yeah, that was... That was after they looked at the x-rays, and they let people start coming into the room. And John was one of the first people to come there. And, I was super happy to see him. That's probably when I broke down in tears when I saw him, just because it hit a little different, knowing that I wasn't going to be able to play, week one. And I was super excited. Obviously, I was missing a lot of training camp too. So, I was really looking forward to that opportunity. I was super excited. And just the way it went down, it made me a little bit emotional. But seeing him there, that's when it all hit. But
yeah, intense admissions there, taking you inside his innermost thoughts, man. This is all Ricky Pearsall, by the way, if you're just getting in your car. He is the only good thing that happened yesterday. So we're giving one positive segment before we get back to the negative segments. Kruger asked him, our buddy, Larry Kruger, KNBR's Niners Nightly host, about the perspective question about life.
Yeah, I feel like I've always had a pretty good perspective, just due to being raised the right way and having a good foundation. I have a good family with my parents, my sisters. Those people being around me. I just learned those morals and values. Growing up. But as far as this incident, yeah, it definitely shook me in a different way. That every day is not promised. You know what I mean? And you just gotta expand on everything you can.
There it is, man. Ricky Pearsall, just good speaker. Mm-hmm. I'm impressed. The first time we've really heard from the guy. I mean, he was out most of all training camp.
Yeah, and this is the first time he has spoken publicly since being shot.
Yeah, and there's more. I mean, we can get into more as the morning goes on, but I thought we'd play that stuff for you guys because it really, truly was. And you made him a hum baby. Mm-hmm. It really, truly was the only good thing that happened.
Yeah.
It really was.
It's an immaculate story.
Yeah, man, oh, man. So anyway, that was good to hear from Ricky. Now we go back to being negative. On the other side, 808 KNBR is the phone number. You guys line up your calls. Like, how about Brock Purdy's future? Where's Kyle Shanahan? Or is this just ownage? Just get the Chiefs out of town, go beat the Cowboys, and you'll be okay. That's one way to look at it. The other harder way to look at it is, who are these guys? And especially without Brandon Aiyuk going forward, who are these guys? So 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Stop calling him Ricky Pearsall and call him what his real name is. Slick Rick is what they call him.
All right, let's talk about Amici's East Coast Pizzeria because October is National Pizza Month. Come on, man. Every month is National Pizza Month. All right? But we are saying that October is. And so we're going to have something to make it even better. All right? Special offer for all KNBR listeners who place online orders for takeout using Amici's.com. So you place any takeout order of $30 or more at Amici's.com. That's Monday through Thursday through October 30th. Enter the code Pizza Month at checkout, and Amici's will give you 20% off your entire order. That's awesome. And it doesn't just have to be pizzas, even though it is Pizza Month. This goes for the pastas, the wings, the salads, and you get the discount on those items as well. So whether you prefer traditional cheese or pepperoni, or maybe fancier pizza, barbecue chicken pizza, it doesn't matter. It's all good. This is your month to celebrate. So place your takeout order at Amici's.com Monday through Thursday. Enter the code Pizza Month at checkout and get a 20% discount off any order of $30 or more. When you want a great deal for National Pizza Month, Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Here's Brock back on 3rd and goal. Brock got hit, throws, intercepted in the end zone. The Chiefs take over. Jaden Hicks, the safety, intercepts Brock Purdy, his 3rd pick of the game.
And he is getting hit right when he unloads it by Karlaftis, who spins
Rolling on the field.
off of Colton McKivitz.
Down by contact in the end zone. Touchback.
He spun off of Colton McKivitz, did George Karlaftis. Brock got hit right when he was trying to slam it into Chris Conley, I think. Ended up obviously being not where he wanted to throw it, went to the inside, and Hicks was able to get the huge interception.
Just a hugely disappointing day yesterday. Good morning, everybody. I wish we had something positive for you. We don't, so we take 2 negative messages instead, all right? That's our go-to. Brent Jones joins Tolbert and Copes at 3:50. He'll have negative messages for you. Is it just ownage, guys? Is it just ownage? Andy Reid, Steve Spagnuolo, Pat Mahomes. Is it just that, or is there something deeper going on? 808 KNBR is the phone number. Certainly a Brandon Aiyuk injury is deep and will cause depth issues on the receiver. Does that mean John Lynch goes and gets a guy? And now he has to go get a receiver when we were talking about going and getting a D lineman prior. And it's interesting, they got a little pressure on Mahomes early in the game yesterday. I thought it was exciting.
They did, but even seeing after the success that Kareem Hunt and the Chiefs in general had running the ball in this 49er defense, I wouldn't be surprised if they still go out and maybe try to bring in a D lineman.
Man, oh man. And by the way, the Kareem Hunt story is something else. If you guys remember, I was like, wait, Kareem Hunt? And I had to look it up. In 2018, that guy was a pariah. He was released from the team for a violent domestic violence incident, and I thought we'd never see him again. And here he goes yesterday running to the end zone.
Straight up picked up off the street. Wasn't with anybody. And me and Tony were talking about it at the game yesterday. Like, you think about teams like the Dallas Cowboys who were desperate for a running back, and they didn't take a chance on Kareem Hunt. And then he comes back in Andy Reid's system, and it looked like he's never skipped a beat.
He looked fantastic. Let me give you his stats from yesterday. In fact, they're running the ball, and how much of it was late in the game? It seemed like they chewed up a lot of yardage late. But Kareem Hunt, 22 carries, 78 yards. I mean, he didn't hit 100, but between Mahomes' scramble, Mecole Hardman's end arounds, 2 for 38, including a 20-yard touchdown. The Chiefs wound up gaining 184 yards on the ground.
I mean, look at this Chiefs offense that put up 28 points yesterday. I know we went through Patrick Mahomes' numbers earlier. I mean, he had one of the worst QBR quarterback ratings of his career. He completed 16 passes.
The worst.
Yeah, the worst passer rating of his career. 0 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, and this Chiefs team was still able to go out there and put up 28 points without Rashee Rice, without Isaiah Pacheco, without Juju, who left in the middle of the game with a hamstring injury.
Yep.
Like, we can sit here and bitch and complain about all the injuries that the 49ers are dealing with. Injuries are part of the game. And you saw the Kansas City Chiefs offense go out there with a bunch of injuries and still hang up 28 points on this defense.
Man, oh man. So we've got 808 KNBR as a phone number. A ton of texts coming in. I'll read some of these. We'll get to the calls. 510 says, on TV, the difference in arm strength between Purdy and Mahomes is very apparent. I never really noticed how weakly Purdy threw the ball. That's interesting. 925 says,
could have had 2 touchdowns yesterday if he would have thrown the balls deeper to George Kittle and Jacob Cowan.
Yeah, the first one I sort of excused. I was like, you know what? I'll just take the plus 40. I'm not going to nitpick. I was so happy with the play, but if you really want to get to that great level.
If he hits him in stride, those are touchdowns.
925 says, this wasn't just ownage. The Niners have not been good this year, and I don't know what to do this year. 504 says, it's both ownage and something deeper. The team plays undisciplined and looks unprepared. That's where you get into that Super Bowl hangover. Kyle's it's been an interesting year for Kyle. He hasn't, on the sideline, he doesn't project the same sort of intensity or energy. I do feel like they are walking around in a little bit of a daze, and it's understandable. This is what happens when you go to the mountaintop all those times and keep losing. It's a human thing to not be as good as you were.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I just want to see the Chiefs deal with the Super Bowl hangover too.
I know.
What the hell? They won it, and they're now 6-0.
And there are outliers like the Brady Patriots and the Montana Niners and the Mahomes Chiefs, right? 415 says bad special teams again. We're at the stop of the fake punt. That was exciting early on, right?
Yeah, I mean, that was a huge momentum shift, but they didn't do anything with it because Brock ends up throwing an interception.
Was that the next play or was that the 3 and out?
I want to say it was the series after. Pretty similar.
831 says, did you guys talk about Mahomes bulldozing Mustafa and faking out Warner and Winters on the scramble? He will go down as the best quarterback in the league. Yes. And, there's a lot of talk. D. Winters over-pursued on 2 big plays. Mm-hmm. He's young. He's not got to learn how to approach a tackle, right? The way Dre Greenlaw did. But there is discussion. Multiple NFL analysts were talking about how Mahomes used the sideline to his advantage, knowing that players didn't want to tee off on him because the quarterback gets treated differently. Somebody was suggesting on Twitter, and they're right, that once a quarterback leaves the pocket, he should be treated as a running back.
He absolutely should.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But Patrick Mahomes, credit to him, that's a savvy vet move of using that sideline and using the defense's kind of tentativeness kind of as a advantage and pulling back and extending that play.
707 says, every time the defense got a stop, the offense flamed out. Mm-hmm. That was very true.
I mean, that's the thing. We could talk about the Chiefs hanging up 28 points on this defense, but the defense kept it competitive for most of the game. Even when this offense did absolutely nothing in the first half, we're talking about a 1-possession game. It was 14-6. Then they closed it down. It was 14-12. And you thought, okay, maybe if the 49ers can get into the end zone, they can compete in this game. But just like they've been struggling all season long without Christian McCaffrey and some of these other weapons, they have a problem scoring touchdowns this season.
Man, 925 says, you guys done playing Jeopardy when it comes to injuries with Debo? I am.
Cool.
Man. 510 with a very negative comment on Kyle Shanahan that involves profanity. 707 says, how many times did the Chiefs grab a 49er and pull him to the ground? I saw 3 holding penalties. I don't know.
Yeah, the refs suck, but that wasn't the reason why they lost the game.
707 says, Young Tony, better experience, the Chilton Auto Body Suite or the press box?
Ooh.
Somebody asked me that at the game. I want to say probably the press box, honestly.
Wow. Even with the closed windows.
I think so.
Even playing Silent Library, Murph.
Wow.
I mean, this is just me being like a media head, just being where all the media people eat, where they all do their work.
So were you starstruck by the media?
Got to go to the radio booth, got to just walk around where all the good people walk around. I mean, I'm not it's like 6 of one, half a dozen. They're both great experiences. I'm just saying I'm a media guy.
Now,
Sorry.
I'm surprised because
good thing I know who not to invite next time.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. You guys had beer in your suite, right, Murph? There's no beer in the press box.
We had beer. We could say whatever the hell we wanted.
Oh, dude, you can actually hear the game?
We was outdoors and the air was flowing.
It's a bad take by Tony. I'm never taking him to the press box again.
Rocky, okay, enough with the text. We got to get out to the calls at 808 KNBR. And Rocky and Vallejo's been waiting the longest. Rocky, good morning. How are you, man?
Yeah, good morning, guys. Great show. Very therapeutic for me.
Yeah, Rocky.
Yeah, so here's my take. Ultimately, if you watch the game, rewatched it a couple times already. This game came down to Brock Purdy. 15 on the other side did not have a super game as well, but he made enough plays. He threw 2 picks. Brock threw 3. I mean, if Brock didn't throw a single pick, the Niners would likely have won this game. Let's put it that way. And if you watch the first half, the offensive line did not help them. They had penalties. They weren't blocking right, especially when the backup tight end and Aaron Banks missed that double block. That was horrible.
Yeah, that was bad, yeah.
But in the second half, the offensive line opened up holes for J.P. Mason, and he had time. Obviously, the receivers weren't open, so he had to hold the ball. I get that. But Brock did. This is Brock's worst game, bar none. The defense did enough. Like you guys talk about Kareem Hunt. Kareem Hunt ran the ball 22 times for 78 yards. Yes, in the fourth quarter when the defense is all tired, yes, they couldn't stop him. But, I mean, they did enough. This game ultimately was on Brock Purdy. I mean, what more can the defense do? You had the special team, Mekhi Harman, ran the ball for 58 yards. And you got Brock Purdy throwing 3 interceptions. What more do you want the defense to do?
Yeah.
This game, Brock Purdy, if he didn't throw a single pick, the Niners win the game.
Yeah.
Brock, what are you doing?
Rocky, he was bad. He was bum baby number one, man.
Jimmy game. The Jimmy no throws.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Yeah. Rocky, I'm with you, buddy. He was really, really bad. And he's going to be very interesting to see how he bounces back against the Cowboys on Sunday. And we appreciate the call. By the way, I'm looking at the halftime stats. At halftime, Niners had run 8 times for 21 yards. Spags took away the run and put it on Purdy. Anyway, Kareem Hunt, to your point, was 11 carries for 36 yards at half, so he wasn't gashing them in the first half at all.
No, not really. No. But, I mean, going back to Spags' defense, Murph, the stat I saw, over the first 6 drives of the game for the 49ers, they had a total of 56 yards.
Yeah.
56 yards on 6 drives.
Kyle's just powerless against Spags. Powerless. He couldn't drop anything creative, whether it was those end arounds that the way Andy Reid dialed up to get Mecole Hardman the ball, and one of them was a touchdown, a 20-yard touchdown run. So just, I think Grant Cohn wrote that tweet, and he was right. One guy designed plays to get the ball into the hands of their guys, and the other guy didn't. He's right about that one. Bruce and Modesto is next up on the 49er review of a tough day at Levi's. Bruce, good morning. How are you?
What's up, Bruce?
Good morning, guys. Hey, your first caller stole my thunder there, but, Purdy was under a lot of pressure. He got hit on at least 2 of those interceptions. And here's a karma deal for you. We could have had Devontae Adams for a 3rd-round pick. Too many injuries. We don't have our weapons. We played well until, the last 10 minutes of the game? We played okay. I won't say well. We played okay. We were hanging in there, and then it just fell apart on us.
Well,
but Brock will bounce back.
Yeah, okay, Bruce, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. I mean, the O-line has always been an issue, and was he under duress? Yeah, let's talk about the end zone interception. Now, it's 21-12. Are the Niners going to score twice and come back and win? And by the way, it's 21-12 because they missed a PAT. Yeah. I said, wait a minute, is this February or is this October? You know what I mean? And why didn't somebody smarter than me explain why they didn't go for 2?
It's a great question.
I don't understand. Because if you go for 2 and tie, that's the upside, right? So let's talk about the negatives. If you miss it, it's 14-12. You're still within a field goal. It's still a 1-score game. Now, if you kick the PAT and make it, it's 14-13. Now, are you looking at then Kansas City scores, it's 21-13, and you're still within 1 score? Whereas if Kansas City scores, it's 21-12, and you're a 2-score game. I guess it's saying it's too early to take the risk of possibly making a 2-score game. And by the way, that's the best 2-point. When they finally went for 2 at the end of the game, what was that?
I have no idea.
Terrible 2-point play.
Yeah.
Kyle Shanahan, shouldn't you have some sort of Tom and Jerry corn dog thing going for a 2-point play?
I mean, I'm with you, and we talked about this last week heading up to the game. I was disappointed even at the end of the first half where they settled for a field goal instead of going for it to try to score a touchdown, because you're not going to beat this Chiefs team by settling for field goals. So I don't get the lack of aggression. I guess the only argument is you don't want to chase points that early in the game, but it came back to bite you in the ass anyways because you ended up missing the extra point.
And Tennell's argument is they blew the clock before that. Should have called a timeout before the 2-minute warning, because the Chiefs did burn 35 seconds before they turned the ball to get to the 2-minute warning. If the Niners had called a timeout prior to that, they would have had a lot more time. Now, the counter to that is the Niners still got the ball all the way down inside the, let me give you the exact, I have the play-by-play, They still got it inside 1st and 10 on the 14, 2nd and 1 on the 5 with 30 seconds to go. Then Purdy threw incomplete to Cowing. And then on 3rd and 1 from the 5, they ran the ball to Mason. And I'm a run the damn ball guy, but not on that play when you don't have any timeouts.
They got stuffed.
They had no timeouts left. Yeah, and then they ran onto the field and kicked the field goal.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Is like even that touchdown in the 3rd quarter, the only reason why the 49ers really got to the end zone was because Brock Purdy was scrambling and using his legs after the Demo interception. I mean, it's an interception that set up the 49ers in the Kansas City territory already. Brock scrambled for a first down and then gets a QB sneak. It's not like they had success even with the 2 red zone touchdowns. There were 2 Brock Purdy quarterback sneaks.
Okay, we got calls coming later in the show for sure as you guys line up your complaints. But this is our treat on Mondays. Tim Ryan at 7:50. He is our big hit. This is awesome. Can't wait to hear what Tim has to say because he'll have a lot to say. He knows his football. That's why we love him. He's next on The Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marquise Boucher here on a Monday morning with Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app with over 5 million active members. Prize Picks is the easiest and most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. Unlike other apps on Prize Picks, it's just you against the numbers. All you need to do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 players' stat projections and watch the winnings roll in. And shout out to Nikki Black yesterday, 1077 The Bone. We did a prize pick on the field from Levi's, and I told you to take Ricky Pearsall more than 13.5 receiving yards in his NFL debut. We cashed in on that one. Looking to cash in on Derrick Henry getting into the end zone tonight on the Monday night doubleheader. And also want to give you a reminder that the NBA season is right around the corner, and right now, Prize Picks has a free square for NBA's opening night on 10/22. That's tomorrow night against the LA Lakers. Anthony Edwards just needed to score more than 1 point for that square to win. The square will be available for users to add to the lineup until 7:30 tomorrow night. So make sure you take advantage of Anthony Edwards scoring 1 point to kick off the NBA season. But if you want to join me tonight with Derrick Henry getting into the end zone, all you need to do is download the Prize Pick app and use the code word LEADER, and you will get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's code LEADER on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even need to win to receive the bonus. It's guaranteed, and it's only on Prize Picks. Run your game.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Hold it now. This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader. Faithful.
You need some syrup for that pancake.
Now here's 49ers color commentator Tim Ryan on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
All right, we do this every Monday at 7:50. We want to get a good long stretch at Tim Ryan. He's sponsored by Dignity Health, the official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers and Levi's Stadium. Well, it was a much anticipated game, and unfortunately, it went the way of the same team that's been winning these matchups for the last few years. The Kansas City Chiefs get the 49ers 28-18. A lot of frustration. Bad news on the Brandon Aiyuk injury. Really, the only good news is Ricky Pearsall kind of coming back on the field, but a lot to get to with Tim Ryan. It'd be so fun to kind of dive in. I don't know if fun's the right word. Interesting to dive in on what he saw yesterday on the field. So first and foremost, Timmy, good morning, man. Great to have you on the UMA guest line with Murph and Marcus. Good morning, Tim.
Hey, morning, Tim.
Morning, fellas. Yeah, fun may not be the right word. Wow. It just, I mean, you could boil it down to some of the obvious things, the third down, which led to the time of possession, and you give Mahomes, that many opportunities and that much time to do his thing. They did their thing. I thought the coverage was pretty damn good for most of the game. There was a couple breakdowns here and there. Thank God he overthrew the go route to start the second half. But for the most part, I thought the coverage was pretty solid. It was the attack on really the linebackers in that scheme that it gives everybody problems. I knew it was going to be a problem for the 49ers, and it was Mahomes' legs at key times. And then offensively, I mean, where do you start with? And again, that defense is damn good, fellas. Damn good. And they're going to crowd the line. They're going to put an 8-man, 9-man, 10-man box. How many guys you have up there to block? They're going to match it +1. They're good at what they do. And, the run game I thought was much better in the second half than in the first. And really, as bad as it was, first 5 drives of the game offensively, I think they had 36 yards of offense. That's not 49er football. Not being able to convert on third down, not being able to get nice chunk runs. Finally got it going in the second half. I thought played some, finally playing some complimentary football. Defense comes out. Get an interception right away. Thought Diamador Lenore played his ass off. Thought Malik Mustafa is a major bright spot in this defense. I think Renardo Green, same thing, got a huge future ahead of him. Those young cats can play and are going to continue to get better. Unlike the first half when, the defense had the punt safe, got off the field, offense couldn't take advantage of the momentum. One play interception. And a bad decision by Brock to throw that ball versus that man coverage underneath one free safety on the keeper. Then they get the other, Kalia Davis turnover. Could they capitalize off of that one? And they were unable to do that. And I think it ended up being a 3-and-out. And then, in the second half, they finally capitalized. I mean, Diamador Lenore gets an interception. They get it into their territory. A couple scrambles. Beautiful keeper to Kittle to the 4-yard line. Little influence candy by Brock. He's able to sneak it in. Then the defense gets another 3-and-out. They get off the field. Mahomes, I don't know what his QB rating was, but maybe the lowest of his career. And then they get 49ers take the field again. All right, momentum, 49ers. JP, some rush adjustments, bang, 20-yard run. 3rd and 6 in scoring position. And I think, look, to me, it's hard. It's always hard. Was Ronnie Bell supposed to run the corner route? Was he supposed to run the comeback route? I think when it's man coverage, and it was on that play, I think you got to throw to the man. You don't throw to a spot, and I think Brock threw to a spot rather than throwing to the man, and that to me was the game and where it flipped. Because we know about the 49ers in the second half and some adjustments. I think the third quarter has been their most explosive quarter all year. And you come out, you have an opportunity to, at a minimum, take a lead right there, 15 to 14. You throw the interception, and then the defense. Then Mahomes did his thing. 3rd and 6 to Kelsey, pivot route on Jair. Good play by them. And then Mahomes with the 33-yard run, and then things started to get a little discombobulated. So an ugly game, and an ugly game where the better team yesterday won. Pretty simple, and the Aiyuk news is devastating for BA and for this football team.
Yeah, so much to react to. Great breakdown on the overview there. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. I'm looking at the game-by-game stats, and the Niners gained 310 yards yesterday, which is the lowest of the season. The only other, and also 18 points, which would be the lowest, but they scored 17 at Minnesota. So, in other words, these are low-water marks. Brian Flores and Steve Spagnuolo would be the two guys. I guess my question to you, Tim, is how much of this is just a Spags problem, or is that too easy of a way out?
That's an easy way out. You play against good defenses with good players, Kansas City, Minnesota. There's not going to be a lot of easy ones, man. You got to earn them. You got to go win. You got to kick the guy's ass in front of you. You got to get movement in the run game. You got to make the catches in the throwing game. You got to make the throws in the passing game. You got to execute. 49ers didn't execute late in the Super Bowl, didn't execute in big moments in Minnesota, didn't execute in big situations yesterday. I don't think it's play calling. It's just lack of execution in big spots. And the team that makes those, you guys know this, it's 4 or 5 plays a game. And the team that makes those clutch plays are the teams that are going to usually walk out on top. I mean, both of the interceptions, all 3 of the interceptions, first one, that shouldn't happen. The second one, not a good throw, not good communication between he and the receiver, but in scoring position, points on the board. And then the last one, getting hit by Karlaftis as he's trying to squeeze it in. I mean, they're near the goal line. That's taking points right off the board. Errors in critical areas on the grid are not good.
Tim, we've talked about the increase in shotgun sets this year between Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan's system and the overall trust that Kyle Shanahan has given Brock this year. But do you think some of the struggles we're seeing with Brock Purdy is because Kyle's asking him to do too much?
No, I don't think so. I mean, Brock didn't have a good game yesterday. Again, give them some credit. But, I mean, Aiyuk, BA with the big drop on the 3rd down early in the game. Those plays, opportunities to stay on the field, you can start building up some momentum. I won't forget Brock's the number 1 in the NFL in yards per pass attempt, the number 2 passing game in pro football, despite being without weapons at times this year, including weapon number 1 Christian McCaffrey. So you're gonna have to put more on his plate when you start losing some of those types of playmakers. So I won't overreact that it's too much shotgun, it's not enough play action, it's not enough yak. There's a lot of factors that go into that. I mean, no McCaffrey, their holes and windows aren't going to be as big, zone or man coverage, for guys to get yards after the catch. So Brock's going to have to bounce back. He's still a young player.
For sure, he's going to, listen, you said it. It was just not a good game yesterday. He's got the Cowboys on Sunday, but he's adversity. You talk about the rubber ass factor a lot, and that's going to be on display Sunday against the Cowboys. Let's circle back to the defense where you started your conversation saying you thought the coverage was pretty good. And literally, Tim, it was Patrick Mahomes' worst passer rating or QB rating of his career. So in a way, what did you see from the defense that was good and what did you see that was bad? There were times those Mecole Hardman end arounds. Was that just a case? Go ahead.
Jet sweeps and jet passes. You gotta anticipate those. That guy is in the game to run those plays. Just like the corn dog they ran again. I mean, if he doesn't slip, that's probably open for a touchdown. As a defensive player, defensive football is about anticipation, right? He's in the game. What does he do? Oh, here he comes in motion. They're already in their cadence. He's in motion. What are they going to run? I just want to hear one time someone at a linebacker, somebody yell, jet alert, here he comes. And whether he's got the ball or not, if you're the edge guy on the line of scrimmage, and it's been Bosa, but yesterday it was Devondre Campbell. It was, I think, D. Winters at one point. If you're the edge guy in that on the line, and here he comes, and they're in the cadence, and it's a fast motion behind the line of scrimmage, how about a jet alert? And just don't even honor the block in front of you, because they're leaving you unblocked. They're just trying to influence you to step in or step out with the block so they can open the door for the jet pass or the jet sweep. How about an anticipation jet alert and tattoo that guy? They won't run it anymore. They won't run it anymore. If the unblocked player, typically a defensive end, but at times as a linebacker, if you anticipate it and play the play versus playing what the scheme wants you to do, they want you to step down with the down block. They're not blocking you. They want to freeze you. And then that play happens so quick with the speed of that guy, he's got you out leveraged and he's around the corner or cut up inside you before you're ready to react. That's the type of stuff that I'm talking about. Sometimes you got to play backyard ball. It doesn't always translate from the grease board to the grass, and a lot of that is anticipation and just being a football player. And that play has been a problem for the 49ers for a while versus the Kansas City Chiefs.
Tim, staying on the topic of Patrick Mahomes and his legs, he ripped off that 33-yard run down the sideline. D. Winters misses the tackles. There's people saying that Patrick Mahomes might have been taking advantage of the rules of not being able to hit the quarterbacks on the sideline. What was your breakdown on that play?
No, what do you mean? If he's not sliding and he's still in bounds, you take your shot. Mm-hmm. I mean, what's he taking advantage of?
They're saying if Winters would have hit him on the sideline, they would have thrown a flag, so maybe that's why D pulled it.
The hell they would. He was running with 2 feet in bounds. I mean, you can't be if a quarterback's starting to slide or if a quarterback's got a foot out of bounds, I get it. But if he's staying in bounds, and D's just got to be better. He's got to take a better angle. He can't react to whatever that little pump fake gyration was, and you got to be on a better track to make a better play. It didn't happen. What I would have loved to seen was Fred be in a better position to make the play, but Fred's getting tied up with a play. He's trying to cover Kareem Hunt. So if he lets Kareem Hunt go, Mahomes is just going to flip it to him. You probably need to start with some better rush lanes up front and some tighter squeezes by the defensive lineman to not let him out like that. And that's a challenge for everybody. But that's Pat Mahomes. There's no that I can't believe that was the longest run of his career. But at the end of the day, Patrick Mahomes is a great football player, and he squeezes you and gets you in those positions. Fred lets Kareem Hunt go. He flips it right over the top and throws it to him. Fred stays with Kareem Hunt long enough where now he's not in position to really be able to take a good angle, a good track at Mahomes, and Mahomes is able to get away from him down the sideline, and then D. Winters just got to be in better position to make a clean hit. I'm not buying that you're afraid of hitting the quarterback because he's over near the sideline. I mean, I understand it, but with 2 feet in bounds, it wasn't like he was out of bounds. It was put the brakes on and dipped right back inside.
Yeah, that was definitely going around like social media. Some of the people saying, "Oh, you can't hit a quarterback there," but you're right. You can. I mean, it would have been crazy. If
what are you talking about? The hell you can.
There was this thing going around saying that defensive players might be tentative to hit him, but no way. Let it loose, man. Let it loose. And
that's the whole thing with Mahomes. You don't want to get a foul, but if his feet are in and he's not sliding and he's not out of bounds, that's the opportunity to tattoo him. That's when it's legal to really tattoo him. And I understand, maybe he's close to the sideline, but you got to take your shot on Pat Mahomes.
Yeah.
You can't. That's one thing about him. He'll throw a hand up. He'll get you to change your angle. He'll get you to put your hands up and slow down a little bit. And then he dips and he's right around you. That happens every week in this league. So what's the coaching point when you're playing against Mahomes? Don't fall for any of that crap. Don't bite the cheese. Take your shot and run right through them. Clean, of course, within the rules of the game. And with quarterbacks, it's from the neck to the waist pretty much. But you can't hesitate. You got to take your shot. So, Twitter muscles. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying any of this.
Hotel Monaco, baby. Hey, I want to circle back to Brock and how much we all agree it was all there for the naked eye to see. It was his worst game, and statistically, it was the worst game of his career, rating-wise. There are those who would say, well, that's on his offensive line. I would wonder what you would say about that. Like, did you feel like maybe the O-line made it worse for him?
No. I mean, he's got Ronnie Bell open in position, and he made a bad throw. Mm-hmm. He's got Kittle on the keeper route and probably shouldn't have thrown it versus that man free. The one on down on the goal line, yeah, I guess you could put the blame on Colton McKivitz for the guy spinning back inside. I mean, give credit to Karlaftis. He made a great play. You could do that in every game, in every play. The fact of the matter is when the protection was good, at times the quarterback wasn't. When the quarterback was good and on point and letting it rip on that play, the protection wasn't. So there's a lot of blame to go around for everybody. That's why the beauty of football is it's a team sport. Yeah. The fact of the matter is you got to convert third down. You got to play complementary football. And the 49ers have been unable to do that in key moments this year. Go back and look at the losses. They're just not executing in key situations and key moments. And again, I don't think you sprinkle pixie dust and think that it's all good. They got to work themselves out of it. Mm-hmm. And they can do it. They can put it together. They got the players to be able to do it. So hopefully they get a couple of them back and get them healthy and they start playing better football.
Tim, we can't let you go about asking about Ricky Pearsall's NFL debut. What were your thoughts on his performance and the role that the 49ers need him to step into now with this Brandon Aiyuk injury?
Well, it's going to have to be bigger, obviously, and it became a real challenge with Debo's illness yesterday. I don't think they anticipated, and I haven't even watched the tape yet, but I don't think they anticipated Ricky having to have that big of a menu in the game. He needs practice time. He needs practice time with Brock. He needs to get his timing synced up. He needs to, and again, the grease board doesn't always translate to the football field. It's not like up on the grease board where you chop here and you step in here and then a little head nod here and then back out here and then pivot here. It just doesn't work that way. So he's and he's going to try to do it perfect every time. But that's a sliding scale out there. Guys are moving around. Things look different than they do. And especially Spags has always got wrinkles and is going to change things up. Maybe you were anticipating inside leverage. Now it's outside leverage. Maybe it was inside leverage and a zone on your stem. Now they jump to man and they're funneling you in another direction. All that stuff is going to take time for Ricky and for young players. And all that stuff happens on the practice field so that you're ready for the Supercross track on Sundays. So, timing, synchronicity, reps. And I'm so fired up. He's getting his opportunity to be out there and to start being with his teammates, because I promise you it's only going to get better. The better, the more he's out there and goes through all that stuff with his quarterback and with his teammates.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see him Sunday, especially, obviously we haven't gotten the official word on Aiyuk, but man, that's just any final.
No, it was ugly, bro.
Final word on that.
I just, and again, I haven't watched the tape yet, but just listening to the audio, the verbal reaction of Brady and Burkhardt, it was like, oh God, that was, and I saw it right away. I mean, we don't have replays hardly at all up there, but I just saw one look where his foot was in the ground and the knee went backwards and in, hyperextended and smashed into the inside, where it was like, it wasn't dirty. He didn't knife through his knee. He made safety came up, made a form tackle, and put a shoulder pad right through the upper thigh and the waist of BA. Unfortunately, his feet were in a bad position and stuck in the grass. And that is a hazard of the game, as we all know. So I just feel awful for him, for the team, and I'm telling you guys, you got to watch the last 3 weeks of practice. And I know it always didn't translate into the games for a variety of reasons, but I said it yesterday in the pregame. He is back, and I expected him to explode yesterday and have a huge day. Obviously, that didn't happen and went the other direction. So I'll be praying for him that he can get healthy soon, and no matter what the injury is.
You're right. It's brutal. It's really bad. Just last word is on the Chiefs. I mean, listen, we've seen dynasties in our time. You and I remember Montana Niners. The Aikman Cowboys won 3. Obviously, touchdown Tommy won 6 with the Pats, 1 with Tampa Bay. What are we seeing here with these Chiefs?
Well, the same thing you saw with the 49ers with Joe. The same thing you saw with the Cowboys with Troy. The same thing you saw with the Patriots with Tommy. I mean, when the signal caller is a Hall of Famer and a great player and can defend, that's the whole thing with Mahomes now, more than the other guys. And obviously the league has changed from, when Joe was doing his thing and Troy was doing his thing. He defies X's and O's. I mean, he can go out there and have a 44 rating, and he can still will his team to victory with a variety of different plays and the ability to make plays with the guys around him helping out. So he's a great football player, more than a quarterback. He's a great leader. Andy Reid's a great football coach. I'm sure yesterday in that game, and Andy's a great football coach, and it's not just on the grease board and designing plays, having a feel for his team, having a feel for how to win those kind of games. Obviously, their defense is going to keep him in it, and Spags is great at what he does. But I promise you yesterday, especially since Juju Smith-Schuster had that hamstring at the end of last week, I promise you there was a plan B game plan. And then Juju went down early in that game. I know that Andy Reid just flipped his play card over and went, okay, plan B, here we go. He's got a what-if list ready and a what-if game plan ready to go. And then all of a sudden it became it was going to be some heavy tight ends anyway, but became more heavy tight ends, became jet sweeps, became screens, became Mahomes and his legs off schedule. As a runner, not as much as a thrower. So he squeezes and maximizes what's on the field and what's available and puts those guys into position, and they've been able to execute. But at the end of the day, it comes down to 15.
Man, good breakdown. Love it. It's all good talking football. Good, bad, indifferent, all that good stuff. So, all right, Tim, we'll let you go. You watch the film. You get ready for the Cowboys. By the time we talk to you Thursday on the Bull Rush with Papa, you'll be ready for the Star. Dallas is coming to town.
Yeah, let's light it up Sunday night. Get to 4-4 by the break.
Yes.
Nothing will be better than a little Cowboy coffee on Monday morning.
All right, buddy. Have a great week, Tim.
Yeah, thanks, Tim.
All right, you guys as well. Thank you.
There he is, Tim Ryan on the UMA guest line. And by the way, Mahomes, 6 seasons as a starter. Ready? Mm-hmm. 4 Super Bowls, 3-1, 2 overtime AFC championship losses. That's what he's done in 6 seasons.
Yeah.
So
that's the only thing stopping him from getting back to more Super Bowls.
2 overtime AFC. So it's like what you just said. The 49ers with Joe, Cowboys with Troy, Patriots with Tom, Chiefs with Pat, or as Tommy Brady would call him, Patrick, exclusively.
Yeah, you mentioned the 2 the 2 overtime losses in the AFC Championship game. You didn't mention his overtime victory in the Super Bowl, too.
Marcus is coming in with that. You know that with the Sonny Corleone Godfather garbage can lid. Just bam, down on the ground. All right, 808 KNBR is the phone number. We'll get into it. Matty Barrows joins us at 8:30. Did anything Tim say have you react? Let's hear you at 808 KNBR on the Sports Leader.
I'll be at the Monaco Hotel on 7th at Pine at 8 a.m. Saturday morning. Why don't you bring those Twitter muscles by and you can punch me in the mouth?
Hey, Marcus Boucher here with the Abundant Life Weight Loss Agency. Have you been searching for the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections? The team at Abundant Life Weight Loss has the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. I've been on this program for over 2.5 months, and guess what? I'm down 25 pounds. And I've done it without counting any points or calories, without any prepackaged meals, and without any surgeries, drugs, or injections that have serious side effects. So if you want to learn more about the Abundant Life Weight Loss Program, go ahead and schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110, or visit them online at AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. That's AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We have a new contest coming soon. Oracle Park transforms into a 9-hole golf course for the Ballpark Back 9 presented by the Bay Golf Club. Tee off from iconic ballpark locations and take aim at custom greens on the field at one of the coolest 9-hole courses in the world. So how do you qualify for the contest? You got to stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away in the 9 a.m. hour this morning. So when you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win 2 tickets to the Ballpark Back 9 on November 17th, 2024. It is all furnished by Giants Enterprises. You can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The motion on Pearsall left, to her right, and to her left. Brock throws out left, and it is intercepted. He overthrew George to Ronnie Bell, and he threw the ball right to the safety, Chris Roland Wallace.
I don't know who he was throwing to.
2nd and 7. Mahomes out of the gun. Here comes Bosa around the edge. He steps up, runs away from it. Gets wide. Fred Warner lost the tackle, and Mahomes going to move back inside and pick up the first down. They never pushed him out of bounds. He runs all the way down the sideline. Where are they going to mock him out? On the 4-yard line.
Wow, that rejoin hits a certain kind of way there with the T-Swizzle. By the way, Fox went to, I know you guys were in the press box. They went to the end of the third quarter with this play, and I said, okay, Fox, I see you. I see you guys going. They threw us a bone early with the Doobie Brothers, What a Fool Believes, going a little San Jose tribute. That's great knowledge because the game is basically in San Jose right there. It's about a minute away from San Jose. But this was like, okay, I see you, Jay Jolly and Fox. And, of course, Travis Kelce was not a factor per se, except for one play on 3rd and 6 in that drive that you're just highlighted right there, Young Tone. You just isolated what I think. Marcus and I were just talking about this off air. I mean, we could talk about a million things, but really oftentimes there's like just a crux of a game, and the crux of that game was the Purdy interception where he overthrew Ronnie Bell, admitted it was his fault. Niners are only down 14-12, and they have the ball in Chiefs territory. So at minimum, they're going to get it, wait for it, Anders Carlson field goal and take the lead. Or you're going to score a touchdown and really change the game, and instead he throws the pick, and that leads to the drive where Mahomes hits Kelce on 3rd and 6. And Kelce, even though he did not look great out there, I don't know if he was thinking about Taylor in Miami or something, thinking about his gal.
Because Taylor wasn't there, Murph.
Yeah, maybe. And he stuck his foot in the ground and juked Jair Brown to get the first down, did his little first down signal a la Kittle. And then after that, the 33-yard scramble, which is getting a ton of love nationally because it's the longest run of Mahomes' career.
Which is shocking.
I know, right? And it talks about Warner had a shot at him, missed him, and then the one where D. Winters, and God bless him, he's a young linebacker, he's trying, over pursues. And Mike Silver has a column this morning in The Athletic where Mahomes is talking about that. And Mahomes says, I was going to go out right around the first down. He goes, but then I don't know if 53 got shoved or fell, but he just kind of fell out of the picture, so I kept going. And that's what he said. There's a theory, did he slow down to make it look like you didn't want to hit him? Tim Ryan told us the hell with that.
Yeah, he wasn't buying that theory at all. And look, I asked a question, but I actually agree with Tim Ryan. If I'm D. Winters on that play, I'm looking to ear hole Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Hell, even if they throw the penalty, it's worth it just to get a hit on Patrick. If he wants to run, let him be a runner and blow him up on the sideline. But we're seeing now, I believe it happened like a year ago, people are making comparisons to the Kenny Pickett fake slide where he pretended like he was going to give himself up and then kept running. People are comparing that play to Patrick Mahomes on the sideline because in the back of the mind of defenders, they're thinking, damn, if I touch Patrick Mahomes, especially Patrick Mahomes, but if you hit any quarterback on the sideline, most of the time they're going to throw a flag for an extra 15 yards.
Tim, if you can cut the Tim Ryan reaction to that, Tony, where he was like, no way, clock him. But I understand, and I understand Tim's answer 100%, obviously. Tim's great at football. He knows what he's talking about. That's why we have him on. Yeah. But I also see the other part where a defender might have been like, if he slows down and I hit him, I'll get flagged.
Well, think about the hesitation that defensive players in general have to deal with. Whether it's targeting and you can't hit somebody with your head anymore, whether it's sacking a quarterback and not having your body weight land on top of the quarterback. Like, these offensive players are so protected these days where it does have to be in the back of the mind of some of these players. So, yeah, it's a possibility that D. Winters could have been thinking about it. But in that situation, it's a split second. Just read and react and hit Patrick Mahomes. It also looked like
Winters might have just over-pursued.
Yeah, he might have just got juked.
And he got over-pursued. There was a different play down near the end zone on the Mecole Hardman, I think, touchdown where he over-pursued and could have sort of played a sounder, fundamental tackling technique. Again, this is what happens when you play at the highest level. These exposed athletes at the highest level, and this is what happens. And the Chiefs weren't making those mistakes. Karlaftis and Leo Cheval and guys like that. They're impressive, man. They are so impressive. And you heard Tim's final answer to us about Andy Reid and the operation he has.
Well, think of how impressive they are, that they're still undefeated. They're the favorite to go back and win the Super Bowl. And Patrick Mahomes has thrown more interceptions than touchdowns this season.
And he's right now the odds-on favorite to be MVP.
Yeah, I heard that driving in on DraftKings on a bunch of different sports books. He's the favorite to win the MVP. He's thrown 6 touchdown passes, 8 interceptions, and is really being carried by his defense every week.
And you know where they're headed Sunday. Bring them on.
Yeah.
Got them just where they want them.
Last team that took them down.
Who was the last team that
Silver
beat them?
and black comeback.
You wussies.
Yeah.
It's not that hard.
No.
By the way, Tim Ryan he'll always join us Mondays at 7:50, and he is sponsored by Contra Costa County Office of the Sheriff. Apply for your new career in law enforcement at cocosheriff.org today. Matt Barrows is going to join us in just a few minutes, but Dana in Scottsdale, Arizona, has been waiting the longest. So, Dana, good morning. You're on KNBR Niner Monday. What do you got?
Hey, guys, listen, I am, somebody explain to me why every time we're in the red zone, we talk about the red zone problems, but they line up in a run formation, a tight, obvious run formation, and run it in the middle for no gain. Why? What happened to all the creativity and the motion and everything around the goal line? Help me out.
Well, I mean, proof's in the pudding. Their red zone is bad. You're right, Dana. And they did run Mason on a 3rd and 1 when they had no timeouts left. But you're right. The Chiefs sniffed it out entirely.
Yeah.
Spagnuolo took away the run yesterday, dude, 100%. I mean, Spags just said, I'm going to make Brock Purdy beat me. And there were times I was joking on Twitter. I was like, it looks like they got 13 guys in the box.
Yeah, and here's the thing, Dana. You take away Christian McCaffrey, it takes away some of that creativity. We're talking about CMC, who had 21 touchdowns last season. 18 of them came in the red zone. So you take that out of Kyle's system, and it does look a little dumbed down now without CMC back there.
So there you go, Dana.
Yeah, but still, there's no jet sweep around the goal line.
No. No, his play calling was not super imaginative yesterday, and Andy Reid showed you what you could do when you're down a few players.
Well, especially with like the usage of Brock's legs this year, and we're seeing that quick 10-yard split. It's like, get him in a bootleg, get him outside the pocket.
Or what Mahomes did, which was go up the middle.
Yeah.
Up the middle. The Niners were like, we're going to contain the edges. So Mahomes is so smart. He goes, oh, they're taking away my edges. I'm just going to go whoop up the middle.
I still can't believe Mahomes trucked Mustafa like that.
I know. That was shocking because Mustafa's a dude. He's a dude and a half, and he was laying the wood yesterday.
Dude, and I got Patrick Mahomes with his dad bod laying the boom on Mustafa and then ripping off 33-yard runs down the sideline.
Dana, thanks for the call. He did talk to Erin Andrews after the game on the OT. I was watching it, and she asked him about that. He goes, well, I wasn't trying to do it. He goes, that wasn't my intention. He goes, but I am kind of heavy, though.
He trucked him without trying?
That's what he said. He goes, that wasn't his intention. Because I kind of just ran into him. He goes, I'm heavier than you think. That's what he said. So,
a little beer cake.
Jay and Gilroy is next up on KNBR. Jay, on a Niner Monday, what you got?
What's up, Jay?
What I got is, number one, a lot of injuries. Number two, Spagnuolo. I mean, the 49ers, unfortunately, their defensive coordinators are always splitting. They're always, taking the coaching gig. Spagnuolo never has to split. He's old. He can stick around in that dynasty. That's another bummer for the 49ers. Number three, if the Niners played Kansas City 10 times, you guys fill in the blanks there.
You think they're going over? They're going over 10?
A good possibility, my brother.
Man,
good possibility.
It's a tough thing. I mean,
I would say this. I want to say this last thing here. I just kind of tuned in about the social media thing. So what happened too is, I believe it was the AFC Championship game against Cincinnati, and there was a tight game, and there was Mahomes scrambled and got hit out of bounds. I don't even know if he was kind of out of bounds or maybe his foot was out of bounds. But that Cincinnati line, I think it was a linebacker.
Yeah.
And they got, that's where it possibly came from. And that kind of sealed the deal for Kansas City to go on as well.
Yeah, you're right about that. That one was a little bit more out of bounds, though, than you would have hit Mahomes inbounds on this. But, Jay, you're right. And, Tim didn't want to hear it, though. Tim didn't like that. So, Thanks for the call. We appreciate you.
And I do want to give some love real quick to all of our listeners and texters on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Multiple people checking in saying, if that's Dre Greenlaw, he ain't stopping. He's hitting Patrick Mahomes on the sideline.
Now, they're missing Greenlaw for sure. Listen, they're missing pieces, but so are the Chiefs.
Yep.
So are the Chiefs. All right, guys. Here's the deal. Matt Barrows will give us the view from inside the locker room next on the Sports Leader.
Hey, Marcus Boucher here with O'Reilly Auto Parts. It's time for you to unlock your engine's maximum performance with Castrol Edge Full Synthetic. It protects for 20,000 miles between oil changes. It's 3 times stronger than the leading fuel synthetic motor oil. And right now, for a limited time, you can get 5 quarts of Castrol Edge at O'Reilly Auto Parts and receive 3 times O Reward points plus a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate. And right now is a special time to go down to O'Reilly's because they are celebrating their 25th anniversary of their famous jingle, and O'Reilly wants you to be a part of the celebration. I've been a part of this celebration for weeks now, and go ahead, it's time to do it one more time. Sing it with me behind the glass, Tony. Oh, 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 O'Reilly Auto Parts. Ow! And I got to apologize for how bad of a singer I am, but I'm not going to apologize for O'Reilly Auto Parts because they want you to submit a cover of the jingle, a remix, or even your own choreographed dance, and you will have a chance to win exclusive merch and prizes, including 3 $5,000 grand prize winners from O'Reilly Auto Parts. Submit your video to O'ReillyJingleContest.com now through October 31st. Terms and conditions apply. No purchase necessary.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
All right, 49ers are 3-4. That's not good. Let's talk about it with Matt Barrows of The Athletic, who joins us on the UMA guest line. He was in the locker room yesterday, and other than Ricky Pearsall's inspiring comeback, man, oh man, not a lot of good stories, whether it's Brandon Aiyuk's the fear that he's lost for the season or Brock Purdy's statistically worst game of his career. We're going to dive in. Matt Barrows of The Athletic. Good morning, Matt.
What's up,
How are you?
Don't forget Mitch Wishnowski's onside kick.
Actually, I sent out a ton of tweets yesterday, and that one got more love than I filmed his miss and said, someone else. How did the 49ers do today? Me. And then I showed that clip. And
Very symbolic. Very symbolic.
That was, and the poor guy's just walking. They were showing him walking back to the sideline. I was like, he's got nothing to say. He just missed it. All right, Matt, how was the locker room? How would you describe the mood?
Frustrated, for sure. I think that the 49ers felt like, I was there for that Friday practice, the last practice of the week, and there was great energy. These guys were loose. They were confident. I thought that, Ricky Pearsall being back was part of that. There was just a really good vibe. And sometimes when that happens, the 49ers go into that weekend's game and they just are on fire. I mean, it happened last year against Dallas. It happened coming out of the bye against the Jaguars. And it happened in that early December game against Philadelphia. And I thought, okay, if the 49ers capture that magic and they just get on a roll, they can kind of break away from the Chiefs and to a point where no Patrick Mahomes fourth quarter magic is going to make up the deficit. And it was just the opposite. They just had nothing at the beginning of the game. They were disjointed, out of sync, however you want to describe it. I wonder whether this was going to be a big Deebo Samuel game, and then when he was sick early in the day and it was clear that he wasn't going to be a big part of the offense, that threw them, and they basically didn't have a lot of answers from that point. That'll be something to ask Kyle Shanahan later today, but for whatever reason, that offense just had absolutely nothing at the beginning and really didn't get going at all until the third quarter.
And, Matt, we saw some of those frustrations on the field. Trent Williams was ejected after throwing a punch. Also saw George Odom after the game almost get into a bit of a skirmish. So are there any updates on those situations or any possible punishments we might see?
Oh, yeah, I think there will be. I mean, we find out about the fines on Saturday, so I fully expect Trent Williams to be up there with that punch, and probably his Chiefs opponent too, which the officials seem to miss on the field, but they won't miss upon the replay. But it just kind of underscores the frustration. Remember the NFC Championship game in Philadelphia a couple of years ago? Trent Williams was ejected from that one too. There might have been one more. I'm forgetting, but end of game. Trent Williams likes to sort of throw his fists around and let people know that, okay, they're not going to be going away for good. So I'm sure that will come later in the week.
He lashes out. It's always a kind of a bad look near the end there, too, although he's obviously one of the great players in offensive line history. All right, Matt, I'm going to take you to 3 possessions here, and they're kind of each symbolized. First possession, on 2nd and 11, Jordan Mason runs for 8 yards. It was kind of a positive situation. Jake Brendel holding. And that killed the drive. They had 3rd and 19. The second possession, Purdy throws the pick into coverage on the first play. The third possession, the Niners had a 2nd and 2, and Jordan Mason got stuffed twice on 2nd and 2 and 3rd and 1, which was a sign that Spags was taking away the run mightily. So those 3 things. You had the Brendel self-inflicted penalty, you had the Purdy bad decision, then you had Mason in the run game stuffed by Spags. Does that kind of summarize it for you? And if any of those 3 were more important than the other?
Well, the first down interception was bad. I went back and I looked. I haven't scrutinized this yet, but that first holding call, that's seems like a pretty ticky-tacky call. I'm not sure.
It's a big call.
That needed to be called, and that's the difference sometimes. That's the difference between punting and getting a drive going and getting the running game going. The running game was there. I mean, they did better against that Chiefs defense than any team did. Chiefs had held opposing tailbacks to 46 and under all season long, and Mason got it going in the second half. So that sometimes is the difference. The interception was bad. It was a play action designed to kind of draw the safety to the other side of the field so that Kittle, working his way from left to right, has no safety on top of him. The safety never budged. That's something that Brock Purdy has to see. And, I think a contrast between this game and some other games is that we've seen Purdy holding the ball more, the ball for longer, and that kind of created these kind of epic plays where he's scrambling around this, that, and the other. I think he might have told himself, okay, just get rid of the ball. Follow your instincts and make sure the ball leaves your hands. And he started to do that against Seattle in the red zone, and he may have convinced himself that was the right option, but holding onto the ball and maybe surveying the field a little bit longer would have been better, certainly on that throw. The other interceptions are more excusable because there were other things going on. This one was bad.
The Chiefs ended up scoring 28 points on this 49er defense, but Matt, in my opinion, I thought they kept it competitive throughout the majority of the game. You look at Patrick Mahomes' final numbers, 154 yards, no touchdowns, 2 interceptions, and the lowest passer rating of his career. But where that defense really got burned was by Patrick Mahomes' legs and the run game in general. So what was your assessment of the defense yesterday against the Chiefs?
Yeah, I mean, I thought that they played really well. I mean, there were 3 standouts to me, Nick Bosa, Malik Mustafa, and Diamador Lenore. I thought that the secondary played really well again for the second straight game. Charvarius Ward in that mix. I thought D. Winters, we've been sort of waiting for D. Winters to arrive. He's someone with all sorts of speed, but sometimes that speed has been out of control, and I think the 49ers are kind of giving him piecemeal snaps to sort of get on top of that, get adjusted, get in control. And I thought this was his best game of the season. Now, having said that, he was part of that kind of whiff on Mahomes down the sideline, which eventually set up a Mahomes touchdown run. Fred Warner initially couldn't bring in Mahomes. I don't think Fred Warner the last few games has been Fred Warner that we saw in the first few games. And remember, he had the ankle injury, and he's not appearing on the injury reports, but just doesn't look like quite the same Fred Warner we saw just kind of taking over games at the beginning of the season. So I'm wondering whether that injury is still problematic, and whether, you know, this bye that's coming up, post-bye, we could see a very different team. We could have Christian McCaffrey back. We could have Jake Moody back. We could have Dre Greenlaw back. And I'm wondering whether a bye week will be enough to allow Fred Warner to get on top of whatever is ailing him, so that we have first 4 games Fred Warner back as well. Because if you have all that, that's a dramatically different team than the one that's pre-bye.
Matt, I know you got only a few more minutes left here. Just so we asked this of Tim Ryan, he sort of rejected it, but is it too easy to say this is just a Spags, Andy Reid, Mahomes problem? Because if you look at it, Purdy was playing pretty well. The last game, they scored 36 points, and they gained 483 yards in Seattle. Dramatic drop-off yesterday, tick up in interceptions, 3 of them, lowest passing yardage of the season. I mean, again, is that an easy way out? Just say, oh, it's the Spags. You can't beat Spags. On to the next, or is there more to it?
I mean, the Chiefs have done a good job of taking away the 49ers wide receivers, and it was harder to kind of see that in this game because the 49ers wide receivers were out of the game. But George Kittle had a good game. Lost in all this was the fact that they weren't Chris Jones like they had been the last few meetings against the Chiefs. They did a good job against him. They were getting the running game going. It just needed one more component. I don't know whether Deebo Samuel and Brandon Aiyuk would have been able to provide that. But like I said, the Chiefs have done a good job of keeping those 2 guys in particular out of the game. Remember in the Super Bowl, Juwan Jennings would have been the MVP. He would have had 2 touchdowns receiving and a touchdown throwing if everything had gone right at the end. If they had picked up Chris Jones on that play in overtime, I'm just saying that I think that they were probably a little bit more even than what the feeling is, the sense is coming out of this game. If they had taken the lead in the third quarter like they could have, would that have just set up a Patrick Mahomes, fourth quarter Patrick Mahomes-like drive? Probably. But, I don't think the feeling would have been as rotten as it is right now.
Yeah, agreed. And Mahomes is an alien, so end of story. So finally, I read your mailbags, Matt. I'm a big fan. You said 4-4 going into the break, and that if they beat Dallas, that's 4-4 going into the break. So I'm with you, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, they beat Dallas, and let's just say they beat Dallas like they've beaten Dallas in recent meetings, and it's fairly one-sided. It doesn't take much to get the momentum back. I mean, There's no sport like football for everybody just down in the dumps, cursing. Season's over, fire everybody, and then the next week it's like, you know what? We really have a good shot at going to the Super Bowl this year. So, that could absolutely happen with a Dallas win, because a Dallas win would precede the bye. And like I said, I think that there's a lot of reason for optimism. I mean, all those things that I spelled out probably aren't going to happen in week 9 or week 10, whatever the first game after the bye is in Tampa. But, that's what the 49ers hope. That's what the 49ers plan is, to get those guys back. And it's not just those guys. Yetur Gross-Matos might come back. They could get some offensive line help. John Feliciano might come back. So there are some pretty important bodies, not even the star players that they're missing, but rank and file players that will make a difference on this team. And then the other part of it is that the bye week coincides with the trade deadline. And, the 49ers always make a trade. So I just think that there will be reinforcements coming, and that this team could look markedly different in the second half of the season.
Keep hope alive. Matt Barrows of The Athletic. All right, Matt, good stuff. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Matt.
All right, anytime, guys. Talk to you soon.
Yeah, Matt Barrows of The Athletic. There it is, the path forward. Are you buying it? 808 KNBR is the phone number. We're wide open for calls next segment, and text at 415-808-5627. Are you buying the path forward, or does it look a little daunting after the break? And is Brock the guy? Mike Sando asked some tough questions in his column on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
2nd and 7. Mahomes out of the gun. Here comes Bosa around the edge. He steps up, runs away from it. Gets wide. Fred Warner lost a tackle, and Mahomes going to move back inside and pick up the first down. They never pushed him out of bounds. He runs all the way down the sideline. Where are they going to mock him out? On the 4-yard line. He tight-roped right down the left sideline. Warner never got him down. He never stepped out, apparently.
Well, there it is. By the way, young Tony paying tribute to the John Summit show at Cow Palace over the weekend. Couldn't believe he didn't pull up, as the kids would say. Maybe next time. There it is, man. The Greg Papa call from yesterday. Pat Mahomes. Patrick. Tom Brady kept calling him exclusive. Well, Patrick's doing this, and Patrick's doing that, and Patrick this, and Patrick that. They did a little one-on-one interview in like a Santa Clara sort of office park for the Fox pregame. And I'm not usually like a big pregame guy, but I happened to have like an open half hour, and I just was sitting on the couch. I was like, oh, look, there's Brady and Mahomes. So I watched it. And Brady was all Brady'd out, and they were like all dapping it up and everything. And then Brady's opening question was, you remember the first time we met? It was after the 2018 AFC Championship game. I was like, oh, right to the knife in the abdomen, man. Yeah, when I beat you.
Yeah.
When I beat you.
Yeah, way to go, Tommy. I'm just mad that Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes are breaking bread in my neighborhood,
yeah,
Murph,
right there.
in my area
The
code,
disrespect.
down in the 408.
But they weren't in Waterboy haunts. They were in like one of those faceless tech office park places.
They're like some Google headquarters or something.
It was like on the patio of like one of those glassy office park buildings. I couldn't even tell where they were. They actually showed the bus pulling up, and the street said Chrysler Drive or something. I was going to Google it to see where it was.
See, I got to check in with my boys down in the South Bay because it used to be like rappers would have to like check in with E40 before they came to the Bay. Tom Brady should have checked in with my boys before he came to the South Bay.
They started dropping San Fran too.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Disrespectful.
Chrysler Drive, Santa Clara. No, it's not there. Maybe it was in San Jose. I don't know. It might have been in San Jose. Where did the Chiefs stay down at?
Go take your boy Patrick out on the peninsula, Tom. How about that?
Yeah. So anyway.
No disrespect to our peninsula listeners.
So he just called him, and so there was Pat. And by the way, Brady talked about it in the OT after the game. I was watching about ownage, and Mike Strahan was the one driving the knife into him. He goes, Tom, is this just something to being owned by a certain team? And everyone, oh. And Brady was like, oh, you had to ask that, didn't you? You had to ask that, didn't you? Because the New York Giants are still lording that over Brady all these years later.
They ruined the perfect season.
They're lording it, man. Eli's still doing social media trolling.
Eli's got 2 rings over Tom Brady.
He'll crop up within the last month or two with a social media hit trolling Brady.
Yeah, he'll do like some undercover quarterback hit or something like that.
Oh, we do have that from the OT. This is good. Good job by the production crew here to find Strahan trolling. Is he asking a legit NFL question, or is he trolling Tom Brady?
It is frustrating when you feel like Niners probably put a lot of energy into this week going, man, we got to get over the hump. We got to figure out a way. And, hey, we can't turn the ball over, 3 turnovers. We got to stop Mahomes from scrambling. He's scrambling. So it's tough when you come in with a game plan and then you just don't execute the game plan. Got to be very frustrating for Kyle Shanahan. And in the Super Bowl last year, the margin of error was so slim. A few third downs that the Niners didn't convert late in the game, got some pressure. This game wasn't that close. I mean, we were here. Niners could never really gain control. They got close. And, of course, the Chiefs found a way. And a lot of creative play calling by Coach Reed. That guy just always finds a way. It's like I see him on the sideline. Nothing phases him. What a leader for an organization.
There it is. Tom Brady assessing the game after the game.
Yeah, and it was a good breakdown. And it was a little similar to what Tim Ryan talked to us about how the game plan wasn't working for Kyle Shanahan. And you look across the way and you see Andy Reid adjust his game plan mid-game after losing Juju and going to this 2 tight end sets. Andy Reid had a plan B. And we're over here wondering if Kyle Shanahan can even make second-half adjustments.
Yeah, it's true. Andy Reid is absolutely at the peak of his game, the peak of his profession. Losing to him is no shame, but if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best, and you shouldn't be sitting out here getting outfoxed by this guy time and time again. All right, there's a lot of text. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line 916 says, Chiefs were willing to hand that game to the Niners, and Kyle Shanahan needs to get his side of the ball right. 623, who's a great texter, says, also Brady doesn't wear a belt which oddly annoys me as well. I noticed this, and obviously he's well ahead of the fashion curve. There must be some new pants that we're all going to be wearing in 3 years, but they're like these linen trousers with no belt. And it's like, all right, Brady's on the edge. He's probably picked him up in the south of France.
How were you able to even see his belt while
Because he does the stand-ups, in between. They come back from commercial or something like that.
What are y'all doing staring at his belt?
Oh, my God. 6'5". You know what I mean? Hey, who do we think? Can I riff?
Yes, please.
Who do I think I am? A presidential candidate talking about a golfer?
Whoa. That's a good one.
650 says, to your point, Murph, SNL Weekend Update mentioned it this weekend. I watched it, 650, because they said, in other news, Tom Brady is now new owner of the Las Vegas Raiders, which is odd because the New York Giants own Tom Brady. They actually had that in this Saturday's Weekend Update.
Pretty good line.
It's following him everywhere, dude.
Right? Why can't Michael Strahan be co-owner of the Raiders?
925 found me. Chrysler Drive is in Menlo Park. They were in the Co-Spaces buildings. They're in Menlo Park.
They were up on the peninsula.
Hopefully they went to Draeger's, which is like the nicest grocery store I've ever been to in my life. We were all over the peninsula for this tournament for 3 straight days. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Atherton, Palo Alto, hey now. You can eat off the freaking lawn down there.
Oh, you want to talk about the 1%ers,
Oh, my
Murph.
God.
Shout out to the 1%ers who know what I'm talking about.
Bro, they look down on the 1%ers, man. They're like, 1%ers get out. You got to be a .001er or you're not allowed. But anyway, I was looking for something to eat, and I just Googled. I said, grocery store near me, and it's like Draeger's. I've never been.
Draeger's?
There's like a country club in there.
Sounds like one of Young Tony's day ragers. Draeger's.
Well, he could have if he went to the John Summit show, but he chose not to. I think, does Draeger sponsor Lasky? Is that right?
That would be Lunardi's.
Lunardi's.
By the way, there's a Draeger's in Blackhawk. Really nice.
Bro,
really
there's
nice
like a country club in there,
I know,
right?
dude, insane.
Shout out the 1%ers in Blackhawk.
I felt like I needed a tea time being in there. You know what I mean? It's like, God, we're going to order what was I going to say? I lost my train of thought.
Got to have a suit and tie on
I
to
had
get a
a
sandwich.
riff, but it was going to go down the wrong road, so I stopped.
Nice.
That's
Nicely
what
done.
happened.
Way to contain
So
yourself.
I edited myself.
Had a kid.
916. Shanahan has never called himself out for his play calling. Has he? Yes, he has. Hasn't he? Said we got our ass kicked, right?
Yeah, he straight up said they took responsibility. Him and Brock did not have their greatest performance yesterday, and that's why they lost again.
559. Talk about 559, bro. Talk about regression. Shanahan didn't even have a chance to choke away a fourth quarter lead. Oh, boy.
I thought Kyle Shanahan was trying to play some 4D chess, Murph. You can't blow a 10-point lead if you never have a 10-point lead.
707. Patty from Napa. She says, do you even get these texts? Yes, Patty.
Oh, hey, Patty.
Yes, we do. She says, I'm just sick of Mahomes. Well, Patty, I got news for you. He's 29 years old.
Yeah, join the club, Patty.
I don't think he's going anywhere anytime soon. Do they beat you guys this Sunday or they lay down?
Dude, they beat the Raiders this Sunday?
Yeah.
Is that a real question?
Well, they might lay down.
With Gardner Minshew playing quarterback, throwing picks to the LA Rams and games?
You guys could have beaten the Rams. What was the score? It was 20 to 12.
20-12. They had a
You guys
chance.
had a 4th and goal and you didn't go for it. You kicked a field goal.
Yeah, great coaching, AP.
People were mad at AP.
Yeah, I'm mad at everybody with the
209
Raiders.
says, I'm mad at Tom Brady for calling the red zone the red area. Okay.
The red area.
510 is questioning Kyle Shanahan's job status. I don't think that's happening, brother. 707 says, Brock is 100 the guy. It was a tough matchup. Who was there to throw to? It's a super tough schedule. I think 4-4 into the bye. Make a trade or two with an overall record of 10 or 7, 9-8. Get hot, squeak into the playoffs. 707 with the super optimistic. Well, I've said 10-7 all along, and I think that will win the West. And you right now, I think, so you got to beat Dallas. You go 4-4. Then you're going to have 3. You can lose 3. And the second half is tough. And I'd say maybe Green Bay, Buffalo, Detroit are your 3 losses.
Those are tough with Buffalo and Green Bay back-to-back on the road.
So maybe those are that means you have to win at Tampa Bay out of the bye.
That's possible.
Which is not going to be easy. Not going to be easy.
Yeah, they're a tough squad, especially you're going coast to coast. That game's out in Tampa.
But it is after a bye, and hopefully Fred Warner's healed up, and maybe you figured out how to incorporate Pearsall a little bit more. And again, maybe they've made a trade.
And maybe Christian McCaffrey's back in the backfield.
Ooh.
That's the big thing here. I mean, we've kind of buried the lead here. I mean, there's no official reports. We talked to John last Friday. He said no new updates. That the only update is there haven't been any setbacks. But it sounds like there's rumblings and rumors about CMC maybe making a return after the bye week.
Man, oh man. That would be large.
They need him.
That NFL memes Instagram that's pretty funny and sometimes veers into the inappropriate, but it can be very funny.
Oh, that's all right.
Said Ricky Pearsall literally got shot in the chest and still came back before Christian McCaffrey.
I don't see any lies.
Yeah, I know you're right about that.
I don't see any lies.
Cam is in Los Gatos, where you can also eat off the lawn. Cam, good morning. How are you, man? How's it going?
What's up, Cam?
Doing good. I'm not concerned about Purdy. I think I do not blame him at all. I blame more of this on Shanahan not having a plan B, not able to adapt. The great phrase, champions adjust. And I don't think he is adjusting the way he needs to be in order to be a champion. Now, Purdy, we're asking him to suddenly be a gunslinger, to be Brett Favre out there. He's been trained for 2 years to be this amazing game manager, and in the footsteps of Montana, I feel like, to go through his reads, to get to his receivers, if they're not open, to find to find McCaffrey in the slot or Debo or his amazing guys to get it 10 yards. And he has no weapons to do that anymore. So who's he going to look for? Now, the whole game plan, I think, was around Aiyuk. He goes out, and so what do we have with? He's got no weapons to do anything. Take, for instance, I feel like also that with better receivers, we could actually score more. For instance, the great play that we had to Cowing, a better receiver would have caught that the big pass to the right, would have caught that, would have pivoted, and would have ran to the end zone. Instead, he just wants to make the catch, so he turns his back to the ground. He turns his shoulders to the ball, and he tries to make the catch, and he falls flat on his back. A better receiver sees that ball, catches it, pivots, and goes into the end zone. And then what happens after that? We throw the pick in the end zone. But why? Well, there wasn't a great play by Conley, because he went to go spin in the end zone, and of course Brock got hit, but he didn't have a good route either. So he doesn't have any guys to throw to.
Well, Cam, let me jump in here. Let me ask you this question. You think if that was a better throw by Brock Purdy and it hits him in stride, Cowing doesn't have to turn around and adjust the ball, and they score a touchdown on that play?
Like, he had a few underthrows. I will guarantee that. He had a few underthrows. They weren't perfect passes, but not everybody makes perfect passes all the time, and with better players, better receivers, guys you're more familiar with their speeds, familiar with, better guys you've been playing with in practice, those tendencies, what's going to happen. But also more talent in those small little plays get you into those points, get you those end zones.
It is a fair comment that those guys out there were zero proven playmakers out there for the entire second half. It is a fair comment, Cam.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
I appreciate the call, man. And it is. And we'll see what happens this week. And listen, they're going to have to get Pearsall going. I will say this, as inspiring as Ricky Pearsall was, he looked small to me out there. He looked, I don't want to say Bryce Young, Bryce Young problem, but hopefully he'll be shifty. And I didn't see him getting super wide open yesterday. Now, dude, it's his first game back. I'm not burying the kid at all. I'm just saying it was like they're going to have to get him up to speed because Aiyuk is almost certainly out. They think it's season ending. We don't know for sure, but I guarantee he ain't playing Sunday against the Cowboys. And Debo, you would presume, will be back. Hopefully, Juwan Jennings with the hip, but then you're looking at Pearsall.
Yeah. And he's going to have to step up with a huge role. I just don't know how you can sit here this morning and say you don't put any blame on Brock Purdy for yesterday's loss. He turned the ball over 3 times.
I also
threw into coverage, had the lowest passing rating of his career. And again, you can point out Jacob Cowing turning around and not making a play. He had to turn around because the ball was underthrown.
A lot of people are saying...
And he had 2 balls he underthrew yesterday. One to Cowing, one to Kittle. Could have been 2 touchdown passes.
A lot of texts are saying that might be on Kyle for not coaching him to take what the defense gives him and calling more screens and running back drop-offs, dump-offs, as opposed to trying to do too much. I'm telling you guys, this is my thing now, man. You don't have to be a freaking hero every time, and you don't have to hold it. And you're not going to be tagged with the Jimmy Garoppolo check down label if you smartly check it down to matriculate the ball down the field. That will then bring the defense up, and then you can go up top. I watched Joe Montana do it for 15 years. There's a reason why Roger Craig should be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, because he caught 1,000 balls from Joe Montana out of the backfield. You got to use that more. Now, he did it with McCaffrey. Yeah. He's either afraid to do it to Mason, or Mason doesn't know what he's doing, or Kyle doesn't trust it, or they're not coaching it. But that needs to return to the game.
Well, here's the thing. I think Kyle almost trusts Brock too much. And it's why I asked Tim Ryan earlier this morning if Kyle's asking Brock to do too much. Because the numbers will show it perfectly. The number of sets that they are running out of shotgun this year is way higher than they ran last year, the last 2 years, with Brock Purdy or even Jimmy Garoppolo, whoever at quarterback, with Kyle's system. And so now he's going with more of a traditional drop-back, shotgun-style quarterback. You look at the difference, like the team like the Kansas City Chiefs, who run the ball 30 to 40 times per game. He's asking Brock to do a lot, and I have the overlying question for the entire season, if he wants to see what Brock truly is, especially without some of these weapons, before they give him that big payday.
He needs to get rid of it quicker and know that it's okay to gain 6, 7, 8 yards on those, and that will make him get that big contract you're talking about. And then again, there's this too. Young Tone, 510 just simply says the Chiefs are the Niners' daddy. And we were talking about it was crazy. Who knew that Pedro Martinez was going to leave TBS and come to Levi's yesterday?
What can I say? Just tip my hat and Called
the Chiefs.
My daddy's.
There it is. All right. The phone lines are lit up. So what we'll do is we'll push the cooler of content to 9:30 and hit you guys at 808 KNBR. Let's get your venting on. What do you think? How can you fix this darn thing? And we'll do that next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I mean, what can I say? Just tip my hat and call
the Chiefs.
My daddy's.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We have a new contest coming soon. Oracle Park transforms into a 9-hole golf course for the Ballpark Back 9 presented by the Bay Golf Club. Tee off from iconic ballpark locations and take aim at custom greens on the field at one of the coolest 9-hole courses in the world. How do you qualify? Stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away in the 9 a.m. hour this morning. So when you hear the cue to call in the 9 a.m. hour, beat caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win 2 tickets to the Ballpark Back 9 on November 17th, 2024. It is all furnished by Giants Enterprises. You can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Purdy get a canner alert at the line. Oscar, let's see what they're doing here. Purdy off the left side. Purdy plunge. Touchdown. First and goal, 1 yard line. You got to score right now. Can Brock sneak this in? He'll get in behind and Purdy push it. I don't think he got in.
Yep, he did.
Did he get in? There it is. Touchdown, San Francisco.
Well, that's, not indicative of the day yesterday, showing a touchdown San Francisco. I think maybe they should just play that Mahomes scramble over and over again, because that was the play that the nation is focusing on. And whether it's Fred Warner missing him early, or whether it's D. Winters over pursuing late, or whether it's just Mahomes being that dude who's now 6-0 and on his way to maybe his third consecutive Super Bowl. We shall see. I don't know. There's a lot to be written between now and then in terms of injuries and fate and all that good stuff. But I think they're sitting pretty in the AFC West.
Yeah, they're sitting picture perfect right now with that perfect record. But Murph, let me ask you the question. In your opinion, do you think Patrick Mahomes is having an MVP season?
Let's see here. Let me think about the league right now. You caught me unawares. I'd say he's on a list of like a top 5 to 7 candidates, but maybe not 1, 2, or 3, because statistically he is not performing at a high level. However, they are winning.
Absolutely not, Murph. And if you look out in Vegas right now, he's the odds-on favorite to win the MVP, despite the fact that he's thrown more interceptions than touchdowns this season. And there he was yesterday walking into Levi Stadium, again, not throwing a single touchdown pass, turned the ball over twice, but he's singing and dancing along the sideline, juking out D. Winters, and lowering the boom, hitting the truck stick on Malik Mustafa in the end zone.
Yeah, well, that's it, man. He's just going to be one of those guys you pencil in automatically. But right now, who truly is the MVP of the league?
I go Jared Goff.
Man,
how about that
win yesterday?
Right?
I mean, you got to think about the line. Sam Darnold's on that list, too.
Sammy's in the conversation. Josh Allen's putting up some good numbers with the Bills.
Yeah, Josh Allen, I think, actually would be the easy one, right? So,
yeah, but
I'm telling you had a thought? You look like you had a thought there, buddy.
Jaden Daniels?
Ooh, yeah, not a bad one.
Going Freddie Lynn, rookie of the year and
he
MVP.
went down with an injury yesterday.
How about that? He left, came back in street clothes, and they won 40-7.
Oh, dominated
over Carolina.
The Panthers. Absolutely dominated.
All right, out to the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line real quick, and then the phone calls, which are lit up here. 408 says, just look at Mahomes and Kelsey's numbers, and the Niners still couldn't beat them.
That's what I'm saying, man.
All right, 650 says, Andy Reid, who has Mahomes and his symbiotic relationships with the receivers, utilizes the run game every game no matter what. Now, we, the 49ers, are supposed to be a dominant run team, and we kept asking ourselves through the game as season ticket holders, what was the plan? Why does Kyle abandon the run in these big games? 831 says, I'd like to see a well-coached, disciplined special teams and drastically reduce all the penalty yards. Niners look straight up sloppy. Coaches and personnel are failing in the details. 4-5 says, after an incompletion and a pending punt, I saw Shanahan say to Purdy, Mason was open. Why didn't you throw it to him? And Purdy didn't answer. Did you see that?
Oh, I missed that.
Mason is open for a bunch of first downs and big gainers. Purdy is really bad when he's bad. I was yelling at the TV yesterday, and I think my kid was a little scared. I was like, look, the back is open! The back is open! Throw to him! I was like, I got to calm down. All right, 808 KNBR is the phone number. Hey, Lenny down in West Palm Beach, Florida.
Ooh.
I don't think we've had Lenny from West Palm Beach, Florida, if I recall. Hey, Lenny, if we've had you before, welcome back. But if it's your first time, welcome.
Yeah.
How are you, Lenny?
What's up, Lenny?
Good morning, guys. My name is Manny, not Lenny, but hey, I always listen to you guys.
Hell yeah,
Hey, you know
man.
what?
No worries, man.
That's on Curly. He's tapping his chest. He says that's his bad. Manny, how are you, Manny?
Good, man. Listen, I got a lot of my friends listening to you out here in the West Palm Beach area, baby. Let's go Niners.
We're freaking big in West Palm Beach. You know that, Manny. You know that.
Yeah. My question was, man, Shanahan and his play calling, man. He's not consistent, man, lately. I don't know what's going on with him, man.
Well, I mean, he's trying to. Do you think he's abandoning the run too soon? Do you think he's not setting up enough screens and checkdowns to running backs? Do you think he's trying to do too much?
I think he's too much that he gets crazy within his own playbook, and the next thing you know, we're 3-0.
Yeah, and Purdy's got, obviously Purdy made some bad decisions yesterday, Manny. And hey, thanks for the call, man. We appreciate you. Stay safe down in West Palm Beach. I know although the hurricanes hit the other coast, I believe. But anyway, yeah, he's not. I mean, listen, last game against Seattle, they gained almost 500 yards. Yeah. Okay?
I mean, that's the thing. This offense is still moving the ball downfield. And we can talk about Brock Purdy's bad performances, but we can also talk about the stats that he is leading the NFL in, whether it was early this year leading him in passing yards or attempts downfield. This has kind of been the evolution of Kyle Shanahan's system. But it is interesting to Manny's part. We are seeing him more out of shotgun. We are seeing less play action. It does seem like he has kind of changed his stripes a little bit when you are looking at the overall kind of philosophy of his system that he's been running successfully for so many years. Like the fact that the yak numbers are down this year. Kyle Shanahan teams traditionally are number one in the league in yak every single year.
Yeah, it's really
That's
bad.
because he's drawing up plays, play action, moving the pocket, and finding guys over the middle. We're not seeing that same type of creativity this year, and I don't know if it's because he's putting more on Brock, if he's simplifying the offense for Brock without Christian McCaffrey. It does seem a little different, though.
Now, again, they scored 36 in Seattle, gained 483. I mean, we started the show this way. It's 9:20 right now. I mean, a lot of it is Spags, and I'm not trying to use that as an excuse because, believe me, they've lost 3 games. They've lost to the Rams, they've lost to the Cardinals, they've lost to the Chiefs. But Spags is so good. He sniffed everything out yesterday, and Kyle just can't beat him.
Yeah.
Kyle just can't beat him. Kyle is not as good as Spags.
No,
it's as simple as that.
And like, how much longer is it going to take for the rest of the NFL to catch up to what Spags is doing, or to catch up to what Brian Flores is doing?
I mean, those guys are special.
Yeah, I mean, they do something differently, but we are seeing the increase in man coverage. I mean, yesterday, the Chiefs had 3 interceptions, all in man coverage by Spags.
But, I mean, we thought Mike McDonald was the Brock Whisperer, and then they scored 36 on him.
Correct.
So, I mean, it's a combination of personnel and scheme. This is when you're at the top of your game. It's like when Bill Walsh was at the top of his game, or Tom Brady and Bill Belichick were on the top of their game. I mean, this is what they're on the top of the mountaintop.
If
man.
only Kyle Shanahan could have stole Spags away from Andy Reid.
He didn't want to leave. And
they tried this offseason.
And we talked about it. One of the callers brought up an interesting point. Like the Niners kept getting these young D coordinators who are on the rise. Robert Saleh, DeMeco Ryans, guys like that. And they leave. He said the Chiefs have a perfect storm of Andy Reid having accumulated all his knowledge, and he's not going anywhere. And Steve Spagnuolo is at a certain point in his life where he's already done the head coaching thing. He's happy where he is. So there's no fear that he's leaving. And the Niners tried, and he's like, no, man, I'm good.
Yeah.
Andy and I, we got Mahomes. We got Andy. Let's go write history.
Yeah, why would you want to leave that?
I know. So let's go out to, our buddy Tim in Manteca, who I believe is the guy who offered his bride to Nick Bosa, I believe. Tim, good morning. How are you, man?
What's up, Tim?
Yeah, you know it. Good morning, Murph. Good morning, Marcus. How you guys doing?
Well, we're sorting it out, Tim. Sorting it out.
I know, man. I know. This sucks, man. I feel like the Niners are just, like, not the same team that we're used to the past couple of years. It's starting to feel like their season is just going down, especially with BA going down like that. Like, and then all the money that they spent on him, and now he's probably going to be out for the season, and then that road to recovery, like, it's just they can't catch a break, man. And then Brock Purdy played terrible yesterday. Yeah, he got those couple touchdowns, but, I mean, those picks, man, those picks could have been – the game could have been different had he not turned the ball over.
It was very reminiscent of the Christmas night game against the Ravens, where you're just like, bro, what was
exactly.
that? You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah. Just like it's like a whole different quarterback. You know, like when he sucks. And so like it's bad and it hurts because like we had opportunities in all the games, on all the losses that we've had opportunities to kind of like get the momentum turned around.
I mean, Tim, the two fourth quarter losses were absolutely 1,000% inexcusable, just atrocious.
Yeah.
This one, at least, I'll say, Spags was sniffing out everything. He had 13 guys in the box when we wanted to run. He disguised coverages to make and he had Brock seeing ghosts, man. So, but I'm going to counter you, Tim. I don't think it's going down the drain. I still think they can finish 10-7 and win the West. I just don't necessarily think this is the year they're going to the bowl. I think this is a time for maybe the Detroit Lions or the Minnesota Vikings or somebody like that, maybe even the Packers, to make a run. You can't go every year, man. I mean, this is like, listen, Bill Walsh didn't go every year. Bill Walsh went in 81. He didn't go in 82, 83. He went in 84. He didn't go in 85, 86, or 87. So it's kind of how it is, Tim. But thanks for the call, man. Appreciate you.
Yeah, in my opinion, it's still early. I mean, literally last week, the 49ers had a 3-3 record, and Vegas had them as the odds-on favorite to go to the Super Bowl in the NFC. Now, since last week, the Detroit Lions have hopped over the 49ers in those rankings. And right now, I think everybody would agree that, there might be 3 teams in the NFC North that are playing better football than the 49ers. Packers, Vikings, and then, of course, who's the third one I'm leaving out? The Lions. That's the third one. So right now, you would say, all 3 of those teams are better than the 49ers. But there's still a lot of football left. And if the 49ers just do their job, win their division with a 10-7 record, get a ticket to the dance, and get healthy. Because this team right now is not the same team you're going to see in week 14, 15, 16 with the potential of Christian McCaffrey, Dre Greenlaw, and so on and so more.
2 things I'd say. One comes from the Little League Diamonds, and it took me a long time to learn this. Don't peak early. I used to peak early with my team. And so I learned just play it slow and then peak late, all right? That's number 1. Number 2 is, how about this stat? Did you know that the Niners are 3-4? Oh, you did know that, right? Hey, a good, nice stat, dude. Guess what? Did you know that in 3 of the last 4 years, they were 3-4?
Ooh.
Hey-oh.
Wow, Murph.
2021, 3-4. 2022, 3-4. And each one went to an NFC Championship and a Super Bowl. So
you might be onto something.
Must be onto something. Mike in Nevada's been waiting a long time. Let's get Mike in Marin County, northern region of Marin County. Mike, good morning. How are you, man?
Good. How are you guys?
Well, we're sorting it out, Mike. What do you got?
That was a bum baby of a Sunday for sure. We start with the Chiefs' ownage of the Niners, with the extra salt in the wound of Brady criticizing every average throw of Brock Purdy, which unfortunately Brady wasn't wrong. Then you go to the Dodgers thinking, well, maybe the Mets will give us some hope and some joy on a Sunday night. And no, a Farhan special bullpen game leads the Dodgers to clinch the pennant. Then you flip over to cleanse the palate to Sunday Night Football, and you've got Russell Wilson's cheeseball smile and ayahuasca Aaron Rodgers pouty mug looking at you. Got so desolate, my dad calls me and says, hey, are you watching Game 5 of the WNBA Finals? It's going to overtime. And I had to admit, I've had the game on since the fourth quarter.
We haven't talked about it at all, but I think it's in the cooler of content. Hugely controversial ending, and the Minnesota Lynx coach is getting flack from coast to coast for trying to undercut the Liberty, saying the refs stole it from them. So, Mike, you're on it. But I'll say this, Mike, about the Farhan special with the bullpen game. How many runs did the Dodgers score last night? 10. That's not a Farhan special. I mean, the bullpen game was annoying, but the fact is the Dodgers scored 10 runs. Because they pound the ball like the Giants cannot pound the ball. So, anyway, Mike, you're right. It was a bum baby, and unless you were a New York Liberty fan who likes the refs, everything sucked. Or Aaron Rodgers lost. My son was surprised. He goes, you really don't like Aaron Rodgers, do you? I said, no, I don't.
Wow.
So I'll even take a Russell Wilson win over Aaron Rodgers.
I was going to say, even with Russ getting the win.
Because he's in Pittsburgh. Who cares? And he's washed.
We talked about it earlier this morning when we're talking about ownage is ownage.
Yeah.
The only other really comparison you have with the 49ers, at least in this last decade or so, would be with Russell Wilson, Seattle Seahawks.
And you could make an argument, which was worse? Because it was super frustrating, but losing 2 Super Bowls.
Was, that's the cherry on top.
But it's different in your division. It was maybe worse.
Yeah,
that
second Super Bowl win really was the Mish Wisnowski onside kick, the cherry on top yesterday.
Man, shoot.
What the hell was that?
It looked like, as Tom Brady said, some of my drivers off the box are just hitting the ground first. All right, here's the deal. Cooler of content is loaded, absolutely stacked to the brim, including beef in the WNBA Finals.
We got beef.
All coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
You know, like when he sucks.
Thank you. 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader. 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 104.5 and 680 The
All right, everyone. Chill. This is the Cooler.
You're not sending me to the Cooler.
Of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
Well, one good thing going today, other than you get to listen to us for free and see us on YouTube and Twitch and see how Marcus kind of looks like Ricky Pearsall.
Hello.
And how young Tony's up there in the rectangle, not pulling up to the John Summit show at Cow Palace. But, and no more Mets. Oh, my God. No more of that, buddy. One last good thing. We're giving away 2 tickets to the ballpark back 9 at Oracle Park. We're giving away a 2 o'clock tee time on November 17. All right? That's Oracle Park transforming into a 9-hole golf course for the ballpark back 9 presented by the Bay Golf Club. Tee off from iconic ballpark locations and take aim at custom greens on the field at one of the coolest 9-hole courses in the world. At the intersection of golf and baseball, this is your chance to experience giant golf. Reserve tee times now for the ballpark back 9 this November at sfgiants.com/golf. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR, wins 2 tickets to the ballpark back 9. By the way, retail value, $230. Well, they ain't giving that things aren't free.
Now watch this drive.
Very good. Now, there's got to be a riff in there about the Giants and a ballpark back 9, and because they've been 3-putting a lot lately. By the way, Buster still no hire. And did you see one of the candidates pulled out?
You were
the guy from Kansas City, Scott Sharp.
Out. Damn, I thought
when do we start? When do we start ripping Buster?
Let's wait till after the World Series.
Buster, I'm kidding.
Give Buster some
time.
time.
We're joking. We try to keep it light. All right, we try to keep it light. We're not curing cancer here. We're riffing. All right. So,
let us riff.
All right. So, and still make a hire, Buster. All right. So there you go. All right, guys. What do you want? Do you want to go baseball first or other things?
Let's go baseball. Let's go baseball.
Let's go all 3. I want all 3.
Ooh.
Juan Soto, that was that's just greatness, man.
Inject this into my veins.
That's freaking great.
Murph.
And he won't be a Giant. Stop it right now. Don't even think about it. Stop. End it right now. End it. He's not going to be a Giant. We're not going to talk about it ever again. Okay. Now, Juan Soto, greatness on display. Saturday night. 2-2 ball game, 10th inning. 2 runners on. Hunter Gaddis on the mound. Throwing nasty slider after nasty slider after nasty slider. He's fouling them all off. Fouls off 4 in a row. It's a 1-2 count. Soto's smiling up there like he's loving it. Gaddis says, I'm going to sneak a fastball by him.
Good luck.
John Sterling.
And the 1-2. Swung on, a high fly to center. Back goes Thomas on the track. He's at the wall, and she's gone! A 3-run home run. The Yankee bench comes on the field. Wow, what a Soto photo. A long, high fly to deep right center and out. He's wonderful. Marvelous. A 3-run blast by Soto with 2 outs here in the 10th. And the Yankees now take a 5-2 lead, and they're 3 outs away from going to the World Series.
Dude, do you like the call?
I love the call.
How about him going 1927 George Gershwin on you?
He's wonderful.
Wonderful. Like, I grew up listening to my dad's records with Fred Astaire singing that.
Wow.
I'm an old head who knows that. I can't imagine there's a single Yankee fan under the age of 80 who knows that song. Young Tone, there's no way you know your Fred Astaire, wonderful George Gershwin, right?
No chance.
You got it right there, buddy? Dude,
no chance.
This is when America was classy, though. Listen to this.
Ooh, classier times.
Listen to this. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, we get the, see, they used to always play a little musical intro before you get to the, jump ahead to the lyrics here, buddy.
Yeah, don't bore us. Get to the chorus.
Very good. Yeah, just give me a little silky Fred Astaire here, buddy. Here we go. Here. Yeah, this is it. Classy. This is classy, baby. Don't you feel like having a martini?
Ooh, a couple.
Maybe you and your dad in New York get a martini and listen to this.
Ooh, sipping a martini at a cigar bar or something.
Smoking a stogie talking about the Yankees.
Then again, my dad's not really a big martini guy, more of a Jack Daniels guy.
Okay.
Give him a Jack and Coke.
Will you drink a Manhattan, which is a bourbon-based drink?
I will do a Manhattan, or even an old-fashioned.
You know, it's really funny. this is literally what I grew up on. My dad played this stuff all the time, so I know it all. So when John Sterling's referencing that, I'm like, who's he trying to appeal to? The old head demographic. Anyway, thank you, Young Tom.
John Sterling does not need to appeal to anybody. He's a living legend. So any home run call, especially when it's a game winner, top of the 10th, to send the Yankees to the World Series, let's blank and go.
So I go to try to court Candy Sue, the lovely Candace, off her feet in New York in 1995. She has a local bar, and they're very protective of her. The bartender there. So when she's like, I'm bringing in this guy from California. He's like, yeah. He's like, we'll see about that.
Oh, this California.
So she went all the time. So I was a Manhattan drinker because my parents drank them in addition to listening to Fred Astaire. And so I ordered a Manhattan, and the bartender, dude, this guy freaking stones me right out of the gate. He goes, oh, really? He goes, what? You think because you're in Manhattan, you got to order a Manhattan? I was like, bro, high and tight. Coming in with the cheese, high and tight.
He took that as disrespectful.
He was like, well, what are you? So would you fall off the turnip truck?
Wow.
I was like, man.
What am I, a clown? Do I amuse you, Murph? Trying to make a joke? Trying to make a mockery out of me?
I said, just give me the damn Manhattan, buddy. Brian Anderson, TBS, with a little more, shall we say, hype than John Sterling.
Got a steal. Soto, a high fly ball to center. Thomas backing up. Thomas at the track. And Juan Soto! A 3-run home run! Soto magic in Game 5! An incredible moment as Juan Soto goes deep to give the Yankees a 5-2 lead in the 10th inning.
How about him halfway down first base, turning to the dugout and just pounding his chest?
Dude, stops in his tracks, turns around, and lets the whole world know what he just did.
By the way, can I riff on Aaron Judge?
Please riff.
Right now, Aaron Judge's contribution to the Yankees pennant race is that elaborate high five he has with Soto after Soto does something.
Hey.
Up, down, up, down, up, down, up.
Hey, he's starting to heat up a little bit.
I mean, literally, Judge's contribution is to give the cool handshake to Soto.
I mean, Judge is just hanging out, squeezed in the middle of Soto hitting bombs and Giancarlo Stanton, the ALCS MVP.
Wow.
I mean, he's a monster right now.
It was so great. I want one more Spanish language.
Ooh, look at that.
They always go big.
Third time's a charm.
Soto, swing, elevado, profundo por el central. Atrás lo va buscando. Thomas a la pared. Olvídala. Extra, se va y se fue. Se fue. Soto la botó. Juan Soto por el center field. Échale sazón. Eso es un jonrón. Juan Soto con dos a bordo la botó por el jardín central. El sotomático posiblemente apuesta a los Yankees a la Serie Mundial. Juan Soto por el central. ¡Wow! 5-2.
Okay, so who wins? The John Sterling chill George Gershwin, Brian Anderson, pretty hype, or my man? I don't even have the name on him. I wish I had a name on him. That was incredible.
I mean, I got to go John Sterling here, but that Spanish call, Soto Magico, Soto Magico.
Did you see? You're gonna love this one. Jazz Chisholm after the game in the clubhouse.
I actually have not heard this sound yet. I saw it on the cooler.
This is pretty good, dude. So you're for the female reporter for Yes. I don't know her name. She's interviewing Chisholm. The champagne spraying. They got the goggles on, and he throws out a number for Hal Steinbrenner. Young Tone cut. It's cut J here. Here it is. Yeah, in the cooler.
Stepped up to the plate there with the game on the line in the 10th.
He's going to do it. That's the only thing going through my mind. He's going to do it.
What left you so confident?
Because it's Juan Soto. Pay my guy. Pay Juan Soto.
I'd ask you how much, but we'll leave that for another day.
$700 million.
$700 million. Pay the man.
Pay my guy.
Pay the blanket man. Did you see the Yankee fan? I believe it was game 1 or 2. They had him out in the bleachers, and he had a giant check that said $600 million Juan Soto on it.
Will you do it? Will Hal Steinbrenner do it?
Absolutely.
Really?
Now, how big is the offer going to be from the San Francisco Giants, Murph?
$1.2 billion?
Yeah. He'd be worth it. I mean, man, oh, man.
All right, that's enough of the Yankees. Let's jump down to this.
Oh, Yankees win. And real quick, who are your rooting interests in the World Series?
I mean, bro, do I need to wear a Tony Lazzeri jersey every day? I mean, I might wear a different Yankee jersey every day.
Let's go. I
got my Mickey Rivers ready. I might wear a Bucky Dent jersey. That's how much I'm rooting for you, buddy.
Dent.
I might wear a Bucky Blanken Dent jersey.
I love this because me and Murph.
I might be a bigger Yankee fan than you this week, buddy.
Okay, look, I was about to hand out my arm in hands and talk about how this is going to bond Murph and myself of our hatred of the Dodgers and how we're all going to be rooting for the Yankees. Careful with those takes, Murph. Pump that back a little bit. But I am happy to see that you will be rooting for the Pinstripes.
What do you need, brother? I mean, what do you want, a Roy White? I mean, I'll go so deep you don't even know some of the Yankees I know.
How?
I mean, what do you want? Mickey Rivers, Roy White, Sparky Lyle? Let's go. I'm in. I got them all.
I got my pops on line 3 ready to go, Murph.
Me and your dad, who I'm about the same age as, he and I can break down the Bronx Zoo Yankees, man. All right, this WNBA thing got hot. So, Minnesota Lynx, New York Liberty, Game 5. Lynx are up 2. There's a phantom foul on Breanna Stewart with 6 seconds left. She makes the 2 free throws. They go to OT and win. Liberty wins. Well, the Minnesota Lynx coach, and I should have gotten her name. I apologize to you guys on that right there. I'll give it to you right after. She didn't want to hear it. This is all time, guys. Her name is Cheryl Reeve. Dude, I don't know if I can remember a championship game climaxing with the opposing coach saying this.
I know all the headlines will be Reeve cries foul. Bring it on, right? Bring it on. Because was stolen from us. Bring it on.
Whoa.
Wow.
Can you ever remember a World Series, Super Bowl, NBA Finals where the opposing coach says that S was stolen from us? Once again, this is Cheryl Reeve. She goes, bring it on. Check it out.
Because was stolen from us. Bring it on.
Bring it on. The series is over. Sorry to break the news to you.
I mean, can you remember a coach ever losing like that before? So New York Liberty coach Sandy Brondello comes in with the goggles on, champagne soaked, and she's all happy. And the media says to her, "Hey, the Lynx coach just said that you guys stole it," and her reaction is literally just a noise. Listen.
Cheryl came in earlier and said that she felt this championship had been stolen from them because of the officiating. I'm just.
I want you, if you missed it, I want you to listen again. She literally goes, take a listen here.
Cheryl came in earlier and said that she felt this championship had been stolen from them because of the officiating. I'm just.
What a response. All time.
So good.
Right?
It's a perfect response, isn't it?
Keep that one around, Tony. Next time John Joe Curley's yelling us about the clock, I'm just going to respond.
I'm just.
Get out of here, John Joe.
Oh, man. All right. Hey, let's drag Aaron Rodgers through the mud because they got Devontae Adams and they got smoked by a Pittsburgh Steelers team that has no offense at all, but Russell Wilson put together a couple of plays.
Steeler country. Let's ride.
Now,
Broncos country. Let's ride.
Cut S, Tony. They said to Aaron Rodgers, you're 2-5. What do you have to do here?
How do you get everybody to keep the belief in? It seems like a lot of the same mistakes.
Stop listening to you guys. Number one. Number two, I got to play better. That's the key.
Oh, yeah. It's us, Aaron.
Yeah.
That's number one? How about number one? How about you reverse the order of those, brother? How about number one, it's on you, and number two, give it to listen to this guy. Who's this guy think he is, a Minnesota Lynx coach?
How do you get everybody to keep the belief in? It seems like a lot of the same mistakes.
Stop listening to you guys.
Bro.
Wow.
Bro.
Number.
Come on, man.
Aaron Rodgers is going full Kenneth Copeland this morning, Murph.
The media said what?
The media said I fired Robert Saleh.
Oh, man. There's so much good stuff in this cooler. We're running out of time. Maybe we can do a little bit on the other side, too. And congrats to Aaron and Roner Park for winning our Ballpark Back 9 tickets. All right, man. So, there's even a little bit more. Yeah, what did young Tony learn today? I'm not even sure. Maybe they should have pulled up to the John Summit show. Yeah. Fred Astaire, perhaps. I think we've already done Fred Astaire, haven't we?
You learned about the press box yesterday.
Okay, we'll do that. We'll do that on the other side. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Pay my guy. Pay Juan Soto.
It's Bigelow tea time because every season is Bigelow tea season. You know the Warriors start Wednesday? So you say, hey, it's basketball season, it's football season. No, it's Bigelow tea season. That's why Bigelow's the number one tea in the Bay Area. We reach for it every day here at KNBR. We have it in the break room. It's so beautiful. And for those of us who make our living behind the mics, a soothing cup of Bigelow tea, come on, keeps you going, makes you feel good. So grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proud.
I'm just sipping on chamomile.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, John Summit at the Cow Palace inspiring Tony's rejoins. I like it. Okay, fun. I mean, listen, we started the day saying ownage is ownage, and we ended the day with some great cooler content. Made me feel better. I truthfully, if you guys want my macro, 4-4 at the break was my prediction. 10-7 winning the West is my prediction. Maybe it's not the year you're winning the bowl. Maybe it's not. Maybe it is, but I just, they're not the same team. They're diminished. Now they're missing Aiyuk. Who knows when McCaffrey comes back, but just beat the Cowboys Sunday, get to 4-4 at the break. Brock's got to fix it up. Kyle's got to fix it up. There's a general intensity level. There's also just the Spags issue. I mean, a lot of it, I know it's the easy way out, and I know you don't want to make excuses. You want to beat the best. But Spags owns him, man. He freaking owns him. And you got to wear that until that further notice. You don't have to worry about him anymore. He's your problem in the AFC West now.
Right.
So, go beat the Cowboys, but Brock's got to be way better. He was, listen, nobody said it was going to be easy, kid.
Yeah, Brock was bad yesterday. Kyle was bad yesterday. They just simply got outplayed. That's why Kyle Shanahan simply put it, we got our ass kicked. And Murph, we've said it a million times since Super Bowl 54, since Super Bowl 58, to be the man, you got to beat the man. Mm-hmm. And the 49ers have yet to beat Andy Reid and the Kansas City Chiefs with Kyle Shanahan as their head coach. That's the bottom line. Now, I'm not going to sit here and overreact and say, the season's over because they lost. Because last Friday, I picked the Chiefs to win this game. Mm-hmm. I think I might have been one of the few hosts at the station who actually picked the Chiefs to win this game.
Yeah, I just can't,
Yeah, I get it, Murph. I get it.
I ethically, morally, and physically can't.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I suppose I should, but I thought maybe they could squeak it out. I thought maybe the Chiefs would be bored.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. That was the narrative, is they wanted it more, and we'll see how bad they want it down the rest of the season. And really, what they should want now is to win a division and get into the playoffs, because then anything can happen. I mean, think about the narrative surrounding the Kansas City Chiefs last year, who finished 11-6, where the talk was they're just playing with their food during the regular season. Well, guess what? They turned it on once it got to the end of the season and once it got to the postseason. And if the 49ers can just kind of maintain, I know no one wants to maintain a 500 record, but to get the 4-4 before the bye week, to finish the season with a 10-7 record that could win you the division, then we're talking about a 49er team with a healthy Christian McCaffrey, hopefully, a healthy Dre Greenlaw, hopefully. And then we're talking about this team actually making a run. We're still a far, far away from the NFL playoffs. I know it's early in the season, and this feels like a big loss, but it's not the end of the world for the 49ers.
Look at Marcus talking us off the ledge. He's just feeling good because the Yankees are in the series.
That's it, baby.
Because he's wonderful.
I'm feeling
marvelous.
Wonderful.
Hey, do you want to get two of these just cooler content ones in because they were so good? The Warriors start Wednesday. We have been completely so Ninered out that we got to focus, man. The freaking Warriors start on Wednesday. And Steve Kerr's saying his team's so deep he can't figure out how to play everybody. He's got like 11 or 12 guys. No Klay Thompson. We'll have to talk about this.
Awkward.
So Bob Myers showed up for the Laker game Friday, and listen to this yucking it up. Here they are yucking it up here. Bob Myers and Steve Kerr and Steph Curry just yucking it up here.
You want in on this? Come on. Yeah. Okay. No. Come on. Okay. We're headed into the fourth quarter. We have Steph Curry here. He plays for the Golden State Warriors. Steve Kerr, the Warriors coach. I feel like you didn't coach as well while I was here. I feel like we have more talent now that Mike Dunleavy's the GM. Yeah. How are you feeling? On a scale of 1 to 10, how much you guys missing me?
I'm having real PTSD right now from all the meetings we had upstairs, so I'm going to let y'all have it.
Anything you need from me in the fourth quarter and the broadcast?
We were done with you 2 years ago.
Thank you.
All right. Nice. They got jokes. They got laughs.
Just dudes being dudes.
Yeah. Is that unprofessional? Should Myers have asked a real question?
No, of course not.
It's preseason basketball.
Yeah, who cares what the hell he's asking?
And hey, you guys want... All right, they yucked it up. You want like a little moment here of like what sports is all about and what like remembering the journey. Lakers rookie Quincy Olivari is so young that he was in 6th grade when Steph Curry was his idol. Ooh. And he got Steph Curry's autograph in 6th grade. And now he played against him. And after the game, Steph went up to him and said, "Hey man, I like your game." This kid reacted you want to talk about a real reaction. Somebody asked him about it after the game, and his reaction was very raw and emotional here.
Man, it's crazy because I've liked him since I was in, 6th grade. I don't even know what to say, man, because Like, that's my favorite player ever. And the first thing he told me was, like, I'm a big fan of your game. And, like, truth be told, I'm a big fan of him. You know, like, I had his jersey. He signed it twice. I used to sleep under that jersey. And, like, I just wanted to be like him so bad. And so just to be able to meet him, him be able to have some respect for me, and then us to talk in the back, he gave me a pair of his shoes and signed them. Like, that meant the world to me, man. Like, my dad knows, my mom knows. Like, it just means a lot. And, like, I don't know. It just means a lot.
Damn.
Wow.
Right? I mean, talk about raw and real, right?
I was not expecting to end the
Quincy
show like this.
Olivari. Yeah, we always find something for the cooler that has the heartstrings.
Yeah. Murph likes to pull those heartstrings.
Well, that got pretty viral. A lot of people sent that around.
That's
'Cause
cool.
It just reminds you about, sports and your heroes and all that good stuff.
It also reminded me that I was in 6th grade when LeBron James made his NBA debut, and now he's out here playing with his son, Bronny, on the court.
But you're not crying about it.
I'm not crying about it.
By the way, that was a reaction when Curly had Fred Lynn call on my birthday. I was like, man.
Just saying so much to me.
All right, and then finally, young Tony. Here we go.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
All right, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. We offered you many things, but the young Tone, for you, what do you think you learned the most today?
I learned about the Niners press box, dude. Outrageous. I mean, you're living like kings up there.
Okay, so he just found out that there's a whole world up there. Like, it's like when Elaine, and Curly knows this, when Elaine went up to first class and was like, they have cookies up here. There are people up here having cookies. And then they throw her out. Remember that? She goes, our goal should be a society without classes. So that's you. You found out that they have warm cookies in the press box.
Dude, they don't just have cookies. They have like steak dinners with some mushroom sauce, a very vague mushroom sauce. We weren't sure
what they're doing
was.
is taking the edge. Like, I was going to rip Brock Purdy, but my belly is so full with steak.
Well,
and
here's
cookies.
the thing. If they were trying to take the edge off Murph, they'd be serving beer up in the press box.
You know what? Some of them do after games.
Yeah, so I hear.
Yeah.
So I hear.
So congrats, kid, and I'll never take you to a suite ever again.
Damn, that's crazy. No, best seat in the house for real. And I was always asking everybody I saw, I was like, does this ever get old? And I just asked Holler the same thing. He said, no, it never gets old.
And you know what I learned is it's like being in the old MTV show Silent Library.
That's it.
You can't say a thing. Don't look at me.
I got to teach OG Murph and young Tony about a former MTV show.
So Tony experienced Silent Library. He also learned about John Sterling's home run call, but that's another day. All right, guys, that's it. Well, listen, it was therapeutic. Hopefully it was for you too. We'll do it again tomorrow. Warriors start Wednesday. Hey, this all is time for Papa and Lund, and when it's time for a change, it's sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. When it is time for a change, get yours at Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service and help fight breast cancer now through October. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Like when he sucks.
I mean, what can I say? Just tip my hat and call the Chiefs my daddies.
Because was stolen from us.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Mahomes in the gun. Worthy comes back in motion left. 3 are left. Ray right. Hand off Kareem Hunt. Touchdown Chiefs. Just ran power off the right side. And the Chiefs have taken their first lead of the game. 6-3.
Humphrey gives it off. Counter play. Inside. Kareem Hunt dancing and diving. And Kareem Hunt. Touchdown, Kansas City. And Hunt has his second rushing touchdown of this game. The Chiefs lead 13-3.
Mahomes going to run. He'll go in untouched. Get banged on the goal line. But he ran right over Malik Mustafa. Nicole Hardman on the jet sweep. All the way to the goal line. Touchdown, Kansas City.
That's awful.
They did it again. Chiefs 28, 49ers 18. Kansas City's the only undefeated team in the NFL.
Oh, yes. Thanks for joining us. Lay on the couch for the next 4 hours. What the hell's wrong with the 49ers? We'll get into that conversation. We will acknowledge there are injuries, but certainly there is much more than that because Kansas City had them as well. Patrick Mahomes gets over on the 49ers once again, and there are major problems as the 49ers fall out of first place because Seattle won. Deshaun Watson gets hurt. We got that to discuss. The Jets still stink, even with Devontae Adams. A full slate of NFL games. Plus a doubleheader of on Monday Night Football, which we love. Moses Moody, Moses Moody. He's got a new contract of 3 years and $39 million. We are on the verge of the Warriors season. And yes, your worst nightmare has come true. On the same day that the 49ers lose to the Chiefs, the Dodgers go to the World Series to take on the Yankees. And yeah, Juan Soto's not getting it out of New York after that home run. Other than that, everything is great. Good morning, my friend.
You cheered me up nice, John. Good job. Thank you.
That's reality, man. That is reality today.
I know you don't like Dodgers Yankees. Going to be a hell of a World Series starting on Friday, and the Yankees won the American League again. First time in a while since 2009 on Saturday night, and the Dodgers won last night. So, but obviously what's top of mind in the Bay Area is what happened yesterday. And I am wearing the Super Bowl hat. That I'm not. I think I wore it one day on Media Row.
The Vegas hat, I will say.
It's not a nice hat. It's an ugly hat. It's a Vegas hat. It represents the Raiders Super Bowl. I haven't worn it since today. So it's 252 days. Yesterday was from the Super Bowl to yesterday's game. Why am I wearing this hat? The game yesterday to me is just a barometer. It's a litmus test. Where are you? Kansas City. I know they're 5-0 going into the game yesterday. I watched every single one of their games a couple of times and watched them all in chronological order on Saturday. And I felt yesterday morning they were beatable. They barely beat Baltimore. It was by a toe. Isaiah Likely. They controlled the Cincinnati game, the entire game. Butker made a field goal at the end to win that game. The Atlanta game, they had one defensive goal line stand after the other to win. The Chargers ran them. It was 10-0 at halftime, and somehow Mahomes slipped out of it. New Orleans games, ironically, after all their injuries began to settle in, they started to figure it out. I thought they were beatable. They're still 6-0. That quarterback is just special in every regard. They run the ball more than they've ever run the ball, 47% of the time. Andy's more like 1/3 run, 2/3 pass, but he's playing to his defense. They're going to be a problem. But really, what I looked at yesterday was, where are we? We're the San Francisco 49ers 252 days after playing them in a Super Bowl that went to overtime. And the 49ers scored first in the overtime. And we went through it last week, John. There were 10 plays in that game in February. If they go the other way, the Niners win the game. There were none of those yesterday. That was an ass-kicking. I couldn't believe it was only 14-6 at halftime. It felt a lot worse. Somehow, you got it to 14-12. Worthy slips down. Demo comes up with a pick, and you're right there again. And Brock just did not play well. And the team right now, the 49ers are 3-4. You know, they kicked a couple of games, obviously, but the Arizona second half just stinks there. It just lays there how badly they were outplayed in that second half. And it may have been 101 degrees. They melted, and that was what is wrong with this team. And yesterday there were not entirely 60 minutes of football, but there was enough of the game that you really wonder. 253 days now after the heartbreak, and I guess it was 252 days since you and I did that show in the closet in Vegas and wonder what happened. But you were so close. You were so close. So close. I don't feel close right now. This team has got to reinvent themselves. They got to get through this week. We'll find out the news about Brandon Aiyuk, obviously. I didn't think it was an ACL. It looked bad. It was a hyperextended. He planted and got pushed back. Normally when hyperextends that way, it's not an ACL. It's an LCL or a PCL or an MCL or something CL. And then he did get hit from the side as well. So we'll see. They can do a hand job on the knee, and they know if it's torn or not. So they almost always get it. Maybe they missed this one, but we'll brace for the news when Kyle talks at 3:30. But you got to get through the Cowboy game, and then hopefully get to 4-4, and then go into the bye and see if McCaffrey can come back. See if Dre Greenlaw can come back. Those are two huge pieces you're missing. They are targeting the linebacker level. It's obvious. And you don't have McCaffrey. It's just different. the way they're slamming the run. But they slammed the run in the Super Bowl as well. But I'm really disappointed in just, and I know Andy Reid, 21-4 going into yesterday, John, off a bye. Does it matter that you give him an extra week? Like, he's not going to get prepared in a week's time. But when he has 2 weeks, he tightens up his team more than anything with a self-scout, and he just attacks your weaknesses. And the Niners right now, they are a system football team on both sides of the ball. Their offense is a system, and he is slamming the run on the early downs. He is run blitzing Nick Bolton every time. Tranquil and Chanel are on the edges. You can't move them on first down. The Niners had some success throwing on first down yesterday early in the game. He's taken away the run. The way they choked off the middle of the field yesterday was incredible. Mike McDonald, when he was Baltimore's DC, did it on Christmas night, and Brock got intercepted 4 times. Jim Schwartz did it in Cleveland. But just to watch Kansas City's corners play with leverage, where the Niners on the in-breaking routes, John, there was one play where Trent McDuffie got called for a penalty because he grabbed Brandon Aiyuk, because he was basically face-guarding Aiyuk. He was not going to let Aiyuk run the in-cut. He was just saying, you got to go outside, and Aiyuk did not go outside. You need more option routes here where you read leverage and adjust on how they're playing you. If they're funneling and just shoving everything in the middle of the field, you can't put balls in there. Brock's first interception at Justin Reed. Justin Reed can't cover. He was a robber there. They were playing 2 safeties deep, and they knew it was going to be the fake stretch, keep boot coming the other way, and you got to hit Kittle on the 3rd level, and he just sat there and took it away. So they're keying on your scheme in the run game, all the in-breaking. We talk about it all the time, the in-breaking routes. You've got to work the sidelines of the field. You got to go from numbers out. It was just so obvious on some of these routes that they're playing inside leverage. They're forcing you to go in. That's the offense. And then the defensive side of the ball, John, it's just the way they are, the jet sweep. What did we talk about all last week? The jet sweep, the jet sweep, the jet sweep. For them to come in and roll McCall Hardman on that 20-yard jet sweep right away, to run it right at Dre Greenlaw. Devondre Campbell, because Dre's not able to play. They did it again with Worthy on the next play. D. Winters, we kept saying you got to play D. Winters more over Devondre Campbell. Well, D. Winters played a lot yesterday. He was in the base, and they kept 2 and 3 tight ends on the field to keep Campbell on the field. But when you went nickel, there were a lot of snaps where D. Winters was in over Devondre Campbell, and he shoots his gun. He's coming downhill like Dre Greenlaw, but he's not rapping. The one where the screen, and then Andy in the screens and just not getting Kareem Hunt on the ground. On the screen on 3rd and 3, missed the tackle, got run over on the goal line. And then, obviously, the pump fakes over and over and over again with Mahomes. What do we talk about? You can't take his pump fake. Fred Warner took one. Fred was slow to get there after covering the middle of the field, and D. Winters took it on the sideline. Nobody pushes him out of bounds. I don't know how he tight-roped that. And then down in the low red zone when he ran in on the quarterback draw. It's the scheme of how you play, and everything is GTFO. Get the F off. Get upfield. Well, not on the goal line. So and you're running past the quarterback constantly and giving him a step up. And then inside, Jordan Elliott is shooting a gap. He's taking one side on Creed Humphrey. He gives him the other gap rather than just holding on to it and two-gapping him and reading where Mahomes wants to go and then slide that way. If you give him the first look by going on a half a body on the other side, you give him a walk-in on the touchdown, and then he runs over Mustafa and glares at him with all the big hits he made. So 252 days after the Super Bowl, when they were so close to beating that football team, maybe I'll feel differently tomorrow. Maybe in a week after they beat Dallas and get to 4-4 and make the adjustments they've got to make. They got to self-scout. The other teams are attacking you in the same areas. They are influencing blocking you. You're getting up the field on the edges, so they're not blocking. They're running the jet sweep right by you, Devondre Campbell. D. Winters, nobody's looking for the ball. Who's got the ball? 17's got the ball. GTFO, get up the field. Do you want to do that on the goal line, though? When he gets one hatch, he's out there. I mean, that's the way you do it in the middle of the field, but in certain situations, that's why you're not getting off the field on 3rd down. 8 for 14 the Chiefs were on 3rd down. 1 for 2 on 4th. The Niners got one at the end. They were 1 for 10 on 3rd down. yesterday for most of the game. And the one you hit was Kittle down the sideline. And even when Brock got big chunks, John, he underthrew Kittle. That ball's got to be out more. Jacob Cowing, his on the stutter and go there when they finally, had an injury in the secondary to Jalen Watson. They went at Najee Johnson, number 13. Cowing, good route, got behind him. Ball's got to be out in front. It's a touchdown. Once they tackled him down in the low red zone, Brock threw another pick. Karlaftis got the hit and the interception by Hicks. So I just wanted to see, you weren't going to win the Super Bowl yesterday. You were not getting back February the 11th, but just where are we with those guys? They've got injuries. They lost their running back. Pacheco broke a fibula. Hollywood Brown's not played all year. Rashee Rice was their best player. He's down. Now, the one thing with Juju Smith-Schuster, they knew all week he may not play. He had a hamstring spasm on the practice field, so they could plan for him not being able to play in the game. And they just went, they switched it up. They used Worthy more, Watson more, Noah Gray more. They had tight ends. The Niners lost their guys on the morning of a game. Losing Debo was a major setback, and then Aiyuk, obviously, with the ACL right before halftime. So you were just so close, it felt like, to beating this team at last in the Super Bowl, John, and now it feels like the records are, you are what your record says you are. It feels like Kansas City is 6-0, and the Niners are 3-4.
All right, lay down therapeutically on the couch today and give us your thoughts. A lot of things that Pop just said right there. We can break it all down for you. Ask Papa anything at all. Give us your thoughts. Wide open on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line. It's one and the same, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. What's going on with the 49ers? Whatever is going on with the Chiefs, but what's going on with the 49ers? A lot of problems. I think we can surmise it in one thing. They're not a very good football team. We'll get into that conversation. We'll tell you about the guest list and get it going next. It's Pop on London on your Monday. Thanks for hanging out. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Tim Ryan, bro. Joined Murph and Marcus this morning, break down the 49ers' loss to the Chiefs. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Dang it!
wherever you are around the globe. Stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Hello, friends. Thanks for hanging out on a Monday with us. Not a good game for the 49ers. Got a lot of reasons why, which we will discuss over the next almost 4 hours. Give us your thoughts on what you saw yesterday, your frustrations. Another loss to the Kansas City Chiefs, this time 28-18, 415-808 KNBR, 415-808-5627 on the Golden State Lumbers and Building Material text line and call-in line. Real quick before we go back to all negative all the time, Eric Branch at 11:50 today and Larry Kruger at 12:30, the Krug Show. Biggest highlight yesterday, Richard Sherman came in studio with us yesterday, which
I saw him on
nobody
the field.
does that.
He was there.
It was so cool. Because usually, like, we've gotten like Patrick Willis, Navarro Bone. We've gotten really good guys to come in, but we just thought, because Dennis Brown told me yesterday, I sit down, he goes, Richard Sherman's coming in. I go, sure, man, going to come down here. Sure enough, man, pops in, had a great conversation. I asked him why he wears Seahawks hats all the time. Like, what's the deal, bro? It's like he's got to even it out. But yeah, we had about 15 minutes with him too. He's like, I got all the time in the world. He was hanging out. It was cool, man. So that was the highlight, and then the game happened. But that was a lot of fun hanging out with Sherman before the game. So my overall question, and then we'll get breaking down into the game, and people want to talk about all sorts of different things, the Aiyuk injury and all those things that are long-term issues. But my question to you is this starting to feel like 2020 to you, where before the season we were all into these things, and is this going to affect the season? No. Is this going to affect the season? They can overcome it. And the 49ers have done an amazing job over the years of overcoming and getting close and getting to the Super Bowl and NFC Championship games. But really, the reality of the NFL is you give a couple of shots, you lose a couple of Super Bowls, and then the numbers aren't good in terms of getting back to the Super Bowl, even getting back to the playoffs. And the 49ers have kind of bucked that trend. But this year, from training camp on, whether it be Trent, whether it be Pearsall, whether it be Aiyuk, whether it be all these issues, and now every single week we're going, if they get healthy. And generally they have gotten healthy. But now as we brace for the latest news on Brandon Aiyuk, it's just starting to feel like it's not their year. And there's no, qualification of what that feels like. But you can feel like it when a season is going right for a team, and you can feel when it starts to be magical. And you can also feel when it starts to be like, ooh, this just isn't their year. Is it starting to feel like that to you?
Well, I would take it a step back to the Super Bowl and that week of the game. And nobody connected with the team wants to point a finger. And you can blame the league. You can blame the Chiefs for not being more cooperative. But that field at UNLV, I think there's no doubt that it contributed to Greenlaw tearing his opposite Achilles. Deebo Samuel getting hurt in that game with a hamstring. Daniel Bullocks, the defensive backfield coach, tearing his Achilles on the sideline when Jair Brown makes an interception. And I'm starting to wonder, because I haven't seen Christian McCaffrey on a football field since that game. So when I was watching the Super Bowl back to get ready for this game, is that partly where his Achilles began to hurt? I know it happened late in the year, and he missed that game against the L.A. Rams, Week 18, and it happened the week before in Washington. And it's on both sides. I do wonder, was it practicing on that field? He hasn't played since. Is that part of the reason McCaffrey's going to miss the first half of the year? I don't know. And then you get into the season, and you had contract holdouts. That's part of success. That didn't contribute with Aiyuk tearing his ACL. But then you get into the year, and you lose Javon Hargrave. And that's a major injury. Major injury. We knew it at the time. Talking to Brian Baldinger before the game, he was doing Compass Radio yesterday. He brought that up right away to me. How you get to stop their power inside? How you get to, you don't have the gravedigger. Major difference. And he was playing really well when he got hurt. He had a great Super Bowl game. He played hurt last year. So some of these injuries guys are coming back. When are they coming back? Now you're getting into the realm where they're not coming back. Gravedigger's not coming back unless you get to the Super Bowl, but really it's a partially torn tricep. How would he play in that game? You'd have to bandage it up. You'd have to brace it. And they're just running right at your middle right now. And you got Jordan Elliott, Kevin Givens, Malik Collins, but they're backup players, Elliott and Givens. That's where your depth comes in. Kalia Davis had a big play. But the way they ran power and ran downhill, and they've been doing it more and more, the strength of the Chiefs team are those three interior guards. The guards in the center, Joe Tooney, Creed Humphrey, and Trey Smith. And They run inside zone. They run power plays than they've ever done. Andy's changed. They got a good offensive line coach, obviously, and Andy Heck. They know what they're doing, and you just couldn't stop them. And Kareem Hunt, I think one thing if I would do if I was Brett Veach was go get another running back. Samaje Perine a good back. He's more of a third down back. Carson Steele, a young guy, they're running him a lot. He's a fumbler, and he does not have great skill overall, so they lose Kareem Hunt, they could be in trouble the way they're leaning on the run game with all the injuries in the wide receiving core. But losing Javon Hargrave is a major loss. That guy was the big free agent acquisition 2 years ago. He was on a great defensive line in Philadelphia that played Mahomes. He played in back-to-back Super Bowls. So that's a major loss. And now losing Aiyuk is a huge loss. And Brandon was just starting to play well. He was starting to separate. He was starting to be himself. I think he was going to have a big game yesterday. Did have the drop. That was a bad play on third down. Brock, that's one of the great balls Brock threw yesterday, right over the shoulder against Trent McDuffie. And I don't know if he couldn't see it. He was blinded by the light, the sunshine, but he dropped the ball. You can't drop that. So anyway, I don't want to go there yet. We'll see what Aiyuk's injury is and if McCaffrey can come back. I do worry about Dre Greenlaw, John, when he does come back, being a linebacker. I worry about Christian. He's trying to build his speed back up. He's going every other day now to try to get back to where he was. Whatever he did in Germany, it seemed to work. The pain's not there, but he's got to build back up, and you got to be careful. You can't go too hard one day and then you have a setback. So he's doing it the right way. I think after the bye, you can start to look for him to start to practice with the team. But will he be McCaffrey? Will Dre Greenlaw be himself this year with his change of direction? He's such a straight-line, heat-seeking missile player like Mustafa and like D. Winters. And D. Winters is just coming up reckless. He's too fast. He's taking half a body. He's missing a lot of tackles, but you need him to play. So I don't want to go there yet because that year, starting in week 2, a cart came on the field twice in the span of 3 snaps to take Solomon Thomas off and Nick off, and then you lost Jimmy, you lost Mostert, you lost George, the cubit bone he broke, and it just got to the point where you couldn't play. And when you lose your quarterback and Nick Bosa, what are you going to do here? And George Kittle, you're not there yet, but it's these injuries that are starting to crop up to the Gravedigger and Aiyuk where they're not coming back. It's not going to be, can we get through 4 to 6 weeks without them or a couple of months, John? They're gone. We're not going to see those guys till 2025 more than likely.
Yeah, it's just kind of the sense I was getting yesterday watching. And then the other thing, too, is that if their identity is to play smash-mouth football, stop the run, and do those kind of things, they're just not equipped on the offensive and defensive lines. When you and I would prepare for games, especially in 2019, the defensive line led everything. We talked about it on our show all the time. The defensive line. They're just not getting it done, especially inside. You mentioned the injuries, and now depth players are having to play too bigger roles, and it's just not good enough. And then you look at the key downs. It's not that Mahomes was good yesterday. In fact, he and Brock were both not so good, but it's about the key plays, and we've talked about it all season long with the 49ers in the red zone. Kansas City yesterday dominates them in the red zone. The 49ers give up touchdowns on 61% of the time inside the red zone. So we've been so focused on what they haven't done offensively in the red zone. They're 23rd, 61% of the time the other team scores a touchdown in the red zone. That's what the Chiefs did yesterday. Not what they did, it's when they did it. And then same thing with third down rate. You talked about third down rate for Kansas City yesterday versus the Niners. They're giving up first downs on third down 46% of the time. That's 28th in the league. So their defense, and we have a plenty big enough sample size. It's not an elite defense. It's not a top 10 defense. They're 14th in yards. They're 12th in rush yards. They're 16th in points. They give up 4.5 yards a carry, which is 12th. So they're not a defensive team, which is really their identity, even though everybody talks about the offense and how many points they score. When the Niners are good, defense is their identity. It's not good. They have the second worst special teams in the league. Again, we're 7 games into the season. This isn't an early thing. We're almost to the midway point of the season. They're second to the last in special teams, gave up a 55-yard punt return yesterday. Their defense is not a top 10 defense. And specifically with the injuries offensively, like you said, all these young guys are going to have to step up, but Kansas City has the same injuries. Hell, Noah Gray led them in receptions, and they kept Kelsey to 4 catches for 17 yards. If you told me that before the game, I thought they have a good chance to win, but it's special teams, and it's third downs, and it's red zone. They don't score in the red zone offensively. Defensively, they're bad in the red zone. So the key metrics of the game they're not good at. And it leads me to think is just this. If we don't say that this team somehow is weirdly cursed like 2020, we can say this with pretty good certainty to this point. 7 games in, they're not a very good football team. That's what the numbers tell you.
Well, they're having today's not a Monday off. This is not a victory Monday. And so they're getting in the building, and they're going to go through it all. Special teams meeting at 12:30. Overall team meeting. I can't wait for Kyle to address the team at 1:15. Then they break it down, offense and defense at 1:35. All of them contributed to the loss. Special teams, it's obvious. The only game they had a clean special teams game was the Jets. They've made a major gaffe 6 consecutive weeks, at least one play, and a lot of times multiple plays. Offensively, they didn't score. He scored 18 points. That's about what Kansas City
and one was off the
allows.
Demo pick, so that's a 23-yard drive.
It's just they're not scoring. It's just, you turn the ball over 3 times. Brock was not good. They're keying on your run game. And it's pretty obvious what Spags did. He run blitzed the entire game. He's got those 2 guys up on the edge, Tranquil and Chenal. He sends Bolton through the middle. And whether you're running or not, Bolton's going to come as a free hitter. You just got to make them pay when they send those amount of free hitters play after play after play, but you weren't able to do it. So they're taking away the run game to start, and then defensively, they know what the wide 9 is, and the wide 9 has inherent deficiencies with gap runs between the middle. It was designed to take away the outside zone. Kansas City's gotten away from an outside zone team. They're running more inside zone. They're running more power. They got a big back. They just run the ball. Andy's never run the ball like he's run the ball here this year. In Philly, even when he had Brian Westbrook, they'd throw it to him. He threw it 2/3 of the time, and now he's running it almost half the time. So they're playing to their defense.
And they're playing to their strength, which is the interior of their offensive line, and that's where
Totally. I mean, those 3 guys are high draft picks. They all make a lot of money. They're good players. Joe Thuney's won 4 Super Bowls. He didn't play in the Super Bowl. Allegretti did. So but
to comp that to the 49ers, I would say make your offensive line more of an emphasis. And I understand that their philosophy is, they can turn them into good guys. Well, if your philosophy is smash mouth football, play big defense, that's the interior of your lines is key. And they're not up to speed. I mean, the Hargrave injury is big, but the interior of their offensive line gets pushed around. And
Dom Pooney was a 3rd-round pick. Aaron Banks was a 2nd-round pick. Smith was a 6th-round pick. They got Creed Humphrey in the 2nd round. They made a deal to get Joe Thuney. They bought him as a free agent. So those guys are just in there. They're well coached. Over to the defensive side, though, the point I want to make is that the Niners just have a struggle. When you're so GTFO and wide 9, there are inherent gaps in your run defense, and a lot of it is downhill, inside zone, and power. And then what really frustrates me more than anything is the jet sweeps and the jet passes and how they came in here and did it again. And we knew it. We talked about it all last week. McCole Hardman keeps changing numbers. He's 17, he's 12, he's 17. We know what he is. Hardman is going to run jet sweeps on you. And they could not stop it. That first 20-yarder going at Devondre Campbell. They're attacking Devondre Campbell, not just in the pass game. Minnesota attacked him in the run. They were running at him, and he did not shut down the edge. And, D. Winters, play him more, I kept saying. We all did. And then he's reckless as well. He's missing tackles. He's not pushing a quarterback down out of bounds. He's missing Kareem Hunt on a 3rd and 3 screen, and they're running jet sweeps his way as well. But the Mahomes quarterback draw on the 1-yarder, John, it's just you're getting upfield. You're running right past him. You're running by him. He's stepping up, and then Jordan Elliott inside is taking a gap, and he's ducking underneath rather than 2-gapping and waiting for Mahomes to pick a side and going to get him. You're giving him the side to go to by going on the other side. So I think just, Andy's a great coach, obviously. Spagnuolo's
that was
an
obvious play, though. By the way, I was screaming it from the booth right when they emptied the backfield.
Well, then 2-gap it. Don't let him run into the end zone.
But I mean, didn't you think that's what once they emptied the backfield? Didn't you think that's a draw?
Yes, we said
right
that.
away.
And he was going to Kelsey, and the Niners doubled Kelsey in the goal line, and he was going to quarterback draw it. Okay, he's drawing it. Then tackle him. Don't give him an opening to run to the goal line. Even if Mustafa got him down there, he's probably going to fall into the end zone. It's just your situational moments is that call for a 2-gap rather than a 1-gap where Jordan Elliott is ducking on one side and giving him the other hedge? In the field of play, that's the way you play. You're trying to get him on the ground. In that situation, they're just not playing well enough to win, and a lot of it is just situational football. But I think a lot of it is just this veteran coaching staff that Kansas City has is attacking schemes. They know tendencies in what you're going to do.
But isn't it's bigger than Kansas City, though? That's, I guess, my overall point is bigger than Kansas City.
McDonald did this. Every team is doing it.
Right.
Jim Schwartz did it in Cleveland. Mike McDonald did it on Christmas night. You got to get away when you self-scout, and maybe they'll have time to do it today. Change for Dallas. It'll be hard. But when you come back off the bye, you've got to change the way you play because the other team, otherwise you just dominate them with that way of playing. And a lot of teams, you can just dominate them. Let Nick and Leonard Floyd get off, and you just dominate. And when you have teams that are certainly on your level or better, then it comes down to technique and scheme, and they're able to take advantage because they know what you're going to do. Why do they keep running the jet sweeps? We're not going to block those wide nines. We're going to let them block themselves by taking a step up the field, and we're going to run the wide receiver right by them.
All right, give us your thoughts on the game itself, your frustrations. What do you think they should do? What are the solutions? We're solution-based, after all. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll get into that, plus the rest of the weekend. We have until 11:50 with Eric Branch, so your time is now. Give us your thoughts. I'll check out the text line. You can hit us up with a call, too. Again, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Is your home ready for kickoff? Everybody knows that hosting friends, family, and friends is the best way to enjoy a football Sunday or a doubleheader on Monday Night Football. Get ready for an elevated game night. Game night by staining your deck or painting your fan cave with Benjamin Moore. Football and painting season are well underway now, and now is the perfect time to tackle your indoor and outdoor paint projects. Have your family room decked out in team colors to impress guests and intimidate rivals. You can update your kitchen with a fresh coat of paint for prepping tailgate treats and pregame snacks. A freshly stained porch or repainted exterior will allow you to grill outdoors in style all season long. So change your luck with a fresh coat of paint, whether you're calling it audible or following the playbook. Find all the right products, the perfect colors, and plenty of advice at your Bay Area Benjamin Moore retailers. So support your team and your local independently owned and operated business with Benjamin Moore.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Thanks for joining us on a Monday. It's Papa and Lund. Are you solution-based? What do you think the 49ers should do? Give us your thoughts. 415-808-KNBR. Certainly we didn't think the 49ers would be 3-4 through 7 games, but that's where they find themselves. By the way, Seattle won at Atlanta yesterday, so they retake the NFC West lead. That was kind of a bit of a surprise. 34-14, they dominated Atlanta pretty good, and Atlanta had won 3 consecutive games. Detroit did beat Minnesota yesterday. We'll go through the rest of the NFL. Green Bay gets a late field goal. So, again, do they have an opportunity to win the – I feel like we're talking about the Giants all over again. Do they have an opportunity to win this division? Yeah, I mean, Seattle's not great, but they did get the win yesterday. After you got to hope that Dallas is the great elixir like they often are. Then you got to bye, but then you got to go all the way across the country to Tampa. So it's certainly not going to be easy. And the injuries are starting to pile up. We have not heard anything official on Brandon Aiyuk. I was just double-checking, but it is feared that he has at least a torn ACL and probably will miss the season, but we will find out. Your indicator to that is normally if there is a question, Kyle Shanahan is not going to say that, but he did use that term yesterday, so ACL issue, so we'll find out, I'm sure, shortly what's going on with Brandon Aiyuk, but that could be another injury. And the question I have is this starting to feel kind of weird like 2020, certainly from the from training camp to Ricky Pearsall's situation to Aiyuk, Trent Williams holding out all these guys, and now all of a sudden they're sitting at 3-4. So give us your thoughts, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Let's speculate for a minute on Brandon Aiyuk. One of the bigger stories that comes out of the game yesterday. If Brandon can't go, we assume Debo will get over his illness at some point. I don't know how bad the injury is to Juwan Jennings. I'd imagine he's going to come back at some point. Ricky Pearsall did finally get some snaps yesterday. Jacob Cowing had a nice 41-yarder that, if it was out in front of him, is probably a touchdown. He had his man beat pretty badly. Do they need to add at wide receiver of Brandon Aiyuk, or do they have enough in the room? Even, we're talking CMC. Maybe CMC comes back. I'm just looking at overall weapons. But do they have enough if Brandon Aiyuk is out?
Yeah, I don't know. And they can feel in there. And Dr. McAdam's been doing this a long time. Bob Elbow could do it immediately, and they very seldom miss. It's just you can tell by reaching around and grabbing the right knee if the ACL is intact or not. They wouldn't have said that. So now the question is, what other stuff is damaged besides the ACL? That's why Tim thought it was an ACL right away. I thought it was more of a hyperextension, which is usually not an ACL. Could be a PCL or an LCL or an MCL, but he also took it from the side. So let's just hope it's just the ACL and it's not more like Nick tore, and then it's a problem. He blocks the best of any of the elite route running wide receivers in football. So you can line up people. He's your ex-wide receiver. Although this game they trained him to play, they prepped him to play more Z. They wanted him to move more and move some people around. So my thought would be, as far as a pure X, Juwan Jennings can play X wide receiver and Chris Conley can play X wide receiver. The X is up on the line of scrimmage. You got to have 7 guys up on the line of scrimmage with the 5 linemen, and one's got to be the receiver there, and then the other guys are off. So, is Conley get more snaps, or do you just move Juwan Jennings to X, leave Debo at Z, and then get Ricky Pearsall up as your F? Ricky can play X, but he's not your classic X. He's a little smaller, Ricky. He's got great feet, but he's not going to block like Brandon Aiyuk. So by losing Aiyuk, you're losing arguably your best man separator, although Ricky's really good at it. But he's got to get on the same page with the quarterback. It's different than practice when they look. Everything is just perfect on the practice field, and you're going against a scout team, and you got good corners out there, but it's just not the same as when you get into a game and teams are playing, outside leverage, inside leverage, and making you go inside, playing outside of you. So if it is an ACL, let's just hope it's just that and it's not more for Brandon Aiyuk. But that's a long recovery time. Then you're looking into, can he make the start of the year next year? It happened on October the 20th. He's not going to have surgery till later in the week when it all calms down. So it's a long recovery for him, and it's been a hard year for Brandon Aiyuk, obviously. Let's just see how the Dallas game goes. As far as the trade deadline, you need a lot of things right now. Do you go out and get another linebacker? We're waiting for Big Play Dre to come back, but when he does come back, when is that going to be? Is that going to be in November? Might it be December? He's got an Achilles injury. And is he going to have his change of direction to be that kind of player he was before? Devondre Campbell's getting picked on, but you almost have to play him with that Curtis Robinson injury, John. We were talking about, is this 2020 all over again? No, nobody knows who Curtis Robinson is unless you're watching the Niners as closely as we are. And he was going to be a starting linebacker. The day they told him that the day he tore his ACL, he was going to start. And that Thursday practice, they carted him off, and he's done. He would easily be playing now next to Fred in the nickel, and he'd be out there probably with D in the base, and maybe Devondre doesn't play. Devondre's got instincts, and he holds things down, but they're targeting him over and over again. So as far as the wide receiver room, I'm surprised Trent Taylor's not up on game day more over Ronnie Bell, and I love Ronnie. Ronnie works hard, he practices hard, but he makes too many errors. And I'm not sure Brock says Brock missed him that far? I find that hard to believe. There had to be a miscommunication in the route, and maybe Brock read it wrong, but it looked like Ronnie was coming back towards the ball, and he may not have even picked up the first down. So, Trent Taylor could be up more. We'll see where it all goes, but that's going to be a hard injury. I know what you're saying about going out and getting somebody, but I wonder about them. If they don't beat the Cowboys and they fall to 3-5, how are they honestly going to assess this football team? And you got another week to go. The trade deadline's November the 5th, so the Cowboy game is Sunday, so you've got a week after that to assess your team. They were 3-4, what they are right now, a couple of years ago when they traded for Christian McCaffrey, and he wound up saving the year. So can they trade for him off the IR and get him back at some point? Who knows, how that's going to play out. He could save the year and getting Dre back, but are they going to be the same players? So we'll see what the news is. Let's just hope it's only an ACL. But I think right now the wide receiver room you can work around. You've got other areas of this football team you're going to have to address, and there may be unforeseen areas of the football team if you suffer an injury this week in practice or Sunday in the game against Dallas or something. So I think they got enough at wide receiver right now. It's not the most pressing issue on the team. And then the question would be, even with Dre coming back, do you need to go out and get a linebacker here? I mean, there are areas of this team right now where they seem like they need to upgrade.
All right, 415-808 KNBR. Give us your thoughts on the 49ers' 28-18 loss to the Chiefs, but big picture item, 3-4. NFC West is still not great, so they're going to hang in this thing. There's no question about it, as long as they can. I don't know that they'll ever be, because some people on the text line suggesting they could be sellers. I doubt that. But let's go out to Mike in the city first. Hi, Mike. Thanks for waiting. Go ahead.
Good morning, Pop and Lund. I only know quarterback and linemen when it comes to the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
So my suggestion could only come from there. I'm thinking we need help on the line, judging by the last two Super Bowls and the battle of the line of scrimmage we lost there. Over the years, I've asked for plenty of players, but there's a couple of guys out there right now that I think could help immediately, and most importantly would be right tackle from the Browns, Jedrick Willis Jr. They seem to be tanking or having a fire sale or whatever they're doing. And another guy is David Andrews from New England, a center, two-time Super Bowl champ. He's a team captain right now, but they don't seem to be going anywhere. And then
is he healthy? He got hurt in our game and left the game. Is Andrews back and completely healthy as far as we know?
I'll double check. Thanks for the call, Mike. The left side, at least if you look at
center and right tackle, they're talking.
And I'm not opposed to that. Trent Williams had great grades in pass blocking, not so great grades run blocking yesterday. Aaron Banks was actually one of the highest rated players, again, according to Pro Football Focus. Brendel's a problem. He gets blown up a lot in the middle, and McKivitz gives up a lot of pressures. So if you're looking at the offensive line, and that's part of my point today, is that if you want to be a smash mouth team, you got to dominate on both sides of the scrimmage, and they're not. And center and right tackle are probably, because we like Pooney. Center and right tackle are places that probably need to be upgraded. I don't think there's any doubt.
Karlaftis' spin on McKivitz was a hell of a play, and that resulted in Brock's third interception at Jaden Hicks. I know what the outside world is. Chris Furster makes these calls on the O-line. John Lynch and Kyle obviously do. He loves Jake Brendel, his measurables, and he does a lot of other things with this football team. And then Colton, I just don't see them making a move in season. They've tacked on a second year to Colton's contract. He's not making enormous money. There are a lot of right tackles that make a lot more. There are probably guards and centers that make a lot more. I just don't see them doing that in year. I think where they're getting beat more than anything is just in the overload pressure. They're giving up too many free hitters. There was one play where McDuffie and Bolton both came free. And Bolton kind of he green dogs, he waits a little bit. You wonder exactly what Spags tells him to do. There was one where he looked like he was coming, and then he bailed out, and then he reinserted himself. And the guy runs a 4.6, and he gets on the quarterback. And when you got a straight line to the quarterback, and those guys are great blitzers. McDuffie's a great blitzer. Shamari Connor's a great blitzer. So's Bolton. And then they got the edge guys that can heat you up, obviously. So I know what you're saying there in the O-line. I just don't know with the way the Niners play offensively on the offensive line, specifically the way they block and the way they run, John, if you can go get a guy middle of the year and not have him trained here. You could get some guys that are overtly more talented, but I think ultimately it comes down to Chris Verster, and I'm not sure he's going to want to go that route.
All right, it's Pop and Lund. Thanks for joining us. Some more things you saw yesterday, changes, solutions. What do you think as the 49ers fall to 3-4 against the Kansas City Chiefs? Eric Branch joins us at about 11:50. Krug at 12:30, so you get a little bit of time to get in before those guys. We'll do that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund. The 49ers lose 28-18 to the Chiefs. Lots of issues going on right now. The defense isn't the defense, that is for sure. Offensively, lots of injuries. Brock was not good yesterday. Kyle said the Ronnie Bell interception was on him. Obviously, with George Kittle on that first drive, or second drive, I should say, being bracketed, he gets the interception on that. He did get pressure, obviously, from Karlaftis on the last one. So 3 interceptions for Brock, not his best day. In fact, probably his worst. His worst overall, but I think maybe Baltimore was worse. But give us your thoughts there. Things to fix. Be a solutions type of person. What can they do to fix it? Is it going to be the trade deadline? Where would you target? 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. By the way, we will acknowledge for just a very quick moment, and then we'll get back to all 49ers all the time. I was just talking about this with Walter. I guess you got to root for the Yankees in the World Series?
I am, for sure.
Okay.
It's going to be a great World Series. It's actually during our bye week, so I think I'm going to go down to Dodger Stadium.
Oh, are you really? Oh, nice.
I believe so. I'd be tempted to go to Yankee Stadium. It's a 2-3-2 in the World Series. First 2 at Dodger Stadium, and then next week after we play the Cowboys would be at the big ballpark in the Bronx, and that place will be on fire. So, I mean, obviously, they've had more frequent World Series than any 2 teams in history. They are the Yankees and they are the Dodgers, and they defined the sport in 77, 78, and 81, with the Yankees winning the first 2, and they got Reggie, and then 81, the Dodgers won. It's been a long time for the Yankees to be, since they moved into the new ballpark. They've only been there one time in 09, and they won the World Series with A-Rod in that group. So, the ratings are going to be amazing. You know, 1 year after a World Series where we had the Texas Rangers up against the Arizona Diamondbacks, Fox is going to love that it's the New York Yankees against the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Run the bases like drunks.
Is John Sterling doing the World Series?
But a lot of people in the Bay Area are from New York. They're transplanted New Yorkers, and a lot of people are from Southern California. So not everybody out there dreads this matchup. A's fans obviously don't like the Yankees, and Giants fans don't like the Dodgers, but there are people that are from those areas, and they are the Yankees and the Dodgers. I mean, they have a fan base that leaves the tri-state area in Southern California. So I am looking forward to the World Series. It's going to be fun.
These are my least favorite teams, but it doesn't matter to me. I mean, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to sit down, and then whatever takes me, because I'm not a Yankees fan. I'm not a Dodgers fan, but anyway, I'll watch. Hell yeah. It's baseball. And to go to a game, I mean, anybody who's been to a championship-style game, we've been lucky enough to do a bunch of them and work a bunch of them ourselves, but it's tough to beat a World Series game. There's no doubt.
Sometimes they can underwhelm you. I mean, Super Bowls really are underwhelming a lot because the corporate seats come in and they're not the fans. And it's like that way, obviously, for baseball as well. I'm interested to see the different environments. I think Dodger Stadium has got more of a party environment than Yankee Stadium, but Yankee Stadium, this is the new ballpark. It's not the old Yankee Stadium, which was Yankee Stadium 2. The original was refurbished in 74, 75 when they went to Shea for a couple of years, but we'll see. I mean, obviously it's going to be it's New York and it's LA, so I know Fox they're ecstatic about this World Series.
All right, let's go back to the 49ers. It's Pop in London, KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, a Cumulus media station. Mike's been holding for a while. Hi, Mike. Thanks for the call. Go right ahead.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, good.
So, long-time listener, first-time caller.
Nice.
My biggest problem with how the Niners are playing right now is it feels like they don't play with confidence anymore. You know, it's the anticipation. Once they get momentum, they don't hold on to it. They give it up. You know, special teams, good 1 week, terrible the rest. You know, I don't know if that just comes down to players with injuries and whatnot, or are these coordinators not making the adjustments they're supposed to?
Thanks for the call. It's tough to say whether a team's playing with confidence. The last part I'll say, adjustment-wise, I mean, there's a bunch of teams doing a lot of the same things to the 49ers right now, and I'm not necessarily sure they have to change much. I mean, this has been going on since the Super Bowl and even before, you know?
Yeah, it's been going on for a long time. Teams are choking off the middle of the field. They've been doing it a while. I mean, Jim Schwartz in Cleveland did it. Obviously, Mike McDonald in Baltimore did it. Spags did it in the Super Bowl. Brian Flores did it in Minnesota. Yeah, I mean, it's been going on for. I go back to Brian Flores when he was coaching the Miami Dolphins, and Jimmy Garoppolo was the quarterback, and Jimmy shouldn't have played that game. It's the in-breaking routes. It's between the numbers and in. It's the Debo dig, the Aiyuk slant, the Kittle over the middle, the McCaffrey. We've been talking about it forever. So, I mean, but it was so obvious yesterday. I dread even watching the All-22, John, because they were almost face guarding. They were almost treating it like the numbers to the sideline was out of bounds. And if you go over and catch a ball there, it don't count. We're going to take everything away. The one that McDuffie got the penalty on, he just wouldn't let Aiyuk go inside. It was like, how's he playing that route? He just banged right into him. It was just so obvious they were playing inside leverage. So as far as the confidence, this is a team that comes out of the locker room with the boombox boys. It's Trent and Debo, and they come out strutting. Right away, Debo Samuel was severely ill. I don't know exactly what he had yesterday, but he couldn't breathe, and you saw the oxygen mask on. He tried, but he looked terrible. Warm-ups, he couldn't play. We got the email at 11:49 or 12:49, I think it was, for a 125 kick that Debo's ill. I'm like, why are they telling everybody that he's ill? They did that with Conley a few weeks ago, and Conley didn't hardly play at all. He suited up. So you don't have the swag when you don't have Debo right away. But I think it's third down. It just comes down to third down. And the Niners were terrible on third down yesterday. And a lot of it was on Brock, indecisiveness. Brock did not play well yesterday. Even the big balls down the field, he was short on.
Cowing should have been a touchdown. The Cowing throw should have been a touchdown.
Well, the one to Kittle, the first one down the sideline, he underthrew him there. They had the matchup they wanted. The Niners, with their system, they don't often attack wide corners that are in. But when Jalen Watson went down for a second time with an injury and Najee Johnson came in, we all attacked 13. When they go, they have a big nickel and they have a smaller nickel, and Najee Johnson's an outside corner in the small nickel, and they move McDuffie inside. Cook him a couple of plays, but they went at him. A ball that's laid out there, Jacob Cowing scores, and you don't turn the ball over in the red zone. So Brock just did not play well. When the Niners are clicking, they're converting on third down, even with Jimmy. Jimmy was a great third down quarterback. And Brock has been. Yesterday, they were 1 for 10 on third down for a variety of reasons. 2 of the 3 interceptions he threw were on third down yesterday. They had a couple of long third downs. They had the 3rd and 19 when they had the fullback draw to Kyle Juszczyk, and it picked up 14. So they had a couple where they conceded, but... And don't tell me Mahomes did not play well yesterday. I don't care about his QBR. It's because he threw 2 picks, and one got tipped at the line of scrimmage, and the other one, his receiver fell down on the route. Mahomes converted over and over and over again in a variety of ways on third down. They were 8 of 14 on third down, 1 of 2 on fourth down, and the Niners wound up 2 for 11, but they were 1 for 10 for the entire game when it mattered. So that's the game. And the red zone, obviously, Kansas City was struggling. They studied their own red zone stuff. And they did some, creative stuff like Andy always does, bring Carson Wentz in and take a direct snap and the handoff and all that. But they just converted. So I think when you look at the game, I don't know. I thought Brock's game against Baltimore on Christmas night was a lot of, they just took away the system. The quarterback's got to throw the ball and he's got to execute things. They just choked off the middle of the field and he really got nowhere to go. When they blitzed the 2 corners simultaneously on the same play, who does that? And one corner tipped it up in the air to the other corner. I mean, it was just weird stuff. I thought that was more, they're just playing the system. They're choking off everything from hash, from sideline, hash and in, numbers in. Yesterday there was a lot of that. But I think Brock was just off. He was just off. He just the first interception. That's usually a gimme on that action. When you fake the stretch going left, you keep and boot right, and you hit Kittle, and they had the matchup they wanted with Shamari Connor and the other safety just lurk. He didn't see him. He didn't see Justin Reed there. They were playing 2-man. They play mostly 2-man. Kyle was saying that all week. They play man under, but it's 2 safeties deep. I don't know where he thought Justin Reed was. That was just a bad throw. The one thing is that Mahomes' running ability is it's beyond special. I don't know how he had that 33-yarder. And the way he ball faked, they talked about don't go for the pump fake all week. But it's hard when you're out there and he pump fakes you. Even when he's not conventionally going to throw it and he's going to pitch it backwards. He got Fred Warner, but Fred was slow to get out there. But he was in the middle of the field covering, and he tried to beat him. But once he turned the corner on Fred, what D. Winters did on that play is inexcusable. He went again for the fake, and he could have pitched it back even though he was across the line. But allow him to get down the sideline, and then nobody pushes him out of bounds, and he goes 33 yards. But it was also, the one where he's rolling to his right. Looks like he may run. He throws back across the middle to Travis Kelce. The one where they had him sacked and he was falling down, and he still hit Noah Gray on third down. It was just over and over. The one thing I would like to see Brock do, and he is running a lot more this year, and a lot of it is you're getting man routes and you're running deeper, and he knows how to run right behind. There was one yesterday where he knew they were playing man on that side, and the coverage was going to have to go deep down the field. He ran right behind it, and he got a good gain. But he does not. Do you ever see Brock do what Mahomes did over and again? These plays I'm citing, the one to Gray and the one to Kelce, where he presses the line of scrimmage, and then he still makes a pass off of it. Jeff Garcia was so good at it. Garcia would press the line of scrimmage with a shoulder square, just going right towards the line. And you're thinking, he's running for whatever he can get. But as soon as he got to the line, he did not cross enough, and he'd still throw the ball. He kept himself available as a thrower. Mahomes does it all the time. That's the genius. Yes, he'll tuck it and run. And even when he passes the line, he's still going to bluff like he's going to pitch it back. So I'm still going to throw it. I'm just going to throw it backwards, and that's legal. Tell me a play, John. I'm thinking Brock has gotten a lot better in running for first downs this year. He's playing the way the coverage is and the way it's set up for him on the grid a little bit. But can you recall him breaking the pocket and running towards the line of scrimmage and then throwing the ball before he crosses the line of scrimmage? Or does he just run, tuck, put it away, and get whatever he can get?
Yeah, he does that, or he scrambles and makes a throw off that, but he's not pressing the line. When you talked about Garcia, Garcia was the master at that. He doesn't do that. No. I mean, the one touchdown to Kittle against Dallas last year, DeMarcus Lawrence came around the right tackle, McKivitz, and he ducked his shoulder, and he came out underneath it. And that was textbook. But he was not looking to run there. He was looking to get out and get to his right, and he got the matchup with Kittle on the safety, and he got a touchdown. So that one comes to mind. But just Mahomes, where he's pressing the line, and it's hard. If you don't come up and leave your man, he's going to run by you and pick up big yardage. And Brock can run. He has short area quickness, but seems like Brock, with the one boot yesterday going to his left, he made up his mind right away. I'm just going to run. And he got 7 yards, a good gain there. There's sometimes he flips his shoulders and his hips back to the middle of the field. It's mainly when he's scrambling around in the pocket. I think they're bigger plays for him when he gets outside of the pocket and he starts running, where it looks like he's just running to get whatever he can run for. Where Mahomes, I don't know how he does it. That bad dad bod he's got, but he's just kind of looking around, and if you don't get up on him, he gets by. How did he tightrope that sideline for 33 yards? Because he did a fake like he was going to go out of bounds, and D. Winters didn't want to hit him because he didn't want to get fined.
He wanted to hit him. You're not going to get fined out there.
No,
the
he didn't.
He
literally stopped. He literally just stopped.
D. Winters is out of control. Why did D miss the tackle on Kareem Hunt on the 3rd and 3 screen? And then he got run over on the goal line. D. Winters, he wanted to get him on the ground. Look, he got moved out. It wasn't that he didn't want to hit him. You could hit the quarterback on the sideline. There's no penalty for that. He's a runner. And he wasn't giving himself up.
Conceptually it is, but guys get nervous about that. But D. Winters in general.
Why didn't he tackle Kareem Hunt on the 3rd and 3 screen? He missed him.
Well, D. Winters in general.
And he missed the tackle.
Everybody thinks that taking Campbell off the field, which I'm in agreement of if you got somebody better, but by taking Campbell off the field, they have all these great options. They don't. With Dre Greenlaw, that's a major problem, and he's not going to he barely played last year, and all of a sudden he's going to be the savior. That guy's not going to do that.
D. Winters?
Yeah, like you said, ever since he's gone onto the field.
Year, he looked better this year. Yesterday was a bad. He played a lot of good snaps.
He's been bad all year.
Blow up in the backfield.
Like you said, he's out of control. He's really fast, but he doesn't know how to throttle it down and make a play.
He's hardly played this year. He's been out most of the year with an ankle
I'm
injury.
just saying everybody thought, well, let's just put D. Winters in. You mean unproven D. Winters, who was a mid-round pick out of TCU? He's got really good tools. He's really fast, but he plays out of control and he doesn't throttle down to make a play. So a lot of this is, and you pointed this out, both offensively and defensively right now with the injuries, which is not an excuse because Kansas City has a ton of them as well. Their leading wide receiver was Worthy with 19 yards. They held Kelsey to 17 yards. Noah Gray was their leading wide receiver. It's not like they were flush with talent yesterday, but their guys stepped up in crucial situations. And the 49ers guys, whether they're too young or too inexperienced or whatever the case may be, they're using depth now as frontline pieces, and that ain't going to work. And that's, beyond the third downs, the red zones, and all these kind of things, Kansas City had a guy, like you said, to orchestrate it all in Mahomes, even though his numbers didn't turn out great, and they were able to run the ball and stop the run. I mean, that's what it comes down to.
Thing about Kansas City's defense is really young. They are a young defense.
But they were young in the Super Bowl, too.
They were younger in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and they got experience.
A lot of these guys are seventh-round draft picks. We know, and they let L'Jarius Sneed go because Jalen Watson is a really good player, excellent cover guy. He got hurt yesterday. Then they had to go to Najee Johnson, and you beat him over the top. But their three linebackers are really good. They let Willie Gay go in free agency to the Saints. How can you let him go? Because you got Bolton, you got Chanel, and you got Tranquil. They've got good linebackers. Their safeties don't cover well, but they keep them deep, and they protect them there. They just have a scheme of how they play. So they're young, and they just, replenish with young guys that are seventh-round draft picks. And the draft pick of McDuffie, well, he was a first-round pick. He's just special. But as far as D, you watch him on the practice field and in the preseason games, it looks like his time is now. He's a second-year player. Only played 60 snaps all last year. He's had a persistent ankle injury that's kept him off the field most of the year. But, by your second year in some of these spots, it's time to play. And especially when you got an injury like you have to Dre Greenlaw. But Devondre, they're just opposite players. If you could give, Devondre's length and his savvy and instincts because he's played so long and put it on the legs that fire so quickly, as a D. Winters, you'd have a hell of a good football player. But right now, the one thing about yesterday's game, and you're wondering about upgrading here and there, they are attacking the linebacker level. And a lot of teams don't put money. The Rams let Ernest Jones IV go, and they trade him away. And they, the linebacker they had there before that's back now is playing better. Some teams just don't. They're not going to pay linebackers. They're just not going to do it. But Kansas City, they got three good ones. And if you don't have a good one, even when you got, all-pro Fred next to you, they're going to attack. And they attacked on the edges. They attacked in the pass game. Right now, you are light. One, maybe two linebackers.
They were 7 for 7 attacking the linebackers yesterday on attempts. And remember, Mahomes statistically was not good, but between Warner, Winters, and Campbell, 7 attempts, 7 completions against the 49ers linebackers. And that's not even to say, like you said, attacking the edges the way they did. All right, give us your thoughts. 49ers, how do they get out of this thing? Regardless of the Chiefs, they got to turn their heads towards or turn their attention towards the Dallas Cowboys, who a lot of times have been the elixir for the 49ers in a season. Can they be again? What kind of fixes would you like? Is there somebody at the deadline or a position group at the deadline you might like as well, as that is coming up fast, just a couple of weeks away? Give us your thoughts to revive the season for the 49ers. The NFC West is not great, although Seattle did win yesterday to go to 4-3 and knock the 49ers out of first place. We'll get into it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
As you know, the 49ers lost to the Chiefs 28-18. Is the sky falling, or do you believe they'll have a bounce-back game Sunday night against Cowboys? Let us know on our socials at KNBR. It is always a great day when we talk to Steve Moskowitz, our good friend who has the answers to all of your tax issues, including just plain old accounting, right?
That's right. As you know, before I was a tax attorney, I was a CPA, and our firm is different than most because we have both tax attorneys and CPAs. And you hear me talk about tax planning all the time, but accounting is the foundation for the tax planning. The tax planning is the roof. The accounting is the foundation. And you need it to do your taxes. But the other thing is the accounting can help you run your business, because what we want to see you do is make more money and legally pay less taxes. And if you just don't do your accounting, or you have a box of receipts, we can do all your accounting for you. But if you do your accounting and maybe it's not perfect, or you're not quite sure, you have some questions, we also can do a cleanup. This is the end of the year. It's October 21st. This is the time to get your accounting in order, the tax planning, the whole works. All you have to do is give us a call. We have a free consult, and we'll tell you all we can do to improve your business and your life.
Got to give Steve a call today. He said that it's free. I heard that in there. It is a free consultation, so call him right now. Get it done. Your accounting. 888-TAX-DEAL. That's 888-TAX-DEAL, or simply go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Bob and Len, thanks for joining us. 49ers lose the Chiefs 28-18. Now what for the 49ers? The NFC West, and the good news, the NFC West is still not great, although Seattle gets the win in Atlanta, 34-14. The top of the NFC looks really tough with Detroit and Minnesota. Detroit does hand Minnesota their first loss. Green Bay gets a last-second field goal from your guy, actually.
Your guy.
Who we wanted to talk about.
Brandon
McManus. We were talking about McManus potentially coming here, but he gets the game winner in the all-white Green Bay uniforms, which are very slick. So they didn't get a whole lot of help yesterday in the NFC, but I guess if there's a silver lining to all of this, they went to Seattle and won. Seattle's got a fairly tough schedule as well. Seattle's still got to come here. So, yeah, the 49ers have bigger aspirations than just the NFC West. But before we bury them, because if you looked at the Giants situation, the NFC West, that was tough. You had the Padres really good, and you had the Diamondbacks for a lot of time hanging around, and the Dodgers are the Dodgers now that they're going to the World Series, and you're thinking, okay, your only chance is a wild card. Well, to me, as we sit right now, the only chance is the division, and you still have a good chance to do that. You got to play better football, there's no question. But if there is any kind of a waking up on Monday morning and go, okay, that loss sucked, and yeah, an injury to Aiyuk, and yeah, there's a lot of issues around this team, and who knows if CMC does or when he comes back. But this is not a great division, and they've got to just shake off this loss, and they got to start winning football games. They got to start playing better, but I think they're fortunate to be in this division.
Yeah, you know what's so disappointing is on Monday morning when you wake up, and even after the game, you want to go out and get a cocktail, and just everybody's so angry. You don't want to be around anybody. Mm-hmm. Everybody is just pissed off. I mean, it's a collective Bay Area moan and groan, and it's real. And believe me, we got to go to 49-49 on Wednesday and Thursday. It's not going to be any better there. And they're having a full day after game Monday. What happened? And they're going through it. Special teams, I don't want to go into that meeting room today. If Kyle goes in there and you're giving up another long punt return, I think they got to think about playing starters more on special teams. I see other teams do it that have more of a priority on special teams. You just got to play your better players on special teams. You know, they finally they kept the punt safe out there, and I was surprised Andy went for the fake on fourth down.
God, everybody knew that was coming.
But then the next play, it was going to be an interception. So Niners have been doing more punt safe, after what happened on the fake in L.A. with the Rams. But the Rams did win yesterday. They beat the Raiders. They're getting Cooper Kupp back in their next game. It's early in the year. The Rams were 3-6 last year, and they made the playoffs. And Detroit right now looks like one of the best teams in football, certainly in the NFC. And the Rams were within a point of them on the road. So and we'll see what Arizona does tonight. Seattle, I got to watch this game back and see what they did. They laid it on Atlanta, 34-14. And I thought Seattle's coaching staff is just too young. You got too many college guys running special teams and Ryan Grubb on offense, but
they got defenders back. They got defenders back. They defended very well.
Yeah, but the coaching staff is just young. I think you can get. I mean, Andy Reid and Spags and Dave Tobe and all those guys, Andy Heck and Joe Cullen, they've been around forever. Anyway, and then Detroit goes there and beats Minnesota. They're both 5-1 and good. Green Bay did win. And they're 5-2. Really impressive win there against Houston. Chicago's got a bye. We'll watch Tampa Bay tonight. Atlanta lost. I mean, the NFC is just good. I don't want to hear there's no dominant team in the NFC. Detroit looks pretty damn good. Minnesota, the Niners have already lost to them. We got to play Detroit later. We got to go to Lambeau the Sunday before Thanksgiving. Chicago's coming here. We got to go to Tampa. And then obviously, the NFC East, Washington, even though the quarterback got hurt, they won yesterday with Mariota. And Dallas, we'll see them. They're 3-3. Philadelphia look really good. The quarterback has not turned the ball over in back-to-back games, and Saquon is winning games for them. So right now, where are the Niners? We thought, they're defending NFC champions. Where are they in their own conference, let alone their division? And even if you do win the NFC West and you host a home wild card game, who do you have to play? It's going to be somebody from the NFC North. I mean, somebody's going to win that division, may have a better record than the Niners, assuming you're the fourth seed. as the NFC West champion. A long way to go. I hate to do this, but you may have to play a home game against Minnesota or Detroit or Green Bay or Chicago or who knows who. So it's just, again, 252 days since the Super Bowl last year yesterday was, and you're an eyelash away. Just one of 10 plays goes the other way, you win it. Now it just seems like, how'd we get here? A lot of it is injury and teams going to work on you in the offseason and scheming you up. They know who you are. You've been who you are for a long time, and you were good enough to just truck people anyway with the wide nine and the outside zone and the in-breaking routes. And now, hey, we got an idea here when they run that. Well, let's do this. Let's choke off the middle. If they're all going to be upfield in the wide nine, let's run jet sweeps on them. I remember Carolina doing it the week before the Kansas City game a couple of years ago, and they did it with Hardman 3 times for touchdowns. They got him again yesterday. So it's hard. Everybody's mad in the Bay Area when the Niners lose and when they look so poor. And they've lost back-to-back home games now, John. But Kyle, one thing about Kyle, he told the media after, we got our ass kicked. There's no other way around it. And he is a straight shooter. Love to have a mic in the meeting rooms or have a fly on the wall when he gets the team together, starting with special teams and then going right through it, offense and defense, because in any regard, yesterday, what coach coached a good game? What player played a good game yesterday? Diamador Lenore, he was pretty good yesterday. Who else had a good game yesterday?
Kittle.
Not many.
I'd say Kittle was good because he had, not only did he catch the ball, but he had high blocking grades. Demo had the nice interception. Overall, I don't think he was great. I think Kalia Davis had a great play where he tipped the ball and got an interception, but overall his grade isn't great. I don't think there was a whole lot of great yesterday. Trent Williams had great pass blocking grades and poor run blocking grades. Again, I'm not an offensive line expert, but I'm just telling you what I read this morning off Pro Football Focus and what some of the numbers said about these guys. I think by and large they were terrible, and I know that Kyle would include himself in that because once again he got outcoached by Kansas City. And part of the thing that is frustrating to me is, man coverage is the oldest defense in all of football. I mean, you go to elementary school on pavement and you play football during recess and you say, you got that guy, you got that guy, you got that guy. I'm not seeing a whole lot of change in the way that they approach this thing. I didn't see a lot of ways that they approached it yesterday. I get it. There are injuries. I acknowledge that 100%, not having Debo. But to be honest with you, if you start looking at Debo's numbers, they're not good. He's 89th against man coverage. He was number 1 in the league in yak in 2021. It's steadily gone down. He has 154 yak yards this year. In 2021, when he was second in the league, he had 755. He's not the same guy, and they're not defending him the same way. And now you lose Brandon Aiyuk, and it's going to be tough. Even if CMC, even if he comes back, it's going to be tough. But I'm not seeing enough adjustments in terms of this is the same team that you just saw in the Super Bowl all those days ago. Wouldn't you think that you would change things up? Wouldn't you think defensively you would know that jet sweeps were coming? I mean, to me, it didn't look like, and they had 10 days. I know that the Chiefs had a full bye, but you had 10 days. It didn't look to me like a whole lot was different.
Did they run a jet sweep in the Super Bowl? I don't remember them running one.
They did when they made them 44-23.
To 2022. I remember that.
I would think that you would be prepared.
And even when they brought in Sky Moore and they had Moore on one side, McCole Hardman on the other, I even said they're going to run the Tom and Jerry corn dog play.
Yeah, I heard you.
And they ran the same play. When you see Sky Moore, because he caught one in the previous Super Bowl against Philadelphia, Kadarius Toney had one, and then McCole Hardman won the Super Bowl against us running that same play. When I saw Sky Moore come in, and he had to play because Juju was down, and they have injuries in the wide receiving corps, but right away my thought was corn dog. Whatever the hell they call that play, Tom and Jerry, corn dog. What is Andy watching Tom and Jerry when he's eating a corn dog when he comes away? It's just an in and out. And McCole Hardman ran it. He ran the in, he ran the out. Charvarius Ward, and if he didn't slip and Mahomes missed him, they were going to score on that play again. It's like, what's going on? So a lot of it is to be coaches are going to be critical with each other. I mean, that's just the way it is. When you have a game like yesterday where it was a system-wide failure, but just everybody in the Bay Area is mad. They're all mad. It's a manic Monday when the Niners play so poorly and lose, especially against these guys. And then I just can't imagine what the meeting room is going to be like today. a lot of honesty flying as they figure out what the F happened yesterday.
Well, especially when, you've already – how many of these speeches can you put together? Because before the Seattle game, it was, okay, it's not must win, it's got to have it. Then you lose to Kansas City. Then the Dallas – this game is not a must win, but got to have it again, right? I mean, we're 7 games into the season, and it's like, hey, there's not a must win, but I got to have it. You can't go into the break 3-5, can you, and have realistic expectations of being something?
No, they heaven help us if they lose to Dallas. That would change the trade deadline and everything. So that really is a tipping point of the season. But Kyle doesn't talk that way. Today, it's the spotlight on what are we doing here? What are we trying to do here? What are we seeing? What are we doing? What are we looking at? Why are we not there on the jet sweep? And a lot of it is just structure. A lot of it is, and Kyle, what makes Kyle so good is he knows defenses so well, so he attacks what you're going to do when we run a certain play. Andy Reid's been doing this. Andy Reid coached against Mike Shanahan, when Kyle was still in school. So he's been doing this forever. His whole thing is based on what you're going to do when we do this. Or we don't have to. If we can't block Bosa, let's not block Bosa. Let's just let him go. And they weren't attacking him yesterday. It was when they came in and ran those jet sweeps 2 years ago, they ran him to Bosa's side and Charvarius Ward's side. They went the other way. Leonard Floyd, merely Devondre Campbell, D. Winters. He went at new guys. When you got a guy on the field that they identify as a bullseye or a poser, they're going to go right at that guy. And they had. I saw Mike Shanahan do it over and over and over again. Travion Smith, the Raiders had a linebacker Al loved. He was Rod Martin fast, but he'd take a wrong step, he'd go the wrong way. And Mike is going to wait and wait and wait. In a critical time of the game, he's going to spin Travion Smith around like a top and drop him. And boom, he did it. Speaking of which, what the hell was that onside kick by Mitch Wishnowsky yesterday? What was that?
That's the worst onside kick in the history of the game.
It was just spinning around like he missed the ball. And when you watch him on the practice field, the way he punched, the helicopter, the banana, the guy is incredible. I don't know what you call it with feet. With hands, it's dexterity. What is it with feet? Footarity? Pedarity? I don't know what you call it. The guy's got incredible foot-eye ability. Not hand-eye. Can't throw a ball. He grew up playing Aussie rules and rugby. He can't throw it. But he can kick it left-footed, right-footed. It's like, wow, where is this guy from? He's incredible. And then he gets to the game and he's got an outside kick and he barely hits the tip of the ball. What was that?
That was the worst onside kick in the history of the game. I mean, right? The only way you could do worse is if you actually
missed the ball entirely.
We'd have to look.
Tried to do a left-footed kick.
That may be the only one. If you missed it, then you could do worse.
Remember that one? I think he missed the whole ball.
Did he?
One time.
I know the play you're talking about, but I don't remember if he did miss it. But maybe.
He tried to do...
Yeah, he tried to fake it, then do it with the other foot, right?
The one against was it Tony Frisch when the Niners botched the onside kick in 72? I think it was Tony Frisch. He did one where he would step across the ball with his right foot and then swing his left foot behind. It was unbelievable onside kick. I think Janikowski tried one of those in a game. And he hit the top of the ball, and it just fell off the tee. So
all right, we'll try to find that. I vaguely remember something like that. So
I'm moving on.
That would be the only thing that would be worse. If you whiffed it.
Because Mitch puts the ball flat. He doesn't tee it, and then he just kicks one end of it, and it spins like a top. And he's so good at it. He does it all the time. He barely hit the very... It would have been better if he swung and missed. And they just took an offsides penalty. I don't even know what the penalty would be in that. He'd re-kick it. But the way he did it, he just hit the tip of the ball. That's like me off the tee box, John. Fort Worth rules. Sorry,
right,
ladies.
We'll find that.
Don't look. Don't look.
All right, thoughts on the game. 415-808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Give us your thoughts. What would you change? What are you most upset about? Are they cooked? Is this a cursed season? Anything you want to get into? We'll get into that conversation. Oh, okay, I just found a worse one. Who is this? Oh, that's Boswell. Boswell did try that same thing, and it was actually
Chris
even worse.
Boswell?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, we have one that's worse, but I'll see if Jano has one too. All right, let's talk, and then we'll talk to our good friend, Eric Branch, at about 11:50, Larry Kruger at 12:30, only here on the Sports Leader.
Finding ways to win with whoever's out there.
That is not going to get 5 yards, a little on 10, but it's a cool-looking kick.
Declare your retirement independence today with a call to O'Donnell Financial Group. Having the proper investment strategy in place may allow you the freedom to do what you want and when you want, potentially for the rest of your life. You've worked hard, you've saved hard, and the folks at O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help you avoid common mistakes in retirement. Having the right investment strategy for the future could make all the difference. Reduce what you owe to the government and keep hundreds of thousands more in your pocket, especially for those who have saved a lot. So don't wait. Declare your retirement independence and call O'Donnell Financial Group today, 866-496-2300, and learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence. Again, 866-496-2300. Learn more online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300 or ODFIgroup.com to learn more. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently.
The Papa and Lund Show now continues. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680, the sports leader.
Ravens respond. That thing went half a yard, then he just drills it down the field.
That was bad.
And 2 penalties are down.
Just comes up. I don't know if he just...
Yeah, this isn't
asking a little too much. He was trying to show that he was kicking it to the left and was going to try and pooch it to the right. That was an accident waiting to happen. He's going to try and kick it with his right foot.
Yeah, he got a little too creative.
What's that Irish dance they do? The jig.
Yeah.
We're on the same page. I spent the entire break looking for worst onside kicks in NFL history, and that's the one. Chris Boswell. Look it up. It's horrible. He tries to do that thing where he goes over the ball, I think with his right foot, tries to kick it with his left foot, and that's Rich Gannon and Ian Eagle, friends of the show. And he misses it. Well, actually, his right foot is in front of his left foot, and he kicks it, but hardly with his left foot, and then the ball runs into his right foot. And then he gets so frustrated, he just kicks it down the field, but you can't kick it twice. So that is the only the only onside kick I've seen worse than what Mitch Wishnowsky did yesterday. So that was the one, the Chris Boswell with Ian Eagle and Rich Gannon on the call. We just played.
Jig.
Did you see that?
Why didn't Rich reference Sebastian Janikowski? That's the one I'm talking about. So he tried the Tony Frisch, which is swing it with your right leg over the ball and then swing the left leg behind it.
Yeah.
Tony Frisch, who was it? Preston Riley, longtime Niner fans in 1972. They lost the playoff game against the Dallas Cowboys when Roger became captain comeback in that game, Roger Staubach. So a lot of kickers were trying to do what Tony Frisch did. The Boswell one, he actually recovered well and kicked it the other way, and he kicked it almost down the field where they could recover it. That's the one I recall Janikowski was working on, and I just texted Shane Lechler. I think Jano missed the entire ball on one of those as well, very similar to what Boswell did. But
by the way, Lechler was at the Raiders game not this week in L.A., but last week in Vegas. They showed him. He was looking good. Looking really good. I was just doing this. We're 7 games into the season, so we can't say we're early, but certainly there's plenty of time to go. But your playoff teams right now, the way it goes, Lions are the 1 seed, Commanders 2, Bucks 3, Seahawks 4, Vikings 5, Packers 6, Bears 7. So number one, all the NFC North teams are playoff teams at this point.
Where are the Niners, Jan?
They're 11th with a playoff probability of 49%. But if you were to replace them just for our fun in the 4 seed where Seattle is, and that's normally the NFC South slot, then they would, as you pointed out, in the first round, play Minnesota, but at least it would be here, which would be nice. So, just saying, but you're right. They would, as of this moment, if they could get back in first, because nothing dissuades you. Right now, to me, the Lions are the best team in football. They beat up on the Vikings.
Better than Kansas City?
Yeah, Kansas City, it still hasn't gotten their offense going. They're undefeated, but they just they're not better than the Lions right now. I mean, the Lions are rolling.
You got to tackle that quarterback.
I know. I'm just saying. I mean, we got to give credit to the Lions. We got to give credit to Jared Goff in terms of just. I'm not saying it's the end of the season, but in terms of who's playing the best football right now, it's the Lions.
Kansas City 6-0.
Yeah, I know, but
anyway,
you don't have to have the best record to be the best team. I think the Lions right now are the best team in football, regardless. My point is that
2 Super Bowls in a row. Okay,
I'm aware, but I'm just saying who's playing the best football. Kansas City, by the way, here's another thing that's depressing about the game yesterday. Kansas City didn't play great. I mean, that was a beatable football team. You just didn't make plays. That's just what it is.
Pretty well. They executed exactly what they wanted to do.
If I'd have told you Mahomes would have that day, Kelsey would have 4 catches for 17 yards, their leading outside receiver would have 19 yards, and their leading overall receiver would be Noah Gray.
How did Mahomes play poorly? He threw 2 picks. One got tipped at the line of scrimmage. The other, his receiver fell down on. What throws did Mahomes make? He missed Worthy. If he would have hit that one, and they came right out to start the second half, and Worthy ran a straight 9 that he turned into a deep post route, and Mahomes overthrew him, which is hard to do. That's just that young guy's got to learn to run routes better. What else did Mahomes do wrong?
Here's what he did right. He made plays at the right time. That's all you have to do. He wasn't great. You've never seen Mahomes play better than that?
I don't care about the QBR and the stats.
Neither do I. I haven't said one thing about him.
Over and over. I admire him. You know, his first year as a starter, the guy threw 5,000 yards and 50 touchdown passes. I admire him more the way he's become a game manager. He runs their whole offense. He's, Joe Namath threw for 4,000 yards, and he couldn't win until he backed down. In the Super Bowl, he didn't throw a touchdown pass in Super Bowl III, Joe. He managed the game. Mahomes is getting to that where he's evolving from being a Dan Marino to more of a Johnny Unitas. He's really hard to beat situationally. He does not have to throw the ball to beat you, and Andy's relying on the run game. They're in the AFC. They haven't lost. I thought they were beatable earlier in the year. Other teams had them beat. Baltimore had them beat. Cincinnati had them beat. Atlanta, if they could make a play in the red zone, would have beat them. The Chargers choked them off for a half and let them off the hook. So I thought they were beatable, but I thought they executed the game plan superbly yesterday. But getting to the NFC, right now, I'm going to go full-blown Q Jim Moore on you. You can't talk about playoffs right now.
But it's not early anymore. We're 7 games in. After the Dallas game, we're halfway through. We're not early.
The Niners are not a playoff team right now. They're not going to get in. They lost to Arizona at home. They blew a 14-point lead to the Rams twice. They got to beat themselves right now. They've got to solve now is getting McCaffrey and Dre Greenlaw back. Got to solve everything. Are those your 2 panaceas on each side of the ball? Possibly. But are you hoping for that, or is that a plan? I mean, right now, this team, that's why yesterday was so disturbing. 252 days after the Super Bowl, when you were so close to being the best team on the planet, and Kansas City's had injuries. they had time to work out their injuries. The Niners had them on game day morning when Debo got sick, and we'll ask Eric Branch and what was up with that. And then obviously Aiyuk right before halftime when you were still starting to mount a comeback in the game to lose him the rest of the game. When you lose guys in the middle of a game or on the morning of a game, you didn't prepare for it all week. Now you're scrambling. Just when they had to go to the 2-minute drill, these guys aren't used to being in those spots. You have a new X, a new Z, and a new F. But beyond all that, they're playing well enough to lose. I can't honestly even look at the NFC and everybody else, and I see a lot of good teams in this conference. This conference is loaded. Right now, the Niners are not among the best teams in the NFC. They were last year. Right now, they are not close to being the best in the NFC or even in the top 10 right now. They're not playing winning football.
Well, part of the problem with, let's look at the Aiyuk injury, for example, is that as I look at Debo, and I'll go back to his yak yards in 2021 where he had 855, which was second in the league. This year has 154. Now, I know he's missed now a couple of games, but he's not the same guy. He's 89th versus man coverage, and now everybody knows that's his weakness. So he's not yakking it. From a running standpoint, he's got 19 carries for 51 yards, which is 2.7 a carry. So he's not a huge threat in the running game right now. I know he plays tough, but the playing tough over the years and breaking all the tackles, he has 2 broken tackles all season long. So my point in just using Debo as the example is these guys are all great in name and all that kind of stuff. But like yesterday, when they're running the ball right at you, you know they're running the ball right at you. And Kareem Hunt, who's good, not great, is taking 2-yard runs and making 5-yard runs, making stopped at the line of scrimmage, and it's a 4-yard run. They're not tackling well defensively. There's attackable areas defensively all over the place, from Campbell to linebackers in general to young safeties. The defensive line, especially on the interior, is nowhere near what it's been in the past when the 49ers dominated teams with their defensive line. So McCaffrey comes back, and that's great. And Greenlaw comes back, and that's great. But that's not going to be the elixir to me. There are problems all over this team. Can they fix it? Is there enough time? Sure. But like you said, teams have a plan against the 49ers, and it's working. And my biggest thing is I think they'll get the offense going. My concern is the defense. They're in the 20s in a lot of these ratings and a lot of these numbers against the run, missed tackles, third down conversions, red zone. They're one of the worst red zone defenses in the league. They're one of the worst third down defenses in the league. I don't know that the defense is going to come around. That's my problem.
Yeah, if Dre plays like Dre, it will solve a lot. But he's coming off a very difficult injury, obviously, and especially for a linebacker with change of direction when that's all you do is change direction. McCaffrey can solve the red zone and the third down to a large degree. But is he going to be back exactly what he was? There's a possibility. I think Christian's coming back sooner and maybe right away after the bye against Tampa Bay. Dre, I was hopeful would be able to play even by now. But that's a bad injury. He does not want to look silly when he gets out there. So he's going to have full change of direction. So it could be a while for Dre. But otherwise, you got to make some decisions here between now and the deadline. One thing, Renardo Green played a lot yesterday in the nickel. He was up over Ike Adam, and that's what made Ike Adam a gunner yesterday. And he became a gunner later in the game, but they switched those two roles. So when you went nickel, Charvarius Ward was on one side. Ike Yadam used to be. Now it's Renardo Green and then Demo in the slot. And then I don't know if it was a mistake or if Charvarius was unavailable, but when the Niners introduced the defense before the start of the game yesterday, they did not introduce Charvarius Ward. They introduced Ike Yadam as an outside corner. And I'm like, what's going on here? And then Charvarius did go out and play, and he played pretty well. He recovered and got beat on the double move by Kelsey, but he was fast enough to run him down with the long arms to break it up. I think as we get to the deadline, that's why this game is so important to beat Dallas and get to 4-4. If they lose the game and fall to 3-5, some of these guys you got to make a call on. And I think in light of the Aiyuk injury, you're less likely to make a move with Debo. But we had Mike Silver on last week, and he mentioned Debo. I talked to him at length yesterday. He doesn't think they're going to do that. But I think someone to keep an eye on is Charvarius Ward as far as trading him. Ike Yadam can play outside corner. and so can Renardo Green now as a rookie. And then you move Demo inside. Now, if you get injuries, so you're forced to play, Rock Yassin or Darrell Luter. But I think as you just look at it all here and you're trying to fit this team together, this game against Dallas is critical as your pro, because they're not going to play a football game again before the deadline comes. So this Dallas game is going to be huge to get to 4-4 as opposed to 3-5.
No doubt about it. Eric Branch is going to join us coming up next from the Chronicle. He is always, I think Kyle likes him. I think he likes the long questions in that. I think he likes it a lot. Let's have him help us break down exactly what happened yesterday. Not only that, to move forward to take on the Cowboys before the bye. We'll do that coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, for sure. That was obviously my first thoughts through the whole incident was, if I was going to be alive or not, and that was the first thing I was thinking of, and making sure, that I got in contact with my family members. But once I knew I was going to be okay, and I was going to be able to live, the next question came, was I going to be able to play football now? And as soon as I got that answer, a light just grew inside of me, and I was super excited to hear that from the doctor. So,
first comments from Ricky Pearsall since his shooting in San Francisco on August 31st, and he was great yesterday at the podium. The game was a bummer, but it was obviously the big news was Ricky Pearsall making his debut with the 49ers, and Eric Branch has a great piece. As I hold up the Sporting Green Pop, you see that there? I got I'm old school, man.
I see
got
that,
it.
John.
Got it.
I see that.
The Sporting Green, which has got Eric Branch's piece. Pearsall makes NFL debut. And our good friend Eric Branch, who you should be following on Twitter, at Eric_Branch, and in all social media, and reading his stuff in the Chronicle. He joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. What's happening, Eric? How are you?
Fellas, how are you doing?
We're doing great, man. How are you doing?
Better than the local team.
The one that wears red and gold? Yes, you are doing. What was your just overall assessment of yesterday?
That, well, obviously not good enough, breaking news there. But, yeah, they really had opportunities, particularly early. And, I mean, it was a total team effort. But initially, the special teams made it a big play, with stopping the fake punt. And the next play, Purdy threw a really bad interception. I just didn't see Justin Reed when he was targeting Kittle. And then, the defense made a massive play. Khalil Davis, bats the ball and picks it off. And the Niners respond by going 3 and out. So there were opportunities early to jump on the Chiefs, who, for all the Niners, injury issues and attrition they were dealing with, which is, totally legit. You look at the Chiefs and they didn't have their starting running back. And, after Juju Smith-Schuster left with a hamstring injury in the first quarter, I think they didn't have their, top 3 wide receivers. But, as George Kittle and others alluded to, they know how to win. And this 2024 49ers team, when you look at some of these losses, it's understandable if you're going to lose to the 2-time defending Super Bowl champions, but it's not understandable when you lose to the Rams and Cardinals when you have, double-digit second-half lead. So, not good.
Yeah. And your point about the wide receivers, first Hollywood Brown, with a shoulder injury back in August. Rashee Rice also with a torn ACL. They were out, and then they lose Juju. But they knew those other 2 guys weren't going to play. Obviously, they've been gone for a while. And then Juju had a hamstring spasm during practice. So they practiced one day without him, and I think they could prepare for the possibility he wouldn't play. The loss of Debo was just on game day, and you could see him on the sideline, Eric, with the oxygen mask on. We have any more details? I mean, Kyle just said he was really sick. He had a hard time breathing, and he was coughing, and he was out there 4 snaps, and he basically tapped out. And it was, I guess, something that happened Sunday morning. But did you glean any more details on what was wrong with Debo yesterday?
Yeah, he just said, he was having some stomach issues, some throat issues, and having trouble catching his breath. And, it is odd when you see a guy like Deebo Samuel who, runs through, brick walls or tries to, in street clothes, on the sideline in the second half when you're playing the Chiefs. And it's like, well, he looks fine. Why don't you just, go out and play? But, I really have to believe if he was able to, he would have. And, Shanahan pointed out, once he really couldn't catch his breath and, he didn't have the oxygen mask on the sideline, that was kind of it. And he just couldn't go. So I don't know, obviously, I don't know any more than what Shanahan told us the specifics of that. But obviously, he had something, really bad. In fact, I was like, he must be really sick. Maybe he shouldn't be on the sideline around the rest of his teammates. But anyway.
Eric Brent's joining us talking about the 49ers 28-18 loss to the Chiefs. Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. You wrote about Ricky Pearsall, and there's a lot of negative around this game, but when he made that catch, I think it was for 6 yards in the first half, his first NFL catch, I mean, the stadium erupted like he had scored a touchdown, and we all know what he had gone through. And boy, in the podium, he was very impressive, talking about when John Lynch came in and he cried, and when he was told he could play football. I mean, look, football matters around here. I get it, but that was pretty compelling stuff from Ricky in his first comments since being shot.
Yeah, a couple things was, initially saying, shortly after he arrived at the hospital, they said, you're going to live. That was his first question. The first police officer on the scene is he's bleeding profusely. Am I going to die? So he's filled with gratitude. But then, it wasn't until the next morning, I guess, where he got confirmation he could play football again. There was some concern. They had to wait for, some tests to come back to determine, what, if any, nerve damage he'd had. And, when a bullet rips through you, it could be, obviously, no duh. That it could have ended his career before he'd been able to play a snap. So you get a sense just listening to that, why he was so excited and filled with gratitude. And I thought it was, he's a young kid who just played his first NFL game, but, when asked about Brandon Aiyuk and, his probable torn ACL and what it would mean for him and, what urgency he might have, as far as, stepping up and contributing more than he might have been, asked to initially as a rookie. He just said, not really thinking about that. I'm thinking about Brandon Aiyuk. Obviously they played a season together at Arizona State, and he said it's kind of a bit bigger than football. And it's like, if anyone, knows things are bigger than football, it might be, a rookie 24-year-old, Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah, and you asked some really good questions to get that out of him towards the end, so that was riveting stuff. 50 days after he took the bullet at Union Square on August 31st, he played his first NFL game, and it's also the game that Brandon Aiyuk suffered a terrible knee injury, and we could tell right away, Eric, when he hyperextended that right knee, it was not good. And they can tell, when they reach around in there if it's torn. So my concern would be, not just the ACL, because it was normally when you have a hyperextension, it's a PCL, an LCL, an MCL, but he also got it from the side. So when's the first we're going to know what happened? I guess when Kyle talks to the media at 3:30 and he gives us the official update, but we're pretty much convinced that it is an ACL. And now, like Bosa, when he tore his ACL in 2020, there were other ligaments that got torn as well. So that would be the major concern there, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess it might be until we may not hear until Shanahan's conference call at 3:30. But yes, and as you mentioned, they can pretty much tell. That maybe you can hope against hope, but the way players were talking in the locker room, it was like, this is really sad and this is a huge loss. And there wasn't a whole lot of, well, let's wait and see. It was kind of, it's not official, but in some ways it is. So yes, they'll have to, figure that out. And that's that's a thing, because people say, well, what's up with the 2024 49ers? Why aren't they the 2023 49ers? And we could, talk for an hour about the whys of that. But a big thing is, last year they had 10 guys that were either, all pros or pro bowlers or both. And those 10 players combined to miss 6 games due to injuries. This year, those same 10 players are going to, at a minimum, miss 32 games due to injuries. And we still got 10 regular season games left. So that's one reason they're not the same 49ers, because a lot of those guys haven't been on the field, and they're not. Some of those guys aren't going to be returning to the field.
As I look at that, and hopefully CMC comes back, it doesn't sound good for Aiyuk. Debo hasn't quite been himself. He's not breaking tackles in the same way. The yak yards are not the same when he's on the field as well. My concern is more for the defense because I think offensively, if they get some of these guys back, I think they'll get things going. But defensively, the interior of the defensive line isn't what it once was. Obviously, the linebackers, let's see what Dre Greenlaw gives them when he comes back, the youth of the safeties. I watched Kansas City yesterday, and they have a good interior of their offensive line, but I mean, they pushed them around yesterday, and we're not on a short sample size now on this defense, and that's been really a calling card for them. I don't know that the defense is going to be the same to the level that we expect the 49ers defense to be.
No, I think that's an excellent point when you look at the front seven with their defensive line and their linebackers. Right now, you have two great players, Fred Warner and Nick Bosa. And then you kind of have, solid guys or unproven guys. You don't have Eric Armstead, you don't have Hargrave, and you don't have Greenlaw. The three of those front seven who are really good players. And, there's, sure, you could say, well Greenlaw's going to come back, but, he's coming off a torn Achilles. I'm not sure you're going to have the same Dre Greenlaw. And, I think when you look at, if you want to assign the most blame to yesterday's loss, it's fair to point at the offense, and, obviously there are reasons for that. And you say, well, look what they did to Patrick Mahomes. He had the, lowest passer rating of his career, and that's good. But, to your point, they did get pushed around. They allowed 184 rushing yards, I think 4.7 yards a carry. And, that Chiefs' last touchdown drive where they, kind of officially put them away, was it like 12 plays, 80 yards, and 10 of those were runs. So, yeah, they were just running right at them. And, the past 49ers defenses, you did not do that to them. You didn't bully them. Yeah, you might get them here or there, but you didn't consistently line up and run the ball down their throat. So, there's some things. Obviously, I would expect him to do some things at the trade deadline. I'm not sure, there's a transformative, kind of Christian McCaffrey type move to make, whether that would be, for the offense or defense.
Well, we've all been kind of looking at CMC for after the bye. They got one more game to play against Dallas on Sunday night, Eric. Then they do have a bye, which leads into the trade deadline. Ian Rappaport pretty much said he thinks he's coming back for the Tampa Bay game, and we have heard after the bye. So we'll see. There's a gray area there and how he feels as he ramps it back up. But just leading to the trade deadline after this game, and the rest of the league is going to have one more game, but this game against Dallas will be the Niners' last game before the November 5th Election Day trade deadline. So for that reason, how big is this Cowboy game? If you win and you're 4-4, we'll see what Seattle does. You still could win the division and move up as you get McCaffrey and Greenlaw back. If you lose the game, Eric, is it possible John Lynch starts to think about trading some pieces away?
Oh gosh, Papa! Wow, I wasn't ready for that.
You weren't ready for that? I mean, Charvarius Ward, maybe Debo. I don't know if you could do it now with Aiyuk, but you don't think if they lose this Dallas game that could change their outlook on the year?
Well, that is true. They would have lost to a minor league football team, if they lose to Dallas. But
ouch.
So, yeah, no. To your point, yes. I mean, that would, really, raise alarm bells. Absolutely. 3-5, having lost to the Cowboys, who just looked so pathetic in their last game. However, that being said, you would still be, if you beat the Seahawks, you'd still have the edge there. You'd have the sweep on the Seahawks. And, you're still, really within contact of winning the NFC West, even if you do go to 3-5. So I don't think it would go into they become sellers. I think they'd have to be, get to the, if they're 1-7 or whatever, sure. But 3-5, they still have enough talent. They're in a weak division. I cannot imagine, them selling off pieces. I think they still believe, and I think they have reason to believe, they could still make a run, as they have done in past years when they've gotten off to pretty brutal starts.
Does this have any, we were talking about this a little bit earlier on in the show, just with the injuries and just everything since training camp and Aiyuk and Trent Williams and Ricky Pearsall and all these weird things that have happened. Is it giving you a 2020 vibe? I'm not, we're only 7 games into this thing, but it just, when a team is having a special season, you also know when a team is kind of having that season, and it just seems like this is just everything around this team is off.
No, absolutely. And I think, the 2020 season, when you think about that, you think of the injuries. I mean, obviously Bosa was, perhaps foremost, but, Garoppolo, Kittle, it was just brutal. And, I'm not sure we're there at 2020 levels, but like I said, we still have 10 more games to go. I'm not sure, all these other guys, are going to be able to remain upright. So, no, absolutely. And I think it's just a matter of, realistically, when you combine the injuries and, maybe some of the losses, like an Eric Armstead, some of the depth they lost through free agency, they just don't have the same level of talent, that last year's team had.
Eric, always good to talk to you. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you again real soon.
Okay. Thanks so much, guys.
You got it, man.
Thank you, Eric.
That is Eric Branch. Got a great piece. Maybe the only good thing to come out of yesterday, Ricky Pearsall makes his NFL debut. Eric's got a great piece on it, and Ricky was amazing from the podium about it in his first public comment since he was shot on August 31st. We'll play some of those for you in the foreplay in about 45 minutes. Do not miss that. Larry Krueger's going to join us, I believe, in the flesh. Well, not in the flesh, but I think we'll see his pictures and video on YouTube and Twitch, so make sure you check that out as well. And if you got thoughts on the game before we get on Krug, give us your thoughts. 415-808-KNBR. What needs to change? One of the biggest problems? What can be solved? Where are you on this 3-4 49ers team? 415-808-KNBR. 415-808-5627. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Matt Barrows from The Athletic. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning to give his takeaways from the 49ers loss to the Chiefs. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcast. You're tuned in to Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Yeah, let's talk about it. All right, here's where we are in Christian McCaffrey. Thanks, Kyle, for asking. I'm so glad you did. So the San Francisco 49ers obviously lost this week. They play the Dallas Cowboys on Sunday. Christian McCaffrey not expected to be available for that game, still trying to ramp up. Then they have a bye. And my understanding really this whole time has been the target for McCaffrey has been early November. The first date of early November, which is November 3rd, they are on a bye for. So November 10th is the first time that we may see Christian McCaffrey on the field. He has been running on flat ground. He has been ramping up. From my understanding, there have not been anything bad with his rehab. There's really nothing.
All right, so there is Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network saying maybe week 10, that's at Tampa, which just get through Dallas, hopefully even this thing out, but going across the country right out of the gate, that is not going to be easy even after a bye week. So that is the latest on Christian McCaffrey. A couple of quick notes before we get to Larry Krueger and continue to talk 49ers at the bottom of the hour. One, the weird relationship with Deshaun Watson and the Browns continues. You could see right away that was going to be a torn Achilles, so he is done for the year, and I don't know what his future is in Cleveland, but has there been a weirder story in the NFL where they get him, he all of a sudden forgets how to play quarterback, and now he's got a torn Achilles? What a weird situation that is for Cleveland, and they might be the most disappointing team in the league.
Yeah, but there was a major story in between and how they got him. Houston didn't want to get rid of him. Well, he asked to be traded before. How many women came forward? And now there's been another allegation. I mean, the reason he was available to start with was his own off-the-field behavior. There were dozens of women that came forward to accuse him of sexual misconduct related to massage therapies. And then he had to sit out for a long time, and he didn't play. And then he got hurt, and now he's gotten hurt again. Meanwhile, they're the ones that are responsible with changing the quarterback market by guaranteeing him so much money. They traded a lot to get him. They made an offer no one could refuse, whether it was Deshaun, and he was orchestrating where he was going in that trade, and Jimmy and Dee Haslam and Andrew Berry, $230 million, fully guaranteed. No one was giving contracts like that out, and no one's even gotten to that quite figure. I think maybe somebody's been there, John, one quarterback, I'm not sure. But it's, Dak, I think, got that number. But in any event, a lot of it is just his own doing off the field and bad karma and being away. And they just keep losing. I mean, they got one win on the year at Cleveland. It's hard to understand where they're at. So, but what Ian Rappaport just reported there, he said out loud what a lot of us have been thinking. And you never knew with McCaffrey when he would come back because he's working out, by himself and with his performance staff. But he's been back from Germany for a while. He is progressing. You see him in the games with the earpiece in. He's paying attention. He's just got to ramp up his speed to be able to come back. So I think you're looking at a little bit of what happened 2 years ago. And that was trading for Christian McCaffrey. It's not really a trade, but he hasn't played all year for you. And if he all of a sudden, appears in your lineup, he changes a lot. And you don't have to give up anything to get him, but you got to get him healthy, and he's got to not have setbacks with the Achilles and other body parts that do fall victim when you're compensating. So he's got to come back at the right time he's got to ramp up his speed and to get his explosion back where he can play. So you heard Ian Rappaport say he's not had any setbacks, which is the key thing. He's not having inflammation or any of the areas around the tendonitis of the Achilles, and it is one more than the other. So he is starting to ramp up. And then, coming out of the bye reminds me a lot of last year. When they went into the bye last year, they went there in a 3-game losing streak. And they were gassed. They were not playing well. The Cincinnati game, and Burrow, that was the one game when he was completely healthy for. They just got run in their home stadium after they lost to Cleveland and then Minnesota. A lot of factors. They were tired, but they came out of that bye, and they were re-energized. They had to go across the country to Florida to play as well. They went to Jacksonville, and they self-scouted, and they made a couple of major changes on defense. One was get Oliver, the nickelback, off the field, play Ambry Thomas, interestingly, before they got Logan Ryan, and move, Lenore inside to nickel with Charvarius. And they played great that day, and they got back to being themselves and obviously beat Philadelphia a little bit later on, and then the Thanksgiving night demolition of Seattle. So to me, if you get through this Dallas game and find a way to win to get to 4-4, and this will impact what you do at the deadline. And I think if they win this game, they're not going to be sellers. The exception of, possibly a cornerback or, because you do have Bernardo Green pushing for playing time, and Adam didn't play as much yesterday. That's a separate category. But would you trade anywhere on your football team if you need that body with injuries in this sport? But I think coming out of the bye, the hope would be we would do what we did the last couple of years at the bye. That is, get Christian McCaffrey on our roster. We had to do that by trade in 22. We'll get it by him getting healthy here. And then we'll come out, we'll go to Florida, and we'll make changes to ourselves defensively. Dre Greenlaw could be down the road. Maybe it's get Devondre off the field, structural changes, just maybe move some bodies around to re-energize. So before we say that they can't get to where they want to go, there's a lot of football to go. And if you get McCaffrey back, he will be able to play 9 games this year, and he will solve some of your third down problems, a lot of them, and also the red zone. So that's why this Dallas game is so critical. You'd like to have the bye right now and maybe get McCaffrey back for the game after, but I think in light of how badly yesterday went, you don't want to have to sit on this game for a couple of weeks. So just flush it. They're going through it all today and come back, get ready for Dallas, and then see if they can make those changes coming out of the bye. But the big one would be to get Run CMC back.
All right, let's talk to Larry Krueger about it coming up next. He and I commiserated as we sat next to each other in the booth, so I know a few of the things that Krue's going to get here, but I'm sure he's watched the tape again, so let's get the insight. Larry Krueger is going to join us next to talk Niners, only here on the Sports Center.
Good afternoon, Greg Papa here. You know, I saw on the sidelines right before kickoff yesterday, 49ers and Chiefs, Tony Gemignani. He was there with his son. He is a huge Bay Area sports fan, and mainly he's the king of pizza, not just in the Bay Area, but the entire world. Tony's Pizza in the North Beach is the best I've ever had, and I'm not alone. Tony's has been ranked #1 in the world, and it's my personal go-to spot for Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and grandma-style pizzas. Also, the pastas, don't sleep on them. There's spicy bucatini, one of my all-time favorites. And don't forget about Tony's other locations like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style cracker thin and deep dish pizzas. His Chicago Italian beef sandwiches there are so yummy. Save room for dessert, super delicious cannoli or tiramisu. And after a tough 49er loss, you want to wake up on Monday morning and stroll through the North Beach and get some comfort food. And try his sourdough bread, pastries, and New York bagels at his bakery, Toscano Brothers. So you can even get a slice like Tony and his son got yesterday at the Slice House location at Levi Stadium. They have those fast, casual restaurants serving up delicious slices, whether you're going to a Warrior game now at Chase Center or next year at Oracle Park when the Giants come out, or Sunday night at Levi Stadium against the Dallas Cowboys. Go see Tony Loves Bay Area Sports and get a slice of Tony's Pizza.
Faithful, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Oh, yes. Thanks for joining us on a Monday edition as we commiserate about the 49ers loss and what it means and what the future is as they play the Cowboys, and they've got a bye. Maybe Christian McCaffrey after that bye, but as of right now, not good as Patrick Mahomes beats the 49ers once again, and it is always good to talk to Larry Krueger no matter the circumstances, as he and I sat and commiserated. Maybe the best thing, well, Ricky Pearsall's return was the best thing. The second best thing was the chicken fingers at halftime, which were golden brown, and they're normally beef jerky contact, but they were very nice. So those are the good two things, but it was not good in general. Make sure that you're following Krug at Sports Larry K, and of course the Krug Show and Niners Nightly starting at 6 o'clock tonight. And I know you're going to take a bunch of calls and get some thoughts, but he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. So go right ahead. Give us your thoughts on this debacle yesterday.
Oh, man, it was rough. It was rough. I mean, one thing that was really clear is that just looking at some of the internal numbers that I dug up this morning, you know, Kareem Hunt had a lot of success running inside the tackles, and the 49ers had very little success running inside the tackles. They did a nice job on Kareem Hunt outside the tackles. He was 5 carries for 16 yards outside the tackles, but between the tackles, 17 for 62. It's only 3.6 a carry, but 2 touchdowns. But I thought it was interesting. KC called 23 designed runs between the tackles. That is the most ever for Kansas City in the next-gen stats era. So, I mean, that goes back, I think, to 2016, something like that. So it's, you know, they obviously saw that this 49er defense had a weakness between the tackles, and they they went at it. And then the 49ers had another major screw up on special teams. I felt bad for Schneider because they were ready for the fake punt. They had the defense on the field. They got that. He's feeling good. And then they get a 55-yard Mecole Hardman punt return that was a huge play in the game. And that entire sideline, when I was watching it on the binoculars from upstairs, I was like, oh my God, I could see the thing coming. And Greg, I'm sure you guys could up in the booth as well. The entire Chief sideline was wide freaking open. There was a gigantic lane for Hardman, and he took it. And once again, Anders Carlson, a Niner kicker, was faced with making a tackle. Luckily, somebody else came along and made it. But special teams breakdowns, not good enough on defense. Brock had a disastrous game. His worst game, I think, as a pro. I thought he was really, really struggled in this game. And, there you go. I mean, it all adds up to Kansas City's the better team, and Kansas City wins again. But Purdy against man coverage, excluding the 41-yard completion to Kittle, he was 4 of 13 against man for 39 yards with 3 picks and 1 sack. So that outside duo of McDuffie and Watson were good.
Let's go back to the run defense. Kansas City ran the ball 39 times for 184 yards, and the quarterback had some scrambles. You mentioned the interior running, and Kansas City's just running more than they ever have run going into the game. It was 47% this year. I mean, Andy didn't run it when he had Westbrook and Philly. They ran a third of the time, but he's got those interior 3, and they've been running more power and inside zone than outside zone. But forget them. The 49ers and their run defense, and it was a problem last year in a different way. Not having Javon Hargrave or the partially torn triceps an issue, obviously. But I want to just talk philosophical football. The wide 9, the reason that is put in football, and our guy Jim Washburn, invented it in Tennessee years ago to deal with the edge, the outside Edger and James stretch run game in Indy. But it left you vulnerable because of the wide gaps, not just the 9 techniques, but the tackles are also wider. Basically, you're playing with 2-3 techniques, and you're not over the center. Sometimes you play a 2-eye, but there is vulnerability for gap running and power against this front. So let's talk a little about that. I did not like the way they played the Mahomes quarterback draw, where Jordan Elliott basically is shooting one side of the guard of the center and giving him a path rather than taking on with a 2 gap. So situationally, do you want to play wide 9 all the time? And then the outside runs. They ran outside with Mecole Hardman on a couple of jet sweeps. Again, 20 yards going right, touchdown going left. And they ran one to Xavier Worthy for a big 6-yard converter on first down, Larry. So just structurally, the wide 9 is what you do, but the other teams and Andy Reid and Andy Heck, they know what you do, and they're able to do that. And then situationally, do you want to always do it? What do you see from the Niner run defense just as a shell?
Well, it's interesting. The wide 9, I think, works if you have 2 dominating, outstanding pursuit players with great instincts at the linebacker position. And when the Niners are at full tilt, they've got Warner and Greenlaw, and I think it works. It also works when you have bigger bodied guys manning the right and the left defensive end positions. And this year, to try to get some pass rush, they brought in Leonard Floyd. He's a very angular player. He's a narrow player. He's not a powerhouse player. He doesn't go 270. So, if you look at, like, the Niners look far better against the run when Sam Equinu's in there as opposed to Leonard Floyd. Why? Because Sammy's 6'1", 270, and he's strong and stout, comes off of blocks, and can make plays in the run game. But I think the combination of a light defensive end opposite Bosa, and then not having, Greenlaw, who's a spectacular player, replacing him with Campbell, that has hurt the Niners. Now, the 49ers went to a lot of D. Winters in the second half. I'm just rewatching it right now, and I see Campbell was really not on the field a lot in the nickel at all in the second half of this game. So maybe that's a new wrinkle that Sorensen is going to go with. I think that's probably the better deal. But, here's the thing. Winters has his own challenges, guys, because he hits well, he runs well, but he doesn't wrap up. And he's got 5 examples already of big hits where he came flying in, made a hit, but didn't wrap up, and the guy didn't go down. So he's a little underpowered, and if he doesn't wrap up, that's going to be a problem. So, I mean, they've really missed Greenlaw. I mean, they missed Greenlaw in every way imaginable. I think this wide 9 did work because of the spectacular skill level of Warner and Greenlaw, but if you drop that down a level or 2 or 3, it doesn't work.
Larry Krueger is joining us as he does every Monday. Make sure you're checking out Niners Nightly tonight and, of course, the Krug Show. He does a great job in recapping everything. My biggest concern, I think that, it sounds like they may get Ian Rappaport reporting this morning, and Greg was saying earlier a lot in the building feel like November 10th is the time, maybe at Tampa. And I know losing Brandon Aiyuk's not going to be great, and Devo's not having a great year, but I think they'll figure it out with Kyle and Brock and everything offensively. But defensively, you and I were talking about this yesterday. Beyond what you were just talking about defensively, and we're talking about what Kansas City did with the run, they're 14th in yards now, 12th versus the rush, 16th in points per game. They give up 4.5 yards a carry. This is what's shocking. Their opponent third down percentage rate is 46%, which is 28th. And their red zone defense they're giving up 61% of the time, which is 23rd. They're giving up touchdowns in the red zone. They're not good defensively. And I don't know how that's going to change. Maybe they can make a trade, but the interior of the defensive line is not great. Yesterday, all the linebackers, and I'm including Fred Warner, weren't good. The safeties are young. Ward is not having a great season. How are they going to fix this thing defensively? And this is not a short sample size. This all the way goes back to last year. They have not been great defensively, and that's really what this team could hang their hat on. I asked you, right, again, with the final drive of Kansas City, do you trust this defense? We both didn't, and we had good reason. They're not getting key stops. They're not getting red zone stops. They're not getting third down stops. The numbers aren't good. This is not a good defense.
Well, they're getting pushed around up front. I mean, that's the number one. Okay, it's really noticeable. Givens is a pass rusher, one gap penetrator. Kalia Davis, same thing, and he had a nice interception yesterday. One gap penetrator, quick feet, pass rusher. Givens and Kalia Davis are situational pass rushers only. If you have to play them as anchor pieces in the run game, they won't stand up, and the Niners' run D isn't standing up. Elliott's a load inside. Collins has got great strength, but they've lost so much of their depth up front. Those guys are probably playing a few more snaps than they want. The rest of the guys you can move. You can move Kalia Davis. You can move Kevin Givens. So that's a real problem. And then I thought also Kareem Hunt. I mean, how many times yesterday did Kareem Hunt, the Niners defense made contact at 3 yards, only to see Kareem Hunt carry them 5 yards, 6 yards, 7 yards? I mean, he pushed. There's one thing to push the pile, and there's another thing to drag defenders down the field. I mean, he literally just dragged the 49er defense down the field. And then they got a lot of youth in the secondary, right? I mean, I like a lot of these young guys in the secondary. I like Jair Brown. I thought Mustafa played a tremendous game yesterday. Renardo Green, I really like. I mean, there's some really good young players in that secondary. But you gotta protect them. You got to give them some kind of pass rush. They can't cover. I mean, they did a nice job against Kelsey. They did a nice job against Worthy, but still, the 49ers weren't able to win the game. And that's kind of the discouraging thing. They used Kelsey as a decoy a lot in the first half. You could tell when I watched the first half on the All 22 just a minute ago, there's several plays in the first half where they clearly were using Kelsey as the decoy, and the intent was to go with Gray and go to Gray, and Mahomes threw that pass with conviction. So, they had a plan. They knew the Niners would be all over Kelsey, and they were, and so they went to his counterpart. They went to 2 tight ends, kept the Niners in the base. They felt like their better matchup was in the base, and it was. And the 49ers kind of caved, and ultimately it came down to the red zone. Niners once again couldn't score touchdowns in the red zone. They result in a couple Anders Carlson field goals, and the Chiefs, who were 30th in red zone, I know neither of you guys, and I didn't buy into that this week, because the Chiefs play great against the Niners in the red zone, and they did in this game.
And they get creative down there, and they got 2 weeks sitting on the bye to get to scheme it up. All right, as you're watching the All-22, and I haven't watched it back yet, let's go to the other side of the ball in the offense. It's just so obvious that teams that are having defensive success against Kyle's passing game are choking off the middle of the field, whether it's Jim Schwartz or Mike McDonald or, this year, Brian Flores, and now Spags himself in the Super Bowl. I mean, there was one play where Aiyuk, and he actually got a penalty on Trent McDuffie. but he was almost face guarding him and not allowing him to break in. It was just unbelievable the way they were sitting inside. So Brock had a bad game. He missed a lot of throws. Even the good throws were underthrown. But just what are you seeing from the way these elite defensive coordinators are game planning against the Kyle system, which is, and Debo didn't play yesterday, but we all the Debo dig, the Debo dagger, the in cut, the Aiyuk slant, the Kittle over the middle, and George got going a little bit outside the rails yesterday, the McCaffrey choice route. Isn't it obvious that they got to adjust and they got to throw the ball from numbers to the sideline because the opponents are choking off the midfield passing game?
Yeah, no question. And the Niners, and it makes sense, right? The in cutter, look for the in cutters. You can almost read the defenders looking at the Niner, scouting report when you're watching the game. It's like late in the down, look in the middle of the field, look for the in cutting route. If it's an in or an out, gamble in. The bottom line, though, is that their receivers are not that dynamic. They really aren't. And I was hoping Ricky Pearsall would hit the ground and be dynamic, but he wasn't. I mean, he averaged 1.9 yards of separation per target in this game. That was the 6th worst of any receiver in the NFL this week. So he didn't separate. Aiyuk doesn't look like he's getting separation. Debo didn't play, but we know he doesn't separate against man coverage. JJ's relatively, pedestrian speed. So they're really not dynamic. Kittle's a nice player, but he's 30. They don't have that dynamic player that can separate or that you have to really honor. You got to back off and give him space because he can really run. In hindsight, I know they went for Pearsall, but it would have been smarter for the Niners to look for a Worthy. I mean, they really lack that dynamic space-creating receiver. Instead, they got a receiver that's a chain mover type guy who's got great ball skills. Now, he's going to be good over time, I think. But, he didn't get away from anybody. He played a lot of snaps yesterday, and he didn't really get away from anybody.
Krug, thanks, man. We appreciate the insight. What's coming up tonight?
Tonight we're going to have Monday Night Football on the radio, so we're going to be on the YouTube only tonight. But we'll break it all down, and we'll go through. I'm still going through the film right now, and I'll put together a list of a bunch of things that stood out, and we'll prioritize it. We'll discuss it. We'll invite people in the chat to be involved. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we'll be on the radio, and we'll take phone calls on Tuesday night. And we got an array of guests coming up this week from Dallas, and it should be a good week. I'm looking forward to it.
It's always going to be great. Krug, thanks for the insight, man, and it's always enjoyable. We'll talk to you soon.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Larry.
All right, there's Krug. We'll talk a few of the things that he said there. We got a foreplay for you. It's not all negative because Ricky Pearsall was the star from the podium yesterday in his first comment since being shot on August 31st. You do not want to miss that. We'll do that as part of the foreplay at the top of the hour on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Tim Ryan, bro. Joined Murph and Marcus this morning, break down the 49ers' loss to the Chiefs. Check out that podcast tomorrow on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Dang it!
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Hello, friends. It's Papa and Lund. Give you a 49ers version of the foreplay. I'm going to save Ricky Pearsall till 1:15 because there's really good Pearsall cuts, but we will give you some Kyle, latest on Brandon Aiyuk, and that stuff. When is Kyle's telecom? What's that, at 3?
3:30 today.
Oh, 3:30 today. So, all right, we'll give you that in just a few minutes. A little offense, a little defense. Also in the 1 o'clock hour, we don't want to ignore the words because a couple of interesting things. Today is deadline day in terms of extensions, and Moody got one, Kuminga hasn't. So we'll get into that conversation this hour as well.
Kuminga's not going to get one.
Yeah, it doesn't look like
he's not going to get one.
Yeah, that's for sure. So we continue to commiserate about the 49ers. The lines are open, as is text line. You've got questions for Pop, questions about the game moving forward, any of that stuff. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. All right, let's start this thing early. George Kittle, frustrated like a lot of guys at the podium, says next week's game is big, but they've got to play much better.
I mean, it's huge. Every game's huge. I think it's Sunday Night Football, so, like, all eyes on Levi Stadium, which I'm excited about. It's a great rivalry. It always has been. We need to get a win, and especially because it's an NFC opponent. Like, we have to continue to stay in the hunt. We have to try to stay ahead in our division as best we possibly can. And just try to get a little bit better. I've said multiple times you want to be a better team in October than you were September, better in November than you were October. We did not get better today. We had some good plays, but it was not our best performance.
Pretty obvious in what George said there, but I guess to me, when you hear George in a certain tone versus George, who's normally positive, jovial, all those kind of things, but you can just kind of tell, like the rest of the team, he's pretty down.
They scored 18 points. They were 1 for 10 on third down until the very last one. And they turned the ball over 3 times. They played terribly. And they're not getting better. They started to show more of themselves in Seattle. They had the meltdown after the kickoff return touchdown, and they had to get through that third quarter. But they were more of themselves for, 45 minutes of the game, whatever it was, 40 minutes. They just weren't themselves yesterday. So, when Kansas City leaves town now, and they're just something special. You could set your sights on Dallas, and you heard George talking about Sunday Night Football. Last year when the Cowboys came in, and it was almost a year ago, it was right around George's birthday last year, George had 3 touchdowns in that game. It was the biggest, most lopsided win the Niners have ever had in their long-time history with the Dallas Cowboys, and they got off to a 5-0 start. Remember how good they were? We thought, this team, who is going to beat them? They're scoring 30, 35. That night they had 42 points when Mason broke the long run. They could have laid a 50-burger on the Cowboys. They backed off. They didn't play that well again until the Seattle game on Thanksgiving night. They got rolling. But after that, they really never were themselves. When is the 2024 Niners going to play like that team we saw get off to a 5-0 start? Do they have it in them? Different team, new team, John, new D-line, new D coordinator. You don't have McCaffrey, obviously. You don't have Greenlaw. Are they capable of playing like that again? With Dallas coming in now, we can go back to, man, they were good in that game, weren't they? Were they ever better? Are they capable? Do they have it in them? Are the physical toll of all these late January and February runs just worn their bodies down? Too many injuries. They can't overcome it. Ayuk's not coming back. The Gravedigger's not coming back. Man, they were good that night, and George balled out on Sunday Night Football at 3 touchdowns. Are they? That's what you have to assess. And you don't have to play like that to win the Super Bowl, but close to it. Is this group that they have right now, are they capable of playing like they played against Dallas last October?
I'll answer it, but it's funny you say that because as I was going down on the elevator with a few guys, my question to people was, are they just not that good? There's a lot of injuries here, and we you've got to acknowledge that, and it's not an excuse. I mean, Kittle said at one point he looked in the huddle, and there's no CMC, and there's no Aiyuk, and there's no Debo, and he's saying to himself, who are these guys? But you know what? Maybe that's the reality of it, because I don't think Debo's going to play here beyond this year. I know nothing. I'm just saying he's deteriorating, I think. And look, he breaks a lot of tackles, has broken a lot of tackles, has played really hard. I think he's kind of broken down a little bit, and everybody's manning up the 49ers, and that's just not what he does. So, it hurts to lose Aiyuk because he was going to be a man guy. But Ricky Pearsall, there's other guys. Maybe they can do it in the short term. But, then I start looking at the defense. It's been a long time for this defense to not play well. The norm is not the special teams to play well. The norm is the special teams to give up a play like they did, because almost every game this year, I think outside of one, they have given up a bad play. So it's not that I don't think they have talent. Kittle's talented. Brock is talented. Fred is talented. Everybody has talent, though. I think you bring up a great point. I'm not so sure they're a great team. They certainly aren't right now, but if you start looking at the way that they're playing and defensively it becoming the norm, and I'm much more concerned about the defense than the offense, and the special teams are just straight out bad. This is not an elite defense. This is not a top 10 defense. I think to be a contender like we talk about with the 49ers, you don't have to have a top 10 defense, but your offense better be just off the rails. So is McCaffrey alone going to do that? I don't know that this offensive line is good enough. They want to play smash mouth football. So it's a long way to answer your question and say, as of right now, can it change? Yeah, but as of right now, through 7 games, which is almost the halfway point of the season, this is not an NFC title contender in any way, shape, or form.
So last year when they got off to the 5-0 start, they were dominant 60 minutes just about every game. There were moments where they lulled a little bit here and there, but they ran the league. They've had moments where they've dominated this year. The Jets game, they had moments, not against Minnesota. The Rams game, they got off to a 14-0 lead. We're going to force them to punt on 4th and 6. They could have run those guys. They got the 21-7 lead back when Jennings scored on the out and up in the second half. They ran them. New England, they were solid, but New England's not a good football team. Arizona, you were for a half. What really disturbs me is the second half against Arizona. You put that on tape, like, what happened? I know it was hot as hell and there were a lot of factors, but man, that was an assault. Seattle, they looked like themselves for long stretches. I think they have it in them, John. They give you a little spurt here and there. But yesterday, the dominant team wore red and gold on the other sideline. They were the Kansas City Chiefs. That is a dominant team. The way they play defense, the way they run the ball, their special teams, their coaches. 6-0. Everybody's breaking them down like they're not capable. They just win. The Niners used to be like that. They're not right now. So I don't know. When you watch yesterday and you're calling it and living it, and you're there in the crowd and on TV, you're like, we got so many holes here. Remember, was it last year when they were 5-0? And the one area was the nickelback.
That was it.
And maybe the year before, they all run together. Remember we had a discussion, does this team have a weakness? They don't have a weakness on the roster. They're good here. They're good there. They're good there. They're good there. If you're the other team, where are you going to attack? Last year, it was the nickelback spot. Maybe the year before, they had came on the year before. I just remember you and I having a discussion.
I remember.
They don't have a weakness. Now, yeesh, you got bullseyes. You got guys on the field. The other team is like, we're waiting on that guy. We're going to get him here, him there, him there. Now, you got a lot of weaknesses on this team. Can you plug them all up? Can you do it by coaching and scheme, personnel, get new players on the field? Do you have to trade for them? How do you do it? Because right now, you got a handful of weaknesses.
Let's go to number 2, your foreplay, the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear today. You'll hear, we'll do the Ricky Pearsall at about 1:15. Then we're going to do a little Warriors talk at 1:30 because there's one contract extension and one that's not going to happen. So we got to start getting you ready for Warriors season. But number 2, here's Kyle Shanahan talking some Brock Purdy.
Yeah, Brock elevates himself a lot. I mean, regardless of whether guys are down or up. I mean, Brock's been doing that every game. He had some good plays today, but just overall, him along with all of us on offense, we didn't do well. When you do miss your best players or some of them and they go out with injuries, it makes it harder on everyone. And you hope that you can overcome that with some stuff with some of our other guys like Brock, who is very capable of doing that, but just wasn't his best day.
All right, so at 3:30 today, we're all fearing what we think is going to happen, which is Brandon Aiyuk is going to be announced that he's got an ACL injury and is going to be out maybe for the season. So he just talked about elevating play. So Kittle, obviously, Ricky Pearsall is going to have to step up. Cowing's going to have to step up. Debo's going to have to be better. Juwan Jennings, you hope to get him back. And then maybe at Tampa you get Christian McCaffrey back. To me, it's not great losing Aiyuk. There's no doubt about it. But if you add CMC, you add Jennings, and these young guys start to get some experience, I do believe there's enough for the offense to get things going. My concern is the defense.
Yeah, I honestly, when Kyle talks at 3:30, and maybe it'll leak out before, I'm just hoping it's only an ACL, an anterior cruciate ligament. If it's other ligaments involved or multiple other ligaments and you tear 3 or stretch 1, I mean, it just looked bad. The hyperextension involves others, and then he got it from the side. So the way they were talking after the game, it could be worse. So let's just hope it's only an ACL, because that would impact the timeline on how soon he could come back. But he's not coming back this year, almost assuredly. So the one thing is, and Brock did not play well yesterday, but in defense of him, the whole thing is just discombobulated. You didn't have your X, your Z, and your F. You didn't have your 3 wide receivers. And you lost them on game day. Without Jennings, you could, move Ricky or Jacob Cowing into the F, which is the slot receiver. But you lost your Z the morning of the game. You've been working all week. You already had a walkthrough in the Saturday meeting, and Debo's playing, and now he's not. And then in the game, right before halftime, you lose your X. So when you're breaking the huddle, it's hard to go into a no huddle and a hurry up. Guys didn't know where to go. And there were a couple of plays on defense, by the way. Don't even get me started. The Samaje Perine, when Mahomes rolled right and hit Perine, watch that back. And watch it back on the TV copy and not the All-22. The Niners could not get lined up. Devondre Campbell didn't know where to go. D. Winters didn't know where to go. Fred is motioning around. The ball's getting snapped, and they're not even lined up right. Campbell finally went over on the offensive right, but he was in way too tight. He wasn't outside wide enough, and Mahomes just rolled right and hit Perine for an easy one. And then on the next play, they ran the jet sweep to McCole Hardman for a touchdown going left. So it's like, where are you going here? You can't even get lined up. And then on offense, it was hard to line up. They don't rep. These guys get a few snaps in practice, but mainly it's Aiyuk, it's Debo, it's Jennings. So Pearsall just needs a lot more work. Honestly, I don't know what they're going to do without Aiyuk. I think they'll move Jennings to just make him the X wide receiver. You could put Chris Conley up there, but you'd rather have your best guys on the field, and the best guys are Jennings, Debo, and Pearsall. But when you lose them in the morning of the game and then in the game, the whole passing game looked awful all day long, even when Aiyuk was in there. But it was getting a little better later, so you have to cut him a little bit of slack because you had 3 new wide receivers, and they've been here. I'm not saying like they don't practice, but Ricky just started to practice with the team again on Monday. It just looked like there was an excuse why they couldn't get lined up with the receivers. But what is the excuse defensively for Devondre Campbell and D. Winters not knowing what the play call is, and they're lining up on the wrong side?
No doubt. Here's Shanahan talking about Brandon Aiyuk, what they knew as of last night.
That's what it looks like, but we don't know for sure. Just doing the tests and everything with our hands and with the trainers and stuff, all that. So that's what we fear. That's what it looks like, but we've been wrong before, so praying that we are.
All right, 3:30, we'll find out from Kyle when he speaks to reporters in his teleconference. And finally, let's throw one more in. Let's talk more about the defense. Here is Fred Warner, and hoping to get – hold on, I got to tell Danny something. Sorry, I didn't give that one to Danny. I screwed up. That's on me.
That's
like a Brock Purdy.
Hoping to get what? Dre Greenlaw back?
Yeah, hoping to get Dre Greenlaw back and how much of an impact it can have.
Obviously, we miss Dre. He's a big part of what we do, but it's a next man up mentality. I love going against. I love going out there with who we have out there. You know what I'm saying? So that's no excuse.
I understand, and a lot of times you get that next man up mentality. But let's be honest. Devondre Campbell's been a disaster, and D. Winters isn't ready. He's trying to play too fast, and we saw that on the sidelines with Mahomes, and I heard Tim Ryan this morning. You got to whack the guy. If you get 15, you get 15, but you can't let him go right by you. They need Dre Greenlaw. And my question to you would be, how big of an impact can just Dre Greenlaw have? Because, again, I keep bringing up the defense, but that's where most of my concern lies.
Well, when you get the law back, and when will that be? I was hopeful it'd be sometime in October, but now I have to hope it's November, not December. It's a bad injury. And will he be himself? As a linebacker, and you don't get to, when you're an offensive player, you can decide which way you're going to rock and move. Defensive players react to the offensive players. So can he change direction like Dre Greenlaw? Can he go into his back pedal like he's going into the hook zone and then come flying up to close? Is he going to have full explosion? It may be a while. It may be another year. He just may not be himself. He may lumber in space. Devondre Campbell, the reason he's not playing well is he's been hurt. Last year he had a knee, an ankle injury, had a neck injury. I don't know what's wrong with him now. When he was right, in 2021, Devondre Campbell was first-team All-Pro, and he was great. Last year in Green Bay, he couldn't move like the same guy. So was it the knee and the ankle? What's wrong with him? You thought maybe he would heal in the offseason. He's just not moving. So is Dre going to be the same way, where we remember 57 in our mind's eye, and then he ain't that guy? So I don't know. Curtis Robinson's injury has been a major problem. That guy was playing great in August, and he could have done it all. But he tore his ACL. So, in all honesty, John, you're hoping he comes back and he's the same guy. But that's a tough injury, a torn Achilles tendon for a linebacker.
All right, let's get you a few Ricky Pearsalls. He was great from the podium yesterday. Makes his NFL debut. He makes that first catch. The whole stadium, Levi's goes crazy. It was really cool. But very composed, very cool for the first time, talking about his gunshot incident or his wounds and everything that happened there in San Francisco on August 31st. So we'll get the insight, and you're not going to want to miss this. Ricky was really good. We'll play that coming up, then we'll get into some Warriors talk. Deadline day for contract extensions. You got one in place, one will not happen. We'll discuss that as we get you ready for Warriors season. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
As you know, the 49ers lost to the Chiefs 28-18. Is the sky falling, or do you believe they'll have a bounce-back game Sunday night against Cowboys? Let us know on our socials at KNBR.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Tranquil comes on a blitz, and he backs out of there. Throw and a catch made by Ricky Pearsall, his first in the NFL. Crowd reacting to that. Ricky across the 25 up to the 26, picked up 6. Big ovation for Ricky. 50 days ago in Union Square, San Francisco, he took that bullet wound through the right side of his chest. So that's his first catch in the NFL.
Thanks for joining us. Pop in London on a Monday edition of the show. 49ers lose 28-18 to Kansas City. Before we get to Ricky Pearsall at the podium, Jordan Schultz and maybe others have reported this since, but Jordan Schultz of Fox saying Brandon Aiyuk suffered a season-ending knee injury on Sunday, test confirmed. He does not say what the knee injury is, but he does say that it's a season-ending knee injury. So we'll wait for Kyle into details, or if anybody else has sent that out, I don't know. But that's the first I saw of it. So as we thought, sounds like he's going to be done. Just don't know exactly what it is. Now Cam Inman saying it's a torn ACL, and that's it. So
only an ACL?
Don't know. Just reading Twitter. You know how that goes.
I'll text Cam.
So that's what we got. Keep you up to date, and Kyle's going to speak at 3:30 about it. But let's get to the best news that came out of the 28-18 loss, and that is Ricky Pearsall making his debut. And there is your call on Ricky's, and then the place went nuts, so that was pretty cool. But a few cuts from Ricky in the postgame. His first time speaking to the media since August 31st in the incident. Here he is talking about the people around him and the resources from the team help him getting through the incident.
Yeah, I think there was slightly. Obviously for the first few days after that, it was pretty brutal, But, I got a lot of good people around me. I got a lot of good family members, strong foundation, a lot of good people in this locker room, a part of this staff. And this organization did a great job, like I said earlier, rallying around me, but just putting resources in my direction to use. And I think that helped me get through that a lot.
That's cool. There you go.
He said I don't know if we're going to play it, so I don't want to jump you, but he got emotional when John Lynch went to visit him. So this all happened August 31st. This is Labor Day weekend. What a time for the 49ers. This is when, Brandon Aiyuk was coming back into the fold right around then. They almost traded them to Pittsburgh, and Kyle had to run upstairs. And then because of what happened to Ricky on that Saturday, and Kyle was having the party at his house that night for the 53-man roster, Trent Williams, Kyle called him the next day on September the 1st and said, it's time. Can you get here? And he wound up, showing up, I think, for an overnight flight, a private plane on Tuesday, and was there for the Wednesday practice. But in any event, or maybe for Monday. But it was all, what a time. But he took the bullet on Saturday, August 31st, and he knew right away he was going to live. Then would he play? And then, when they discharged him the next day, he was out. But those were critical moments to this offseason, settling Aiyuk's deal, settling Trent Williams' deal, and then obviously out of nowhere, your number one draft pick is shot, just going to buy some luggage for road trips, and he was able to get out of it right away. But he didn't know if he was going to live or die those first few hours on August 31st. What a time for the young man.
Here is Ricky Pearsall yesterday from the podium talking about the hardest part of his recovery.
I think the biggest hurdle for me was just recovery from, the wound. There was obviously a lot of scar tissue buildup in the area. And since it was in my chest, all in, like under my armpit, and obviously it was through and through, so there was a buildup all the way from, my chest to my back. So just working through that, making sure I'm getting that all worked on and getting that scar tissue out. And once I started feeling better range of motion and pain tolerance-wise, and, that's when, I was headed to the right direction to practice and train.
That's pretty amazing. I didn't think about that. I mean, it's obvious, but he's got scar tissue all through that besides everything. And you've talked about this. People don't realize, I mean, he got into a grapple with the dude too, so there was a lot to deal with here.
It was a street fight. I mean, he wouldn't, they wanted to take his Rolex off his wrist and he wouldn't give it up, and they got into a fight and they were rolling around, and there were all kinds of body parts that got affected, not just the wound, but the scar tissue, and, just reaching for balls and working on the jugs. It took him a long time to be able to get that full range of motion. So once he was able to move, and it was, the left shoulder is the one that he has the harness on, from the dislocated shoulder. This one went closer to the right armpit, John. So it was just both sides of his body obviously were compromised. So, pretty amazing that 50 days seems like nothing. To him, it was probably a really long time, being able to overcome that injury. But, man, all the thoughts that were racing through his mind. But as a young athlete, he thought, am I going to live? Can I play again? How long will it take for me to be able to play again? And it was 50 days where he came back from the gunshot wound to play a game in the NFL.
And then you talked about that. After he learned, okay, I'm going to live, he started asking about whether he was going to play football again. Here's how Ricky described it.
They told me in the hospital when I was still asking that question over and over again. So that was a common question coming out of my mouth when I was in the hospital bed. But they ended up telling me after they seen the X-rays and the CAT scans of the direction of the bullet path, and then as well as there was some nerve stuff that I had to make sure I was good on. So that's why I had to stay overnight. But after that next morning is when the doctor came in and told me I'd be good to play football again. That's my first question. So,
am I going to live? Yes. Can I play football? Apparently, he asked it over and over and over again. Finally, they went, "Yeah, you can play." Stop asking us that question.
They had to track the bullet's path to see what it taught. It's just amazing. You talk to people who know about this stuff. It's like 99 out of 100 that ever go through and not touch anything.
Right.
That it wouldn't hit a vital organ or a nerve or bones or something. I mean, it really, in a lot of respects, was the magic bullet. Amazing.
Yeah. And then finally, here's the one you were talking about, Ricky Pearsall, when he saw John Lynch, who was one of the first people to visit him, he got emotional.
Yeah, that was that was after they looked at the X-rays and they let people start coming into the room. And John was one of the first people to come there, and I was super happy to see him. That's probably when I broke down in tears when I saw him, just because it hit a little different, knowing that I wasn't going to be able to play, week one, and I was super excited. Obviously, I was missing a lot of training camp too, so, I was really looking forward to that opportunity. I was super excited, and just the way it went down, it made me a little bit emotional, but seeing him there, that's when it all hit. But
so there you go. There's highlights from Ricky Pearsall at the podium. First time he's spoken since.
And he handled himself well. There was an informal Q&A around his locker stall middle of last week but it's the first time they brought him to the podium. He's just extremely confident young man. I mean, there's certain guys that, we're going to talk about Jonathan Kuminga. Jonathan, how old was he when the Warriors drafted him out of the G League Ignite? Like 19? He's a baby. It took him a while. A lot of guys they're young. Trey Lance, it took him a while to figure it out, and I'm not sure Trey's even as comfortable as Ricky. Ricky's older. He had his 24th birthday on September the 9th, the night the 49ers played the Jets, and he would have played in the opener, but he just has a way about him. He's very mature, very confident, the way he walks, the way he talks, the way he bounces. He's got to play more. Now, we'll find out what the extent is with Aiyuk, but he immediately moves up, losing Aiyuk for the year. He's got to get out there and play right away. I think they would have liked to have had another week to get him ready. But Juwan Jennings couldn't go with the hip, and now you lose Aiyuk. So if Jennings comes back, he and Debo and, Pearsall and Jennings could be your three. But he needs to rep on the practice field. It's just, he came back and he's been working with Brock a little bit, but he needs more just to time it up. It's easier to play, obviously, in practice against a scout team or on the side against air. When other corners are out there like Trent McDuffie and they're trying to reroute you, it's a whole different deal. There are a lot of times, like the 2-point conversion, where, Ricky wasn't quite getting his head around. Sometimes he's too quick, and sometimes he's not at the spot. So that's just the pitch and catch of high-level NFL, quarterbacking and wide receiver route running. But they got to tighten that up a little bit. He played, but that's not the best you're going to see from Ricky Pearsall.
No, not at all. And that's what we were talking last week. I think that his expectation level, that's what I was talking about, is it wasn't realistic to think he's just going to run on the field and start lighting it up. But to get him back on the field, step number one. We're getting into the Warriors coming up next because we're overdue and speaking some Warriors. Plus, there's some contract talk that we need to talk about. But real quick, this just came across. Jalen Watson, we were talking about the cover corners for the Chiefs. He's got a fractured ankle, and he's probably out for the year. So injuries happen everywhere. It's not just on the Niners, even though it seems like it. So there's the latest there. Every single game in the NFL, it seems like something. All right, one contract done, one contract won't get done, and starting the season with the Warriors. We'll get into it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Pop. I got a question for you. What if you could be debt-free by this January? I'm talking about all that high-interest debt you've accrued, pay off all your credit cards, your car loans, consolidate everything into one lower payment. If you're ready to stop stressing over bills, you need to call Loan Pronto. Pronto! Call them right now. With rates at their lowest in 2 years, this is the perfect chance to use your home's equity and save big going into the new year. Loan Pronto's got rates with APRs in the low fives, and they're getting homeowners hundreds of thousands out of their home's equity. Homeowners who do this with Loan Pronto can save on average $850 a month. Loan Pronto offers a ton of options, including total refis or their express equity lines of credit. So call now, get a free rate quote in just minutes with no hard credit pull and no upfront fees. Call today, and you won't have to make a house payment until 2025. LoanPronto.com, 415-808-5721. Again, LoanPronto.com. Free rate quote now. Call 415-808-5721.
Rick Papa and John Lund are back. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680, the sports leader.
When you look at Moses Moody, you still have to grow and build for the future. And from reports, I'm hearing that Jonathan Kuminga is now 7'2". The kid has gotten better every single season.
Jonathan Kuminga is now 7'2".
Oh, Kendrick Perkins. We love
Unbelievable. I heard he's got a contract extension, too, for that kind of insight.
Kendrick Perkins?
Yeah.
He's got news on both guys. Moses. How do you botch Moses Moody?
I don't know.
So we have news on Moody one way and Kuminga the other way.
So Moody gets a 3-year, $39 million extension. By the way, I was just looking at Bobby Marks. This is the lowest number. Now, look, they've got until, what, 5 local time here, 5, to get these things done?
3 o'clock to do Kuminga.
That's not going to get done. But what's funny is the only ones to get done so far, Cade Cunningham, the 1st pick, Evan Mobley, the 3rd pick, Scotty Barnes, 4th pick, Franz Wagner, the 8th pick, Moody, the 14th pick, 3 for $39, and Trey Murphy just got his at 4-1-12. So what's that? 2, 4, 6 guys out of the first round have gotten done, and we're getting reports that
Houston just did Jalen Green, did they?
Okay,
is
there
he
you go.
That same group? I think I just did him minutes ago.
He is. Okay, so he got done. He was the 2nd pick, so that's 7. We're getting reports that do not expect a Jonathan Kuminga deal, so that's not going to get done.
Well, I actually think that's the right way. And we had Marcus Thompson on last week, and he predicted Moody would get signed and Jonathan Kuminga would not. We had Bobby Marks on over the summer.
Yeah.
The number for Kuminga is just high.
Well, here it's the same as these other guys. So Cunningham, Mobley, Barnes, and Wagner got the max, which is 5-2-24. I'm not giving that to Kuminga. Is that apparently that's what he's looking for.
Go back to Jordan Poole. And Jordan Poole won a championship and was an instrumental player on that team to beat Boston, and they had to make a call. And today is extension deadline day for the rookie numbers. He is restricted, Jonathan Kuminga. So it's not like he's unrestricted and he walks. You'll still be able to get an offer and match it or be able to do a deal with him. I just think you need more information on him. Jordan Poole, you had plenty of information. He was a great player, great offensive player, and then everything changed. That was after Draymond punched him in practice. They still gave him the deadline 3 weeks later before the start of the new year. So I'm of the opinion, I like Kuminga. He could have a big year. We'll see if he's in the starting lineup. You would think he would be, although it's a little bit unsettled how they're going to start. I mean, to me, it's basically, do you want to start him with Andrew Wiggins, or do you want to go to Anthony Melton next to Steph, and then who would you bring off the bench? You got to start Wiggins, don't you? And if you keep the big lineup with Draymond and Trace Jackson Davis, I don't know how they would do that. So anyway, Kuminga does play better in the starting role, though he did come off the bench late last year. I think they're doing the right thing. They got Moody in a very low number. Moody's going to be a solid player this year. He has improved. He's much more decisive offensively, just catching and shooting and looking to come off screens. And he just looks like a different guy, more assertive. He's a good defender no matter where you put him. I think they're doing the right thing by paying Moody now, and it's a much lower number. And then it's going to be a big number for Jonathan Kuminga, John, but I think you need more info on him. Let's just see how he plays this year. So we're 48 hours away. The season starts in Portland, and then they play in Utah on Friday. You know what's weird is the home opener is the same exact time the 49ers kick off against Dallas. Why'd they schedule that way? You talk about the Warriors, when they were winning championships, they'd be in the standalone game on Tuesday and get rings. And now they got 2 road games to start the year on Wednesday and Friday. And the home opener is the same exact time the 49ers play the Cowboys at Levi's.
Weird.
Bad timing.
Another one came through, and this, I don't even know if I'd give Kuminga this one. So, again, just for perspective, the max that he could get is what some of these guys are getting, the $224 million contract, the 5-2-24, which is about $45 million a year. Jalen Suggs, who was drafted just ahead of Kuminga, gets $5 and $150 from Orlando.
Wow.
And I thought he was going to be better. Kid out of Gonzaga, I really liked his game, and he's been okay. He's dealt with some injuries, but he gets 5 and 150. And I still, would you give Kuminga that? I mean, he wouldn't accept.
No, I would in a year, but again, and a little bit of his buyer's remorse on Jordan Poole, and it wasn't all Jordan's fault. But they gave him the deal, and then he became turnover prone. He wasn't the same player. You wound up having to trade him for a 38-year-old backup point guard and Chris Paul. It all blew up, and it's all separate circumstances. Jonathan Kuminga's a different player, a different human being than Jordan Poole, but I think in light of how Poole's went, you don't have to do it now. We need more information on this guy. And then you may have to trade him, between now and the deadline if you want to go on and get somebody better. So it's a big year for him. Klay Thompson's gone, obviously. He's going to be a featured guy. Will he be featured in the starting lineup? That's going to be interesting to see how he starts. But either way, the guy's going to play 30-so minutes a night. He's going to be, right now, would you say Jonathan Kuminga is going to be your second leading scorer on this team with Klay gone? Buddy healed off the bench, but Buddy's not going to play more than 24 minutes a night, you wouldn't think. Kuminga's a guy who, after Steph, getting close to 30 a game, 25 to 30, you need Kuminga to score, about 20 points a game this year?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think you're right. I think the guy's full of potential, but he's 22 years old. He hasn't shown enough. And my biggest problem would be the length. You're giving these guys 5 and 224 as a max. Suggs gets 5 and 150. You're in a point of your build, whatever you want to call this thing, and they're deep. There's no question about it. But we've talked about this a ton of times. Who's going to be the Robin to Steph's Batman? And if Kuminga shows early in the season he's not, and it's a stated goal of this organization that you're trying to max Steph's time remaining here, then you are going to have to move him. And if you sign him to that contract, you can't. So.
Yeah, I just want more info on the guy. It's not. I don't think it is. I think he made nice strides last year. There was that one weird point in the middle of the year where he said, I got to wait for my OGs to get up the floor. And I know what he's talking about with Steph and Klay and Draymond. But then Steve had that one sit down with him a little bit. What was it? That one home game against Denver when he didn't play. And they wound up playing Wiggins, and they needed to play Wiggins. He was guarding Jamal Murray well, but then the report came out the next day, Jonathan Kuminga's lost confidence in Steve Kerr.
Right.
Really? Isn't it the other way around? But Steve had a meeting the next day, and then he played better. He played really well. At the end of the year, he had an injury, and he came out, and that's when they went back to Wiggins and Trace Jackson-Davis. So, honestly, because Steph's been out with the hand injury, and Draymond didn't play against the Lakers or Wiggins. What, did Wiggins play one preseason game, all of them?
Yeah.
Kind of weird, but no big deal. But I just wonder, do you need to start Kuminga? Who's not starting? DeAnthony Melton would be the guy? Are they going to start Steph and Andrew Wiggins in the backcourt with Kuminga at 3, Draymond at 4, and Trace Jackson-Davis at 5? Is that the way they're going to start games? I think they may have to. Just so you don't have the deal where guys are playing up. Wiggins has got to start because you need him to guard the ball. Melton could do that as well, but do you want Wiggins playing off the bench? Do you want Kuminga playing off the bench? So that would be a big lineup, playing Wiggins at 2 and Kuminga at 3 and Draymond at 4 and Trace Jackson-Davis at 5.
The other thing I want to see from Kuminga before I give him big money is he averaged 16 a game. I think he can easily make that 20, but almost 5 boards a game. I want to see that number go up. Steve has always talked about that. I want to see more consistent defense. I want to see more consistent effort. I want to see a more rounded game from Jonathan Kuminga. We saw better three-point shooting in the preseason. He's a career 34% shooter from beyond the arc. Can he bring that up to high 30s? Can that be 38 to 40%? Based on the preseason, it can be. I'd like to see a more rounded game from Jonathan Kuminga. I think
we saw it last year. He made great strides last year. He was so much better. Like when they post him in the mid post for the split action, it used to be a black hole. Now he's actually throwing it out of that. He's moving the ball. He was giving up shots and making the extra pass. He wasn't fouling as much. He was more dependable. I think he was. If he makes the same strides percentage-wise from 2 years ago to last year to this year, you're going to have an all-star player. You're going to have a guy that can score both isolation, but he's got to move the ball. When you're on the floor with Steph, and I think he'll adjust. He's probably going to play differently when he's on the floor with Steph versus off the floor. Off the floor, he can isolate more. Just the threat of the three ball, no matter where he is, and they got to come out and close on him, will open it up for him to attack the rim. So I thought he made those strides last year. He was a much better player last year than he was the year before. The question is, all the work he did this offseason, can he make the same strides this year? If he does that again, you got a hell of a player here. He's so athletic.
Can he be this? So they're just ESPN's doing a whole piece on these contracts. And Shams was just on, and he says, Jonathan Kuminga believes he can have a star trajectory similar to Kawhi Leonard and Pascal Siakam. Now, those are two different players. Kawhi Leonard's going to the Hall of Fame. Siakam's a really nice player. But, I mean, do you see Jonathan Kuminga in that realm? I don't think he's Kawhi Leonard.
We've compared him to both players. I mean, Kawhi came in to claw. He was a defensive stopper right away. And then, Chip England and those guys in San Antonio work with him. And he's a different player, the way he shoots the ball. He actually shoots the ball down on a line drive. I don't know how he does it. As far as Siakam, and I remember when they were talking about trying to trade for Siakam, and Toronto came in January, and he matched up with Kuminga. And the one thing about Siakam, and he's grown a lot now. What is he, in his late 20s, early 30s? He's just a monster. He's so big. I remember when Siakam was Kuminga, and he was raw. Even when the Warriors lost the finals to both those guys, Kawhi and Pascal Siakam, he's gotten bigger. So Kuminga's got to get bigger. He's just a kid still. Wait till he gets into his mid-20s, late 20s, and he fills out. He could be those kind of players. I mean, is he? Both those guys were immediately defensive stoppers. I think Kuminga does it once in a while. I remember when he was young and they put him on James Harden, and I'm like, whoa. If he can guard the ball and guard Harden, you got something. He still gets blown by a little bit, takes wrong sides, but I think he doesn't, guard like those guys immediately, but he can. That's why you still need Wiggins on the floor as your primary ball stopper. But I think he could. How old's Kuminga now? 22?
22.
He's just a baby.
Yeah, he's 22.
I mean, what's he going to be like when he's 25, 26? I mean, Kawhi took a long time. Kawhi was older when he was drafted into the NBA, and then their development people made him better offensively. So I think that's what you're looking for, is him to be that kind of player. Podziemski to be kind of a Austin Reeves kind of player. Can he make those kind of growth? These guys get better, with all the development they do in the offseason. So, yeah, I mean, Kawhi, guys, is he going to play this year, by the way, Kawhi? He's got the same problem.
Yeah.
It's a knee issue.
Yeah,
that's what you worry about with McCaffrey, frankly, is when I read tendinopathy with McCaffrey, you're like, whoa, I haven't heard that term used since Kawhi Leonard left San Antonio. You hope has he ever really gotten over? And it was different with his tendinopathy, I think, than the knees. But Kawhi, the one time he's been completely healthy since he left San Antonio was 2019 when he stole the championship from the Warriors. The rest of the time, the guy's been hurt just about half the year.
All right, there you go. That is the latest. Moses Moody signs 3 and 39. Don't expect a Kuminga deal to be done, as we're just hours away from the deadline for those from the 21 draft to sign extensions. We got a couple of remnants for you before the top of the hour. Just been talking to Copes, so Tolbert and Copes, top of the hour. Don't miss it. They'll continue to talk Niners and Chiefs and what lies ahead for the 49ers. They'll do that at the top of the hour at 2 o'clock, only here on the Sports Leader.
Reports, I'm hearing that Jonathan Kuminga is now 7'2".
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Matt Barrows from The Athletic. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning to give his takeaways from the 49ers loss to the Chiefs. Check out that podcast and more in the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
2nd and 7. Mahomes out of the gun. Here comes Bosa around the edge. He steps up, runs away from it. Gets wide. Fred Warner lost a tackle, and Mahomes going to move back inside and pick up the first down. They never pushed him out of bounds. He runs all the way down the sideline. Where are they going to mock him out? On the 4-yard line.
If he's not sliding and he's still in bounds, you take your shot. I mean, what's he taking advantage of?
They're saying if Winters would have hit him on the sideline, they would have thrown a flag, so maybe that's why D pulled it.
The hell they would. He was running with 2 feet in bounds. I mean, you can't be if a quarterback's starting to slide or if a quarterback's got a foot out of bounds, I get it. But if he's staying in bounds, and D's just got to be better.
I loved him. That was this morning.
Where's this? Somebody on social media posted that they didn't want to hit him because they were worried about taking a penalty.
Yeah,
it's so ridiculous. Come on, you got to get him. He's live. He's like any other. He's like Kareem Hunt. Once he breaks the pocket and he's running, he has no protections out there. You can hit the quarterback. He didn't slide. It's just D. Winters is just reckless. And he lost the tackle on Kareem Hunt on the 3rd and 3 screen. Got to get him on the ground. Then he got overpowered by Hunt. Hunt just pushed him right into the end zone. And
Then that play, it started with Fred, on the ball fake, but all they talked about was don't go for the pump fake, and there was double pump on that play. Both linebackers took the pump fake.
Well, he did what he does, which is take advantage of the rules. He kind of stopped and went towards the sideline like he was going to go out of bounds, and then he kept going forward, and he just juked D out. Like I said, D was out of control.
In bounds. There's nothing there to stay. That's not why.
But their teams have been flagged. Players have been flagged when he's near the sideline. It's ridiculous. It's a quarterback thing. It's not a Mahomes thing, and he just took advantage of the rules. And like you said, D was out of control. So that's what happened. Anyway, hit him. I think everybody's.
I don't think that had anything to do with it. That's the longest run of Mahomes' career.
33
yards. I said he had like 10 that were 32.
I thought the one in the playoffs.
The one against Tennessee
Houston,
when he scored.
Or Tennessee, whatever it was.
Tennessee's the one he broke all the tackles in the comeback. That was amazing.
I thought it was longer than that.
There's a goal line there. It was probably, I said he had like 10 that were 32 yards. But he just broke their back with his ability to run and pump fake and stay alive. And he's just a special player. So no Manning cast tonight. We got 2 Monday Night Football games.
I'm good with that part. I mean, I'd like to see the Manning cast, but like I said, other than Belichick, it's I don't know. I'm not going to say it's run its course, but yeah, I do love this, and I wish they would do this every week. So 5:15 today, Ravens and Bucks. That's a big one. Bucks could take control of the South.
That's the early ABC game.
Yep.
Normally the ABC game is the second game. So that's Joe Buck and Troy Aikman on Baltimore and Tampa. The Chargers-Cardinals, that's the ESPN game.
Yes. So that one's at 6 o'clock. So they 45 minutes apart, as you and I often say. That should be further apart, but that's the way it goes. And I love the concept of, you got one in Florida, you got one in Arizona, so you got a late one and an early one. 5:15 and 6 o'clock, the Fighting Harbaughs against the Cardinals, and the Ravens the Buccaneers. I should have reversed those, 5:15 and 6
o'clock. It's the Harbaugh Bowl both. Who's got it better than us? It's both. It's Jim and John. John's going first and Jim later. There's an easy way to do this, and you kick off. So the Tampa Bay game is at 5:15 our time. That's 8:15 in Tampa. You could kick that off at 7 o'clock there, 4 o'clock our time, and the second game is in Arizona. You could kick that off at 7:15. Now you get into the East Coast people tuning out at 10:15 kickoff.
They won't.
They haven't. I remember when the Raiders played the Chargers on a late Sunday night game and kicked at like 8:30 because they wanted it after the Sunday night game. Because the A's were playing a playoff game and the Coliseum wasn't available. Anyway, the ratings on that game were amazing. So I don't, and it's the same company. It's ESPN and ABC. I don't know why they compete with themselves, and it is hard to watch both games. But you always play the game, who we rooting for. So it's pretty obvious who's got it better than us. We want the 2 AFC Harbaughs to win, right?
Yeah, especially because if the Cardinals win, then they're 3-4 as well. It's like, come on, man.
And they beat the Niners.
Yeah, so they're ahead of them. So.
Oh man, if they win the game, the Niners drop to third place.
Yeah, so we need both Harbaughs because and look, the Bucs with this, if they were to win this, with the Falcons losing and the Saints falling apart, the Bucs could really take the South. Which, by the way, speaking of Seattle, DK Metcalf sprained MCL, so they're saying week to week on DK's knee. So not an
He
Aiyuk
went up
situation.
high to make the play that he got hurt on.
That was up way up.
How high
Man.
did he jump off the ground to get that ball? I mean, that was incredible, and he flipped right over. So when does Seattle have their bye week? Not till November the 10th.
Yeah.
They got to play Buffalo at home this week. They may play the Bills at home without DK Metcalf.
Could be week to week. That's by the way, that's the Brady game this week. Tom Brady will be doing Bills.
He was much
Seahawks.
better yesterday. Much better.
I haven't had a chance to listen or watch.
He had a lot of interesting things to say about Patrick Mahomes, obviously, but he was critical of Brock. I thought his analysis was way better yesterday. He was good yesterday.
Well, he did have a sit down with Patrick Mahomes, so maybe they don't let him in to do this or that or the other, but they did do that. And
that was at the hotel when they landed. When the Chiefs landed at in Santa Clara, they went right to Mahomes. He wasn't at the 49er facility. He was at the Fox. They went to the Chiefs hotels where he went.
Yeah, my point is that he still has access to players if they want to make themselves available to him, and I would imagine a lot would. The other thing is go online, because the conversation we had with Richard Sherman yesterday, which he was really cool, and he stopped by the pregame studios with us at Levi's Stadium and hung out and talked to me and Dennis. we talked about the Chiefs game, but we also talked about a lot of stuff relating to him and what he's doing, and also to just the Seahawks and the 49ers, and he knows the Seahawks really well. And you had asked me before if he was still working in camp. I asked him off the air. He said, yeah, Mike McDonald's a cool guy. He does work with the DBs and some of the defense and hangs around there a little bit. Doesn't mean he's a Seahawks fan, because I told him that. I go, you wear the Niners and the Seahawks hat. Like, what are you doing, man? What's the deal? And he says he lives up in Seattle. That's where his wife's from and everything. But he likes both equally, he said.
Well, he called the Niners us. Lindsey Polaris had him on the pregame on the big screen. He said us. So the Seattle game was much better when we saw him for that game, but he was really concerned about the Niners after the Arizona game. So what's his level of concern? I think he said like 11 out of 10 or something, and then after yesterday?
Probably 11 again. But he did say that that the Niners, he thought, I think we were talking to him off the air, he said he thinks the Niners are better. He said the big concern, as we've seen, although the Seahawks got a boost from some kid from like a Division III college yesterday, Mike Jarrell or something, played right tackle for him instead of Stone Forsythe, and he was a lot better. But he said, he thinks that right side of that line is a major problem for them. But, yeah.
I do wonder, and Sherm played, left corner on the offense's right, and that's where Charvarius Ward plays. And Charvarius played better yesterday. They didn't challenge him as much, just on the one with Kelsey on the double move. And Kelsey got behind him, but he was able to recover and knock the ball away. With Renardo Green playing the way he's playing, and Ike Adams played well enough, and his contract is up, and what are they going to do with Charvarius in the offseason? Re-sign him? You're not going to franchise tag him. Even if the Niners feel like they beat Dallas and they're 4-4 and they're going to be a playoff team, you think they make Charvarius Ward available via trade between now and November the 5th?
I think the division is just not very good. I think they can win the division, and then maybe they feel like they can get in the playoffs and do something. If the division was better, they might. But I just
but they can still play Ike Adam and Renardo Green and Diamond Lenore.
You like Ike Adam? I don't think he's very good.
Yes. He's playing better right now than Charvarius Ward's playing. Charvarius was better yesterday. Charvarius is not having a good year so far.
All right, there you go. Great stuff today. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Thanks to Eric Branch for jumping on, Larry Kruger. If you missed anything, just go to KNBR.com. Krug does have Niners Nightly tonight. We are going to have Monday Night Football. We got that doubleheader, so Krug will be on the YouTube channel, so make sure you check out him there. Coming up next, Tolbert and Copes. Brent Jones, I'm sure he's not happy at 3:50. Matt Mayoko will break down the game yesterday at 4:50, so keep it right here. Thanks to Danny. Thanks to Walter. Much appreciated. We'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Tolbert and Copes next, only here on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. As per our norm on Monday, Matt Mayoko, Brent Jones will stop by. We will sift through the wreckage of yesterday's debacle. Maybe something that starts with a D. Maybe those work. I'm not sure. What's up?
What's up, dude? Debacle? I guess that works. Disaster is tough to say disaster because I'm not shocked, you know? I'm not like, it was bad. And the Aiyuk injury, I mean, it's insult to injury, it's injury to injury for what the Niners are already dealing with. But I guess debacle maybe just because I thought it could go that way. I didn't think it was going to be as bad as it was. I mean, they just got dismantled yesterday and really couldn't do anything. So it certainly gives more perspective to where they are in the scope of things across the NFL and maybe more specifically the NFC. But they're just not a good football team right now, man. They can't compete with quality teams. I mean, look at the teams they've beaten. The Jets weren't a good team. Jets have proven to be still a pretty bad team. That's as good as the Niners have looked all season, was opening night. Minnesota is proven to be a very good team and played a great game, almost beat the Lions yesterday. Lions are fantastic atop the NFC probably when it comes to talent, to creativity on offense, to what they're able to do on defense. I mean, they lost Aiden Hutchinson. I won't say they haven't missed a beat. I mean, they gave up a bunch of points yesterday, but they're figuring out ways to win. The win over the Patriots, I mean, the Patriots are a joke. They should beat a team like that. And they haven't beaten two teams that we thought were inferior to them. And they're a middling team. You say this every week. You are what your record says. You are 7 games into the season now. They're just not a quality football team in any aspect of the game. They can stay in games, but they don't know how to close them at this point.
Yeah, yesterday was, God, that was ugly. In the first half, I think I looked down toward the end of the first half. They had 1 first down. That was it. I mean, the offensive line wasn't great. Purdy was bad. The defense hung in there a little bit. I mean, the Chiefs got to the red zone 4 times yesterday. Touchdown every time. Every time they got to the red zone, they scored.
I thought Mahomes threw a pick in the red zone early, didn't he?
I thought he was just outside.
Maybe he was just outside. I'd have to look. But you're right.
I thought he was like just outside the 20. Yeah, you could be right.
The Malik Collins play is the one I'm thinking of.
Yeah, I thought he was like the 22, 23. I guess he could have been just inside. I think the Niners were 1 for 3 in the red zone. Got the field goal, got the touchdown, and then pick, which really hurt. I mean, Purdy threw 3 picks. Whether it was his fault or not on the Bell one, I mean, look, Steve Young always says it. Once you throw it, it's on you. So they're all on him. The one he didn't see Reed, the safety, and then the one he got hit, but I'm not sure if that was getting through anyway. That was going to be a force, whether he got hit by Karlaftis or not. Yeah, I mean, the Chiefs were they're better. I mean, again, their defense is really good. Mahomes wasn't special yesterday, but he just always makes the plays when he needs to make the plays.
He didn't play a great game by any stretch, but he made huge plays, to your point, in put-away moments. I mean, the run is the one that we'll talk about, the 33-yard run, which, by the way, one of the most disrespectful things you could do to, like, a future Hall of Fame linebacker. And Fred Warner pumps the ball in his face, and guys are falling. He fakes on the sideline. It was just... It's why I'm not like shocked, because I sort of anticipate he's going to do that crap. What I didn't anticipate was as bad as the 49ers played. That's as bad as they've played all year.
Yeah, they did not look good at all. The way they were taking all the inside routes away reminded me of like when they would guard Steph and Clay, and they would call top blocking, which would mean you just sit on the top side. You just let them go back door all you want, but you're not going to let them come outside. So you just sit on there. You sit on the outside. It looks funny when they do it, but that's how they would guard him to keep him from the 3-point line. That's exactly what they were doing. These guys were just like lining up a picket fence over the middle. They're like, hey, you want to go outside? You can go outside, but you're not coming into the middle. And I don't know if they made the adjustments there. I mean, Purdy was off, forcing some throws. It just wasn't a good effort all the way around. And like their defense did keep him in it early. Like they gave him some chances early on, but the offense could get nothing going. So yeah, that was tough.
So we have a little bit of breaking news here. A little while ago, Jordan Schultz was reporting that Brandon Aiyuk had in fact torn his ACL. We have a more updated version of that. This is per Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network. Brandon Aiyuk, he's confirming, has in fact torn both his ACL and MCL. This is per sources after the MRI. Again, from Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network. Aiyuk, an ACL and an MCL. Kyle Shanahan's going to speak to the media about 3:30. We'll carry some of that for you live, too, to hear what Kyle has to say and get the absolute confirmation from the head coach. But we will carry some of Kyle Shanahan at 3:30 here live on Tolbert and Copes. Again, if you're just joining us, it's confirmed per Ian Rappaport sources of the NFL Network, Aiyuk a torn ACL and MCL, and we sort of feared that this would be a situation where he's now out for the season. I mean, we'll talk more about what happened yesterday, but even on the postgame show, we were talking like, well, how would you evaluate Pearsall? I'm like, I don't even know, man. We were talking 15 to 20, 25 snaps maybe yesterday, and then all of a sudden it's Pearsall, Ronnie Bell, and Jacob Cowing are asked to carry the load. I mean, they were missing the top 3 receivers on their depth chart. Debo Samuel said some illness or something from the day before or prior to the game. He couldn't go. Juwan Jennings already ruled out, and now Aiyuk done for the season. Some speculation. It's funny, I saw a bottom line headline today on ESPN when I got to the station. It said, potentially McCaffrey could return after the bye. Well, yeah, he's not returning before the bye. That's not news. That's just what we've all been hoping and thinking for a couple of weeks. But as it stands now at 3-4, I mean, I sort of joking with you last week said, can you imagine if they lose to the Chiefs and then you have to win this Dallas game? This Dallas game has a whole bunch of juice. And by the way, they're another team coming off of a bye right now who you talk about teams more desperate to win. Dallas is a team desperate to win right now.
Yeah. No, I would say at this point they're both desperate.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, the need-want theory didn't work out all that well for them.
Yeah, no, it's so far a bad theory. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a bad theory this week.
Tested that once, yeah.
That was partly, I mean, look, that was partly that was on me too. Because I did go with the want versus need. But what I really failed to, I should have factored in more. Like, there's another one I like, better defensive teams getting points. Chiefs fit that bill. And then you had the whole Andy Reid off a bye, Patrick Mahomes as an underdog that were just overwhelming. And I just decided to overlook that and go with the need, and it did not work out at all in any way, shape, or form. So yeah, I mean they're you start looking at the playoff teams. I mean, they're still in this thing because the NFC. There's no real, there's 3 teams to me in the NFC. There's the Chiefs, Vikings, Lions. That's pretty much it. And the rest, the West is going to be up for grabs. I don't know if Seattle, we'll see what happens with DK Metcalf. I know he hurt I think it was an MCL, that he's week to week right now. So we'll see where they go. And they got them coming at home. So if they can find a way to get that'll be them 2 games up on Seattle, and they got the Rams at home and then Arizona on the road later on this year. But it's not getting easier. Lions, Bills, Packers coming up in the second half of the season. So, yeah, I would say this falls into the same category as the Seahawks. Like, it's not must, but it's better have. You better get this one because 3-5. That's rough, and you got Tampa coming out of the break too, and Tampa's playing really good football. They got the Ravens tonight, so we'll see how they do in that one. But yeah, again, I hate to keep going back to the same old thing, but ever since this off season, it's just been
felt weird.
It really has. It has not been seamless, like any way, shape, or form. It's just all been kind of out of sorts, is how I would describe it. And just stuff happens, and guys are out longer than you think they are, and guys are getting hurt, and I don't know. We'll see.
At least Deshaun Watson's out for the season. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon.
That was a bonus.
That was a nice little cherry for us yesterday.
That was a bonus. A little cool in the game.
Great Sunday morning. A little cool in the game. Breaking the song. By the way, Tolbert and Copes, all we do is give crap away. That's all we do here.
That's what we do. That's what we're here for.
We show up to talk some 49er football on a Monday and to give you crap. And this week, we're giving you an opportunity. One winner a day is going to win tickets for 2 to go see. How about this? Tom Segura, January 24th out at Chase Center. Go see comedian Tom Segura. Tune in all week long between 2 and 6. We'll give you the cue to call. Be caller 10 to the studio, 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. Furnished by Live Nation. Get the rules at KNBR.com. Tim, what's our cue to call?
We're not going to agree on everything, okay? But we should agree on this. If you bring a baby into a movie theater, you're a piece of shit. Yep.
You want to hear more? nice clip, too. That made me laugh, dude. It's over to Cops. You hear that, cue to call between now and 6, 415-896-KNBR, be caller 10, and the tickets are yours. All right, we got the breaking news. Ian Rappaport says that Brandon Aiyuk has a torn ACL and MCL. We will hear from head coach Kyle Shanahan when he addresses the media at 3:30. We'll carry it for you live right here on The Sports Leader. We'll talk more about yesterday's debacle, disaster, whatever D word you can think of. 808 KNBR. What D word are you using to describe the 49ers yesterday? And more of your calls and thoughts at 808 KNBR on The Sports Leader. The 49ers continue their struggles against the Chiefs and in general this season as they lost yesterday 28-18. You can vent with us all day long. How do you feeling, Niner fans? 415-808-KNBR.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is KNBR, and they are Tolbert and Copes. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Brock stepped up, he gets hit from behind, and he's sacked from behind and pulled down. Brock throws out left, and it is intercepted. He overthrew George to Ronnie Bell, and he threw the ball right to the safety, Chris Roland Wallace.
I don't know who he was throwing to.
Mahomes out of the gun. Here comes Bosa around the edge. He steps up, runs away from it, gets wide. Fred Warner lost a tackle, and Mahomes going to move back inside and pick up the first down. They never pushed him out of bounds. He runs all the way down the sideline. Where are they going to knock him out? On the 4-yard line.
Just the same old thing.
Mahomes going to run. He'll go in untouched.
Just the same old thing.
Here's Brock back on 3rd and goal. Brock out hit, throws, intercepted in the end zone. Nicole Hardman on the jet sweep, all the way to the goal line, touchdown Kansas City.
Yeah, that's awful. Just the same old thing.
They did it again. Niners are 3-4, 28-18 Chiefs.
Nicely done. Niners fall to the Chiefs 28-18. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon, 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627, the number to call and to text. Streaming on all platforms, of course, KNBR.com, the app, YouTube, all that good stuff. Niners fall by 10 points. Injuries definitely hurt them yesterday. I don't know what the game plan looked like if Deebo Samuel were to have been in there. I mean, you imagine he's a big part of that. And we've talked a lot about him getting the ball more and helping run out of the backfield a bit and giving a different look to the offense. A lot of people, as they do every time the Niners lose, criticize the play calling of Kyle Shanahan. But yesterday did feel a little vanilla. I know they didn't get things going. You talked about the lack of first downs. They didn't get their first down offensively until around the 6-minute mark of the second quarter. Their only other first down before that was like a pass interference call on George Kittle across the middle of the field. So didn't have Deebo. You don't have Juwan Jennings, and then Brandon Aiyuk, as has been reported by Ian Rappaport today, and we'll hear from Kyle Shanahan at 3:30, a torn ACL and MCL. So missing their top 3 receivers for the game. Purdy had his worst game for sure since Christmas of last season, and statistically, it's the worst game of his professional career in any of his 34 career starts. A 36.7 passer rating, including 6 postseason games, is the lowest in any start Brock Purdy's ever had.
Yeah, he was, as we like to say in the medical community, not good. He was bad. But look, no one wants to hear about the injuries because they had four receivers, or they had 4 receptions by 2 receivers.
Yep.
I think Worthy had 3 and Hardman had 1.
It was all Noah Gray.
I think the one, Noah Gray's more of a tight end.
I know, but he was the only guy catching balls.
Yeah,
felt like.
But of course Hardman wasn't even a reception. That was just a throw forward on the end around sweep, whatever you want to call it, wide receiver sweeps. Worthy was the only one that caught it. He caught 3. That was it. So yeah, I mean they just did what they had to do. Yeah, he was bad. I mean Purdy was bad. A lot of guys. They were really bad in that game. I thought the biggest play of the game was with about 10:40, somewhere around there, minutes left in the second quarter. The Niners kicked the field goal to go up 3-0, and then the Chiefs come down and get the touchdown, aided by 2 offsides and too many men. It just seemed like they were totally discombobulated at that point. Offside, too many men on the field. It's like you look at Shanahan. They showed Shanahan on the sideline. You could tell what he was thinking. What the are we doing out here?
It was the three straight defensive penalty. Yeah, on that one drive that helped the Chiefs get their first.
What are we doing? So the Niners get the ball back, and they're driving third down, and Purdy may have very well thrown his best ball of the day to Aiyuk. Oof. And that was going to be a first down, probably around the 35 going in. And he dropped it. That was like a complete momentum just killer. Because you had it going up, even though you got stopped in the red zone. Then they had it coming back, and then you were headed right back down the other way. And he dropped it. And what did that lead to? A punt. Bad special teams. Again. Was it like a 55-yard return, I believe it was. Like what, from the 15 to the 30 or something like that. It's pathetic. And then they score again. So instead of having the ball at the 35 with a chance to put some points up of your own, you punt it. And I don't know if they told kickers not to tackle anymore, but that Wisniewski tackle attempt was a beauty on that punt return.
He sort of ran towards him, and then he's like, I don't know about this.
He gave him like a shoulder that was like, it's like, let's put it this way. He wasn't fully into it. He wasn't committed. He did not commit to the tackle on that one. So that was, instead of going in, punt, boom, back down to the 30, touchdown, 14-3. That, to me, was the biggest play of the game. Because you get that one. I'm not saying a lot changes, but it was competitive enough throughout the first 3 quarters, 2.5 quarters, where, you find a way to get in the end zone there, and all of a sudden it's 10-7, and it's a brand new ball game at that point. Now, look, anything could have happened from the 35 going in. I understand that, but it would have given you a shot. It would have put you immediately in field goal range, and who knows what happens after that. But what I'm saying is those type of plays just kill you, absolutely kill you. And they had plenty of time, I understand, but I always look at plays like that during the course of a game and how that can affect the rest of the game. And that one was just massive, absolutely massive in the scheme of things. So, but third down conversion. What are they, 2 for 12, 2 for 11? I think they were 1 for 10 when it mattered.
They're 1 for 7 in the first half, 0 for 1 in the red zone. They had 56 total yards and 2 first downs on their first 3 drives. That final drive of the half where they picked up a field goal, 84 yards, 3 first downs. I mean, the only reason they had the first 3 points is because of the interception, right? Where they come back the other way and have an opportunity because they weren't moving the ball at all. Again, 84 yards on their final drive of the first half, 56 yards total on 3 drives prior to that. Plus, they were committing, you pointed out the 3 defensive penalties. They had 6 total penalties for 40 yards in the first half. Felt like every time they were able to get a little bit of movement, they took a step backwards. So, again, no phase of the game yesterday was a successful one. And even though they were in it, once they got to the second half, the Chiefs were clearly running the ball down their throats. The defensive line, by the way, the first quarter for the D-line might have been the best quarter they played all season. And then after that, completely fell apart. First quarter, Bosa had half a sack. Malik Collins had a bat down and a deflection and an interception. Leonard Floyd had a sack or a half a sack in that first quarter. And then after that, they just fell apart. I mean, they got run all over for over 180 yards on the ground on 39 carries. That was something the Niners do to teams. And for the Chiefs to not be playing great right now, offensively in any way that we're used to seeing them play, and to be what looked like a pretty dominant defensive team and just run all over you, finding ways to win, that's what championship teams do. And right now the Niners, like, in terms of where they are, we're talking playoffs, like, they're not a contender based on how they're playing against teams like this.
Yeah, the 2 stats that jump out at me are the Chiefs 4 for 4, red zones converted to touchdowns. And remember, they were worse than the Niners coming into this game. 4 for 4, and then they were 8 for 14 on third downs. I think I looked yesterday. I'll have to check it again to see if it was updated after yesterday's game. It ain't going to get any better, I'll tell you that, after giving up 8 for 14. But they were 23rd in the league in third down percentage defense. 23rd. Like, they don't get off the field. I don't know what it is, why they don't get off the field. I don't know if Sorensen doesn't blitzes, changes that up enough. People know what's coming.
They're 28th now, Tom. They're 28th now in
so
third down conversion percentage.
There you go.
45.5% of the time the opponents convert on third down against them.
And who's below them?
Oh, you don't want to know those. You guys don't want to make this worse, do you? New England, Atlanta, Carolina, and Arizona. That's who the Niners are down there with in third down defense.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Tolbert and Coach with you on a Monday. It's just one of the factors as to why they lost yesterday's game. Because, again, nobody played well. Purdy, perhaps the worst game of his career. Passer rating-wise, it certainly was. Threw 3 interceptions. They never got into any offensive rhythm. Now, he didn't have 3 top receivers, but Chiefs would tell you we lost Juju Smith-Schuster in the first quarter of this game. We didn't have Rashee Rice. We didn't have Isaiah Pacheco, and instead it was Kareem Hunt, Noah Gray and company, and they run for 4 touchdowns. Mahomes didn't even have a huge game at all yesterday. 9 or 10, I see you waiting on the line. Tom and Stockton, we will get to you guys momentarily. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. The state of the 49ers we'll talk about next. It's a pretty simple question. Is this a good football team? That's next on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
There's no way to sugarcoat that. We got our ass kicked today. Lots of reasons for it, but those are things that they don't need to sit and think about today. We'll address all those tomorrow. We'll get together. We'll go through the truth of the whole tape and, be hard on each other and find a way to put it to bed so we can come out here and make sure we put our best foot forward and find a way to get a win versus Dallas.
49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan, he's going to address the media at 3:30, and we'll carry it for you right here on KNBR. Yeah, Tom, to me, that's not a game where, everything went wrong. You're a quality team. They beat the brakes off you. You lost by 4 scores or something, so you flush it and you move on. This isn't a flush the tape game. This is I think you got to diagnose what's going on with this team. Is that where you come down on this?
Yeah, absolutely. It's not good enough for what these guys want to accomplish. It's just not. They're supposed to be on Kansas City's level. They're not. They're supposed to be in the top echelon. They're not right now. Again, they could get there. We've seen them do it before. We've seen them kind of put themselves behind the 8 ball early in the season, not play great, and then turn it on. But the defense has to get better. It just does. And I thought the defense was, again, okay. Like, they hung in there. I bet you if you looked at, like, counting stats, like yards per play, stuff like that, that they would look okay. But the third down percentage is brutal. And giving up 4 touchdowns when the team gets in the red zone 4 times, 100% when they got into the red zone. 100. If I was right on that pick. I'm not sure if I was or not. I'd have to look at that. It was right around the 20. But it just...
They have them at 4 for 5, so it must have been that pick was in the red zone.
Okay, maybe it was just inside the 20. Okay, 4 for 5, so 80%. So it just, it's hard to say you played even okay when those two things occur. Because, again, you're right. First half, I thought they played well. I thought the defensive line played well. I thought they were flying around. But, first half, you got to do it for a whole game. Doesn't matter if you do it for the first half and 4 quarters. And to keep a team like Kansas City to the red zone 4 times didn't seem bad. I mean, like a little less, but it didn't seem bad. But every time they score, or 4 out of 5, they score, then you got problems. The third down conversion, that's really the troublesome one. Or you're 28th in the league in getting off the field. I mean, it's just such a demoralizing thing when you have a chance to get off the field and you don't. And it happens over and over and over and over. It's just brutal. They're just like little momentum builders. And then you can't stay on the field. So it's just, it's a whitewash in that category. An absolute whitewash. It'd be like in baseball if a team is like, 5 for 8 with runners in scoring position and you're 0 for 13. It just kills you. I mean, those are like the key moments of a game. And when one team is way better than the other, it's tough to win. I mean, it just is. So right now, yeah, they need to figure it out and figure out, I don't know enough about like what adjustments could have been, should have been made, if any should have been made with the way they're defending the receivers and not letting them get to the inside. Like, I don't know. I don't know if there should have been more out routes. I mean, they had a couple deep routes, and Purdy didn't even throw those. He didn't even throw those well. Underthrew Cowing, underthrew Kittle.
That's a walk-in touchdown if he hits Cowing in stride.
Oh, easy.
He's like 8 yards of separation. He was like so far beyond.
And then what happened? Pick. So, you go from a touchdown to a pick in the end zone. Killer. Absolute killer. Like, he didn't hit Kittle in stride either. I'm not sure if Kittle scores because the safety was coming over, but he probably gets 10 more yards, 15 more yards. And who knows with Kittle? He always could run somebody over, and maybe he does score. But he just was not good yesterday at all. So, yeah, they got to do a little searching and try to figure out. Like, this one's different than any other one. Like Minnesota, I thought Minnesota was a better team, but they were there. They were, like, right there. A couple breaks here and there. You think, okay, they're right there. They had their chances in that game. Didn't mean they were better, but they had their chances. They more than had their chances against the Cardinals and Rams. They were the better teams, except for the scoreboard, which means, well, they're not. So, but those were those were just weird games. There was nothing weird or nothing close about this one. It just felt like they couldn't get out of neutral. No rhythm to the offense whatsoever. And everyone was a little out of sorts, and no one stood out as to okay, what went well? I don't know what went well. I mean, I don't know if there's anything I could look at and go, well, at least that's a silver. There were no silver linings.
There was no silver lining yesterday.
That was just bad all the way. It was just bad all the way around. All the way around. Get your ass kicked, as Shanahan said.
We're going to hear from Kyle Shanahan, by the way, coming up at 3:30. He's going to speak to the media live, and we will carry some of that for you. To your point, Tom, I'm not even confident saying they're the best team in the NFC West, right? I mean, they're 1-2. On paper, sure, but we just saw them lose to two NFC West teams we thought were below them. They're down near the bottom, to your point, third down conversion percentage with teams like Arizona. Everybody else in the West is better than them in a lot of these categories. They're getting into the red zone and not scoring. That doesn't make you a good team. It means you're a team that can move the ball between the 20s. And at 3-4, even if you could say they were the best team in the NFC West, what would that mean? So we'll talk more about this. I do want to get to some calls. 415-808-KNBR, 808-5627. Let's go to Niner Ted, not to be confused with Raider Mort. Niner Ted is in Salinas. You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, fellas. How y'all doing today? Good
What's up,
time.
man?
Yeah, same old. Long-time listener, longer Niner fan. We were at the Seattle game last Thursday night. My goodness, man, what a difference it was to have everybody there. But getting right to the point on our team right now, we're facing reality that maybe this Niner team is probably still a playoff team, but on the bottom barrel playoff team. Because the Chiefs had injuries, but look what they did. We have injuries and we fall apart. Based on coaching, fellas, based on coaching. Defensive coordinator. Look who Spagnuolo is, look who we got. Special teams over there, special teams over here. These are our weak points on the Niners right now that's killing us. Yeah, Brock Purdy had a bad game. Who are his receivers? Even Joe Montana, Steve Young, Jeff Garcia, they all had bad games. Tom Brady. But this was a total team effort. It was totally lackluster. I think that the Niners lost this game before the game even started mentally because they were going up against Andy Reid, Mahomes, and Spagnuolo, and they already figured, man, we lost this game. And it showed. It showed to the faithful that were out there yesterday. I'm like, my goodness, what a difference a week makes, huh? I still think we could make the playoffs, but let's not get our expectations too high until our resources come back, and maybe we could address and get better. But let's hope that we all get healthier the rest of the year in. You know what I'm saying, guys?
I appreciate the call, Ted. Thanks so much, man.
Yeah, look, I don't agree that they went in there with the mindset we can't beat these guys. I'm not worried about Brock Purdy. He was really bad in that game.
I'm not either. He got beat bad, but he played. It happened last year against Baltimore, and then he went on a great run.
It's more of a team-wide thing.
Sure.
Look, they went against probably the best defensive coordinator in the league right now. I mean, he's really good. And does he have the Niners' number? He's got a lot of teams' numbers. I mean, they're really good, but those are the teams you got to figure out how to beat, right? It's not when they have somebody else's number who's like not a playoff team, it doesn't matter. But when you're a playoff team, you got to figure out a way to beat those type of teams. Well, then you got to figure out a way to beat those type of teams. There's no doubt. I mean, they had a coaching edge. I mean, Reid is probably the best coach in the game. Spagnuolo, arguably the best defensive coordinator in the game. I don't even really want to get into the special teams because I don't know what the hell is going on there. But this isn't just this year, last year, the year before. It's been a while now. So I don't know what the hell is going on there. And I don't know if it's... I mean, Kyle says that he just wants the special teams to break even. Well, that ain't working. So I don't know if something else needs to be done with the special teams. I don't know. They've had different coordinators, but they just I wish I could look at it and say, okay, this looks off or that. I just don't know, but it's bad in like all facets. Now, I will give them credit. Maybe that was a silver lining. They did actually stop a fake punt. Maybe that's your game ball. Hey, you stopped a fake punt, and then you throw a pick 3 plays later. Like, hey, they got some momentum. No, they don't. You give it right back to them. It's like, oh, come on. Like, really? You stopped a fake. Here you go. Hey, let's get some momentum.
I was all hyped on it, too. I was like, man, can they learn from the mistakes? They didn't get beat like they did against the Rams. They left the defense on the field. I was like, Fred's out there, Bosa's out there. Hell yeah. And then they give it right back next play. Very next play. All those.
Is that it was the next play? I thought it was a couple plays later.
You
could be right.
I'm pretty sure Brock threw the pick the very next play because that was in the first quarter, right? They get the stop on the play. Yeah, it was the second series, right, for the 49ers.
Okay.
Because they were 3-and-out. By the way, the 3-and-out. They said I heard this note on the TV side of things. 3-and-out to open the game for the 49ers. Just their 6th 3-and-out all season long. They put together then like 2 or 3 other 3-and-out. There's 2 more 3-and-outs in the first half after that. But yeah, right after they get the stop and they have good field position there and can capitalize. And this has been an issue all season long. This has been a pattern. They do not capitalize when the defense is giving them opportunities, and therefore the defense ends up on the field exhausted. Go ahead, Tim.
We're just not that good, man.
That's what I was thinking about, man. That soundbite is from the morning show like years ago, which we'll talk about in just a minute, because it was after the Niners went to the Super Bowl in 2019, and then
We're just not that good, man.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how I feel about this Niner team right now.
I liked him yesterday on the we played it on the Hardman sweep. Oh, that's awful.
Oh, that's awful.
That's awful.
415-808-KNBR, your thoughts. Little cheers, jeers, and beers we'll get into momentarily here. Tom is in Stockton. Tom, you're on the Sports Leader. How you feeling?
Hey guys, great to connect with you. I'll start with one thing. My name is Tom as well. So people, my name is Thomas. They don't like me. They say Thomas.
Okay, all right.
When they sort of like me, they call me Tom. But when they love me, they call me Tommy. So Tommy, I'm calling you Tommy.
Thank you, Tommy.
All right.
What you got, Thomas? Go ahead.
All right, here's what I got. You know what? We're talking about these players, and they're working their asses off. Sorry, bleep that.
Oh, no, that's good. That's fine.
I gotta say, fellas, it's like I'm not a Shanahan fan. I mean, the coaching, like, he's just not a winner, and that's all I gotta say. He's not a winner.
All right.
Thanks, Tom.
Very
Appreciate
good.
the call, man.
I mean, look, I would disagree with you.
Same.
Just because I said this last year after they lost the Super Bowl. He's won plenty of big games. He just hasn't won the big one. So I don't know how you quantify a winner. Is there like only one winner at the end of every single season? Like, is Dan Campbell a winner? Is O'Connell a winner?
Well, yeah, I was going to go one step further. I was going to go one further. I was going to say, before Andy Reid ever won a Super Bowl against the 49ers, was he a loser? Like, was he not a winning coach? I mean, he's one of the most successful coaches outside of winning
what's
a Super
your
Bowl.
definition, right?
Is Dan Marino not a winner?
As your definition, you have to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, if that's it.
That's it.
And that's where, like, in the NBA, I'm okay with, like, helping make guys or qualifying guys as some of the best ever, because the NBA is a superstar game, and it always has been. Like, you got a superstar on the floor, they can take over a team for you for weeks or months on end and win you a championship. That can happen. LeBron's done it. We've watched that happen, right, with inferior guys around him. In football, it just doesn't work that way, and we do qualify the greatest of all-time quarterbacks by Super Bowl championships, and sure, the great guys have a lot of them, some of the all-time greats, but there were great guys who don't have a lot of them. There are great guys, like, is Aaron Rodgers not one of the best quarterbacks ever because he has one? But Montana has 4. He's not in the same class probably, but the skill set he had, the peak of his career was almost unrivaled across the game. So I'm with you. I like to say, they said that about Harbaugh for years too. He can't win the big one. But he keeps going to the CFP and to the NFC Championship. Like, what's that mean he can't win the big one? I mean, I know what that means. You're not winning the championship, but it doesn't make you a losing coach.
Is there anybody out there that considers Frank Vogel a better coach than Don Nelson?
No.
He has a championship.
And Nelson does not.
Nelson does not.
Not even a finals appearance, does Nelson, right?
Nope.
There you go.
So how could he be a better coach than Vogel? Like, it's not, to me anyway, I'm not going to tell you how to view your coaches and players, but it's not that black and white. It just isn't. Like, Andy Reid, by your qualifications, by your parameters, wasn't a winner until he was the ultimate winner.
Right.
Now he has 3. Now he's like he's just the ultimate winner. So yeah, I don't necessarily buy that. Look, there's a lot of fans that don't love Shanahan because he hasn't won the big one. If you win a big one, you're fine. And even if you win a big one or 4, like Steve Kerr, people still want you gone. That is the nature of the beast. It just is. People think they know how to coach. People think they know who to play. People think they know what plays to run. People think they know when to call timeouts. People think they know when to not kick field goals. Although they were right with Antonio Pierce yesterday. What a boob. Are you kidding me? What are you doing there? I had -7. Like, you can't do that. You can't kick that field goal there. Still, it still stands.
What a boob. Yeah.
My argument still stands. You don't kick the field goal. But, I mean, everybody has more of an opinion now because there's more stats and than ever before. Online, more advanced metrics, more advanced stats, more what's the best batting, what's the best lineup, what's the best bullpen, how do you line your bullpen up, what are the best, everything. So if you don't do it like that, then they're going to be upset. So it doesn't even matter how many you win. Like, at some point they're going to want to get rid of you. That's the way it is. Because if you win, then you're supposed to keep winning. It didn't work that way. It's hard enough to win one. So, no, I still feel like Kyle is one of the best coaches in the NFL, period. And is he a winner? By my metrics, he is. And I got a very advanced database that tells me, like, yeah, Tom, he's a winner. But has he won the big one? No, he hasn't won the big one. So if that's your only criteria, then, well, how many coaches are actually winners in NFL history? When you consider, I mean, how many coaches have multiple Super Bowls? So what are we at, like 50-something Super Bowls now? There's probably like 35 coaches, 40 coaches maybe that have ever won a Super Bowl. So there's like 40 winners in NFL history as far as coaches go, or whatever the number is. I'm not even sure what the number is. 40 sounds about, maybe it's less than 40.
Yeah, probably.
Because between Belichick, Walsh, Knoll, Lombardi, I mean, you probably ripped off 10, probably 12, 13 right there, and that's not even Jimmy Johnson. I mean, you go on with the people that have won.
So we agree. I didn't agree that he's not a winner. Now we'll get into some of the other stuff too, because I do think I do wonder how much the Deebo Samuel situation not being there affects play calling. But then I always wonder if one guy was going to change the game like that, and that was all your game plan, then how good was the game plan to begin with? 808 KNBR, here's the question I want to put out to the callers and to the listeners. Because 2019, they go to the Super Bowl. 2020, they come back, and I know it was a weird COVID season. Part of the season played in Arizona. They were 6-10 that year. The following year, they start 3-5. They finish 10-7, go to the NFC Championship. Does this team feel closer to that 6-10 team that we saw after losing the Super Bowl, or does it seem closer to the team at 3-5 who, even with all those injuries early, was able to make a run late? 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Jay and Rocky, Alex, Jake, Rob, Mert, and Mort. I see you guys hanging on the line. We'll get to you next. Tolbert and Copes, which team does it compare to better on the Sports Leader? Tim Ryan joined Murph and Marcus this morning and thought the 49ers were hesitant to hit Patrick Mahomes. You can hear that whole podcast, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Tolbert, Copes, and your calls.
Oh, what? Hello?
It's time for Cheers.
Hell yeah.
Cheers.
Oh, no.
And Beers.
Hooray, beer. Tolbert and Copes, Monday afternoon. And unfortunately, we've been your Monday afternoon therapy session for the 49ers for some time this year. Niners have still yet to win 2 games in a row this year, which would have meant something because they're 3-4 as they head into one more game before the bye week. Dallas Cowboys come to town Sunday night. They are coming off of a bye this week, by the way. So get ready for the Cowboys coming to town. Also desperate for a win and refresh. Cheers, Years, and Beers. We usually ask you one thing you liked from the game, something you hated from the game, and what you drank. You can still tell us. You can absolutely tell us what you drank. If you liked anything about yesterday's game, sure. I can't find anything that I would say even was great. Yeah, George Kittle had a nice performance, but it was just, not even a silver lining to what yesterday's game was. At 808 KNBR, question I asked to the callers before we went to the break. And you can check it on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line as well at the same number, 415-808-5627. Does this team feel closer to the team that played in 2020 after losing the Super Bowl and fell to 6-10, or does it feel more like the 2021 team where they started the year 3-5, had a slew of injuries early on, and then turned things around after the bye week, went on a run 10-7 to the NFC Championship? A lot of people feel like one interception drop away. I know we've discussed that at length, but maybe one play away they feel from going to the Super Bowl. 808 KNBR, let's go out to Caledonia Man. Caledonia Man, how you feeling about yesterday's game?
A couple things. One is I am just amazed at how well Kansas City covers guys. Even Usyk is completely covered. But the thing I'd say about the game, and I was telling this to my wife, the cliche is games are won in the trenches. The offensive line just got battered yesterday. Time and time again, I saw Trent Williams knocked backwards, Banks knocked backwards, Cooney on one play. McKivitz gets beaten like a drum on the pass rush. To me, Brock Purdy has to have a running game and some time like any other NFL quarterback. I think that's where the biggest concern is for me.
Appreciate the call, Caledonia Man. Yeah, coverage is great for the Chiefs.
That guy's old school.
Dude, how about him telling his wife watching the game, honey, I don't know if you know this, game's won and lost in the trenches.
That guy used to call 20 years ago.
Yeah?
He's called Ralph and I. Yeah, that's way back when.
Good deal. Thanks for listening, Caledonia Man.
Still sounds the exact same, too. His voice hasn't aged a bit. It's like Dick Clark. Except Dick Clark's voice, I guess, aged a little bit. He just didn't age.
It aged so much, it's gone.
It's gone. R.I.p.
Rest Dick Clark's soul. Didn't expect that to drive by on a Monday. What he's saying, though, and I thought about this at one point yesterday, I thought, man, if I took away anything from this game not related to the 49ers playing horrible football, it's that the Chiefs' defense is as advertised. It's legit. Their defense is fantastic. The D-line I thought was tough. I know Brock wasn't hit a whole bunch, but they did again, yesterday, 58 yards on the ground for Jordan Mason. That's the most any running back's gone against the Chiefs all year. 46 yards was the previous high week 1 for Derrick Henry and the Baltimore Ravens. They do an incredible job at stopping the run. And then he's right. They play great sticky man coverage downfield. Part of that, too, is you get young receivers out there. Pearsall, talk about the stamina for him, but there weren't probably tons of packages that he was ready to be a part of. Jacob Cowing had his first catch on the same drive that Ricky Pearsall had his first career catch. So you get 2 guys out there making their first catches on their opening drive, on the first time they've been on the field together. Cowing wasn't running routes this year. Ronnie Bell's had his issues already this season. So the pass game, they take away the run game. They force you to throw it and force the receivers to beat their secondary, and they did a fantastic job. Tip your cap to what the Chiefs' defense is able to do. But the 49ers, it seems like if you can throw a wrench into their offensive plans, they don't have an answer for you.
Yeah, look, when we compare, it's funny because everyone was comparing. It's like look what Mahomes can do. He doesn't have weapons. What are we talking about here? One of the 5 greatest quarterbacks of all time. We're not comparing the Brock or the Niners to the Chiefs. Chiefs are the best team right now in the league. They don't necessarily look great. They're not aesthetically pleasing. Remember the Patriots when they were rolling? They would have games like that too, where it's like, God, they didn't look that good, but they still won. They just find a way to win games, and they find a way to take away what you want to do. I think they're even better now than they used to be, just because their defense. They don't have to score. This was the Niners, right? This was the Niners back in 19, 20, but specifically 19, where you score 17, you got a pretty good chance to win the game because your defense is just so damn good. That's just not the case anymore. But it's been happening in reverse order for the Niners, from that to this, and the Chiefs used to be like they would score 31, they'd give up 30. They could lose 35-34 just because the defense wasn't great. But they're even more dangerous now because Mahomes doesn't have to make that many plays. I looked up an interesting stat this morning. Brock Purdy's interception percentage, I think, is 3.2%, which ranks him like 24th in the league. So it's not good. You know who's, I think it's 31st, could be 30th. You know who's 31st or 30th?
Mahomes.
Yep. But the defense is there. So like he can take some of those chances when he has to.
He threw 2 picks yesterday and no touchdowns. He now has 6 touchdowns and 8 picks on the year. Yep. For 150 yards or 80 yards or something yesterday. He didn't play a great game, and they won by 10 points.
And undefeated.
That's who cares?
How scary is that to think?
Very.
If this offense gets going, and he starts playing like we know he can, I mean, good luck. Good luck beating him. Because he's not even playing great right now. But you don't hear anybody saying, Patrick Mahomes is like, the 15th best quarterback in the league this year. 20th best quarterback in the... No, they don't say that. Because when he has to do something, he does it. Has to pick up a third down, figures out a way to do it. Get in the end zone, do it. Don't, whatever. When it comes right down to it, if he's going to make a play, he's going to be better equipped than your guy to make that play. Just what it is. I mean, 6 and 8, that's grotesque. I mean, if that was Purdy this year, he'd be getting crushed. Absolutely crushed.
Not if they were 6 and 0, they wouldn't.
No, he wouldn't. You're right, but he doesn't have that.
But he doesn't have 3 Super Bowl rings either.
And he doesn't have the hardware.
There's no equity, right? So he
doesn't have the hardware.
It's not quite the same. 925 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Says this team would feel more like 2020 if they lost Brock Purdy. Says don't forget they lost Jimmy and Bosa in 2020. I would say you don't have Christian McCaffrey right now. You don't have Brandon Aiyuk right now. Hufanga hasn't been there, but for a game or 2 this season. You know, I mean, it's about losing players and about whether or not you think they're capable of overcoming what it is they've lost to this point. 808 KNBR is the number to call. Let's go to Rob. Is in Alameda. Rob in Alameda, you're on the Sports Leader.
Hey guys, yeah, after watching just the onside kick at the end of the game, it just kind of typified the whole game.
Oh, dude, yeah.
You know, it was just a tail between your legs. I was so embarrassed. And then Tom Brady's the announcer. I mean, it's like, fortunately I went right to KNBR to get some real analysis. And the only way, this is a 6-10 team in a lousy division. And with their schedule coming up, I don't have a whole lot of confidence. And it's crazy because Vegas still seem to think they're a decent team. I mean, a lot of money was on the 49ers.
Yeah.
And I mean, Mahomes getting points, I just couldn't believe it. I didn't have the guts, and if the 49ers finally won, I would have felt horrible. So I think they got a long way to go. Even when everyone comes back, I think they're still going to be struggling with that schedule ahead.
Appreciate the call, Rob. Thanks so much, man.
They might be. Hey, look, that line went from 1 to 2.5. So there was a fair amount of sharp money that thought the Niners were going to win this.
It got big right before the game, too.
Yep. So it wasn't it wouldn't have been dumb people. I'm sure they were there, too. I include myself in that. But there was a bunch of sharp people also that thought the Niners were the right side in this one. So
they didn't know Debo's tummy hurt.
Yeah, they didn't know Debo's tummy hurt. But yeah, usually that'd be a half a point.
I don't know if his tummy hurt. I made that part up.
Maybe a half a point. So usually the only ones that move the lines are the quarterbacks. And then McCaffrey probably move it a point. Bosa maybe a point, maybe. But wide receivers usually don't move it that much. So.
We're just not that good, man.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of where they are right now. But here's the thing, and I think we talked about this a little bit last week, is that when you watch them play, and again, some of the stats suggest this is still a good team. And when you watch them play, you say, well, it's in there. Like, it's in there. They're not devoid of talent. Not like they can't win. Not like they can't move the ball. They just have these issues that you would think are going to positively regress. I don't even know if that's a thing yet. I'm pretty sure you can't positively regress. But it's going to get back to where it should be. And it just hasn't yet. Like, again, it hasn't. So I don't know. Again, I haven't been able to figure it out. And maybe everybody's right. Maybe I shouldn't say everybody. Maybe people are right. Says they're not that good this year. They're just okay. It's not a coincidence that we talked about this months ago. Teams don't fare well coming off Super Bowl losses. I don't know what it is. Again, that's another thing. I'm not sure exactly why.
You just don't go back after losing. It just doesn't happen often at all.
Go back. It does not happen often. I think we counted 3 times. I can't remember exactly.
Like excluding the Bills, and 2 of them were in the 70s.
Yeah, exactly. So it just, I don't know. It's not trending in the right direction. That's
back out to the phone lines, 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. I believe the most recent one, by the way, was Patriots doing it. I think the Patriots went back and won after losing it. That was the last.
I remember
team
you saying that one.
They lost to the Eagles, then beat the Rams. I think was the last time it had happened. Jake is in Iowa, our great caller and Brock Purdy whisperer. What's going on, Jake? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey boys, I think they're going to be okay. They beat Dallas. They get to 4-4. They're probably going to win this division because it's not that great. And then their playoff alignment's probably going to be pretty good because they're going to get the non-Viking Lion game at home, probably go to like the Commanders or the Bucks in the second round, and then they'll have the big one probably at Minnesota or Detroit. But what they got to do, they're squeezing the middle of the field. Everybody's squeezing it. They have to get back to running the football and getting the ball outside the numbers short and letting guys run with the ball. Deebo Samuel is not an effective player unless you're getting him the ball outside the numbers and letting him run. Brock, I told you guys this when Brock first got in there. He is not a deep ball thrower. He's not an outside the numbers deep guy. He's a schemed deep ball thrower. You put him in the position he did yesterday, he's too short. There's a lot of those interceptions, you can't just have him stand there in that pocket. You got to get him moving. And the biggest disappointment on the team for me so far is Trent Williams with the run game. He's getting blown up every week. So I think they're going to be okay, though. They have to start doing things, change their philosophy a little bit, though. They can't just keep doing crossing routes over the middle and the zone run scheme. They're going to have to change it up. When they get McCaffrey back, I'd like to see him and Mason on the field at the same time. And I think they may have to do some of that with Aiyuk out. But and another thing that I think would be a great trade, probably not realistic in season, but if Samuel for Tyreek Hill would probably be good for both teams. But I don't know if that'd happen. But they're going to be all right. Everybody's a little panicked. I didn't expect them to win yesterday. We're surrounded by Chiefs fans. They are who they are.
Appreciate the call,
Thanks,
Jake.
man. Appreciate the phone call.
Yeah, I don't think they could make that trade feasible anyway. And by the way, Tua's coming back. They say Tua's going to be ready for the Cardinal game that he's going to play. So I don't know that they're that inclined.
Thank God.
Yeah, dude. Tell me about it. The Dolphins have been a brutal watch. Just give me some other team to pay attention to.
No, I don't care. I got Tyreek Hill on my team.
As do I. Brutal! On one of mine. So it's been brutal to see.
Yeah, Skylar Thompson and Huntley are getting it done.
Tim in my ear says I'm more of a Waddle man. Yes, he's dealing with some of the same problems. Yeah, let's go to Rocky in Vallejo. Rocky in Vallejo, you're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, guys? Man, this is very therapeutic for me, man. In my opinion, if Brock Purdy did not throw the interceptions yesterday, the 3, if he would just manage the game, the Niners are in the game. As bad as they played, they're right there. The offensive line, I agree with everyone. They didn't play well, especially in the first half. But in the second half, I just rewatched it. They played a lot better. J.P. Mason was making some runs in the second half. Brock had time. Obviously, the receivers weren't getting open, but he definitely had time. And his decision-making is the part that's really surprising to me. It looked like Jimmy G out there, no throws. There were like 3, 4, 5 of those. Even the 2 completions he had with Kittle and the rookie Cowling, he underthrew him. If he threw a good pass to Cowling, that's a touchdown.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I appreciate the call, Rocky. I mean, yeah, he comes up short there, and then he throws the pick, as we pointed out just a couple of plays later. You pointed out early in the show that Steve Young says, even on the one to Ronnie Bell, once it leaves your hand, it's on you. I know the ball might have gotten tipped, or he got hit, or his arm got rocked around, and to Jake's point, him trying to hold up in the pocket there is a tough situation. He had no business throwing the ball in that spot. It was in double coverage. They were like blanketing the receiver. I can't remember who it was. It was a bad throw, and it got picked off. I mean, it was a bad decision to throw that ball anyway, I thought.
Was that the one in the end zone?
That's the one in the end zone after the.
I think that was Connolly, wasn't it?
I think so. After the cowing.
Yeah.
He underthrow, right?
Yeah, because that would have been a touchdown. Again, those are little things, and they're not little things, but you think, okay, wow, still a big gain, nice. Well, it should have ended in 6, and instead ended with a pick 6. Not a pick 6, a pick in the end zone. So I mean, it's massive. Massive turnaround. What was that? I think it was it 21-12 at that point?
Yeah.
Yeah, 21. So you get a touchdown there. You're 21-19. You're a field goal away. It just, again, anytime they needed something. And I know both Shanahan and Purdy said that was on Purdy, the ball to Bell. Like, that was his misread on that one. Obviously, miscommunication. Yeah. You just didn't know who was on. And Bell read one thing, Purdy read another thing, and then all of a sudden...
Threw it over the top right to him, yeah.
Threw it right to him. Just right to him. And that was about as wide open as a receiver'd been all day, too. Like, Bell was wide open. Now, he probably wouldn't have been that wide open had he not overthrown him because the DB wouldn't have gone back to pick off the ball. So, but he still would have had a good chance to catch and get a first down. It just... Everything a little off yesterday. Everything a little off. And, again... It wasn't like things for the Chiefs were perfect. I mean, they were off, too. They weren't playing great. They were kind of kicking it around, scuffle. I mean, the one touchdown drive they had was, 30 yards after a massive punt return? So it wasn't like they drove down the field again after being up 7-0. It was special teams gaff.
Not until the second half, right.
Yeah. Exactly. Second half, they started getting it going a little bit. And then they started run after the pick. Where it was 21-12, then they really started leaning on the run game. And it almost seemed like the Niners, they didn't give up, but it was almost like their will was a little broken at that point. And the Chiefs sensed it, and they were running for 5 yards, 4 yards, 6 yards, 5 yards, 4 yards. And they all the way down the field for a touchdown. So, yeah, it's bad effort. Well, that's a bad way to say it, because I don't know if the effort was bad. It was just a bad. It was just bad. Oh, let's leave it at that. It was bad.
It was bad.
It was bad.
Tolbert and Copes with you Monday afternoon, 28-18, and nothing was good. I mean, to that one caller's point, I was exactly with him. Where I'm like, man, even the onside kick at the end stunk. Well, couldn't even win the game really at that point. I was like, even this stunk. We can't even do the onside kick right. And then, by the way, Trent Williams getting ejected. I mean, even that left a bad taste in your mouth at the end of this game against the Chiefs. 28-18. Nothing went right for the 49ers. They'll need to turn things around. Phone lines are lighting up. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. We are here for you, and we'll hear from Kyle Shanahan at 3:30 when he addresses the media specifically to talk about Brandon Aiyuk, who has been reported as a torn ACL and ACL and MCL. That's the report per Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network. More of your calls at 808 KNBR next on the Sports Leader. Warriors guard Moses Moody has agreed to a 3-year, $39 million contract extension. Also, Shams Charania reports that Jonathan Kuminga will not get a new deal by Wednesday's deadline. For all your Warrior news, keep it locked right here on KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned in to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes back with you Monday afternoon. Getting ready for Kyle Shannon, who's going to speak to the media at 3:30. Brandon Aiyuk, it's been reported by Ian Rappaport, a torn MCL and ACL in yesterday's loss to the Kansas City Chiefs. 808 KNBR, your thoughts on yesterday's game and where we are with this 49er team. Let's go out to Jane. Jane's been waiting a while. She's in Mountain View. Jane, you're on the sports leader.
Yes, good afternoon. My point is we've played the Kansas City Chiefs before, and Shanahan calls himself an an offensive genius. I don't know why he can't make adjustments like Andy Reid did during the beginning of the game when Schuster went out. He was over there adjusting his play sheet or his clipboard, and like he had a plan B, and this is what I'm going to do in case this happens. And Shanahan doesn't seem to make adjustments as the game goes on, and I'd like to know why. Thank you.
Appreciate the call, Jane.
I don't know that he calls himself
Jane's pissed, by the way.
A genius. She wants answers, and she wants them now, is what she wants. I don't know. There are those that think he's really good with the script and then not as good after. I don't know that necessarily holds for me. Yesterday was bad script, bad after. She had bad everything. There was nobody that was good yesterday. And look, that as far as Schuster going out, that's Sorensen. If Sorensen wanted to make adjustments, that would be on him.
Sure, defense
as a defensive coordinator. So, and again, the defense. It sounds dumb to say they weren't terrible, because in the end they were well below average. But they did hang in there. I mean, it wasn't like they were moving up and down the field on them. They had one drive, and then a 30-yard drive, and then a drive in the third quarter, and then one at the, I would say, tail end of the game when it seemed like it was kind of decided at that point. So, I mean, the defense was not awful, but 8 for 14 on third down, 4 for 5 in the red zone. That is awful, and that makes all the other stuff kind of go away. But I don't know about the adjustments, but yeah, hopefully you can get some solace tonight.
Well, I mean, the Niners are a team that runs the ball top 10 in terms of percentage, or almost at 50%. The Chiefs are right above them at number 9.
They run
in terms
a lot.
of number of runs and attempts at the run. I mean, they ran for 184 yards yesterday. Mahomes passed for 145. So 184 on the ground. They've scored at least one rushing touchdown in every game this season, and they've gone 1, 2, 3 times. They've scored multiple rushing touchdowns in a game this season. 4 rushing touchdowns yesterday for the Chiefs. They were dominant in their performance on the ground. Let's go to Bray. Bray is in Richmond. Bray in Richmond, you're on the Sports Leader.
What's up, fellas? How you guys doing today?
What's up, Bray?
Good.
The thing that really pissed me off yesterday in the game was that it just seemed like Brock was so confused. It was like he already know that these blitzes is coming. Why didn't Cal give him in his head to know that this is coming? You know this is coming. These interceptions, they were just not even. That was just ridiculous, man. And the thing is also on the defense side, man, it was like they did not even run blitz enough to stop these guys, man. And it was just like, and then when on that 33-yard run by Patrick Mahomes, the guy, Winters, whatever, he just sat there and just looked at him, man. He could have gave him a sandwich and a beer and kicked back and just watch him, man. To me, I'm not going to be really too upset because I already know that we're coming out next week. We got to beat the Cowgirls, and we're going to be 4-4. And then also we getting number 23 back, hopefully after the break, and number 57. We got help coming. So I'm not going to sit up here and panic, but I'm really frustrated with this team right now. Really frustrated.
I hear you, Brad. I appreciate the call, man. When it comes to defensive schematics, again, the Chiefs have run well on everybody this year. They did it yesterday at a clip that we hadn't seen, and the Niners' run defense has been problematic for a couple of seasons now. I think that's a huge problem with missing a guy like Javon Hargrave in the middle of that defense, and who knows what happens come trade deadline time. I mean, again, I said last week 4-4 into the bye week is palatable, but I said it's how you get to 4-4. If you lost to the Cowboys after winning this game yesterday, I wouldn't feel great either. You'd want to go in at 5-3. And yesterday, really, the low water mark for the Niners this year, I would hope and think it can't get that bad again, that Dallas isn't that quality of a team, but you got to make some sort of adjustment. Back to the drawing board before Sunday night. One more. Let's go to Matt in the city here. Matt, you're on the Sports Leader. We're getting ready to hear from Kyle Shanahan. He's going to speak to the media momentarily. What's up, Matt?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's going on, dude?
Hey, so real quick, just 2 points. One, I'm not with anybody going with, the sky is falling related to Aiyuk being out. the talk since he's come back has been the underperformance, the drop balls, the broken routes. So, yeah, do you lose what he might have been if he turned the corner? Sure. But it's been Debo, Jennings, and hopefully now Pearsall till now. So you lose Aiyuk really off your box score. You're not going to lose much as of what you've seen in the last few weeks. My main concern is identity. In 2019, it was the suffocating defense. Last year, it was, Brock 30 putting up big points, CMC. This team, I've never seen a team come back from such a dominant season and look like they have no idea who they are. I mean, if Debo is the kind of guy now who's going to sit out with a tummy ache when there's a nationally televised game and a Super Bowl rematch, you never could have gotten Jerry Rice or Ronnie Lott or guys like that to sit out of that game no matter what was wrong. These guys need to reach down deep and look in the mirror and figure out who they are because they just look lost, and that's what makes it so hard to watch right now. Anyway, that's it, guys.
Appreciate the call. I appreciate the call, Matt. Yeah, that's what people could say is, not having Brandon Aiyuk. It's not like he was putting up big numbers. Somebody in the bullpen earlier go, I'm really going to miss those 5 catches for 44 each week. I was like, come on, boys. I was like, that's not what this is about. It's about you need to have these guys on the field who understand how to run block even. I mean, Aiyuk is still a positive there. You still want your starters out there, even if they're not playing at the level that you're used to having them play. I mean, it's really what does it do to affect the rest of the offense? Because now you are looking for more production from guys like a Jacob Cowing or a Ricky Pearsall, who we'd hoped were going to be a part of the offense, but you didn't want to have to rely on those guys to turn your season around.
And I'm not going to go with I don't know what someone's feeling. I know Debo's as tough as they come, so I'm not going to question whether his will to play wasn't strong enough. I've seen that guy take shots out there on the football field, so I don't know what it was, but it had to be fairly debilitating for him not to be out there. I mean, guys love to play in those games, man. They love to play in those big games, and that type of competitor didn't play. I mean, I know it looks like people are like, what? Really? Your tummy bothering you? That's what they're thinking.
People is me. I said that last segment. People is me. We got to bounce, Tom. Kyle Shanahan, 49ers head coach.
Yeah, what's wrong with you?
Going to address the media momentarily. I was just kidding, man. I don't know what's going on.
I know you were.
People heard me say that. He whooped my ass, okay? I don't need that heat. I was just kidding. Kyle Shanahan next. We'll carry it for you live as he addresses the media following Brandon Aiyuk's ACL and MCL injury. Kyle Shanahan next on the Sports Leader.
They're Tolbert and Copes, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
Tolbert and Copes with you Monday afternoon. We are going to hear from 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan momentarily here. He's getting ready to address the media down at Levi Stadium following the 28-18 loss to the Kansas City Chiefs. And the news really today is, and Kyle said, and we kind of feared it coming out of the game yesterday after the first half for Brandon Aiyuk, that it was a potential knee injury, and in fact it is. An ACL and an MCL is what is being reported per Ian Rappaport. He says per sources following the MRI today, so I expect we'll get confirmation on that from Kyle Shanahan. But in terms of how this is going down for the Niners, it does feel to me like they have the potential to be like the 2021 team. 10-7 really might be good enough to get you into the playoffs. It's a tough road to go on the road every week when you're in the postseason, but I don't think the goal for or vision for what makes this team a successful team this year in the fans' eyes is any different. It's Super Bowl or bust, and just because you're 3-4 right now doesn't really change that, given the quality of players still on the roster, whether they're hurt or not, and the amount of money that you've put into this thing.
That's exactly what it is. It's not get to the playoffs, not win a couple games in the playoffs. It's get all the way through the playoffs. So, yeah, I mean, do I think they can do it? Yeah. But do they have to improve? Of course. Of course they have to improve. If you want to, we can sit back and go through that 3-game losing streak last year and how dire it seemed after that. They were brutal. Brutal for 3 games. And they snapped out of it.
Yep.
And got headed in the right direction. So they've had poor starts before and rallied. That's the one thing about this team. Since Kyle Shanahan's been here, they've been able to rally at the end of the season. I mean, you'd like some more margin for error because then you get all the home games and you only have to play 2. Well, that's not going to be the case this year. That's just not going to be the case. So they just got to figure things out. They have the guys here. I mean, even without Aiyuk, they still have more than enough. They do need McCaffrey back. I mean, now you're starting to lose guys, and when you don't have McCaffrey, but you have Aiyuk and you have all the other weapons, okay, you're fine. You can still get it done because Mason was good enough. But now it just becomes harder and harder. Does Cowing play a bigger role? Does Pearsall play a bigger role? That was a really cool moment, him getting his first catch yesterday. That was very cool. Maybe that was no doubt that was the silver lining in the bleep sandwich. But they're going to have some things to figure out because even though Aiyuk didn't do a lot so far this year, aside from one game, I think it was the Arizona game, like he's still a threat. Like they're going to have to find somebody. And it's nice to have Juwan Jennings, but then someone has to step in for him. So the depth is starting to be tested, and the Niner fans can just keep their fingers crossed that McCaffrey is back after the bye week. And it's just been so quiet and I just wonder how that whole thing is going, and if that's kind of really behind the scenes what they're looking at, and if he comes back, is he going to stay back? So we won't know that until we see it. But man, yeah, they could really use him. Like really?
Yeah, I mean it's a fair question to say like how much can he save that, and we'll talk about him a little bit later in the impact. But for me, again, we've talked about this a bunch. It's not just what he does for you in terms of scoring and production. It's what he does for you in terms of, you mentioned the Steph Curry effect, the gravitational pull all the time, and how teams have to adjust their game plan to account for what he can do. Opens things up for other guys. I mean, the scheming to get guys open this year just hasn't been there. And you talk to people who know football better than we do. Dante Whitner says that's a direct impact or effect of not having McCaffrey.
No doubt about it. I mean, that's what great players do a lot of things, but one of the things they do in every sport is help the people around them by drawing all the attention. I mean, in baseball, it's just as simple as batting in front of a guy or batting behind a guy makes it easier. Because batting in front of a guy, they don't want to walk you to put him on before you. And then if he gets on base after you, you're getting the guy out of a stretch. So he's a great player. That's what he does. Not only does he provide you production, incredible production, running the ball, catching the ball, but because you have to game plan for him, it makes it a little bit easier for everyone else. As well as Mason's played, and I've said, and I still believe they can win without McCaffrey if they have Mason, he doesn't do that. You take care of him like a really good running back, but it's not like you have to game plan around him and take away some resources from elsewhere to defend him. You don't have to do that with him. You do with McCaffrey. Are you confident enough in a receiving core that is featuring Debo and Juwan Jennings? Because I actually am. I'm okay with that as your top two guys. Yeah, I'm okay with it. I mean, because it's not like Aiyuk has been dynamic this year, but we said we said before the season started, they're just not as good without Aiyuk. They're not. So they're going to take a hit. There's no doubt about it. And when you don't have Aiyuk and McCaffrey, it makes it harder. But yeah, I mean, Juwan's fine. I mean, he's not. What I worry about now is the same thing I worry about when it comes to bullpens. One guy gets hurt, that's okay. But if it's your ninth inning guy, then everybody starts moving up, slotting up. And we have Kyle Shanahan here at the podium.
All right, guys. Injuries from the game. Chris Conley had an ankle sprain. He'll be day-to-day. George Kittle, foot sprain, day-to-day. Deebo Samuel, he had kind of an odd illness, some fluid in his lungs, so technically pneumonia. And confirming Brandon Aiyuk did tear his ACL. So obviously be out for the season. And that's it from the game. Go ahead.
Do you have a timeline for Deebo Samuel?
No, he's. We'll see how he's in the hospital still, and we'll see how he recovers here over these next couple of days.
And Kyle, is there any other in addition to the ACL that could complement or
You went out. What was the? Say that again.
Is there any other ligament damage to Brandon that could complicate his recovery?
I know he had the MCL also, but I haven't got all. I didn't look into all of it yet. I just finished with the players, but I was told the ACL and there was MCL in there also.
Kyle, you had a long talk with you had a lengthy talk with Brock in the locker room after the game. Was there anything you were focusing on in particular when talking to him?
No, we're talking like we always do. I just didn't realize all you guys were standing behind me spying on us. But it was just love talking to guys after the game. I just happened to be walking back and he was standing right there. So we stopped and started talking. It really caught me off. I forgot everyone was still in there. We were just hanging out talking about the game and things like that. And then when I looked behind, you guys kind of scared me. I didn't realize everyone was creeping so bad. But that's just what we all do. We talk.
Looking back at the film, is there anything Brock is not seeing or that he is seeing that isn't there? I mean, when you look at the film?
Yeah, every game. I mean, there's always just same with the other quarterback on the other side. But those 3 picks, I know Brock would love to have back. He didn't have anything on that last one down in the red zone, but he's got to sit there and take the sack so he can kick a field goal and make it a 6-point game.
Back here live, Tolbert and Coach. That was Kyle Shanahan on a conference call with the media. It's still going on live right now. There he is confirming Brandon Aiyuk, a torn ACL and a torn MCL. So that's going to be the remainder of Aiyuk's season. They just keep losing players. I mean, left and right. It's why I asked the question earlier. Does it have potential to be like the 2021 team where they started 3-5? They had a slew of injuries to start the season. Elijah Mitchell becomes your leading rusher. And one of our texters earlier said it would be like 2020 if they'd lost both Jimmy Garoppolo and Nick Bosa, but they've lost a ton of players this year. I mean, a lot of the guys that we anticipated being key role players have either gotten hurt or haven't been here at all, like Christian McCaffrey and now Brandon Aiyuk. Hufanga comes back and then is immediately out again, back on injured reserve. You have Greenlaw, who is yet to make his debut, and I think the Greenlaw absence has been heavily felt this year, maybe more than we anticipated it would be to this point. So, do they have the talent still to turn things around? I would think so, and if there is any silver lining, not as it relates to how well or not well the Niners have played or performed this year, it's that, to your point, Tom, there's like 3 teams that are very good, it seems like, in the NFC, or could be the top of the NFC, and then it's a little muddled up. So, again, you're in the worst division in football, being the best team in the worst division. I'm not even confident in saying that right now. They should be by season's end, but remains to be seen. That's what gives you the hope that they may be able to turn things around.
Like, they have I think it's pretty clear, and not that this makes a huge difference, because we're not even, I guess we're barely a third of the way now through the season. Detroit's the best team in the NFC. I mean, what they did to Minnesota yesterday was impressive. Their defense wasn't all that impressive, but their offense, I mean, Minnesota's been shutting everybody down. And Jared Goff looked like he was just thrown at the park, like not a care in the world. Like, they did a great job with some of those blitz pickups. I mean, really, really nice stuff. And Goff just wasn't being touched. And that's the thing about blitzes. You pick him up, you give a guy a couple seconds, 2.5 seconds, he'll kill you. And with Goff's accuracy, he did. Like, over and over and over again, he hit Amon-Ra St. Brown down the field. And it was like a thing of beauty offensively. You figured Minnesota got up 10-0. It's like, uh-oh. And then Detroit started reeling them in, and then took the lead. I think it was 14-10. And I'm not sure if they ever gave it up. I know Minnesota scored late. The fumble return got them really, really close. Or no, they took the lead at the end. That's what it was. Took the lead at the end, then the Lions drove down and kicked the field goal to win it. That was a great game. But those are the 2 top teams right now. There's no doubt about it. After that, yeah, it's just like, I don't know. Man, I guess Green Bay's pretty good. I mean, I think they're pretty good.
I think they are.
I don't know.
They get a little sloppy sometimes, but they're still young. Yeah, I think they're pretty good.
They did a good job against Houston yesterday. Stroud threw for, that's hard to believe, Stroud threw for 86 yards in that game. 86. And they still managed to almost win that game. Mixon was incredible. He's playing really, really well for him. But, I mean, Green Bay's right there. But they're not quite at 6 games in at Detroit or Minnesota's level. But then you start looking at Philly. I mean, Philly's playing okay. I like them, but they're, I don't look at them and go, oh my gosh. Like the Cowboys, we're gonna see them this weekend. They're just like okay to me. I like the Commanders, but their defense is just still. I mean, they disregard what they did. I mean, against the Panthers. Panthers are back to being awful again. At least they were competitive for a couple of weeks. Now they're just the Panthers again. And then the whole West is just a mess. The whole West is a mess. And look, you win the West, you get a 4 seed at worst. So that's like the goal right now. Is just get better, win the West. It's not going to be easy. Again, that schedule is daunting. It really is. But I think they're going to have a good shot to at least win the division. But yeah, I don't want to put too much stock into yesterday's game. And I hate to go back to it, but they're 3-4 right now. They could easily be 5-2. I mean, things would look a whole lot different at 5-2. You'd still be lamenting the fact that you lost to the Chiefs again and lost it in the fashion you lost it to them again. But it's still, your record would look totally different, and we'd be looking at this from a totally different lens. But they didn't. They lose. So they're 3-4. That's who you are. You are what your record says you are. But that's why it's still, to me, they're still a weird team, because there's still enough really good stuff in there that I keep thinking, okay, it's there. They just can't harness it. It's like, okay, we'll give it to you for 2 quarters. We'll give it to you for 3. We'll give it to you for 3.5 quarters. And then we'll just do something completely ridiculous and lose the game. Like, they've done that twice now, where it's like, okay, good game, good solid game, not a good solid game. What the hell? That's happened. You can't believe they lost that game. So what happens is is when you lose games like that, instead of being 5-2, you're 3-4, and your margin for error just shrinks. So the Buffalo game seems a lot bigger. Green Bay seems a lot bigger. They're going to be big anyway. But now you got to start winning some games that are going to be toss-up games, because they were favored yesterday by a little bit. That was a toss-up game. They lost it. They were favored in Minnesota. Maybe shouldn't have been. Lost it. So you got to start winning some of these games where it's going to be, the spread will be between 3 either way, and it's going to be pretty even. Those are the ones you got to start winning. Because to your point, you start looking at the teams they've beaten. I mean, the best win they have is the Seattle win in Seattle. That was a good win.
Yep.
That was solid. That was a solid win. Seattle just went down and thumped Atlanta yesterday. So I think Seattle's pretty decent, but they're like I don't think they're as good as the Niners, but they're like the Niners in that they can look good, they can look not so good. They can do some dumb stuff, and all of a sudden, they lost or they won. So the West is just, I don't. The Rams still, I know they're trying to hang in there until they get Puka back and Kupp back. I think Kupp will be back. I think they kind of were hoping to be back this week, but he's not. Maybe he'll be back next week. So we'll see what happens there. And then, I'm sorry, I'm still not sold on Arizona.
Yeah, I'm with you.
We'll see. But again, Minnesota, Detroit's number 1. To me, Minnesota's 2. And then there's kind of like a soup bowl full of it could be good. Maybe not go so good. So we'll see.
We just heard from 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan. Brandon Aiyuk out for, as Matt Barrow says, the MCL, ACL general tear is a 10-month recovery is what you're looking at, but we don't know how much more damage beyond that, probably until they get in there and take care of it. Deebo Samuel dealing with pneumonia, so he had fluid in his lungs is what Kyle Shanahan said, had some breathing issues prior to yesterday's game, and so he was out, and he said if Deebo's unable to go, it's going to be a heavy workload for Jacob Cowing and Ricky Pearsall on Sunday against the Cowboys. Also, George Kittle has a sprained foot and is considered day-to-day, so more positive news for the 49ers, getting more and more banged up, and nobody's going to feel bad for you with the way this roster was constructed. No McCaffrey, no Aiyuk now for the remainder of the season. Who knows when Deebo Samuel's back, listed as day-to-day. No timeline, I guess, for his return, technically, since he's dealing with an illness. And then George Kittle, the sprained foot, is considered day-to-day. We're going to catch up with our guy, Brent Jones, for his weekly conversation. We'll talk to him about how this one went down and where the 49ers go from here next on the Sports Leader. Warriors guard Moses Moody has agreed to a 3-year, $39 million contract extension. Also, Shams Charania reports that Jonathan Kuminga will not get a new deal by Wednesday's deadline. For all your Warrior news, keep it locked right here on KNBR, the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group, letting you know you can declare your retirement independence today with a call to O'Donnell Financial Group. Having the proper investment strategy in place may allow you the freedom to do what you want and when you want, potentially for the rest of your life. You've worked hard, you've saved hard, and the folks at O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help you avoid common mistakes in retirement having the right investment strategy for the future could make all the difference. You can reduce what you owe to the government and keep hundreds of thousands more in your pocket, especially for those who have saved a lot. So don't wait. Declare your retirement independence and call O'Donnell Financial Group today at 866-496-2300 and learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence. Call 866-496-2300 or learn more online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300 or odfigroup.com to learn more. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently.
Before there was 85.
Yeah, no fear from Kittle.
There was 84.
Brent Jones, who Jerry Rice says has the best hands on the team.
Now time for 49ers legendary tight end Brent Jones with Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
It's time to talk to our favorite tight end. Seems like we can't stay on the happy wagon. We got to hop over to the to the desolation train.
I like the wagon better. I like the happy wagon more.
Yeah, the wagon's much better than the train.
Yeah.
What's going on, Brent?
Well, I'm driving the desolation wagon right now, and a lot of people are jumping on board.
Little desolation sensation.
Oh, y'all, thank you. Very good.
Nice, Copes.
So overall, takeaways from yesterday.
A massive failure. I mean, I guess you start with Brandon Aiyuk, and I mean it's certainly sad, and it's a devastating injury. Could be a longer recovery. It's brutal, and it's tough from a team perspective. I mean, and I've said this a few times, but the York family has paid everybody and loaded this team up, and they deserve better, and so do the fans. So, going to miss that production of 1 or 2 catches a game for 20 yards, but it's a tough pill to swallow right now. And it's frustrating. He clearly never was ready to compete this year, and it's sad. You certainly don't want anybody to be injured like that. That was a brutal injury.
Well, unless it's Deshaun Watson, then I wanted to.
I felt pretty good about that one. Yeah.
Yeah. Were you guys cheering?
Yeah.
Not until it happened.
You guys are ruthless. But yeah,
just him though.
No,
just him.
You know, our receiving core, let's face it, this year hasn't been what we've needed it to be. That's where I'm going to start.
Yeah.
You know, I thought Debo had the flu yesterday, and I was going to jump on him, but I guess it's pneumonia.
He's in the hospital, bro.
Yeah. So I don't know how you let yourself get to that point, but you know, is what it is. I'm glad. His sore shoulder should feel better when he's back and healthy, so that'll be good. We've got to get McCaffrey back. Obviously, that'll be key. I thought George Kittle competed his butt off, and I think needs to be more of a focus of where the ball is going right now, because we're going to have some young receivers. I don't know what Debo is going to look like for Sunday, but we're going to have some young receivers. Hopefully, Juwan's back. But Cowing's going to have to certainly step up. He looked good in a few opportunities yesterday. Ricky Pearsall, what a great story. We got to get him going and up to speed and next man up. It's really the way it's going to be. I mean, these guys are going to have to bring it together. So starts with the receiving core. We're going to have to get separation. We're going to have to beat man coverage. Haven't been great at it this year, and that's allowed teams to blitz the heck out of us. And that's my number 2 point. We need to figure out how to pick up the blitz, or we're going to get Brock Purdy killed. We have not done a good job of it all year. We've had guys, linemen, not be able to block it. We've also had free runners. We might have to start max protecting, keep Kyle Juszczyk in, and have one less receiver out in the route. But it's whatever we're doing right now is not working. And against the better teams, i.e. the Chiefs, instead of the Cardinals or the Rams, you're going to get exposed badly, and we were yesterday. So that's another thing. Our linebackers actually have to tackle. Our interior linemen have to be more stout against the run. That was really the defense against the pass really played well yesterday. And they really kind of shut down Mahomes. Mahomes has not had a great season, no matter what anybody will tell you. And outside of a few runs that really hurt us, we kept him in pretty good check. So I was happy for that if you're looking for a bright spot. But all in all, Brock made a few throws that are un-Brock-like into coverage that you're just, scratching your head. The one to Bell, I mean, I know Brock took it on himself and Kyle did too, but just the look on Brock's face after he threw it, it felt like to me, like, why did he cut that route off? He was probably supposed to have a higher angle instead of cut it off. But who knows? It wouldn't have mattered. And lastly, our special teams, of who we talk about every week. I mean, the biggest transition in the game yesterday was Brandon Aiyuk dropping a huge pass right on the money for a huge play, and then us giving up a massive punt return. Our special teams continues to defy logic. And at some point, I mean, I hate to be so brutally honest at this point, but I'm going to be. I think Kyle is too loyal sometimes to some of these guys, but we've got backup guys playing special teams, and you know what? We might need to cut a guy or two and sign somebody else off of somebody else's practice squad and get some guys in here that are hungry, that want to play special teams, because it's been a disaster all year, quite honestly. And so let's see. I've taken down the linemen, the receivers, the linebackers. We actually had a good pass rush yesterday. A few times we got out of our lanes that allowed for Mahomes to, scramble for the first down. Third down, we gave up 57% third down conversion rate, and we were like at, 13 or 15. You could point to that and say that's the game. I thought our defensive backs really played well. A guy that has been playing well week in and week out is Lenore, and we got to give him some credit. I liked Malik Mustafa yesterday too. Way to bring it, young man. I saw you out there a couple times light some guys up, and that's what we got to have. We got to have guys flying around playing like that. Fred Warner kind of had a little bit of an off game, I thought. And so I've pretty much gone through everybody. So
you did. Very, very
that's how
comprehensive.
I looked at the game. We knew this was going to be a big game, and it looked like we came out not ready to play. Like it's the Chiefs. Like I'm still scratching my head.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. And by the way, it's funny you mentioned the Aiyuk play because I thought that was the biggest play of the game, him dropping that ball.
It was the biggest play of the game, and obviously it's tough now because he's hurt. But that's been reminiscent of his play all year.
He just has not gotten to a groove all year. What about the offense?
Too many drop passes.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, no, you're right.
No, that was it, Tom.
Too many drops.
Many drops. Heading out of the game, not getting separation. It's just not ready to play at the NFL level when you got your big deal.
So let me ask you this, because I made this analogy, how defenders used to guard, and still do to a certain extent, Steph and Clay, where they'd play on top of them, and they just wouldn't let them get to the three-point line or try as hard as they could. Like, you could have the back door, but you're not coming out to the three-point line. They call it top blocking. It seemed like the Chiefs were doing that to the receivers, the 49er receivers, except not top. They were just keeping them out of the middle. Just basically playing an extreme version of inside leverage and just forcing everyone to go outside. Did you see that? And if so, were there adjustments that could have been made? Were they made? Look, he had the deep ball to Cowing. Purdy underthrew it. Had the deep ball to Kittle, underthrew it. Like, Purdy was right along there with everybody that you mentioned. Like, he wasn't good yesterday at all. But I'm wondering, what are the adjustments, or was it not as extreme as it looked on TV? Because I can't see everything, but it just looked like the Chiefs' game plan was, we're not letting you go to the middle of the field.
Interesting that you say that, Tom, because I thought on a few times it looked like that as well. Like, we're going to go ahead and just square you up inside out and not let you come across the middle. And the 49ers are really successful at some crossing routes and guys getting underneath. And, the other thing is throwing deep outside. You got to have a really strong arm. I think Brock has a good arm, but not, it's not an Elway-esque arm. So you don't rely on those throws for your bread and butter. Mm-hmm. And so it did feel like the Chiefs had a pretty good game plan, along with the blitz, right? We've talked about this week in and week out, and I say if we continue to not handle the blitz well, that's on tape. Every defensive coordinator sees that, and even teams that aren't traditionally blitz heavy are blitzing us because we haven't done a good job of picking it up. And what do? You get in Brock Purdy's face, and there's no throwing lanes. We aren't getting separation. We haven't seemed like we've had an outlet receiver, whether it's the running back, which typically that's Christian McCaffrey. And Jordan Mason, as good as he's been, isn't that guy in the passing game. And so, yes, people are attacking our Achilles heel, if you will, right now, and they've done a good job of that. And I commend them. What do we need to do different? And it's funny. I mean, it's not like I'm texting Kyle and say, hey, this is what we used to do. But I will say this. You got to change the tempo. And one of the things that we used to do when we had a sour game or two, I mean, we pushed the panic button early. And, if we lost 2 games in a row, the world was ending back in the day. So one of the things that we would do to change things up is we'd say, okay, we're going to come out in the first quarter, and every series we're running 2-minute. And what it does, it looks ugly if you go 3 and out, right? Because it's like, hey, 18 seconds came off the clock and you're punting, and it's not great for the defense. But we would do that. It allows for no substitution on the defense, and you just say, hey, here are the plays that we're going to run. We're going to run 2-minute drill. Hey, if they blitz, we're going to do this. This is our check. And almost all the time, that would restart us and give us some momentum. And it's not going to be every series, but the fact that you do that and you're kind of like working your way out of a, I don't want to say slump, but a little bit, it'd be great. I'd love to see them do that in the red zone because it would completely screw up their defenses that they're playing against. And so things like that, just changing things up. Right now, we seem a little disheveled. I would go back to our basic. We used to always do that. We'd walk through our basic plays, and we'd have 15 or 20 pass plays, and we'd only run those or call those for like the first half. Like, we know how to do this. We do it with our eyes shut. We're going back. We're not going to get too fancy. We're going to go back to the base stuff that we do well. And I understand, like, yeah, is it the same without Christian McCaffrey? No. Is it going to be the same without Aiyuk in there? No. We got to have some other guys step up, and going with your base plays probably gives a little more comfort to the younger, newer guys, and you know where to go with the ball every time you're running a basic play. And so that's kind of the way that we would break out of a slump. We'd go back to basics, and we'd also, hey, we're going 2-minute. We're going to go the whole first half. It's like, what? And so you better be in shape, and you know what? It's great to gas the other team. And those things would change things up, and it would give us momentum and allow us to kind of get back in the groove, if you will. And those are the things that we did via Bill Walsh, via George, Mike Holmgren, Mike Shanahan. And it would kind of, I want to say rattle everyone's cages, but it would kind of like get you back to, hey, these are the things that we do when we're successful. And it kind of reminds you, because right now we're in a little bit of a rut in the red zone. Too many field goals. We just can't get a break. If we do, we have a big penalty, holding on the offensive lineman. We have a drop pass or two, or we have a guy run the wrong route, or, Brock threw it into double coverage a couple times yesterday where, like, he just doesn't do that. And so I'm thinking, okay, he's frustrated. He's trying to make a play. And, yeah, it was ugly to watch, but we're not at the complete panic stage. We just got exposed by, the best team in the AFC. And it's weird that I'm calling them the best team, because I look at them on paper and I go, no way is this a Super Bowl team. We have Patrick Mahomes, an old Travis Kelce that did nothing, and a bunch of no-name guys beating the crap out of us. It's like, you got to be kidding me. Like, it was so frustrating. Like, come on. And special teams, and are you kidding? And it's, man, that was – we got to have buy-in too. You know what? I know I'm rambling a little bit, but I knew I would just because of this game. We got to have buy-in across the board. We have to have everybody buy in. Like, we got to start bringing it. Like, nobody's afraid of us anymore, offensively or defensively, and everybody was always afraid of us these last couple of years. We're playing like knuckleheads. So we got to bring it together and start doing little things one at a time. And if that takes Kyle cutting one or two players that are mostly special teams backup guys, hey, do it. Throw down the gauntlet. Let everybody know, hey, this isn't a country club. It's not comfortable always playing in the NFL. But, man, whatever we're doing, something has to change. We've got to beat the Cowboys and get to the bye week. Man, it's just like, ugh. I feel like we're crawling on hands and knees. Just let us beat the Cowboys, which Like, yeah, like a couple weeks ago, I'd have been like, what? Let's just beat the Cowboys by 40. And now I'm like, can we just beat the Cowboys? Water, bye week, come on.
Talking to Brent Jones, the voice you hear on the UMA guest line. By the way, Brent's sponsored by the Alameda County Sheriff's Office, seeking highly motivated people to join their diverse and growing law enforcement agency. Apply at joinacso.com. I mean, you mentioned it. I was looking like that too. Like, man, they're going to kick the crap out of the Cowboys. Now, McCaffrey out, Brandon Aiyuk out for the season, Deebo Samuel pneumonia and in the hospital, and no timetable for his return. George Kittle, a foot sprain day-to-day. Juwan Jennings, hopeful that he'll return from the hip this week. Brent, does this team feel closer to the one in 2020 that went 6-10 after losing the Super Bowl, or the team from 2021 that started 3-5 and went to the NFC Championship?
Bite your tongue, Copes. It better be the 2021 team.
Hey, I asked you, man. Bite my tongue. That's a question.
6-10. No, you know what? I'm just not panicking yet, and it's weird. It is. You know what? How weird is it that I'm a 61-year-old guy that used to play for this team, and I can be in a bad mood on Sunday night and Monday morning because we played so bad? It's like, dude, this does not apply to you, but it does. And I got to say, I'm sure there's a ton of fans in the Bay Area where they had a little chip on their shoulder this morning when they went to work, and I did too. It's like, why do I care? I'm not panicking. I'm frustrated, but I see the path. Beat the Cowboys, get to 4-4. Let Brent Jones wear his Niners hat in Texas, please.
Hell yeah.
So I can taunt people saying your team's out of it and gone for good. So that's one thing. But get that, get to the bye. Hopefully get Christian back. Hopefully get Deebo back and healthy. And we need a healthy Kittle, because that guy just freaking – I'll take that guy 24/7 every day. Same like Fred Warner. Even though Fred didn't play his A game yesterday, I'll take Fred's B game any time. Those are the two guys where I feel like, you know what, every week those guys are bringing it. They're laying it on the line, and they're going to feel like death warmed over after the game. But those guys are the guys. We need more guys with kind of that attitude that just leave it on the field. And I don't know what it is. It just feels like we haven't had as much of that this year as the last couple years, and it's really weird. It's hard to put your finger on, but it's something. But if we can get to the bye week, get a few guys healthied up, work a little bit on our blitz blocking schemes, and my gosh, hold special teams tryouts, we'll be okay.
Yeah, the special teams have not been special at all.
It's
been like 5 years.
I can picture Copes running down on punt team right now, freaking bringing it.
Dude, I got wheels, man. Really, if I was gonna bring one skill set, I could be a gunner, dude. That's what I'm in for.
You know what? With anger in your heart and frustration, and you're just gonna knock someone's head off. That's what we need.
And you know what? I can't stand kick returners. So I mean, that's a perfect thing for me. You know what I mean? Just run down there and hit somebody.
You know what, Copes? Stay in your lane, bro. That's my tip for you, whether you're running down on kickoff or interviewing people.
Gap integrity, bro. That's what we're looking for here. Yeah, stay in my lane, gap integrity. Brent Jones, the voice you hear.
You know what? If you're quoting gap integrity, you're so far ahead of the game.
I'm halfway there, dude. Brent, I'm looking for you to do the call next week in your Niner hat. That's what I need. Monday morning, Monday afternoon, you're in the Niner hat.
I got to be strutting around at 4-4, trash talking all these Cowboy fans.
Have a great week, bro. We'll talk to you next Monday.
All right, guys. It better be a victory Monday, or I'm going to really be coming unglued.
We'll talk to Brent next week. Brent Jones joins us each and every Monday following Niner games. Niners and the Cowboys. You know, Brent wants that one bad next Sunday night, and the Niners need that one bad. Christian McCaffrey, still, as Kyle Shanahan told the media, I guess, today, he would be surprised if in fact, he plays on Sunday night against the Dallas Cowboys. Brandon Aiyuk now out for the season with the ACL and the PCL. Juwan Jennings are hoping for to come back this week. Deebo Samuel in the hospital, and George Kittle has a foot sprain. He is listed as day-to-day. We do have an update on more from McCaffrey and a couple of the other players. Greenlaw and Moses Moody will get that to you momentarily here. Tolbert and Copes will also catch up with Matt Mayoka, who's going to join us at 4:50. More to come as the Niners are banged up at 3-4 on the Sports Leader. The 49ers continue their struggles against the Chiefs and in general this season as they lost yesterday 28-18. You can vent with us all day long. How do you feeling, Niner fans? 415-808-KNBR. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. And if you want to play a role in deciding the future of your country and your city, you have an important and powerful tool to do that. It's your vote. But remember, you can't vote if you aren't registered, and now is the time to take action. By the way, it couldn't be any easier. Simply visit sfelections.gov/register. I'm telling you, it only takes a couple of minutes to complete that registration application. Again, sfelections.gov/register to participate in the upcoming November 5th election and encourage your friends and family to do the same.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dude, does it feel like every time the Niners have lost a game this year, and by the way, there have been no, good losses. Not that there are good losses, but, every time they lose, feels like it's happened in disastrous fashion. I mean, Minnesota maybe a little bit unexpected, but the way things got away from there, they tried to claw back in, didn't get it done. Didn't have Deebo Samuel that game. Juwan Jennings then ended up having the big 3-touchdown performance against Minnesota. You lose the game to the Rams that felt disastrous just based on how they melted down in the second half. Same could be said about the game against Arizona. Each one has felt like maybe that's the worst loss. No, that's the worst loss. No, this one's worse. Yesterday, by far the worst loss. But each day after a loss time, I feel like we come in and there's even worse injury news. It feels like each and every time. I mean, Talanoa Hufanga goes down. He gets an injury. He lands back on IR. Jake Moody gone. They lose 2 kickers in back-to-back weeks, right? There's a bunch of funky stuff that's happened, but it does feel like each time they've lost, things have gotten worse and worse. Christian McCaffrey still ruled out. Brandon Aiyuk now out for the year. Deebo in the hospital, expected to make a full recovery, but no timetable for his return. You hope he's able to go on Sunday, but when it's pneumonia and fluid in the lungs, that really is a breathing thing. You got to make sure he's good to go, and you want his stamina to be all right. George Kittle is seemingly always banged up just because of the style in which he plays. He looked at a front flip over a guy yesterday when he took a tackle. He's got a sprained foot. And Juwan Jennings, you're just hopeful he returns this week. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys you expected to be a part of the offense as starters this year and skill position players.
I thought for sure you were going to say concerning Deebo, just put a tube in it and get out there.
You mean just drain him up?
Drain him up. Let's go.
Does it work that way?
Let's go. I don't know.
I don't think you just put a tube into the lung.
I have no idea how it works.
Don't forget, Tyrod Taylor had that lung. The reason Justin Herbert.
That was brutal. Well, he got a shot.
Well, yeah, he got a cortisone shot or something before the game into his rib cage, and they punctured his lung. He never got his job back. He got Wally Pipp by that needle, by that doctor.
That was. Well, he was going to give it up sooner.
Yeah, it was going to happen fast to Herbert, but still.
But that needle decided. I want to see some Justin Herbert.
I'm going to expedite this a bit.
Yeah, I'm gonna let me go ahead and dig a little bit deeper on this. There's the lung. Look, there are reasons, but it's the NFL, right? I mean, you try to figure it out, and at some point, it will get to where it's too much, to kind of you just can't sustain. I don't think they're at that point yet. But if McCaffrey doesn't come back, then all bets are off at that point. Because he was supposed. Remember, way back when it all started as just precautionary, just keeping him out of the preseason. Just precautionary.
He was going to play tonight if it was a playoff game. That's what we heard after the Jets game.
And then precautionary turned into. And now we're at the bye week. So 7 games into the season. 8 games it'll be into the season. Almost halfway through the season. So we'll see where we'll see where it goes. It'd be awesome to see him back on the field. 1, because he's fun to watch. He's just one of the most fun players to watch in the NFL. And 2, the Niners really could use him. They could use a boost. But yeah, this game feels different. Because of how they lost to Kansas City, right? It almost feels like, God, man, this is going to be tight. I don't know that I feel like they're going to just smash the Cowboys like they did last year. And the Cowboys have not. The Cowboys, last time we saw the Cowboys was them getting their pumpkin smashed against the Lions. That was an outright ownage of a game. They were even nowhere near the level of the Lions in that game. I'm not sure the Niners are either, but they're closer than the Cowboys. But the they're coming off the bye. They've heard it now for 2 weeks. They're not the team everybody thought they were. Maybe they are. I think both you and I thought, I'm not taking them seriously.
No.
But I thought they'd be more competitive at home. If I'm not mistaken, I do not believe they've won a home game this year. They've just gotten beaten up at home. So you get tired of hearing that stuff. You try to refocus. I don't know if they're capable of it. They literally have no run game. Their run game's awful. So maybe that will will work in the favor of the 49ers, who've been hurt a little bit by the run and the pass. But the pass, I think Brent's right. The pass defense was pretty good against the Chiefs. It was the run defense more than anything.
They ran 39 times. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, but it's not like you could. I guarantee you, if you look at yards per play, the Niners were probably still better than the Chiefs.
They were.
yesterday.
They ran fewer plays, but yes.
But that's what it was. The Chiefs just accumulated more plays and made the plays when they needed to make the plays. Again, they weren't big chunk yards, but when you're 8 for 14 on third down, they don't have to be. You can just keep matriculating the ball down the field. But yeah, this one just feels like this might be a tight one. I saw they were favored by 5.5, which sounds about right. 5.5. I wouldn't. This one I'm not touching because I think you do have two desperate teams, and I'm just not willing to. With the Niners are playing, I'm not willing to lay 5.5 points with them. That's just not going to happen. But I can't take the Cowboys either the way they've looked. But it does feel like it feels like I won't say the Niners are out of it. It's not an elimination game. It's not a loser leave town game. It's not a pink slip game. It's about all the wrestling ones I come up with.
Pink slip on a pole game. Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah, exactly. But it does feel like, man, whoever loses this game is going to be hanging on. Like they're going to be the cat in the tree, hang in there. A couple claws on the bark and just kind of hanging in there. It feels like that for one of these two teams. Like neither of these two teams was supposed to be here at this time of the season. Yet here we are, here they are, and one of them is going to be even further down the hole, trying to dig themselves out of it. The one thing they have going for them, I think the Niners do, is their division isn't as good as the NFC East, which I don't think is great anyway. But I do think it's better in the West right now. But yeah, this one just feels a little different. And I guess games, they just feel like that when you're injured, you're coming off a game where you didn't play all that well, and now this one just feels, and the Niners haven't gotten any, again, they haven't gotten no rhythm yesterday. They haven't had any rhythm, any traction all year long. Step back, step forward, step back, step forward, step back, step forward. Feel good, feel bad, feel like a dance. And then we do the hokey pokey. So it just,
you got me thinking about Paulie from Rocky 3. He can't train him like that. He's got no rhythm.
No rhythm. He's got no rhythm.
Yeah, he makes an off-color mark about the black man that they're training with.
Exactly.
Yeah, you just can't train him like that.
No rhythm.
He's got no rhythm.
So we'll see. We will see. Maybe we'll get a better feel for it as Sunday gets closer. But yeah, it just feels like one of those games where it's going to be dicey.
Tolbert and Cokes with you Monday afternoon. We're going to catch up with Matt Maioka, who was on that conference call with Kyle Shanahan just a little while ago. He joins us at 4:50. But an actual update on Christian McCaffrey, Dre Greenlaw, and Moses Moody. A Christian McCaffrey return could be coming after the bye week. How much can he save this thing? We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
An actual update on Christian McCaffrey, Dre Greenlaw, and Moses Moody.
When you look at Moses Moody.
Yeah, what's the problem? That's what I meant. Updates on Christian McCaffrey, Dre Greenlaw, and Moses Moody. Sent a 3-year, $39 million contract extension. Warriors open on Wednesday in Portland. That's exactly what I meant to say.
When you look at
Jake Moody. Jake Moody, obviously, the name you're going to get an update on here. But Moses Moody did sign a contract over the weekend. We were in the postgame yesterday. One of the guys in the bullpen ran in. He was like in my ear, dude, Moses Moody signed an extension. I was like, I think the Niner news is a little bit more pressing as it stands right now. Got some updates earlier today on Brandon Aiyuk, who is going to be out for the season now, MCL and ACL tear for him. We also got an update from Kyle Shanahan a little while ago when he spoke to the media on a conference call about Christian McCaffrey's status, Dre Greenlaw, who's out with the Achilles, of course, from the injury in the Super Bowl last year, and Jake Moody, who has not been placed on IR, just kind of waiting for his return. Here's what Kyle Shanahan had to say about McCaffrey, Greenlaw, and Jake Moody.
Christian's still progressing through his rehab. He hasn't had any setbacks, so it's been all good news so far. Be surprised to get him back this week. But, hopefully that the bye week will go well and have a much better chance there right after the bye week. And Greenlaw's still a few weeks after that. Everything's still going fine, but no time soon right now. And Jake Moody with a high ankle sprain, we know we're not going to get him back till after the bye week at the earliest, so we'll have to wait till then to see how it reacts.
I wasn't really anticipating any of those guys back before the bye week. We hadn't heard anything about that and ramping guys up. So Christian McCaffrey, again, opening the practice window and all that, I would have anticipated we'd have heard about that prior to just a week before or less than a week here till the Niners take on the Cowboys on Sunday night. That was the most positive, he said. After the bye week, we're thinking he could be back. Greenlaw a few weeks after McCaffrey, meaning they kind of have that to me, the way that was phrased, in my mind just sort of means maybe they have an idea of when they think McCaffrey can start to hit the field again.
I'll believe it when I see it. I have no idea. They could be right, could not. I don't know. We'll see. It just seems like, again, I'll go back to before the season when it was just a precautionary thing. So, look, it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter to me anyway. I know people want to know, need to know all that, and I get that. But when they're there, they're there. When they're not, they're not. And so that's just all there is to it. Greenlaw, I think you said earlier on, it's a bigger deal than I thought it was going to be. It's a bigger deal than a lot of people thought it was going to be. It's been a big deal. That linebacker opposite of Warner, whether it be Campbell, Winters, whoever, hasn't been great at all. So you don't usually think of linebackers anymore. Linebackers used to be they were the main guys. Linebackers and running backs were the dudes in the NFL way back when. Everybody had a linebacker that you knew. Now it's you don't even hardly know the linebackers anymore. So you're thinking, how important could it be? Well, come to find out, pretty important. And Dre Greenlaw not only provided the emotional leadership and the violence out on the field, but he could cover. He could get in there and defend the run. He was just really good at multiple things, and they're missing that. So that was, I didn't even really, I thought, okay, linebacker. He's going to be missed, but no but. He's just going to be missed. And he's going to be missed with caps. So that's been a rough one. So the sooner they get him back, the better. I'm not saying the defense was great last year, and they did struggle against the run last year, but they're going to get better with him. Guarantee they'll get better with him because he kind of brings that edge to him. And, Hufanga missing this year, most of it. He's gone, then he's back for a blip, and then gone again. So, although I do like what Mustafa's bringing, Brown, but I think Hufanga's the guy that you put him up near the line of scrimmage, he could really make some things happen, and I think he helps with the run defense as well. So we'll see, but you got to put yourself in position. And 4-4 that's kind of right there. You don't rule out anything except for like home field through the playoffs. That's not happening. Because at 4-4, you only have 9 games left. I mean, unless you want to rip off a tidy 8-1 or 9-0, then you'll be in business. Hard to imagine they would do that with the schedule they have lined up and the way they've been playing. So it's not like you see that in them, like, oh, I see that type of run coming. The only thing that makes you think a run like that is possible is they've done it before. They've had a couple seasons where they got up to slow starts and really started ripping off wins toward the down the stretch. So, but that was with a fairly healthy team. This team is banged up, and we'll see where it goes. But we'll see if your premonition comes true. 4-4 into the break, lose to the Chiefs, win to the Cowboys.
I mean, if that were in fact to happen, again, I think that's palatable, especially if you do have an idea that McCaffrey could come back. That's the most positive I think anybody's spoken about it, is that, maybe after the bye week we're talking, and then to say Greenlaw a couple weeks after that is definitely a positive. Moody after the bye week as well, which means you're still going to be pretty shorthanded this week, losing Aiyuk. I mean, it's no debate that Christian McCaffrey's thrown things off for the offense and for this team more than any other injury they faced. They did lose Javon Hargrave. I mentioned Talanoa Hufanga, who you started the year without. Yeah. Had him come back momentarily and then lost him. But they were hoping at some point to get to whatever full strength means for the best of a team throughout a season. And now, I mean, even with the performance of Aiyuk after not being here in the preseason, I think you hurt the offense even more. It sort of felt like you didn't have the impact of Aiyuk and you don't have Christian McCaffrey. Does his return, I mean, I've equated it apples to oranges in the last couple of weeks as like losing a 35 or 40 home run hitter out of the middle of your lineup and wanting to have the same offensive production. You just don't. You don't have somebody in there that can drive in the runs at the rate that you did before. Does him coming back change all that much? I mean, I know it changes a lot for the offense, but is he a guy you can plug in, you think can save things from where they are right now?
Well, not only do you have the production that you talked about, we've talked about the production you get from other people because he's there. That's really kind of the quote-unquote hidden yardage, the hidden benefit of having stars is they help everybody else. You may not see it, but it's definitely there. So, yeah, if he comes back and he's healthy, it's going to be massive. Going to absolutely be massive for this team. I didn't even mention Hargrave. It just seems like, I don't know if you went back and looked at like the NFL, the history of the NFL, or last 10 years, 20 years, whatever. But teams that like go to a Super Bowl, we know teams that go to a Super Bowl and lose have a hard time repeating. But just teams that go to Super Bowls, period, that are injury-free the year before, like relatively injury-free. The Niners,
they were fortunate last year. Yeah,
pretty clean bill of health last year, and I wonder how that plays out like the next year, because it just seems like the odds are obviously not in your favor at that point. But I wonder if playing those extra games hurts the athletes the following year. I know people have mentioned, Papa mentioned this about the practice field that they were not thrilled with, soft conditions that they had, that who knows what that led to. Now, I don't want to speculate on that, but the odds, like when you just look at the odds of getting hurt, every team's going to have some injuries. But when you go through a long season and relatively unscathed, you just figure the odds are getting you next year. Like, you're not going to be that lucky next year. Forget about the turf, forget about this, forget about that. Just the odds. Now, the odds have certainly more than made up for not getting anybody last year, because it's just been a rash of injuries. And not just a rash. You're talking about major contributors to the team, right? Hufanga, out. Greenlaw, out last year. Hargrave, out. Aiyuk now, out. McCaffrey, out. I mean, these are like big-time players that are getting hurt, and I'm sure there are others as well. But the players that contribute the most are the ones that are getting hurt. But it is the NFL, You just got to figure a way around it. Again, no one cries for anybody at this level in pro sports. You're hurt, so what? We don't care. So are we. And even if we're not, we don't care.
Blank, you pay me. Yeah.
Exactly, because we will be at some point, and no one's going to care about us. That's just the way it is. And you just got to find a way to figure it out. Now, I know that's kind of cliche, and these are hurting the product. There's no doubt about it. I mean, how could it not? You know, it's like taking, like, if I were to say, let's see, going into the World Series, let's take Soto and Judge out of the lineup and say, you know what? Figure it out. Next man up. Next man up. Well, if the next man can't possibly do what the other man did, what does that even mean? Like, and then you go with everyone's got to pitch in. Well, yeah, but maybe they're not capable of pitching in. Like, all these things, right, they make sense. And really what they're there for is to rally a team. Say, hey, look, we're not giving up. You guys, we're paying you too, all those things. And they're not untrue, right? You're getting paid money too, but you're not getting paid as much as that guy. There's a reason that guy gets paid more. He's way better than you. So, yeah, I get it. I get the whole, look, everyone's got to step up and everyone's got to do a little bit more and all that. And there's a little truth to that, but there also is a lot of truth to, hey, I mean, we're wearing the uniforms, but it's a different team. It's not the same team. It'd be like saying, oh, Patrick Mahomes is out. Step up. Next man up. Get in there.
Didn't Chad Henne help win a playoff game, though?
He did. Yeah. Absolutely.
Next man up,
Yeah, but hey, if they win a Super Bowl with Henne, then, I mean, just
anything can happen.
Crown their ass. Just put them all in the Hall of Fame if they can pull that one off. But, I mean, but, if I were to take the other side of that, it's, you lost, you did lose Judge and Ohtani. But it would be like having a team that had Judge, Ohtani, Betts, Freeman, and who else you want to put on there? Like, yeah, but we still have really good players on the team. We lost two of our best, but we still have good players. The Niners still have good players. Debo didn't play last week. Aiyuk played for 1.5 quarters.
We got to 4:43, and you had to bring up the Dodgers.
Yeah, I know. Well, I figure everybody's berating me for bringing up the Dodgers.
Yeah, why don't you stay? You heard Brent Jones. Stay in your lane, Tom. Mind your own business, all right? I don't want to hear a peep. I don't want to hear a word.
Yeah. I'm just trying.
I had a belly full of white dog crap in me. Then I had to watch that. You know what I mean? When the Niners come out.
That little thing called the World Series is up and coming, and I'm guessing we're going to have to talk about it at some point. Or do you just want me? Do you guys?
I bet we don't.
Do you guys just want me to do this segment by myself? Then?
It's the Dodgers.
Well, you can tell everybody what you thought, that you love the Dodgers, that you're rooting for the Dodgers. Tom's like,
I am rooting for the Dodgers.
I'm pulling for the Dodgers.
I'm not rooting for the Dodgers.
Tom's rooting for the Dodgers. He doesn't want the Yankees. I'm rooting Dodgers is what he said last week.
Noted Dodger fan Tom Tolbert.
Yeah. Such a load of crap, dude.
Oh, you guys can all suck it. I really don't care. But yes, I would like to see the Dodgers win over the Yankees. Absolutely, 100%. I will not shy away from that. And if I got to talk World Series by myself, I will. I'll just say, you guys can go away, and I'll talk about it by myself.
I bet he's pulling for the Cowboys on Sunday, too. Tolbert and Copes with you Monday afternoon here. We'll catch up with our guy, Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider. NBC Sports Bay Area. He was on that conference call. McCaffrey could be back after the bye. We're not seeing Aiyuk until 2025. We'll talk to Mayoko about it next on the Sports Leader.
I got a belly full of white dog crap in me. And now you lay this on me?
Tim Ryan joined Murph and Marcus this morning and thought the 49ers were hesitant to hit Patrick Mahomes. You can hear that whole podcast, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
we're not going to agree on everything, okay? But we should agree on this. If you bring a baby into a movie theater, you're a piece of shit. Yep.
Faithful, here's NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko bringing the latest Niner news to Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
We are working to make the connection with our guy Matt Mayoko, our insider, 49er football, NBC Sports Bay Area. He'll join us as soon as we make that connection. He was on that conference call, got the update on Dre Greenlaw, McCaffrey, and Jake Moody. Did you hear me say Moses Moody earlier, Tom? We went to break.
Yeah.
Because the guys were behind the glass. Derek's like, yeah, we got the audio from Kyle on the update on McCaffrey, Greenlaw, and Moody. So I just wrote all three down, and then Moses Moody on the brain, dude, for 3-year, $39 million. Here it is. Here's what I said. An actual update on Christian McCaffrey, Dre Greenlaw, and Moses Moody.
When you look at Moses.
How did he say that so many times?
I have
in
no
like a
idea.
3-second window, dude.
Like at some point, just stop yourself.
He just kept saying it over and
he
over.
just kept saying
Moses,
it.
Moses, Moody, Moses,
Moody. Oh my God! Good for him, though. By the way,
$39 million, huh? They open on Wednesday night in Portland. And we have made the connection with our guy, Matt Mayoko. And you're seeing him on your live stream now. Matt Mayoko, our insider, 49er football from NBC Sports Bay Area. And you hear him on the 49er Talk podcast, one of the top-rated football podcasts in the nation with Jennifer Lee Chan. What's up, Matt? How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Doing pretty well.
Plenty to talk about today, do you?
Yeah. Yeah. Where do you want, how much time you got? Where do you want to start? Well, why don't we start with the Brandon Aiyuk news? As it was, reported earlier today, Jordan Schultz had part of it first, and Ian Rappaport reported it was an MCL and an ACL. Kyle did confirm, but I saw Matt Barrows put out a tweet saying normal timeline, I guess, for that is about a 10-month injury, but you don't totally know until they get in there and try to fix everything and clean it up how severe it is, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would think that he would be ready. There's a good chance that he would be ready for the start of the 2025 season if everything goes to plan and if there isn't any other damage in there as far as cartilage damage or anything of that nature. So, he should be back early next season at the start of the year. And so, what it does do, I know we've had this conversation about, the potential of, Deebo Samuel and what the team might think about doing with him for the future. And ever since kind of seeing how the offseason played out, I was kind of firm believer that the 49ers and Deebo Samuel would keep this union going through at least the final year of his contract. Now I can't imagine that the 49ers would move on in any way from him. So, they have for next year, we're spinning it forward here. Obviously, they would have Aiyuk for 4 more years after this season. They'd have Samuel for 1 year after this season. They'd have Jennings for 1 year after this season. And, of course, Ricky Pearsall right now is on the first year of a 4-year contract.
Oh, man. So it just seems like when you said according to plan, it's like nothing's gone according to plan this year.
Yeah, that's true.
Hurt and injuries and they losing games they should win. Well, yesterday's game was just such an interesting game, Matt, because I was saying, if you go by yards per play and the way they played from the line of scrimmage, it was really close, and the Niners, actually outgained them in yards per play. It was but it wasn't close. Like, when you're watching it, I was surprised to see that stat, but when you go 4 for 4, or 4 for 5, in the red zone on touchdowns, and then you go 8 for 14 on third downs, that's where, it really, they separated from the Niners. But I guess the question for me is based on the 8 for 14. What's been their issue? They are 28th in the league in third down percentage against. They cannot get off the field. Is there anything there that you see or people talk about as to what's been troubling them?
Yeah, I mean, I think red zone and third down conversions kind of go hand in hand. And I mean, this is a team that, by and large, it's the same team that last year was the best in the NFL in those areas. And this year they're, near the bottom in those areas, if not at the bottom. I haven't even checked the stats today to see how things shake out currently. I mean, what is the difference? I mean, is it just that simple as not having the best route running back in the league on the field? Somebody that defenses really have to game plan for, and in the past, they couldn't play the 49ers straight up because Christian McCaffrey was out there. And so if it wasn't Christian McCaffrey making the play, which he often did, I mean, what did he score, like 18 touchdowns in the red zone last year? And so you got to figure, too, that, he didn't score all the touchdowns in the red zone, but on plays where he wasn't scoring, he was a factor too by enabling the other guys to be singled up or just, leaving guys wide open. So, I mean, I guess it might just be that simple. If it seems that simple, maybe it is that simple.
Occam's razor, as they say. What about the defense? Could it be as simple as not having Dre Greenlaw?
It could, yeah. I mean, I think so. I mean, when you think about it, you're taking a player away that's a really good player and a strength of the defense, teamed up with Fred Warner, and you're replacing Dre Greenlaw with probably the worst player of the 11 players that you put out on the field. So that could be the case as well. So maybe it's just that all the stuff that we've been kind of theorizing and say, well, it can't. Oh, you got a friend there. Maybe it just is that.
Thank you.
That it very well might be that the obvious reasons are the most important reasons why this team has failed in those areas through 7 games.
Yeah.
Did yesterday's loss feel like the symptoms of a bigger problem for them, or was this just a really good team that came in and bullied the Niners and exploited things that have been problematic all year?
I think a little bit of both, right? I mean, I think that Kansas City is a good team. They're a very good team. They're the 2-time Super Bowl champ. They are the team that everybody should have at the top of their, always important NFL power rankings until somebody knocks them off. And yeah, I mean, there are a couple teams that are going to be in contention for the Super Bowl, clearly, obviously. But the Kansas City Chiefs are a well-oiled machine, and they are buttoned up. And even though, when the 49ers midway through the third quarter were driving before the Brock Purdy interception, the 49ers were only down 2 points at that time. But even though they're only down 2 points, I mean, we saw just how quickly that thing got out of hand. And even when Kansas City, when they were making their mistakes and Mahomes threw a couple of interceptions, so it's not like he played a perfect game. In fact, he, statistically had the worst game of his 120-some-odd start NFL career. Even when they were struggling, it just didn't seem as bad as when the 49ers were struggling, because the 49ers struggles came in every which way. On the Kansas City's first touchdown drive, it was 2 offside penalties and 12 men on the field. The second touchdown for Kansas City came after the 49ers were slipping and sliding like they were playing on an ice rink, and it ended up being a 55-yard punt return. So it was just mistakes all the way across the board, and Purdy had a horrible game. It was the worst game of Purdy's career, and so everything across the board. The best area for the 49ers on this day was their pass defense that limited Patrick Mahomes as much as they did, but still they allowed Kansas City to convert on far too many third downs. So it was across the board. Well, let's throw in coaching too. I mean, everything, every possible thing. The 49ers just did not seem buttoned up, but that's been kind of symbolic of their season. I mean, they just haven't seemed buttoned up. Yeah, they've had a couple good games. They looked good. The opener against the Jets, they blew them out. They looked good for the most part on the Thursday night game against Seattle, but they haven't been able to put it together. They haven't been able. They haven't even won back-to-back games yet. So they're 3-4, and that is, I think, very indicative of how this team is right now. They are a 3-4 team if I've ever seen a 3-4 team.
I don't want to read too much into it because it's only one game, and I don't know. You get a much clearer view when you're watching the game because you see everyone on the field. Is Purdy passing up a lot of easy throws this year?
I don't know that. It just seems like the decision making just isn't quite as crisp. I mean, it really is interesting going into this game where you had Brock Purdy and Patrick Mahomes on the field, and one guy was the dink and dunk guy, the fewest air yards of the team, but a lot of yards after the catch.
The other guy was getting the ball down the field, more air yards throwing than any other quarterback in the league, but no yards after the catch from his receivers. And it wasn't who you'd think it would be. It was counterintuitive. It was Purdy throwing the ball down the field. So I'm not sure exactly what's going on there, but I mean, the eyeball test tells me and tells you and probably everybody else, it just doesn't look as crisp as it did last year. And, what our defense is doing something, absolutely they're doing something to take away things the 49ers want to do. And I think the first play after it was the Kalia Davis interception, where the very first play after that, where the 49ers had that quick turnaround, and then I don't think that was it, but it was the interception.
It was a stop fake punt.
That's what it was. Yeah, thank you. It was the fake punt that they stopped, and then the 49ers wanted to get a chunk play right away. Just go for it. And if you saw that safety, I mean, he saw that thing coming from a million miles away, and he went to a spot. He did, and on the broadcast, I watched it back this morning, and Kevin Burkhardt said that, Purdy wasn't, there wasn't a receiver anywhere near that. Well, yeah, there was. It was Kittle. George Kittle. It just looked like, the safety knew exactly what was coming and knew the exact spot he had to go to. It was almost like it was almost like Purdy was, throws these passes before his guys break because he knows where they're going. It was almost like the Kansas City safety, Justin Reed, knew where he was going with that ball.
Talking to Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. I was been asking everybody this today. Do you feel like with it where they are right now because of the injuries, is this team closer to the 2020 team that went 6-10 after losing the Super Bowl, or the 2021 team that started 3-5 after a slew of injuries and then turned it around to make an NFC title game run?
Oh boy. Well, I would say that right now, I think the injuries that they've had, the season enders to Javon Hargrave and Brandon Aiyuk, although really tough and making it more complicated for the team to achieve something at the end of the season, I don't think they're the kinds of injuries that just, it's over, let's sell, let's just get things going for next year. I mean, when you think about that team back in 2020, I mean, it was Raheem Mostert, it was Jimmy Garoppolo, it was Nick Bosa. I mean, say what you want about Jimmy, but at that point, with the roster makeup of that team, once they had to go to a backup quarterback, that didn't bode well. And also, George Kittle had a high ankle sprain too and missed a lot of time. So I do think that the guys that they'll be getting back theoretically, after the bye week, I think that those guys can make a huge difference. So, as long as, my answer might be different after the game against the Cowboys, but that one is looking mighty, mighty important. And I'm not saying anything that you guys, I'm sure, haven't been talking about, but there is a huge difference heading into the final 9 games of the season if you're 4-4 as opposed to 3-5. And I still believe that nobody in the NFC West is running away from this thing. Although I must say I was shocked that Seattle beat up on the Falcons like they did yesterday. But as the Chiefs proved last year, and I know the 49ers are not the Kansas City Chiefs, as we've seen the past 5 meetings of these teams, but as the Chiefs proved last year, you don't have to be the number 1 seed in the playoffs, and you don't have to have home field advantage to make it to the Super Bowl and win the Super Bowl. So, the 49ers' goals before the season, I'm sure, were to win the NFC West, get the first round, or get the number 1 seed and go rolling into the playoffs with a bye week and home field advantage. And now that's out the window. Now they just hope to get into the postseason and hope to be getting their players back and peaking at the right time.
What are the realistic expectations for Ricky Pearsall going forward? Because obviously he'll be counted on more now, but I don't know, with all the practice time he's missed. He played yesterday. Probably played more snaps than they thought he was going to play because of the Aiyuk injury. But what's realistic? Like, what do you think his role will be? Will he be inside while Juwan Jennings is outside? Connolly be? I mean, I don't know what the plans are for him. He was a first rounder, so I'm expecting he'll get somewhat of a heavy workload. But what's realistic?
Well, I think what's realistic is for him to be a really good number 3 receiver. Yeah, so, I don't think if you watch the 49ers, man, they move those guys around. Jennings can play on the outside. He can play the slot. I think a lot of it has to do with matchups. Is the opposition's nickel back a little guy that maybe Juwan Jennings can kind of bully a little bit and be a power forward and catch those third down passes or in the red zone? Deebo Samuel, they move him around. And then, of course, Pearsall, we saw him line up wide. We saw him in the slot yesterday. So he's a smart guy. And he lives and eats and drinks football. So it seemed to me like he had a pretty good idea. There were a couple times where I'd see Kittle telling him to get to the line of scrimmage or no, get off the line of scrimmage. But for a guy who did not play, who barely practiced, really, I think he probably only had 10 practices during training camp. For a guy who did not play in the preseason, for a guy who has been on the non-football injury list and didn't practice at all through the first 6 weeks of the season, for him to play 48 of the team's 63 offensive snaps is crazy. I can't believe that he played that much, but it certainly wasn't the plan going in. It was through necessity that he was out there. So that's why I don't think the Aiyuk thing, as far as they're going to be, is the best team that they could be. Of course, they need Brandon Aiyuk out there. I mean, the guy was the 49ers' leading wide receiver each of the past 2 seasons. He'd gotten off to a slow start, but, moving forward, you would have expected him to kind of get into a rhythm and playing good football after the bye week. But I think when you talked about Juwan Jennings and Deebo Samuel and then a first-round draft pick, it's certainly not the worst wide receiver room in the NFL. So they can still do some good things, and it would help them, of course, when Christian McCaffrey returns, if he is the Christian McCaffrey that we saw last year, and that he's able to stay on the field through the remainder of the season. So, there still really are no excuses for the 49ers to get this thing rolling at some point and to get back into the playoffs.
Yeah.
Another minute or two here with Matt Mayoko on the UMA guest line, 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. I don't know if the Aiyuk thing has anything to do with it or maybe just the loss yesterday in general and how the defense has played of late, but do you anticipate the Niners will be active at the trade deadline in a couple of weeks in any capacity?
I mean, I think they'll certainly look into it. Kyle Shanahan just talked about that a few, hour or so ago. Yeah. It has to make sense for the team now and for the future. I mean, generally, guys you pick up at the trade deadline are guys that are kind of, I guess McCaffrey is the exception, but, he had several years left on his contract. But a lot of times it's kind of rental type of players like Emmanuel Sanders or like Chase Young last year. Right. And so it has to make sense. I mean, it can't necessarily be a high-priced guy because they still have to factor in the contracts that are awaiting them at the end of this season. Guys like not only Brock Purdy is going to get a big contract, and yet nothing that happened yesterday is going to make the 49ers move on from Brock Purdy. And also the cornerbacks. I mean, Charvarius Ward and Diamador Lenore are setting themselves up, especially Lenore, setting himself up for a big contract. Sure. And there's also Hufanga and Greenlaw. I mean, those guys might be looking at one-year contracts because of their injury situations. But it has to make sense as far as the contract. You're spending money now, and unused cap space rolls over to the next year. So if you're spending more money for the remainder of the season, that impacts you in future seasons. So I wouldn't necessarily say that, they're definitely going to make a deal. They're definitely going to bring guys in. But, John Lynch has been aggressive in making trades in the past. I just don't necessarily know that
they're going to go out there and overextend themselves to get somebody in here at the trade deadline and the trade deadline is November 5th. So they still have a couple weeks to figure this thing out.
Matt, we always appreciate the time. It's been a slew of Niner news over the last couple of days, and I'm sure it's going to keep on coming. We will talk to you soon, man. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Matt.
Good deal there from Matt Mayoko. You can check out the full podcast version of that, available at KNBR.com and the KNBR app. We will take a quick break. And by the way, tonight at 6 o'clock, if you want to hear Niners Nightly with Larry Krueger, only on our YouTube channel. Niners Nightly tonight from 6 to 7, only on YouTube, as we're going to throw you live to the Monday Night Football game, Chargers and the Cardinals, a doubleheader on Monday Night Football. I just saw this note. You see this Lamar Jackson note? By the way, taking on the Buccaneers tonight. He's played an NFC team in his career 23 times.
Oh, yeah.
His record against NFC teams straight up 22-1.
Yeah.
That's an alarming note for Lamar Jackson, who takes on the Bucs tonight. I'd say hammer the Ravens, just based on that note alone. Tolbert and Copes with you. When we come on back, we'll do Tom's favorite thing. We'll talk Dodgers. They're in the World Series. That's next on the Sports Leader.
Dodgers, baby.
The Warriors guard Moses Moody has agreed to a 3-year, $39 million contract extension. Also, Shams Charania reports that Jonathan Kuminga will not get a new deal by Wednesday's deadline. For all your Warrior news, keep it locked right here on KNBR, the sports leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. I know, Steve, everybody's got tax problems, or when it comes to you, it seemingly does. But what do they do if they've just got accounting issues or questions?
So everybody knows this for the problems, but as you know, before I was a tax attorney, I was a CPA, and our firm is different than most. Our firm has both tax attorneys and CPAs. And you hear me talk about tax planning all the time, which saves so much in taxes. Accounting is the foundation. Tax planning is the roof. So the bottom line is it's so very important to have a foundation. We have several things we can do. We can do all your accounting for you. If you say, I've been meaning to do it and I have this shoebox full of stuff and someday we'll just do the accounting for you. Or if you've done your accounting, but you're not quite sure if it was right, or maybe there's some stuff that you just don't know how to handle, we can do a cleanup for you, because we'd like to do tax planning for you. Accounting is the foundation, and we want two things. We want the accounting to show you how you can make more money and then legally pay less taxes on it, just like the big corporations do. All you have to do is call for your free consultation. We'll explain it to you, and we want to do all these things for you.
Steve Moskowitz can help. Give him a call. 188-TAX-DEAL is the phone number, or you can find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Right-hand hitter digs in. Trinan is ready. Kicks, delivers. Runner takes off. Swing and a bouncer to the right side. This should do it. Taylor collects on to first, and it's over. The Dodgers have captured the National League pennant, and they're headed to the World Series. The Dodgers beat the Mets in 6 and win it here tonight 10-5.
Okay.
Eat shit, Derek.
Yeah, all right. Dodgers are back into the World Series. Go ahead, Tom.
Who cares?
It's your guys. You know what I mean?
Over every game but once in the playoffs. I like that trend.
Shut up.
Yeah. Look, it's going to be fun, especially from my standpoint, just as when I grew up misguidedly rooting for the Dodgers, it was against the Yankees. Steve Yeager, Pedro Guerrero, Steve Garvey, Davey Lopes. Bob Welsh.
Darryl LaMonica.
God, not
Bart Starr.
He wasn't there.
No, you're not going on your...
But it was awesome. Yankees, Dodgers. Yankees got them twice back-to-back, and then the Dodgers got them in 81. It's fun because not only is it Yankees, Dodgers, which is kind of cool. I mean, you can't ask for bigger stars. I think they said it's the first time in baseball history where the World Series has featured two guys that hit over 50 home runs, that being Judge and Ohtani. Two guys that are going to win the MVP, and historically, two of the better 1-2 punches in baseball. I mean, I think Judge and Soto is right up there with like Ruth and Gehrig. I think Ruth and Gehrig may have a season or two that are better than Soto and Judge, but they're like right there. And then Ohtani and Betts are an incredible 1-2 punch. And then for the Dodgers, you throw in Freeman and Hernandez and Muncy and all those guys. And for the Yankees, you throw in Stanton, who's been on fire during the postseason. He's been on fire. And I did get my question answered during the playoffs. I still think it's going to be kind of tough, and you'll just have to swallow it if you're the Yankees, because Soto's going to want more money than Judge. And what I said last week was, man, how do you pay a guy more money than the two-time MVP and the reigning MVP? Well, I think he showed you during the playoffs. And I think when it comes to Soto, I would ask you this. I think I know which way you're going to answer, but if it was a really, really crucial situation as a pitcher, who would you rather face, Soto or Judge?
Probably Judge.
Yeah, me too. I would too.
Didn't they walk Judge to get to Soto? I think they did. The Guardians did, I think, in a game earlier this postseason. I think they walked Judge to get to Soto, and Soto made him pay. Or is the other way around?
Yeah, other way around.
The other way around. Excuse me, they walked Soto to get to Judge. Right, Judge protects Soto, right.
Exactly. So, to me, it does make it more interesting now that Stanton's doing what Stanton's doing. I mean, he's just launching balls. I think he has five home runs in the playoffs, and 3 or 4 against the Guardians. Like, he just nuking balls. So the interesting part is it doesn't have like gravitas as far as like the pitching matchup like the old Yankees and Dodgers used to have. Like Sutton was a Cy Young Award winner, I believe. Hall of Famer. Guidry was Cy Young Award winner. I think one of the years they won the World Series. I think Guidry was like 25-3 with a 1.9 ERA. Like, he was sick back then. Massive chaw too. Really, really. I mean, it was an impressive chaw. Yeah, I mean, it was huge. But this has the big cities, whether you like it or not. Has the massive payrolls, whether you like it or not. But no one can deny that, like, having the biggest stars in the game is bad for the game. So now I'm looking forward to this. I think it'll be close. I think it'll be 6-7 games. The pitching, right? The pitching is going to be the question. And the Dodgers pitching was a little shaky during the Mets series, but their offense right now is just a juggernaut, an absolute juggernaut. And I mean, are we kidding me? Weaver's a closer. He's been the closer for the Yankees all year long, and it's been really good. But Luke Weaver, when he was a starter, was just like, oh. Like, you see Luke Weaver starting, you're like, give me the over. Luke Weaver's starting. He's turned it around, though. This guy has been a nails closer for him. So, yeah. I mean, I think that's probably where the Dodgers have the biggest edge right now is the bullpen that they have. But who knows with the starting pitching how this thing's going to go. There could be a lot of home runs, could be a lot of runs scored. I just think it'll be a fun World Series because of all the star power in the game.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of that, as a neutral observer of the way baseball executives are looking at this, I know it looks great. It's 2 of the top 4 payrolls in baseball. You're getting the biggest stars, I guess, in the game, and all these owners are billionaires. You want to make more money, you want to spend more money, and get to a World Series like this. Everybody could. I mean, everybody could. The Guardians owner I saw is worth more money by like $1 billion net worth than the Yankees ownership group. They just don't spend in the same way. So it's all about how they decide to line this stuff up. In terms of Shohei Ohtani, though, did you see that note about his runners in scoring position stat? He's 18 for his last 22 with runners in scoring position. He's hitting over 800 with runners in scoring position in his last 22 at bats. That's going back. Yeah, it's
a
unreal.
joke.
Yeah, he's been incredible. That goes back, I think they said, all the way to his game where he hit 3 homers and drove in 10, which is pretty incredible.
The Dodgers.
That's how I feel about it. I did think this. It looked pretty lame when they won the pennant yesterday, and the best player on the team ran out of the dugout.
Yeah.
I was like, this looks stupid. I was like, shouldn't the best player on the team be on the field when the team wins the World Series? Oh, he's a DH. He doesn't have a glove, so he can't be. He can't be on the field. Yeah, I'm bitter, and this sucks. Let's go, Yanks. Let's go, Stripes. Let's go, Yankees. All right, let's get to something a little bit more fun. John Sterling, his call on the Yankees win the pennant. Here's our guy.
Wear my Dodger hat?
Oh, dude, shut up, dude. Here's our guy, John Sterling.
Swung on a high fly to right. Soto is there. Juan Soto makes the catch. Ball game over. American League Championship Series over. Yankees win. The Yankees win. The Yankees are going nuts on the field. I mean, it's a group hug. It's like the end of the Mary Tyler Moore Show. It's a group hug, and they jump up and down. Terrific. Terrific. And the Yankees win. They win the series 4-1. They have won 7 out of 9 playoff games, and they head to the World Series against either the Dodgers or the Mets.
So here you go. Here's what we'll do. So if the Yankees win the World Series, I'll get a Yankee hat and wear it to work every day.
I'm not wearing any Dodger crap.
There's no hat.
No.
Wear it to work
absolutely not.
day.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Okay, let's just make it a jersey then.
He's so stupid, dude. I played a season on a team where we were the Dodgers, dude, when I was 16 on this travel team. At the end of the year, I burned my jersey. We had like a practice jersey that had my name on the back. I was like, Adam, this will never see the light of day. Because nobody's ever going to see that this thing ever existed. Torching this thing.
Man.
Threw it in the fireplace, me and my mom. It was great. Beautiful. By the way, hey, since the Mets are out, dude, can we pour one out for this guy?
The Yankees have Aaron Judge and Juan Soto. Breaking records! Ruth, Mantle, Gehrig, and the Mets have Grimace, and now Hatua. Come on, bro, I can't take it!
It was shortly after that the Mets went on their run, too. That's what's so funny about that. He was so pissed, and they got real hot right after that ran about Grimace and Hatua. I don't know, dude. We're going to have to come up with a better... I'm not, no. No, because then what do I get out of it? Oh, good, the Yankees won the World Series, and Tom has to wear a Yankee hat. Oh, cool. Oh, I love that. I'm going to wear a Dodger hat just in case. I'm like, no way. That's not an arm for an arm.
God, that'd be great.
That's no way. I'm losing both ends of that thing.
That'd be incredible.
Tolbert and Co's. No, dude, can you imagine?
Grimace, and now Hatua.
We got like video of me, dude, doing like Kyle Shanahan interviews. I'm wearing a Dodger hat. I got a lid on. That'd be so bad. You're like repurposing it for the website and for social and everything. Can't be doing that. I have more.
Okay, forget it. We won't do the hat. How about we do...
I have morals, yeah.
How about you pick out four of your dreads and do blue, 2 blue, and 2 white.
I think that's more than fair.
That would be amazing.
It'd be funny if Tom's like, I get to pick the 4 dreads, though. where on my head it goes. Okay, but then what does Tom have to do? It's not about what I have to do. Okay? It's about what Tom would have to do if the Yankees win the World Series. Because I don't care about you wearing a Yankee hat.
If the Yankees win the World Series, I could go. How about if I went? So if you're willing to do the dreads, how about if I do?
I want you to
a navy blue beard.
I was going to say,
the goatee part of my beard would be navy blue.
I want Yankee midnight blue, like deep blue, like the dark
Deep
Yankee blue.
Okay.
just
Deep blue.
Tim says we can get you to do pinstripes in the stash.
That would be amazing.
Oh, that would be incredible, dude.
Dude, pinstripes in the stash would be incredible. Now that's a wager, right there.
Dude, that's okay. Hold on.
That is a wager.
So it's settled then.
When does the series start? Tomorrow?
Friday
it starts. So we get a week off, dude.
We haven't had a bet this good since you made Larry wear a thong.
Yeah, I know. The thong bet was an awesome one.
That's such a bad bet by Larry, too. He just stood a chance. I don't know why he took that action, dude. Oh, such a bad bet.
Oh, my goodness.
God,
gracious.
4 dreads. Dodger blue and white. Even that's like kind of stressing me out. You know what I mean? It's kind of get a little angst about that. What do you got, Derek?
No, I was just saying, people in the text line are chiming in. They don't think it's as fair. So the suggestions are, if Copes has to wear a Dodger hat, then Tom has to wear an Arizona State hat.
Bite me.
Forks up, dude. See, just the idea of that pissed off Tom. He's like, no way. You kidding me? No, absolutely not. Tolbert Copes with you Monday afternoon. We got a week to figure this thing out. So far, the 4 dreads, 2 blue, 2 white, and then Tom having to go Yankee pinstripes and deep navy blue in his beard and mustache.
I don't want to wear a thong.
Oh, my
so
goodness.
far, that's the leader in the clubhouse. When we come on back, we got some soup du jour for you. Larry Krueger at the top of the hour.
I don't want to wear a thong.
At 6 o'clock. You can hear Larry and see Larry only on our YouTube channel tonight, as at 6 o'clock we're going to throw you over to the Chargers and the Cardinals in progress for Monday Night Football. More to come. Soup du jour is next. And let me tease you with this. I was shocked, by the way, Tom, on Friday, how many people, when we asked at the brewery on Friday, we were at a Fieldwork in San Mateo. By the way, our tour continues this week. We'll be at Friday back at Almanac in Alameda. So we'll be back out there. If you're in Alameda, you missed the last one, come on out in the East Bay, hang out. Going to be a lot of fun. Then in a couple of weeks, we'll be out in San Leandro and Dublin. But Almanac on Friday. But when we were at Fieldwork, you and I were talking about Harmony, and she was going to show up. Our sophisticated sex robot. Birdie Brazil got a nice heaping helping of Harmony on Friday. But I was shocked at how many people knew who Harmony was and were in support of Harmony. They're going to be upset when they hear this next story in the Soup du Jour. Harmony has an actual rival out there. There's a rivaling business for our girl Harmony.
No way.
You will hear about it next in the Soup du Jour, only here on the Sports Leader.
wherever you are. We're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
So a lot of news today as it relates to the 49ers, who find out that Brandon Aiyuk officially going to be out for the remainder of the season, a torn ACL and a torn MCL. Bad news and sad news for Brandon Aiyuk, and the Niners offense takes another blow. The other news, Christian McCaffrey, Kyle Shanahan said, obviously not going to play. He said he'd be surprised if he played Sunday night. I think we'd all be surprised if he played Sunday against the Cowboys, especially with the bye week looming. You can get him back potentially after that. But he did say McCaffrey, they'd see how things go after the bye. Dre Greenlaw, he said a few weeks after McCaffrey, and then Moody going to be out until after the bye as well. We also found out that George Kittle is dealing with a foot sprain. So not good news for George Kittle with the foot sprain. We hope that he's good for Sunday night. And Jawan Jennings are hoping to get back. Plus, Deebo Samuel in the hospital with pneumonia-like symptoms and fluid in his lungs. So the Niner offense banged up, beat up, and just trying to get through this next one with a win, see how you can handle things after the bye. Again, 4-4 palatable, and you can still get to the playoffs at 10-7. You win the West at 10-7, you're still hosting a playoff game, but then it gets much more difficult, and you're playing more games throughout the postseason in order to get to the Super Bowl. If, in fact, that is the case. All right, a Monday evening here. We got Larry Krueger at 6 o'clock, only on the YouTube channel for Niners Nightly. So why don't we open up the Soup du Jour?
Excuse me, Flo?
It's that time of day.
What is the Soup du Jour?
It's the soup of the day.
Tolbert and Cope's Soup du Jour.
That sounds good. I'll have that.
All right, a couple of things. Did Tim send you some stories today, Tom?
Yep.
Okay, we'll get to those momentarily, but we've got a few extra things here in the Soup du Jour. So this story, this is the full clip that you guys showed me earlier today, right, Derek? So we're getting some audio set up here. We've talked about this before as it relates to our girl Harmony, who we see on Fridays. Sophisticated sex robots sent here each and every week to help you bang the book. There's like actual sex robots with AI that are out there now, like life size.
Of course there are.
There's communicating ones now. There's ones that like you can talk to and you can activate and you can have conversations with and like hang out with, make small talk with, I guess, before you do the deed. I don't know. Check it out. They're starting to unveil them now. This is not a joke. This is an actual sex robot that is out there. It's actual live competition for Harmony. Here's the guy who's he's like one of the, I don't know, you call him like a what do you got, Derek?
I think he works for a company called Real Groove.
Real Groove. He works for the company, and he's like doing a presentation next to this life-size sex robot, and here he is.
Through that system, you can connect the AI that you've created in the app to the robot and carry on the conversation with her that way. Once you've got that loaded and you hit chat, she just comes to life.
Good, you came back so fast, baby. I'm glad you came back that fast. Wow, baby, 10 minutes without you seems like an eternity.
It's like an Eastern European vibe to her, too. Like, what was that about, dude? Yeah.
I'm surprised she didn't drop a "It's so big, baby."
Surprised she didn't say Jalen Squirts. That's what I thought she was going with. But it's pretty good.
I mean, what a loser. Are you kidding me?
10 minutes without you seems like an eternity.
Derek,
look, you come up with something like that, you're a loser. Period.
We wouldn't know anything about that here at KNBR.
That's the only word I can come up with. Like, what are you doing? Like, really? That's what you did? Oh, God. Whatever.
Yeah, it's real. It's out there. Anyway, Derek, do you support this business? I know you've been a supporter of Harmony's company from many years.
I'm all in favor of competition, but I don't like Tom calling me out there. It's basically what I do every week for Harmony.
All right, after everything.
You didn't make Harmony. I don't think so. Did you?
No, that was Gizmo Gals, remember?
Yeah. There's a whole Harmony verse. Yeah, Bruce. Yeah, right. Gizmo Gals. No. He's getting him out here for us. After she got that Alabama white sauce stuck in her gears last year. Tolbert. Hey, I'm just telling you what's happened. I had nothing to do with it. Derek may have. For everything bad that happened yesterday, one more little fun thing that we haven't done actually at all this season, I don't believe. Not since last year. And that's whenever there's a funny call or something made that maybe comes out a little X-rated. Why don't we get to a call from yesterday that we like to call the Tolbert and Copes X-rated call of the day.
It's time for Tolbert and Cope's X-rated Call of the Week.
Give it to me, Big Daddy.
On the Sports Leader.
Forgot that thing even existed until Tim mentioned it earlier today.
Fred, save it.
Yeah, stuff like that, right? Well, this next one comes to you from the same man who created that call, Greg Papa. Everything's going wrong for the 49ers yesterday. And as you might know, there's a running back by the name of Kareem Hunt. Kareem Hunt.
Uh-oh.
Greg Papa might have botched the name. See you next Tuesday. Here you go.
First and goal, 6-yard line now. Travis Kelce is tight right next to fellow tight end Noah Gray, and they have two receivers left. Sky Moore inside of Watson. Juju Smith-Schuster not playing with an injury, a hamstring, and takes it to the goal line, and he's in for a Kansas City touchdown.
That's way too easy.
Dude, you got we got an email from our overnight Dave in the system last night. He goes, hey, I would advise nobody to play cut 13 from the game last night. Don't play cut 13. Here's one more time. Here's cut 13. Greg botching Kareem Hunt to a bad word. Here you go.
First and goal, 6-yard line now. Travis Kelce is tight right next to fellow tight end Noah Gray, and they have two receivers left. Sky Moore inside of Watson. Juju Smith-Schuster not playing with an injury, a hamstring, and takes it to the goal line, and he's in for a Kansas City touchdown.
That's way too easy.
It's time for Tolbert and Cope's X-rated Call of the Week.
Give it to me, Big Daddy.
On the Sports Leader.
That's all I got. That's all I have for you in the soup.
Guessing he transposed one of the letters, unfortunately.
Yeah, or just combine the first two.
Is where I'm going, yes. Uh-oh is right. Uh-oh is absolutely right. I'm going to have to get in there tomorrow and take a listen to the unedited version.
You have to. I listened to like 100 times before the show. I was howling. Like, I was just sitting there by myself and thought about it again and started laughing. It was pretty funny.
Oh, my gosh. Well, that is actually one of our hobbies, listening to stuff like that. We do enjoy stuff like that. I'm not sure it's a worthy hobby, like golfing hobby. Doing the ships in the bottle. That's a hobby. That seems kind
building
of
a ship in a bottle. Yeah.
You know, you do little ships in the bottle. You get the tweezers in there, and you got to do everything. And I'm not maybe building a little city, something like that. That's a hobby. I mean, hobbies are. Everybody needs hobbies. Even this guy who's been arrested for his hobby. Only a misdemeanor, though. It's just more annoying and creepy to the neighbors than anything. I don't know what. I think this is in Greece, where they leave their shoes outside. Well, that suits this guy just fine, because his hobby is going over to the neighbor's house and sniffing all their shoes.
Creep. What?
While they're on the porch, yes. He goes to their house and takes a good whiff of all their shoes and smells all their shoes.
I don't know. That's weird. There's an article written about this?
You think going to someone's house and sniffing their shoes. Now, I thought it was a little creepier than it was. I mean, look, it's creepy, but I thought he was breaking in their houses. So they leave their shoes outside. It's like,
breaking in would be weirder, yeah.
How about just bring your shoes in after dark? That might be able to alleviate the problem. But that's the way they do it over there. In Greece, do as Grecians do apparently, and leave their shoes outside. And my man just says, "Oh, you must be leaving those out there for me. Let me go sniff them all." That's a little creepy. It's kind of like Woogie in the in Something About Mary, where he's like taking the shoes and smelling them. That was a little creepy. This is a little creepy.
You stole all of my shoes.
What are you talking about?
Woogie, I caught you red-handed.
What are you talking about? Oh my! Or Mara Kelly. Mara Kelly, as Papa likes to refer to him as, which is a pretty good comp, I gotta say, especially with a hat on. I'm sure you know how sometimes baseball players have a hat on. You're like, oh, he looks just like that guy.
Yeah.
Then he takes his hat off. You're like,
I don't look like that guy anymore. No.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? And this one, I don't know. I'm going to say most of us have probably not been in this situation, but we've all been to SeaWorld, the Marine World, haven't we? And it goes through the orcas, dolphins, get splashed, you get the wet zone, You wear a jacket or maybe get the poncho,
I
pull
saw this,
pull
yeah.
over your head. And like when the killer whales want to splash, when they jump up in the water, they splash with their tail. There's a lot of water that leaves the tank. A lot of water. We also know when killer whales take a crap, it's just in the water. It's just there. And it kind of, it's like paper that gets all it's like, oh, man, look at all that stuff. That's brutal. Wonder what would happen if, killer whale jumped up and splashed all that water into the audience.
It happened, yeah.
It happened.
That's gross.
The killer whale did that. Killer whale splashed all the crap water and urine water into the audience.
Did you see the video? There's a video of it. I saw the video this week.
How was it?
Dude, it's gross because it's taken from
really?
Dude, it's taken from people who are sitting in the stands, right? They're pretty close. And it's funny because you watch the whale come by and you watch all the water change color to brown behind it, right? And then these two little boys who are sitting right in front of the person taping turn around and look like, this is disgusting. You kidding me? And then here comes a whale, another one, dude, smacks the water and soaks him in ass. It's terrible.
That is brutal.
It was pretty gnarly. Yeah, it's gross.
That is gnarly. They said they had to go in the audience with towels and soap and bottled water for everybody, so they could rinse off.
Tim said, and refunds too, maybe.
Yeah, and refunds.
Yeah, we got towels, we got new shirts, and we got refunds for everybody.
Give him a nice Brillo pad.
Ugh.
I went to Marine World and all I got was this shirt where it signifies I got blanked on by the killer whales. Unbelievable.
I got crapped on at SeaWorld. Yeah, that's a shirt.
Seems pretty wordy, but that's not bad. But yeah, the killer whale.
That sounds pretty gross.
It was. Killer whales pretty smart animals. I'm sure they knew what they were doing. They're just bored. Here, let me do a crap attack. It's like the monkeys, the gorillas. You think they're not doing that on purpose when they crap in their own hand and throw it into the audience? Of course they are. They're doing it on purpose. They're saying, screw you, humankind, for keeping me here in the first place. Take this crap.
Monkey.
While you're at it. We added a bonus monkey sound
in there too. Yeah.
Monkey.
During the killer whale sound. The other one wasn't great. It was just a girl that got on. Was traveling abroad. Went from Brazil to England, and they asked her why she was there. Wanted to check out some nice areas to live, blah, 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 lying to him. And then they asked her for some ID, and she showed him pictures of herself. Unfortunately, she showed him pictures of herself swallowing drugs for whatever reason. She was arrested.
The cocaine train.
Well, yeah.
Just kind of dumb.
Here's a picture.
They said she had plenty of drugs inside and outside her body.
That'll do it.
I'm guessing inside it was, right there.
That's where I'd guess too, yeah.
That's where I'd guess. You only got a few guesses, and that was definitely one of them. So there was that, and then what was the other one? Oh, we get this one every so often, that someone feels like the proper way to get rid of bees or hornets or something, spiders, is to go flamethrower on them.
Oh, no, not the bees! Not the bees! Ah!
I mean, the obvious problem when you do that and it's attached to your house is, it's attached to your house. And your house is flammable. So, yes, you got rid of the bees. Well done, genius. You also managed to get rid of your house, or most of it. I don't know how this doesn't occur to people.
God, they're huge! They're ripping my flesh off!
So that's basically that story. Just idiots that decide they want to get rid of a beehive, a bee nest, a whole bunch of bees by burning them down, not thinking, and just being dumb. And you know what? Those people get what they deserve. I have no pity for them burning down their house. I really don't.
Not a good move.
Okay, we get a lot of bee sound.
Yeah.
We really do.
Bee folder's a good one.
Copious amounts of bee sound. Oh, we do have more? We have more bee sound?
There's a few more, but like I said, the whale crap one, not so much.
We don't have any whale crap audio. We do have a lot of bee sound, is what Tim's getting at. There we go.
All right, are we? What are we doing here?
We'll take a quick break. We'll
That's
come back.
what I thought. I know we're getting out at 6 because we have football to go to.
We do. We'll say what's up to
Krug streaming.
Krug is streaming Niners Nightly on YouTube at 6 o'clock. You can check it out on our YouTube channel. Are we going to say what's up to Krug when we come on back? We'll see what Krug's got going on tonight on the YouTube channel on Niners Nightly. Then we'll throw you over to Monday Night Football, the Chargers and the Cardinals at Stolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
Bees?
Beads.
Beads?
Depend on our protection, yet you feed us lies from the tablecloth. La 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 la.
Everybody's going to the party, have a
we're going to touch base with Krug before he gets ready for Niners Nightly? Possibly. If not, know that Krug will be streaming right here. If you want to listen to him, this is the only place you're going to be able to listen to him. And then on 680 will be the Cardinals and the Chargers. And on, I believe, the spread, the bread, is the Ravens and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who the 49ers will be playing after the bye week. And so there you go. We got a doubleheader. Kind of like the doubleheaders on Monday night. We brought the two TVs out yesterday. One of them was on the Red Zone, and the other one was on the Vikings and Lions early. Kind of popped back and forth a little bit with the Packers and Texans, but mostly I was on that game. And then the Niners later on in the game. So, did you, by the way, see? I brought this up earlier because, I was a little testy about it yesterday. But that end of the Raider-Rams game?
The kick?
Yeah, like, what are you doing? What could you possibly be thinking? 2:40 left, you're down 7. Yeah, I know you have 3 timeouts and you kick the field goal. It's like, I couldn't even.
Their offense is absolutely terrible, Tom.
Yeah, but who cares? Well, you got to score a touchdown anyway. You're going to kick a field goal to go down 5? Like,
in hopes you get the ball back, but yeah, the rationale was stupid.
The rationale was stupid.
Maybe it'll be better with Desmond Ridder under center.
It's just stupid. Like, what are you doing? You got to score a touchdown either way.